Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to the EERC Endurance Championship. We're here for our second round of the season, and it's under the lights in Abu Dhabi. It's the Abu Dhabi 8 hours. I am Tom Dillon. Alongside me for the first hour, well, for the qualifying and the first hour, for the first time on an ERC broadcast, is Omi Zaidi. And Omi, interesting series, ERC. It always tends to be. We're on the new layout of Abu Dhabi as well. I say the new layout, it is 2 years old at this point, but regardless, it's a very interesting circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of a very different circuit as well. You have like obviously some fast corners, and then you can have some slow, and then obviously, so with the new layout, it's a bit more flowing as well. So it's a bit of a different circuit now. So really looking forward to this. I think it's going to be a great hours today.
It should be indeed, and well, this track is going to be interesting in the night as well. We do expect actually that we'll get some daylight running in, but well, it's not looking great because this track isn't so particularly well. How am I trying to say this? That the track is supposed to be in daylight right now, but anyway, that's by the by. We can go down onto the circuit. In fact, actually, before that, we should probably talk about our schedule here at the EERC Endurance Championship. You can see the 6 hours of Istanbul. Was an issue with the YouTube live stream for that one, but it was indeed ran just behind closed doors, so to speak, and trying to run Motorsport 137. Won that in LMH. Babin Joyous, LMP2, very interesting team name. That one, and then SD Shiba in the GT3. But that was a successful event. Now we go over to Abu Dhabi. Then next month we go to Hockenheim before July, of course. The big one, EERC 24 at Le Mans. Then, of course, 6 hours at the Glen follows that at the end of July, with the 8 hours of Mugello in August. Then finally the last 2 rounds of the season, Suzuka and Daytona. But well, obviously all eyes focused on that Le Mans event, and of course on the championship a little bit here. We're looking right now at the number 88 car. It's Carl Magnus Bore on his first couple of laps. No one able to set a lap time just yet. We'll pop up the qualifying box for you as well. And I mean, I know you said you're used to Formula 1 cars around here, but GTs are much of a different beast.
Yeah, obviously much more slower, and well, it's kind of like something new for me, so I'm really looking forward to this actually, and I guess I'm going to get used to it as we go. I've had a look at some previous races as well, so really looking forward to this, and I think it's going to be a great one.
It's just the GTs out on track at the moment, then prototype qualifying will be following straight afterwards. Here goes Carl Magnus Bore, then through the final corner, looking like this could be a pretty decent lap. It's the 162 on pole position at the moment. Can Carl Magnus Bore beat it? Yes, he can. Of course he can. 52.5 across the line, and that is a very impressive lap time for his troubles. But well, very early pace for that 159 car.
Yeah, currently right at the top, so by just over 5.5 tenths. So, well, good lap to kick ourselves off with, and a good first lap for him.
Right up through the hairpin goes Francesco Bernardi. This is the SD Shiba 2 car that did, of course, win in Istanbul. Trying to put another one on the board in the Mercedes in this 2023 season. Won't be easy for them going down that long back straight right now. Probably, I think it's the longest straight on our calendar if you take away the Mulsanne, of course. Not using a great deal of curb on the right hand side, but looking pretty poised, pretty delicate, and pretty nice actually at the moment, Amy.
Yeah, obviously, I think most drivers are just interested in getting like a lap in on the board currently, rather than just pushing right to max. We'll see that more as we go into the session, but now just heading all the way into turn number 9, and one of the new parts of the circuit. Obviously, well, it is 2 years since we had this, but a bit more flowing with that part of the lap, and then now obviously we're heading more towards the hotel part of the lap.
Heavy braking down into that right-hander, and this is a pretty interesting lap for Francesco. Currently right on the bubble. Purple in the first 2 sectors, up through that final couple of corners now, leaning heavily on the right-hand side of the car. Here he goes. Can he improve on Carl Magnus Borre's 152.5? Up through the final corner, trying to cross the line. Someone's already gone faster in the previous sector, but up to the line, Francesco Bernardi goes on to pole position for the time being in this race. And, well, that is a very, very nice lap.
Yep, going right to the top is now just obviously out of the way fully off the racing track, and then he'll come back on. But I think we're just seeing, I mean, the laps will get faster and faster as we go, with more drivers then pushing on. But we're already seeing some good solid laps and drivers just getting times on the board currently.
Absolutely, and Francesco goes into the pits as well, trying to look through any other of these GT3 cars that are improving on their times. It looks like Lars Otto, I should say, L Otto on the timing screen. He isn't improving at the moment. He was yellow in that first sector. This is definitely just a little bit of a cool down lap for the Race Club Germany car. Trying to get something onto the board, but nothing really happening for him yet. I'm also very interested, in a slight sort of biased way, I have to say, to be honest with you, as I have got a stake in this car. But I'm very interested to have a look at Thomas Raschke and how he's going to go in that Hunter Birch simulation reading game car, which is a little bit of a mouthful, a joint entry between my team and Ed Hunter, one of our other commentators here at EERC. And, well, Thomas Raschke is new to this game. Actually, he's not driven a lot before, and we're hoping, well, driven a lot in this game, I should say. We're hoping that we can see him going well today. It's very important because he's got aspirations of getting into that prototype.
Yep, so we're now just watching Thomas as well as he goes through turn number 9. Obviously with his lights on, running wide though on the exit, as now he's going to be heading down into the braking zone of turn number 12, then through 13. Then you just gotta now, you're just gonna run the car right out wide. Obviously a bit more flowing through this part of the lap as well. It's been widened a tiny bit, and then you're gonna run the car right out to the last 2 corners, turn number 15 and 16. Place the car right to the outside and back over to the inside, and our one final goal. But he's actually coming in, so well, he won't have to deal with the 16th corner because he is coming in the pits.
So Rasch not feeling particularly happy with that Aston Martin at the moment. It was given a pretty favourable BOP in the recent update. This is a Radical, is it? No, it's not. It's a it was a McLaren. It looked like a Radical from down the straight there with how it's pictured, but he's actually defending from Carl Magnus Borre's car there down into the chicane. That's a bit of a Sergio Perez for you. Qualifying, I'm sure it's particularly ideal, but every car but 2 are on the track at the moment in this 16 car strong GT category.
Yeah,
And,
we'll be seeing more defensive in the race, aren't we? So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Carl Magnus Borre now is on a lap himself. Well, he's not actually just yet. He's coming up to finish his lap. The auto camera likes to switch us over to the Rick Hooper car. That's the tracks we are in the pits, which is, you know, always helpful that you trust auto camera once and it decides to send you to a car that's in the pits. But anyway. Out of the pits comes Rick Hooper.
Yep, I'm just quickly getting this up.
Well, actually on board. Very nice camera angle this of the McLaren right in the driver's eye. Connected.
Yeah, always good to see what's going on inside the cockpit. And
you were moved to commentary by Tom Dillon.
I guess
You were suppressed.
now just applying the power. You can see also how the steering wheel and how they're turning just gives a bit more insight, obviously, to us of inside the car and like what racing lines and how they're setting the steering wheel up, etc. So really interesting with the camera angles.
As we see Paul Vollermaus trying to set a lap, but he has gone yellow in the first 2 sectors, so that will be his lap, you would presume, over and done with. He comes into the pits and calls that one a day for now. There is a little bit of time left in this session for these GT cars to try and get something going. This is Francesco Bernardi, and he's on yet another impressive lap in the Shiba car, who really have come to the races today, but his contact on the right-hand side of the car with the wall, he's still improving. Whether that will have sort of ruined this lap or not, we'll wait and see. The car looks okay. He's a little bit nervous with that final corner. Lots of curb crossing the line. It will be an improvement, wall or not. 151.9, the first of these drivers into the 51s.
Yeah, you could literally see he wanted to gain all the time he could. That's why obviously he found the wall, pushing it right through turn number 14 and found the wall, but it didn't affect him. He still went to the top of the table.
Indeed, and well, you know, that just shows how good of a driver Francesco Bernardi is. He really left it all out on the track there. Yellow in sector 2 here for Stavros here in the 162 EP Lab Racing team. And this is the first time, by the way, for those interested, that the ERC has actually been oversubscribed for a round for a very long time. We've had 58 sign-ups here, and it's slightly unusual for us, it has to be said. We normally hover around that 30 mark, and well, something has clearly happened as that car goes up into third position. Slight improvement, but yeah, that's very nice for the series to finally have a little bit of an oversubscription. I have to say, I'm very happy that I bought my car to that last round, because it means that we now have thankfully got the priority heading here. I'm very excited as well. We'll talk about the prototypes obviously as they get onto the track in just a few moments time, but I'm very excited about that. And hello as well, by the way, to everyone in the YouTube chat. Ed Hunter says, I'm on the train to Milton Keynes. Best of luck to the commentary, and of course onto Birch Simulation. And we say hello to Peter Schunneman and Eek Sky as well, who says, how are we, gents? Looking forward to Code 80 City. I do suspect, Omi, we'll have quite a few Code 80s here.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, obviously, lovely to see all of the cars obviously in the night as well. I expected to be getting some day, I believe, some light conditions, but well, we're currently enjoying it under the lights, and obviously great to have a bit of a mix. But yeah, as we also see there, Rick Hooper get very close to the wall as well.
Rick Hooper, I should say, looking to get himself up into potentially a top 5 position with this lap. It looks very good, and in fact he'll go 7th, so he's at least going to be on our little timing tower that shows the top 7 of each class when we do have the multi-class mode enabled. So Rick Hooper doing very well there. He's going to go for back-to-back though, as we're coming up to the end of this this GT3 car qualifying in just a few moments time.
Yeah, so well, currently joining Francesco Bonardi on an outlap, so he's going to be getting ready to push around the 16 corners of the Yas Marina circuit. And he's just going to be now. Yep, he's going to be preparing to begin his lap now.
See what he's able to do. Kind of line he takes through this final corner. It's going to be a pretty standard one actually, and now he goes up through the gears, down into turn 1, a very fast left-hander. And in fact, well, we've got a chance, Ovi. Do you want to take us through a lap of this Yas Marina circuit? We'll put you on one of the cockpit cameras.
Yep, absolutely. So through 1, and then we go through 2 and 3, and you're going to go downhill a tiny bit all the way to the hairpin of turn number 5, tiny bit wide, and then you are making your way all the way down into 5. You're going to place the car right on the outside, get ready to turn it in. Oh, he's gone straight on. And the pits.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll find another person to do an onboard lapping, because that clearly didn't quite work as we anticipated. Carl Magnus Bore is out of the pit, so obviously he's not going to be really someone that we can have a look on board with. Thomas Rasch, here we go. He's on a lap at the moment. Not a particularly impressive lap, but he's on a lap regardless, Amy.
Yeah, and we're just going to continue from where we left off on this lap, and then all the way out on the longest straight of this circuit, and then all the way down towards turn number 6. You're going to be getting ready to go on the brakes, and then you're going to be setting up the second straight all the way down towards 9. So place the car right on the outside line, and it just brakes at the 100-meter board, and oh, he goes straight on as well.
And, well, this is an open qualifying for the first time, actually, in the EERC Endurance Championship. I just heard the call in my ear on the Mumble channel, which is what we use to get race director notes and things, and for the teams to communicate with each other. Of course, there's 4 minutes to go in this session. That takes up to 25 minutes until we are ready to go. Then we'll have a short warm-up session. Of course, this is the final Vond 444, one of the nicer looking McLarens on the grid, one of the nicer looking GT cars on the grid, up, down into that chicane, trying to get a lap onto the board, really. You know, I'm a little bit disappointed, actually, with that 485 car, not quite able to get a lap on the board on this nice rubbered up track late into the session, but I'm sure Thomas will get back out with haste and try and sort something out.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I mean, if they weren't able to get it earlier, well, now they're going to have to, and a bit more pressure, obviously, more later on. If you aren't able to, I think that most drivers just want to get a good lap in at the beginning, and obviously try and go faster and faster, but if you aren't able to get a lap at the beginning, more pressure, obviously, later on, but...
Well, Calais hit. Not really on a lap we can account for. I think he's invalidated in one of the sectors. That's why we're not seeing the timing tower light up into, or the little driver box there in the right hand corner light up into fireworks. So we'll just leave him to it for the time being and actually take a look at Stavros Sarikas, who is in the EP lap 162, looking fine at the moment. Just a bit of a wiggle down into the chicane, sets himself up nicely for his long run into the left-hander, where the Formula 1 World Championship was won just a couple of years ago. But anyway, hopefully we'll see equally as entertaining racing here with Stavros looking again on, I was going to say, a decent lap. I'm not too sure where the sector timing beam is, because it looks like he must have been validated as well.
Yeah, must have invalidated, but yeah, so we'll see who we can actually get a lap on with, if there is anyone actually currently pushing on. Winning Francesco Bonardi, but he's currently on an outlap, so
quite a few people on outlaps at the moment.
Yep.
We're ready for that final run to the line, aren't we? And I'll let you know when we hit the GT3 car checkered flag. But this is a lap, and it's Jakub Gruka, but it's not particularly impressive. A lap he might have to set himself up for one more. It all depends on how they fuel the cars. Some people like to fuel it so that they have just constant laps. You don't really, particularly in the LMP2 actually, you don't really want to be running your first lap as your qualifying lap. You really want to have a couple just to get yourself set up. Though that being said, the soft tyres in the LMP2s are absolute nightmare at the moment. Jakub goes into the pits, so the Aztec car is the Falcon Aztec, I should say, is going to take no further part in this qualifying session, of which we've got about 30 seconds left. I would say Lars Otto is into the pits. Matteo Vernol is still on his outlap. Thankfully, we can see Francesco Bernardi. Magnus Bore into the pits. He's going to be Bernardi then, with the last real chance of a lap.
yeah, just going to make his way to the 16th corner, then open the lap all the way down towards turn number 1. And he's going to be getting ready to go into the braking zone. Then you're going to swing the car back on the power, and then here we go into the braking zone. He goes. We've done a lot of onboard. We'll go off board this time, and then we're going to be going all the way through 2 and 3. Let's hope we can actually complete this lap this time, and then
GTs.
all the way through
Checkered
3.
flag is
About to
flying
go
as well.
through 4. Yep, checkered flag also flying down towards turn number 5. He has gone ahead now. He's going to go on the brakes, place the car right towards the outside. Get ready to get back on the power, kind of sends it in there. Hope you don't want to run too wide, and then all the way now you're making your way down towards turn number 6. Very long straight this, especially in these cars, and then you're about to go once again on the brakes and ready to change it into 7, and you're going to be getting back on the power. But here we go, first of all the braking zone, and then on the brakes you go. Get ready now for the next straight. You're going to set it up, because if you're a bit too late, then you can actually ruin the exit onto this straight now. And then you make your way all the way down towards turn number 9. And then he's currently placing his car towards the inside. Then he's going to swing it right to the outside line, getting ready to take fast turn number 9. And it's a very easy corner to mess up and run wide. Then he goes through now, back over to the inside. He's going to try and run the car right out wide, but not too wide. You want to keep it in the track. He's a bit wide over the curb, and then now making his way all the way down towards turn number 12, the next braking zone, and then he makes his way now all the way through the hotel part of the lap 13, and then you'll be making your way through 14, and then you're going to be heading to the last two corners of the racetrack, turn number turn number 15, sorry, and turn number 16. So here we go, through 15, and now 16. Your final challenge runs wide, and he's about to end his lap.
Will it be pole position for the 320 car? Or will it go to Carl Magnus Bore? Crossing the line, it will go to Carl Magnus Bore. There is one more person who's going to try and add something into the mix. Matteo Vanola across the line. He can't improve by a great enough margin, and that does do it for the GT3 qualifying. Then now hoping this little graphic works. Let's go and have a look at our qualifying results. And well, actually, thankfully, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to get that towards the end because well, R Factor 2 being R Factor 2. But anyway, we'll get all of the prototypes out in a moment's time. I imagine they're lining up at the end of the pit lane, and they are. Here's Luca Gray lining up, ready to go. There's going to be 20 minutes by the looks of things for them to get their laps in and sorted. And well, Omi, I don't suspect you've seen a lot of the LMH cars. I don't know if you watch endurance racing in the real world or not, but they're very, very entertaining cars, and they've been ported so wonderfully to this R Factor 2 simulation.
Yeah, I don't actually watch any of it, so I'm really excited to see. Obviously, even if it is in the virtual world, I mostly just watch Formula 1, Formula 2, and Formula 3, really. And then, obviously, F1 Academy coming up. I'll probably watch that and just some other series, but I keep it pretty simple. I don't watch like too many other stuff. Maybe sometimes Formula E, but no, I don't actually watch much endurance at all, real world or virtual.
Well, hopefully we get you on the endurance bandwagon, but we are still looking at Luca Gray. We're just waiting for Chris to call in our ear that we are allowed to go out on to the circuit for the second of the qualifying sessions. Of course, the prototypes this time out of the pits. Let's see if there's any LMP2 runners out there. No LMP2s keen to get going. So that's interesting for those wondering. Then it looks like we've got two cars on the grid available today. We've got the Glickenhaus and we've got the Medoya. And I have to say, I was commentating a series once that had made their own hypercar mod. It was an LMP1 mod they'd made. My apologies. And it was called the Medoya. And because it was their mod, they weren't allowed to we weren't allowed to say that it's a Toyota. But essentially, the Medoya here is actually a Toyota, so not quite the confusion.
Yeah, so we're just currently waiting. Then, see, we're going to be going through the unique pit exit as well, and I was actually listening in to the driver's briefing. So, I mean, they have been told take it calm when we exit through there, and so yeah, let's see. Obviously, we always love something unique, so really nice pit lane exit here at Abu Dhabi.
And keep an eye out as well for the nice numbers that illuminate in the lights, which is a new feature for this season. The numbers are fluorescent.
10 seconds.
Fluorescent red. 10 seconds is the call. Fluorescent red for the hypercars, and then blue, of course, for the LMP2s, and finally green for the for the GT cars. Here we go then. We are underway for the prototype qualifying session in the EERC Season 4 Round 2, and for the first time at the Abu Dhabi circuit, the hypercars make their way out onto the track. I say for the first time in the history of EERC. This is the first time we've ran Abu Dhabi, so it's maybe a little bit of a silly statement to make. It's Luca Gray in the Toyota that heads out first, followed closely behind him is another Toyota, before finally that Glickenhaus of Bradley Sellers, I think, is sitting just a little bit further behind.
Yeah, it's obviously weaving and trying to gain tire temperature before they begin their laps, but we're now just currently watching in as, once again, a bit different then, obviously, because the GT cars are a bit more normal cars, and I mean, from inside, and a bit more normal, but like these are more like race type cars, so like a different style, like Formula 1 cars, for example, or Formula E or IndyCar, etc.
They are specialised racing machines, the prototypes, of course, and well, LMP2 shares the track with these guys, which is going to be interesting. I do feel bad for the LMP2s, particularly my teammates in the LMP2. You see, I'm out of action at the moment, Amy, because I do normally race this series, but unfortunately, my wheel is broken at the moment, so I'm shoved aside over to the commentary. I mean, I'll be helping the commentary as well, of course, when I do have my wheel back. But unfortunately, for now, I'm stuck on commentary. Oh, yellow's in sector 3. This is Luke Mitchell, GPVWC Formula Sprint 2 Championship leader at the moment in the single-seaters, trying his hand in the EERC Endurance Championship. First time I've seen Luke, actually, in the EERC Endurance. I know he raced our Formula E League a few months ago, but giving himself some room for his qualifying lap. And I have to say, I look at some of the people on this this GT grid, and I say, here's my car, Massimiliano Rivoli. And I have to say, I'm a little bit concerned because it looked very, very good.
Yeah. But now, obviously, all of them pushing on down towards one, beginning their laps, and it's kind of like an F3 or F2 qualifying kind of starting, when obviously on their outlap they all just go together, and then they kind of need to spread themselves out and basically push for their laps. So really interesting.
Indeed, and a few people on those laps. Here's Luca Gray, right on board with him for the moment. Here he goes, up, braking hard into the chicane. A huge snap as well. The rear brakes and prototype cars now factor 2. No matter what prototype you drive, or is that little bit more interesting. Gray then up through the gears, 7 gears on this Toyota, if I'm not mistaken. He might only get up to 6th. Whether he runs how he runs the gears is obviously well and truly up to him. He does only get to 6th by the end of the straight. 3rd gear, dip it in, so smooth. Luca Gray is another one of our GPVWC attendees, actually. Both of Luke Mitchell and him. I recognise a few other names from over there. R-Factor 2, pretty small world. Obviously, it's purple in the first 2 sectors for Luca Gray. Here he goes, biting the car forever up until the final corner. R-Factor 2, remember, rewards such aggressive driving style. Now, final 2 corners of this racetrack is outright and true to the left-hand side. Slides it again through that final corner, out up to the line. It's going to be a 141.0. I didn't catch what we were looking at as Zoltan Hives immediately improves. I didn't catch what sort of lap times we were looking at on the race view, but it looks like Zoltan Hives is probably a little bit more towards the competitive end of the spectrum than Luca Gray.
Yeah, so fastest through the first sector with a 22.173 is Sven Gilhode, so he'll be... We're still yet to get a sector 2 time though, so I think he's just been beaten as well to the first sector, unless he's not updating, because I'm actually looking at race view and it's all glitching around for me.
Yes, might just be doing that because Sven Gilhode is probably purple in the first 2 sectors. This is Massimiliano Rivoli on his second qualifying lap of the day, and he's almost broken the, well, if it was a real car, I suspect he might have broken the suspension over there. This is his first time driving for Reading Game since actually back in the R-Factor 1 days, which is quite funny. Oh no, he drove for us for a brief stint in another R-Factor 2 league, I believe. But anyway, he's back at Reading Game after a long time. He said he wanted to get back as Sven Gilhode goes pole position in the LMP2, slightly unsurprisingly. Massey said he wanted to get back and used to the Eureka again, so Reading Game was his preferred destination. He's got a nice handy tow from that car ahead, but his lap at the moment, not the most competitive.
Yeah, not the best lap. Let's see then as he makes his way down towards 9. Has a car ahead of him, and the second sector doesn't look too good either. He's really hugging the inside, and we're gonna now push all the way down towards turn number 12.
Braking hard, making sure you're not too far out wide. This LMP2 does like to get rid of his rear brakes at a moment's notice, but he looks finally poised. This is the 4th season actually that 3rd season 72 car has been run. Obviously we did run the 86 in the first season, but out to the pits he goes, so not happy with that lap. Massi Riboli. Maybe Luke Mitchell's happy with his lap. No, Luke Mitchell is definitely not happy with his lap as he spun it, held it quite nicely, but I suspect that'll be Luke Mitchell back to the pits.
And we're now joining Sven Gilhode as he now makes his way through and about to now just go all the way through turn number 14 and run the car right out wide. You want to get close to the wall, but don't touch it, because if you get close, then obviously you're maximizing your lap now all the way through turn number 16 on the brakes, and then back on the power, runs the car right out wide. A bit of a snap over the curb as well, but over the line to a first position, is it?
Yes, he didn't improve, but he did stay first position because obviously Sven, who, by the way, this is the most Sven thing you'll ever hear. Sven is currently third overall. He's faster than 2 of the hypercars, which is quite impressive. Now, of course, there's a little bit of an issue with the fact that the hypercars, particularly the sort of slower ones, are on pace with the LMP2s rather than clearly faster than them. Obviously, in the hands of someone like Zoltan Hives or Luca Gray, they're very, very fast indeed. And that's not taking anything away from Stan Pashao. Was obviously this 137 car was right up there in the last race. It was the winner, actually. So obviously, oh dear, that is not a nice incident with one of the LMP2s as he went up through that corner. I mean, he's still trying to muscle his way through, and somehow the LMP2 is acting like the annoyed one. It's in that situation. But yes, Sven is very good, and obviously Stan and Bradley yet to set a representative lap. They're obviously struggling a little bit. We look at Bradley now in that Clickenhouse, which has also been hit by quite a heavy BOP penalty in this race, because that car was a rocket, I heard last time out.
Yeah, I kind of thought we were in the race at one point with how they were dueling into turn number 6, and it was kind of like that they were fighting over track position, and it was the race. And well, I guess we're preparing for the race, so I guess we're getting a preview of what we're going to see later on, because well, I guess we're already getting some feisty driving in qualifying.
My apologies, it was actually the other way round. So the Toyota was the fastest one, because I thought we'd actually overcompensated for the Toyota balance of performance. And no, so Toyota got hit with a heavy penalty for this round. They've been minus 1% on their engine power, 25 kilograms extra of mass on that Toyota. The Clickenhouse has been removed 10 kilograms of mass and 2% engine power given. As for the LMP2s, by the way, that Ligier is tried to be brought back up to spec. That's minus 40 kilos of mass on the Ligier and plus 1% of engine power. But anyway, looking at Bradley Sellers, can he use this new Clickenhouse to his advantage? New Clickenhouse BOP to his advantage. Up through the final couple of corners he goes, on board with the 73 Rookie Monsters car. Round he goes, slides it all the way out to the left-hand side. This will be a much more representative lap, and he's able to bump himself up to third.
Yep, up into third currently. Well, we'll try and see if anyone else is currently on a lap. Just currently moving. Now, looking at the pit lane as well. Just under 11 minutes now to go, and we've now joined Luke Mitchell as he heads down towards turn 6.
As we said, Luke really doesn't need much introduction alongside Brother Scott. Races very well in FS2, and actually I think he'll be climbing the career ladder very, very soon indeed. I think he's just in it for a bit of fun though. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him at the very top of that, and obviously at the very top of this grid by the end of, well, by about 8 o'clock this evening. Through he goes into that turn. I think you said it was turn 9, was it not? I haven't got the track map in front of me, which is perhaps a little bit silly. I was reading the YouTube chats, which is now been joined by Racer and Staffing. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. But yes, Luke looking pretty decent at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, well, I do have the track map up, but like I kind of remember that anyway because of the Hamilton-Verstappen title fight. Because yeah, kind of in my mind anyway. Like most of the corner names, like especially turn number 5 because that's where Verstappen made the move, and turn number 9 because Hamilton tried to fight back.
And Luke goes across the line and he finds himself in 7th. It was an improvement, but it wasn't an improvement enough. Now the EERC is pretty much a class, well, the LMP2 as a whole is a class that is pretty much decided by who's got the best setup, and obviously a little bit of who's the best driver, because I would I would wager that Sven is one of the best drivers on this grid, but obviously if you haven't got a good setup, you're not going to find yourself towards the top of the grid. Hello Peter, by the way, in the YouTube chat, as well as Matusta, Batu and Buran is into the pits, and now out of the pits. Actually, he's going to set another lap once more. That's Christian Pasquale. He's trying to get himself out of the pits, just waiting to let a few people by. So looks like, actually, as I'm trying to find someone who's actually out on the circuit, but a lot of the LMP2s are currently leaving the pits.
Yeah, so they're all going to be going on out laps, and then we'll be able to get push laps on. We'll wait, but...
Oh dear. Jeffrey Backer is into the wall, yet to set a representative lap time in the GT class. He's 2.9 seconds off the pace, and that's not going to help. He's now into the pits and out of the running for a moment. He'll obviously be able to set another lap when he can. We're looking at Bradley Sellers in his quest to get back up the order. He is in a Glickenhaus. That is why he's probably behind a couple of the LMP2s. That Glickenhaus in real life isn't the most competitive at the moment, but well, Bradley is trying to drag it as far up as he can.
Yeah, so all the way now, currently watching Bradley into turn 6. Not the best lap through the first part. Well, I think my screen share I think the screen share has just gone for a second. Oh, it's back. Perfect. Oh, it's gone again.
Let me give you a little refresh on that. So the way we run this, to ruin the illusion, unfortunately we're not actually at the circuit, of course, which, well, you know, that joke didn't quite work as I anticipated, but no, obviously it's a virtual track. But no, they're not in the game. The commentators, we have a virtual, well, a stream PC that we sort of promote them into. So that's how that works. Bradley's back out of the pits right now. Hopefully that's better. And well, you can have a look at Stan on his lap.
Then all the way now, making his way down towards turn number 6. So you can see him now. We're just watching from inside cockpit, and then all the way just on the brakes at the 100 meter board, maybe a tiny bit after he can, and then all the way. And oh, he has a bit of a snap then, which is going to affect his run all the way now down towards 9. A little bit of a moment, and we also have yellows through the second part of the lap. But here we go, all now down towards turn number 9. Place the car right on the outside line, and then he's going to go a bit on the brakes and then back on the power, and the car wants to run wide, but he just wants to keep it pinned to the floor and all the way now over the curb. Naturally now you're going to be going all the way down towards the next braking zone, and then it's a very hard corner on the brakes, and you don't want to go wide, and then all the way now you're going to be making your way through turn number 14. Very
it's
wide.
understeer, he's understeered.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go in the wall for a second.
I did, he totally lost everything at the front of that Final Bar Motorsport car. Winner last time out, of course, Omi. Had to cross the line.
Yep, here we go. Let's see as he comes over the line. And where is he going to find an improvement? Still in third.
No, he doesn't improve, my apologies, but he stays third. Look at Luca Gray, who is also not really improving. He's improved in the second sector, not in the first, of course. 3 tenths down on his best lap time at the moment. And that Aztec Falcon car, and that curb has spat him out straight into the path of the LMP2, who does well to avoid him. Be his lap ruined though, and Luca just able to get that car back going. And it was an odd spin. He sort of pendulumed it round, and oh dear, there's a crash further behind with the LMP2s, and oh dear, it all went against the plan for a moment there.
Yeah, a bit of a mess there, and but yeah. Okay, well, if like there's quite a lot of cars obviously pushing on, so I guess they're all kind of fighting away, and obviously when one driver makes a mistake, it's going to affect the drivers behind. So it can be costly, and can, like, I guess, kind of get them bunched up, because some drivers might need to slow down and then cause more collisions. We're currently now watching Bullen as he heads down towards turn number 1.
Really important for this logistical nightmares car to get a good lap in the 999. Right now, not competitive at all, down in 7th position, 5 seconds off of the pace in the LMH category. Obviously, that can happen over the course of a race, but you don't really want to be fighting with the LMP2s too much. He's 6 tenths down on the pole lap in the first sector, but looks much nicer than he did on that previous lap, of course, in this clicking house car, which, as I said, of course, isn't particularly the most competitive in any case. But up to the chicane he goes here. Niall Bullion, can he get a little bit of a better lap on the board is the question.
Well, the driver's obviously aiming for that, and now making his way through, and oh, a bit of a snap there, so that's not going to help him.
Not going to help him at all, and that would have ruined his run down this back straight up to this left-hander. He's only 9 tenths of a second off though, so this is a much better lap from Niall Bullion than he set earlier on in the session. Can he at least get himself up to Bradley Sellers and sort of away from the LMP2 field that could be a little bit of an external factor in his quest back up the order. Here he goes up, trying to find his way through sector 3 here in Abu Dhabi, looking to tiptoe the car around. He's looking pretty nice here though. Lets it go all the way through the 2 left-handers to finish the lap. That was yet another snap, but will it be a better lap from Niall Bullion here? It's definitely been a scruffy one, and it won't be one at the top of the field. He crosses the line, he does improve, and though not incredibly, he goes from 5 seconds off the pace to 3.7.
Yeah, he would have been hoping that he could have just got a better lap in and iron out some of those mistakes, but he has still found an improvement. But I think he would have been hoping for a much more clean lap, and we're about to just get a lap by Precker, I believe. Is how you say it, right? Yes,
Norbert Precker in the 50 car again. This is a Toyota, so not quite the whether it's an excuse or not, I don't know. The fact that it's a clicking house, and that's why I'm down the order. So definitely Norbert here looking to get himself back in amongst the hypercar field. Now, of course, I should mention that one of the big factors here is the fact that a lot of these hypercars are very driven by very fast drivers. I mean, Bradley Sellers, Luca Gray, Zoltan Hives, all really fast drivers in this series. Zoltan Hives, of course, multiple champion with Museum, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, there's a lot of working against these guys. And Norbert up to the chicane right now. He's on a decent lap, 6 tenths down in sector 1. However, I don't think that pole position time, which is now improved by Zoltan Hives to go a second faster. Bradley Sellers bumped himself up to second in the Glickenhaus. But right now, Norbert Precker is trying to at least get in amongst that pack.
Yeah, I think every driver's aim is to just find a better lap, but he's not finding time to the second part of the lap, so not at the best second sector, but he'll be hoping that the third sector is good. Currently sitting in 6th position. He just needs to make sure that these last few couple of corners, well, he just needs to do a better job than what he did last time, and make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes, like even a little snap as he goes now through turn 14. Doesn't want the car as wide as some of the other drivers, so he's keeping it pretty clean. Doesn't want to make any mistakes, and he just wants to stick on the road, get basically improve his lap. But let's see if he was able to do it faster than last time around. And he's in 6th position still. But it's a 1:42.841.
It is, and well, he's at least jumped himself somewhere. It's still not particularly competitive, but I suppose it is what it is. Luca Gray is in 3rd position right now, trying to get ahead of Sven Gillehard. Actually, is his next goal. Here we go through the final corner, probably penultimate lap of the day for Luca Gray. We'll have one more in the tank, you would suppose. 40.3. That's a very good lap, crossing the line into second and ahead of Bradley Sellers, who himself is into the pits. He's finished for the day. It's going to be Zoltan Hives then, trying to solidify that pole position. It's going to be Hives versus Gray, you would think.
Yeah, well, Hives is already on the top, so he's just going to try and basically improve his lap to make sure he keeps first place.
Gray's down in sector 1. Gray is well and truly down. He's probably out of it, actually. That probably does Luca Gray's chance for pole position. Checker flag flies then. And it's Luca Gray trying to hunt down that pole position lap time, which is being improved on by Zoltan Hives, already 0.04 of a second ahead in the first sector. Won't really matter because you can see Luca Gray, it's actually at the top of the picture. These two are right next to each other on track. Luca Gray is well and truly down. Sven Gillehard, he's into the pits. He's not going to be improving. Maybe there's a chance then for Mustafa here, trying to get himself on to pole position. He's actually identical with pole position into sector 1.
Yeah, so he's just going to hope to continue a lap now, heading down into turn number 9. And I guess now the final few moments, and now they're all going to have to try and ace their laps. They need to make sure they don't make any mistakes, and the best laps they can produce, they're going to be pushing to the absolute limits. So mistakes will happen, but they just need to try their best to push to the limits, but don't make any mistakes. It's kind of like risk versus reward. How much are they going to push it? And if they push it a bit too much, it's a bigger chance of a mistake happening.
Needs to be a big sector 3s, 2/10 per second down in the second sector. Identical in the first sector is Sven Gillahid. Is Mustafa going to be able to put himself onto pole position for the Abu Dhabi 8 Hours? Across the line he goes. It's a snap out to the final corner. That will just about do it for him in his second position. At the end of the day, there's one more person and we have to look at it. And actually, no, Pence has crossed the line. So that is it then. That is your your field for the Abu Dhabi 8 Hours. We'll quickly run you through the session standings, then we'll go to a very quick 5-minute break before we get the end of the warm-up for you. But anyway, let's take you through, first of all, the GT3 results. So it's Carl Magnus Bore on pole position with Francesco Bernardi in second, then it's the 162 of Matteo Vanol in third. It's Stavros Sarkias in fourth, with Calais Laistola in the 444 in fifth. 390 is sixth with 78 Race Club Germany car in seventh. Then Thomas Rasch for Hunter Birch Simulation in the 485 in the eighth spot. Rick Hooper ninth with the 69 in 10th. Then it's final 3 cars setting a lap in this field is Gergo Balai in 11th with Paul Vollenhouse in 12th, and finally James Smagazale in 13th. As for the LMP2 field, then one of the smaller fields on the grid, in fact the smallest field on the grid I believe, Sven Gillahid in pole position with the 71 in second. Thomas Pascal starts third with Christian Pascal in fourth. Then it's Elko Businic in fifth for the 37 team. Rookie Monsters car Massimiliano Riboli with the best qualifying position of the season for the Reading Game Guys in sixth at the moment. Ben Sorvath in seventh with Luke Mitchell starting eighth. Then it's Samir Arshad in ninth with Chris English in 10th. Then it's Roy Ton, Gerard Blahoven and Paul J. Venter, the rest of the grid. I should say that actually LMP1 is the smallest field on the grid. LMH, I should say, I apologise. With Zoltan Hives at the top of that. Luca Gray in second, Bradley Sellers in third. Then it's Stan Pajau in fourth, Jeffrey Bakker in fifth, with Norbert Frecker starting sixth. And finally, Niall Bullion finishing out this grid. So looking at the timing then to see how long we just actually have. It looks like we're going to have about 5 minutes here before we get going. So for myself and Omi, thank you for watching qualifying. We'll be back in about 5. welcome back then, everybody, to EERC from Abu Dhabi. The Yas Marina circuit. We're in the warm-up session at the moment, just about 5 minutes to go before we get this race underway. I do concede I had just made myself a wonderful crumpet and haven't had a chance to eat it yet, so hopefully when Omi comes back he can waffle for a couple of moments while I make my way through that. But anyway, we're looking very good for the start of this race in just a few moments time. I think everyone is quite excited to see how this Abu Dhabi circuit is going to go. We're going to get quite a substantial chunk of night running actually a little bit later on in the day. It starts around 3 o'clock local time, well, track time I should say rather than local time. Anyway, 3 o'clock in game time for the race, and then obviously we'll be going through into that night running under the wonderful lights at this illuminated Abu Dhabi circuit. But anyway, we've got a full commentary grid today, full oversubscribed ERC grid, full commentary grid as well. So here's how it's going to run. So myself and Omi will be staying on for the first hour. Omi stays on up until the end of hour 3. Ryan will join him for the third hour, the second hour I should say. My apologies. So hour 2 will be Ryan and Omi, then hour 3 Alex, Folks and Ryan. Then I will come back with Alex after that. That's for hour 4 and 5. Then the final 3 hours will be Josh and Nathan, perhaps me as well, but we'll see how that ends out and how tired I am after the first few hours of this one. But anyway, looking to get this race underway in just a few moments time. I'll quickly show you the well, I can't actually show you the starting order. I'll show you the full session results though at the moment, and just look at this. Actually, I'll trust the listener to well, viewer I suppose to read this themselves, because we just went through it just a few moments ago at the end of qualifying. But you can see that the LMP2s actually on pace with the hypercars. A little bit of a concern, particularly Sven might find himself hampered by that. Then of course there's a group of hypercars who are slower than the majority of the LMP2s, which again is a little bit of a concern, especially when they're going to be fighting with each other and fighting to get around the GT3 cars. And obviously same class blue flags do apply in this league, so that will be also an interesting thing to have to manage. So anyway, we're waiting to get underway once more. We're right now having a look at Carl Magnus Bore in that number 159 car. And race just about 2 minutes away from starting, and actually I think probably a time to take you a lap fully on board Jeffrey Becker. Reasonably decent lap from Jeffrey there.
Yeah.
And well, as Omi rejoins us with moments away from getting this race underway. Don't ignore the timing tower. We haven't got 10 minutes till the race start. Chris will be sending us over in a few moments, I would suspect, actually. I'm hearing there's a few there's a few issues as well with pit stops. The 72 and Zoltan Toskov got the same pit box, which is particularly concerning for me. That's my team. So we're going to have to stop on the right side of that pit box to make sure the two can fit in at once. The wonderful problems with R Factor 2. So I wonder whether we do wait till 10 past to get going. Chris is just having a few problems and things. But
So I guess just a tiny bit more to wait and build up this one. There's obviously a lot of anticipation here, and the start's obviously one of the most exciting parts of the race as well.
yeah, well, let's take a look at the grid then once more, and I'll ask you, Amy, looking on evidence of this, who would you say is your pick a winner for today? Go for the three classes. Start with LMH.
Well, it's actually a very hard one to predict this, and also whoever I'm gonna predict, they're also gonna hate me after this because I always get my predictions wrong. So I guess it's kind of guaranteed whoever I predict is gonna not gonna or always the case. Well, I'll go for Luca Gray first of all.
That's interesting. Chris is talking in my ears. I don't know if you can hear that on the stream PC, but yes, Chris, I can hear you. Hello. if you're listening along, let me go and tell him that. But anyway, LMP2 then.
Moving to race now.
So we're moving to race. So quickly, LMP2, Amy.
Actually unsure, actually. Really unsure. Yeah, really unsure. Let you go first.
I'll save you then. I'll go Sven. I think
Yeah,
Sven's
okay,
going to
yeah.
LMP2, and then obviously I'm going to back the boys in GT3 and go for the 485. Though I suppose I'm not backing my own car in LMP2, but anyway, that's the 72 starting in 10th overall. We are in the race session right now. We're waiting for the drivers to transfer over and obviously get onto the grid ready for the start. So here's how it works if you're just
So
joining us
single file
in
until the
EERC.
hotel section.
So it's single file until the hotel section, as Chris has so wonderfully explained there. Though I'm struggling to figure out whether I can hear him through the commentary thing or whether you can hear him as well. Anyway,
I cannot hear him.
No, I mean on the stream. But anyway, if you can hear Chris, then well, it's good for him. Here we go. We're onto the grid then. 3 o'clock at the start of this race in game time. And it's all going to be about managing these code 80s as well. So it will be the light sequence will go out as if this were a standing start, and then obviously after that happens, we'll have our formation lap, and then the GT3 field and the LMP. The GT3 field will start separately to the LMH field, which will start alongside the LMP2s, I believe, where it might be a green flag for the two combined. So we're just waiting for the call from the race director to get us going. And then the formation lap will start. You see yellow flags immediately flying here. It is technically an 8-hour and 5-minute race to sort of get used to this. Here we go. There is the call. As Chris says, what the hell? It's rolling here then for the 8 hours.
Okay, we're going to report race start and go back to warm up.
We're going back to warm up. We're reporting the start. There you go. So slightly interesting. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you, but the race director didn't give the call to get going. So that is why that has happened. So we'll have a brief break in the action before we get going for this first hour of racing. So well, I'll allow you then, Omi, to, as we go to the schedule quickly, pick a winner in GT3.
Well, I guess it's giving me more time then. I thought I got away with it. So I'll agree with you then. I'll go the same. So then we can be wrong together. Well.
Yes, says thank you by the way in the YouTube chat. Tide UK says, oh, you can hear it. I apologise as well if I butchered your name. It's a username that I'm not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce. But anyway, thank you very much. That's what we needed to hear. So anyway, 8 hours of Abu Dhabi at this race, of course. Then we go to Hockenheim. After that, it's the big one, the EERC 24 at Le Mans. Now, I've started this year calling it because I realised my 24 hours of Bahrain every year I did wasn't quite as popular as I thought it would be. So I think we've gone back to just calling it the EERC 24, and it's just at different tracks every year. So that's why it's the EERC 24. Also because the ACO aren't a huge fan of us calling it the 24 hours of Le Mans. So I thought I'd cover our backsides and do it like that.
Really looking forward to all of these, and they're all going to be great races, especially one at Le Mans.
And well, a lot of GT3s got disconnected on that race start, which is why we've had to have this little interruption, this little intermission, whatever you want to call it. Well, you can see the warm-up timer says 18 minutes. That won't be the case. But it will be a little bit less time than that, you would hope. We're just waiting for those GT3s that got disconnected to jump back into the session. Then we'll hope this works again. And other than that, it's just going to be a case of getting this race underway. So I think next question probably is, when do you expect we'll see our first Code 80? Because I'm going to say probably within 5 laps.
Yeah, around that point, I think. We'll be seeing quite a few, so.
There's quite a funny Discord beat from a Basque called the Rascal in the general chat. That's what Ed likes to call him. Anyway, it's McLarens particularly that have been disconnected, which is either a concerning, which is either coincidence or a concerning sort of omen for the future. A few cars have exited the pits. Here is Norbert Precker had an incident with the Final Von car. At least we can see some cars on track. No, Norbert's gone into the pits. That's helpful of him. But no, so the McLarens particularly are what we're concerned about here. And then we'll see from there whether those McLarens are actually going to be able to race at all, which would be interesting.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. And it's gonna be, I guess it's gonna be a very well. Hopefully the action. I think this one will be like a race where we continue getting action. Like obviously, like we're gonna start like very close. They'll spread out maybe a tiny bit, but still think it's gonna be a very close one. We're still gonna have something to look forward to at every moment of the race.
It's going to be interesting to see this battle between Luca Gray and Bradley Sellers. Bradley Sellers, of course, in that Glickenhaus, and Luca in the Toyota. Though I know it's technically not called a Toyota, but it's a Toyota. We'll go with that. But it'll be interesting to see how they continue to battle throughout this race. This hypercar class is one that has been exciting me actually throughout. I say Luca Gray, I meant to say Zoltan Hives, my apologies. But the three of them actually will be interesting to see how they battle along. Bradley and that Rookie Monster 73 did have an entry in the Global Endurance Series in the last season, and they went on to win that championship. And it's a very similar grid here in EERC than over there. So, you know, they've got a good chance at this championship this time around. And it's nice to see we've got that sort of crossover between the two leagues.
Yeah, so race is going to start at Checkered, and it's likely that all McLarens will disconnect at the start, so they're going to try and rejoin on the formation lap.
So the concern here is that this is going to be a case of the McLarens have had an issue on the server, but regardless, we'll wait and see. It should be
moving to race.
There you go, we're moving to race, so we'll see if
it's likely the McLaren issue will happen again, so just make sure that we're going to try and see if the McLarens can get on the grid during the formation lap.
Well, there you go. So we're going to see if the McLarens can be on the grid during the formation, which might just delay the start a little bit more. So anyway, we go over to the wonderful sunny Abu Dhabi circuit. It's a place where there's quite a bit of sun around in the desert, but we'll see if these McLarens have got an issue as they go on to the grid. Same cars again, having a disconnect, so that's not at all concerning. We're going to now see if we can get those McLarens to enter and then exit again. Or exit and then enter again, I should say.
Yep, so let's hope it all goes to plan and we, well, get going nicely. And here we go. We're about to begin the formation lap, I believe. Obviously, when the 5 red lights go out, it's kind of like an F1 start, but obviously we're not racing when the 5 red lights go out.
Yeah, well, they have to wait for the race director to call as well. But the McLaren's an invalid vehicle selection.
If the teams that got disconnected try and rejoin in the next sort of couple minutes, you should be able to get back on the grid.
So they're asking for the McLarens to rejoin so they can actually get back onto the grid for the start. You'll notice how everyone should stay still. No, they haven't. So I suspect that's discussed in the briefing. I wasn't there this morning, so I'm not too sure. So anyway, we're going to get a race start. Hopefully it will just be unfortunate for these McLarens, I think, unless the GT3s are saying that they want to stay. No, they're going. Everyone's rolling. Have to go around the bend here at Abu Dhabi as well because there's not enough grid slots for the amount of drivers we've got. So we look at Zoltan Hives on pole position. If you are wondering about the starting order, let's quickly go through it for you then on this formation lap. So it's Zoltan Hives on pole position, Luca Gray in second, Bradley Sellers with the 73 in third, with Fen Gillahad starting in fourth. Then it's Mustafa Baturan Buran in fifth, with Thomas Abascal in sixth. Then it's Christian Pasquale in seventh.
If you're a McLaren anymore in the race, then yes, you can go and take your grid slot back. Just do it properly.
Massey Raboli starts 9th, with Ben Horvath in 10th, Luke Mitchell in 11th, Jeffrey Backer in 12th. It's Norbert Precker in 13th, with Niall Bullion in 14th, Samir Arshad in 15th, Chris English in 16th. It's Roy Ton, Jacques Lahoven, Porsche Ventnor rounding out the prototype field, with Carl Magnus Borre on pole position in the GTs. And it's Francesco Bernardi and Matteo Venol, with Stavros Sayaks in 23rd, then Stan Peugeot with a poor lap in his qualifying session in 24th. So it's Lars Otto in 25th, with Thomas Raschke in 26th, then 27th is Rick Hooper, Valentin Iliev in 28th. Then finally rounding out the field is Max Petravki and Paul Vollenhaus. So starting order for the Abu Dhabi 8 hours here in EERC, second round of the season. Very entertaining first round. Looks like the McLaren issue has started to sort itself out.
As now at the hotel section, they're all gonna start going two abreast, getting ready obviously for the start. It's always exciting to see them all run down towards the first corner. Always, it is one of the closest parts of the race, so always an exciting one. This, so gonna be very exciting to see how turn one's gonna be. I'm expecting there to be a tiny bit of contact down there as well. I think it's gonna be a great, entertaining first hour of the race.
So it looks like the McLaren issue is not resolving itself. It seems to be a Studio 397 problem, but we'll take this race start anyway, and we'll see if we can at least get a race on our hands. So we'll try and wait and see then. Here we go. It is Zoltan Hives in the centre of your picture. He'll be starting on this left-hand side. They'll go two abreast in a moment. Then the race director will call for the prototype green flag. We'll wait and see. 3 LMH cars, I should say, going down into turn 1, keeping on the Glickenhaus as well in the background. That's Bradley Sellers. Here we go then.
LMH.
Getting ready.
LMP2, prepare for green.
Preparing for green for the Abu Dhabi 8 hours round 2 of season 4 of EERC.
Prototype green flag.
And prototype green flag is called. It's a flying start from Massimiliano Rapoli in the background as they go down into turn 1. Hives is going to hold on to the lead of the race. Luca Gray not able to do anything around the outside. Sellers keeps it in there, and there's a crash further behind. I want to say that might have been Luke Mitchell. You know, it has been. Luke Mitchell tumbles down the order after an incident in the first corner. It was a flying start from Massimiliano Rapoli. He then got turned around almost. He has got one of the hypercars just a little bit further behind him. Chris English is trying to make a move in the Ligier. This is around the outside of the 46ers. We've got to switch over to the GTs as they start their race. It's Carl Magnus Bore leads the way down into turn 1, gets a superb start on the inside is Thomas Rasch. He's trying to make up some positions in the 485 car. That's exactly what he's done, but someone spun around further back into the wall. I think that was Valentin Iliev. It wasn't, it was Stavros, I think, hits the wall. I'm not sure what caused that, but regardless, it's Carl Magnus Bore who leads the way in that GT3. There was certainly a little bit of contact. We stay green running for the time being. This is a battle for the lead in LMP2 as Sven Gillehard's been overtaken on the first lap. We're on board with Sven Gillehard, trying to see if he can get back past Mustafa. But right now, it's been a frenetic start.
Kind of what we expected, a lot of contact right at the beginning, and that's exactly what we got. And it was always going to be tight heading through the first few couple of corners with all of them sending it in there all at once, and we still have Hives in the lead, but Gray is pressuring him currently.
Gray is indeed pressuring him at the moment, so it's a little bit of a gap, 5/10 of a second. So Hives just trying to get himself into that rhythm in the early stages of this 8-hour race. If you can build a gap in the first stint, usually you'll go along quite nicely. I'm very interested to see this LMP2 battle, because that straight might just give Sven Gillehard a little bit of an opportunity. Here we go, riding on board with Sven once more, seeing if we can, he can find a way through. Down into the hairpin he goes, opening up that car. Then has he got better straight line speed in that 1-2-2 car than the car ahead of him in the number 71? By the looks of things, it looks like Mustafa has set up that 71 car to be a lightning quick down the straight.
Yeah, very, very quick down the straight, and he's going to keep that place. But let's see through the corners. He'll need a very good exit if he wants to challenge them all the way. And now they're making their way down towards turn 9.
Might just be a challenge from Sven Gillehard. Here he goes, gaining and gaining and gaining. It's only 0.2 of a second. There's a battle further behind. That looks like I can't see what car that is. It looks like Christian Pascal trying to get past Ilko Bushenik. Right now it's Linus Stern. Keep an eye on the 139 car as well, of course, who's gaining forever on this little leading pack. The 3 cars are all together at the moment. Then obviously it's a hypercar a little bit further behind. That is a move. Pascal is trying to get past Vasilic, but he's not quite able to find a way through on this occasion. Jeffrey Backer as well in the hypercar is looking imagine a man who's a little bit frustrated because he's not able to hold on to this LMP2 field.
Yeah, so he wants to. He's going to be trying to push. Basically as fast as he can, because he wants to try his best to hang on. So he's going to be he's going to be frustrated inside the cockpit, which can cause a few mistakes as well, because he's going to obviously be angry while driving, but it can also help him because he's going to be driving faster with that.
A little bit of damage for the number 50 car as well, who is into the pits. That is Stan Peugeot. He is presumably has got some damage on that car, and you can see stands into the pits and is the garage. He's out of the race for the time being. It's Norbert Precker in the number 50 car who is into the pit box and trying to get that damage repaired, as is one of the BMWs. Is there a battle going on for the lead of the race in LMP2? There is. We caught the back of that overtake. It's Sven Gillehard trying to go all the way around the outside. He gets the position, but for how long? As we go on to the next straight, Baskel's trying to get involved as well where he can, down into turn 9. Maybe the outside is where Mustafa's going to have to try an attack here. Will Thomas think about a move down the inside? He does. He puts his nose in, but there's not quite the room on that occasion. Sven Gillihan getting the lead of the race back off of the pole position.
Yeah, brilliant racing currently for the lead in the LMP2. Well, I think Abascal is just currently waiting for the 2 cars ahead of him just to like have a moment, because like obviously when they are wheel to, they're going to close. They are going to get close. So like I think he's just hoping that they just run each other out of the road or have a bit of contact, and then he just takes the lead. But long way to go in this one, so I think they're all just going to be finding them time. But it's great to have some action already for the lead.
Your first endurance commentary, and you've managed to tick off cliche bingo. First up, it's a long way to go in this one, 7 hours and 55 of course, but anyway, Sven Gillihan is leading the way, and I suspect he might just start to pull away now. Already 7/10 of a second, so it really might just be between Abascal and Baturan Baran for second position. For a little bit, Sven obviously lightning quick, and there goes down the inside Thomas Abascal, making good on a massive mistake from Baran. However, Baran has got an incredible exit, and now he's ahead once more. Here goes Abascal then. Top of your picture, you can just see the dots of cars. Actually, down to the inside goes Baran, defending so hard indeed, but Abascal looks to get the swoop on him around the outside. Not quite able to find a way through on this occasion. They're bumping through, and there's contact, and he spins around. They both spin round. They're eventually, today, side by side running.
Yeah, but they just about keep it going. And it was actually this up and under for Baran all the way to 5. So he let his rival run wide because he was super late on the brakes, and then just got the up and under, got on the power, and was alongside and ahead going inside. I mean, not fully ahead, but they obviously continued the battle all the way to 6, and they had a bit of contact there.
They did, and I wonder if that will be reported to the stewards at the end of this race, but we'll wait and see. Well, obviously there is a live steward in play though. Chris Tompkins has got a little bit of an issue with his hands at the moment, the McLarens that he's trying to sort out, so whether that will be reported and then dealt with, we'll wait and see. Luke Mitchell is having a battle with Bassini, who's actually fallen all the way down the order. He has had some kind of incident. Let's have a look at him. There he is. He's lost a wing. That should be a code 80 in just a few moments' time. He's going to try and haul that car back to the pit. It might stay green, actually, Omi, here, because he is very close to the pit lane, but he's spinning.
Losing it again. Pit lane is right there.
Oh, he's going to come straight back across the track. Hopefully it's clear. It is. Oh dear, my
He's lost
word.
it again.
And this is going to have to be a 3-point turn for the Rookie Monsters car. There
Yeah.
you go, 1, 2. Third point. Medium tyres on that car. And there you go. Nicely done. Professional. Ilka.
Yep. As he comes in, well, 80 kilometers in the pit lane, obviously. So
there you go. Into the pits he goes, and well, we managed to stay green flag running for the time being. Looking a battle between the Ligier of Chris English and Samir Arshad for Aitha Racing Team. They did flirt with the idea of doing a little bit of a GC3 program last year, but now back for an LMP2 run. Aitha and that Ligier of Chris English is looking like he's just a little bit further behind, and they're both Ligiers actually. It's 2 Ligiers.
yep. So currently just watching Arshad and Chris as they make their way through, and currently 7/10 separate them.
We'll see if there's any moves being made by Samir here, but right now they look like they're a little bit further behind. Take it over to sector 1 at the moment. Too sure what happened there. Everyone else looks okay. You can see Massimiliano Ripoli in no man's land at the moment, which I'd love to see actually down in 6th position in the LMP2s, 6 seconds behind to any other cars trying to get that 72 back into a competitive position. Bakker is now trying to attack one of the LMP2 cars. This will be annoying for him because he's obviously in the top class of racing. You don't want to be behind anyone really in the lower classes, but that's obviously how it's happened at the moment for him, and I suspect he'll be feeling a little bit worse for wear for that.
Continuously yellow flags through the first part of the lap, and back to green now. See, now they're starting to spread out, but some of them staying close, and I think some of them just want to get the overtakes done, and we might be seeing one into 9 up ahead.
Down the inside, trying to lap, and it looks like Bakker has now got past the LMP2, so that's going to be interesting now to see if Pascal's going to try and attack him once more, with so much better straight line speed on the Toyota than anyone else on the grid that you suspect. Probably not. It's through these corners that he's gaining, look, Pascal, and Bakker just not got that car set up properly, maybe, or struggling for some reason, whatever it may be. But as I said, it looks like Vergiller has here, as he starts to lap some GT3 traffic, is well and truly caught up to well and truly pulled away from the guys behind him. I do want to keep an eye on this battle here that's going on, because there's a few GT3 cars who are having a little bit of a scrap.
Always love for these scraps. Well, the other cars just want to get through, and it's kind of hard when obviously when it's hard, because like if the GT3 cars are having a scrap, then obviously I don't think they want to lose any time, so they're gonna. It usually does get tight sometimes. They can get stuck in some bad position, especially if you're going through the last part of the lap. It might be a bit hard, or you might see a bit of contact, and I don't think any of the GT3 cars want to lose out at all, because obviously they're in their own little battle, so it can become a bit feisty as well sometimes, especially if it's through the last part of the lap, and we're going to see a bit more of it when the faster cars come across the slower ones.
Car now in between, by the way, the HBS leading game car of Thomas Rush and Hooper. That lapped BMW had an incident earlier on in the race, and now is stuck in a little bit of a between a rock and a hard place, so it plays into the hands of Rush. Going along very nicely indeed at the moment. He goes all through sector 3, and well, he's got a nice little gap further behind, to the point that the R-Factor is not even registering that as a battle in the GT3 class. This is a battle, though. This is for the lead of the race. It's between Matteo Vernol and Carl Magnus Boré, though Magnus Boré trying, I suppose, to just not be affected by traffic here.
Yeah, we're just currently watching in with Dill, as he currently is just gonna obviously well they are in their own battle, but like they obviously wanna I don't think they want contact with obviously the faster cars either, but obviously Matteo is gonna probably try a move here, and a bit out of shape, I have to say, on the exit of 5 though. Now all the way down towards 6.
They've just announced that this won't be a points scoring round for the GT3 cars, because obviously of the issue in McLaren, it wouldn't be fair to award points to everyone else when it was the fault of the McLarens. If you were just joining us, that's what's happened. Thank you, by the way, Danny, for letting us know about the McLaren issue. There won't be any McLaren this round, and there also won't be any points scored for the GT3 cars at this round. That has been the solution to the problem, because to be fair, you know, I'll back Chris on this one, in the fact that we don't want to be waiting around for another hour to get a race started so that we can reinstall all the content. There's 35 cars that are sat here ready to go.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but I guess the correct decision, and I mean, it's no fault of their own, so I guess it's the right decision not to award any points, as well as we're just currently seeing faster cars make their way through the traffic, and obviously now getting all caught up in the third part of the lap as well, getting held up a tiny bit, but trying to also make some of the overtakes.
Yeah, absolutely. As Carl Magnus Boré dealing with the pressure quite wonderfully at the moment. It's pulling him a little bit of a gap to Matteo Vernol. Is now Vernol under a little bit of pressure by that third place GT3 car. That would be Lars Otto. It won't actually be. It's Bernardi. My apologies, in the McLaren. I can't count apparently, but Bernardi looking very racy indeed, trying to attack Matteo Vernol. Maybe just a chance down this straight here, as there's not a lot of prototype traffic here actually. getting in their way for at least the next straight.
Yep, just going through. Now onto the straight. He's probably going to try and maybe go for a move if he can, but obviously he doesn't want to take too many risks, which could make them both lose time, because if they were to get in some kind of contact, then they both would lose time. But currently just over 3/10 between them as they head into 6th then.
Still no movement really for these positions in GT3. Hives, Keelerhood and Poray at the moment, 3 cars in the lead of their respective races. We'll see if Bernardi can find himself getting through, and the answer to that question is no. That SD Shiba 2 car was one last time out, and there's a mistake actually from Van Nol. Took a much wider line, and now practically pushing each other through that sequence of corners. Can Bernardi find a way down the inside? He's just got to send a move, surely. And no, he can't. But that was very, very close between the two of them.
Yeah, any kind of errors could put you under pressure, and it really has for Matteo. And now I think Bernardi is really going to try and him now through these last 2 corners and try maybe into one, but quite a few overtaking opportunity. It is a wide circuit, so you do get quite a few chances, and a bit wide though, I have to say, for Matteo. Does it give an opportunity down towards 1?
We'll see. Massi Raboli is there overtaking. He thinks about the move, Bernardi, but not quite able to formulate it, as that was really a case of, I think, Massi Raboli got in the way there. Obviously, nothing Massi did wrong, but either way, he did get in the way of these 2 guys, and that would be frustrating for them. This is a long, long race. There you go, another cliche to tick off on your bingo card. So Bernardi doesn't need to rush this move at all. He can just sort of wait in and wait for the moment. This might be the moment. There's a mistake from Van Nol out of that hairpin, and now maybe a run into turn number 6.
Yeah, he's just now going to follow as well. He might go for a set, might be risky though. He might try and set up into 9. A few mistakes we're seeing by Vendel now, so he just ran wide out of 5, and it's kind of inviting Bernardi. He's going to try a different racing line, try and get on the power earlier, and going to hope his rival is I guess a bit doesn't get a good exit, but I guess an even exit pretty much. Vendel didn't go much over the curb, so are we going to see go into the braking zone? He's gaining a tiny bit with the slipstream. Does he go for the move into 9? He's going to go for it late on the brakes, thinks about it, but thinks better of it. Almost close to contact, but Vendel keeps the place, but he might have an opportunity now on the power. No, so Matteo will just keep the position.
For the time being, these two are battling forever, and always battling, but
Keeping us entertained.
yeah, keeping us entertained for the time being. Indeed, I'm just trying to read on what's happening in regards to the McLaren problems, but regardless, now we move down the inside. That's a very audacious move from the Mercedes, and that is a superb move, but he's gone too deep, and they make contact. Just about. The EP Lab car holds on to the position, but that was a very, very audacious dive bomb from the Mercedes. I almost thought it was move of the season, but obviously the rest of it, the second phase of the corner, not working quite as nicely as they perhaps intended. That was certainly very frosty between the 2 of them.
Bernardi tried it into 9, but obviously couldn't do it. But he literally absolutely sent it on the brakes. Is he going to go for it into 5 again? Oh no, that's a lap car, sorry. It can get a bit confusing with all the lap cars also going for it, but okay, he went for a late set and then up and under there for Matteo. But are we going to get moved this lap all the way down towards 6?
Maybe down the inside, it goes the Mercedes. He's thinking about that move. He's really going to have to do it from quite a ways back, and Vanoli is holding on to that position for the time being. Goes a little bit deep. Does that allow the Shiba car to get the switchback on him? No, not quite. He doesn't go for the switchback, but he just goes down the inside and then bumping all the way down this straight. He wants the inside. Francesco Bernardi, these two are racing like this is for the lead of the race on the final lap of the race. Now down the inside goes Francesco Bernardi. Can he get this position finally off of Van Nol? And it looks like he can. They're still side by side, these 2 cars, and they're still bumping each other all the way around the racetrack. Back to the inside goes Matteo Van Nol and the 162 car, and he holds on to the position. That's a staunch defence. There's more contact from Francesco Bernardi. And I have to say, this is getting a little bit far now. He's making a lot of contact. He tried to force it, but there you go. That is the line crossed. And that is Francesco Bernardi into second position. But for how long will he hold on to that position is the question, because a penalty coming his way, I would suspect, clearly.
Basically, from what we've been seeing over the last few laps, it was kind of coming, and with how feisty they were getting, we were kind of expecting it, but it has finally happened. Contact between them, and I think, and we were seeing a lot of late lunges, so I think they should have maybe waited a bit more. And now we're just seeing, obviously, them getting lapped as well. Very, very close, and a lot. And I mean, they were banging quite a bit, like banging cars, and then obviously contact did happen, and it was continued. It was kind of, and yeah, like you said earlier, it was kind of like it was the final lap of the race, and it was for the lead on the final lap. But we're in the early stages, so I think it was kind of a bit too aggressive by them, and obviously making contact. And I think the stewards will definitely be getting involved in that. And
yes, we really are looking. I just think that move was well and truly over the line from the Mercedes. I just thought he took it way too far. Going down the inside like that is unnecessary at this stage. And racing hard, but just overall, it was more the sequence. I mean, I'd have forgiven the tap around eventually. It was always going to happen. But yellows in sector 1, they clear relatively quickly. We're now, thankfully, I can say, on the auto camera, because I can't keep up with what's going on. So we'll give the computer system a chance to get his eye in as a race director. And actually, we see Hooper against Rashk. So this is a battle for 5th position in the GT3 class.
Yeah, so we're heading down towards 9. Are we going to see a move? He'll have to dance around the outside of 9. It's going to be a very hard move to make. Can he switch it to the inside? No, he has to wait behind.
There's LMP2 traffic as well.
Yep.
That looks like that might just be that for the time being for Hooper. Because Rashk has gained a little bit of time to him, but he is struggling slightly in that HBS car.
Yeah, so I think we're going to be getting more battles soon, but obviously we've been kept entertained with quite well, especially the one for second as well, because that got very feisty, and it was kind of like corner after corner, which we'd mostly see at the end of the race. So yeah. Okay, well, I think they're going to close up with, obviously, I mean, the traffic, even though there are faster cars lapping, it can get a tiny bit in the way with how many of them there are. So I think the gaps might close, and then obviously some are going to extend as well. It's going to... Okay, let me just say, I guess there's more to come in this race. Quite a lot more, obviously. We're just in the early stages. Oh.
Rashk went well wide there. That allows the Mercedes to go around the outside. Rashk might just hold it on. I was trying to get the timing tower sorted for you, but there goes Rashk, staying in 5th position for the time being. Is there going to be a move back down the inside? Maybe from Rick Hooper. Here he goes to the outside. He goes now. The Aston Martin trying to hold on to the position the best he can. Thomas Rashk on the inside in his debut for HBS, and he's able to hold on to the position for the time being. But that Mercedes got a mighty run down into the next corner.
Yeah, so I don't think he'll be able to challenge it tonight because he didn't get the best one, and obviously read into the car ahead, run a tiny bit wide. Obviously, if you're the car behind, you're going to be hoping that the car ahead obviously runs a tiny bit wide, and you're going to try to do the up and under on him all the way, and then get close and then have a run all the way to 9. But it wasn't in this scenario. It wasn't the case. So we're going to see a fight back.
See a fight back just yet, as Hooper maybe just bides his time. And you do have to, I say this every single endurance race, and it always is true. There's yellows in sector. Oh dear, that's a Fine Von car. That's not in fact sector 1. That's an LMP2, and he just about made a mistake there for a moment. So hopefully he can get back going again in a moment. We still stay on board with this battle at the moment, frankly, because it's I believe, the closest on the entire field. As now they're side by side once more. It's going to be Hooper on the outside again, Rashk on the inside, and that Trax VR car still not able to find a way through. Though Rashk needs to be careful here not to overdo it. You don't want to ruin your tyres from all of this.
Yeah, as well. And then in the L, MP2 as well, Ton and English were battling as well a tiny bit as well.
They are.
Momentarily.
Interestingly, the LMP2s all starting on soft tyres, which I somehow don't think is true.
The game also, and the game also loves yellow flags in Sector 1. It's not like, it's kind of like we aren't getting yellow flags anywhere else. So, well, as we can just currently see, them make their way through.
Oh,
running wide.
Deep indeed.
Wide.
And that allows the Mercedes all the way around the outside, gets the power down much nicer as well, and Rick Hooper goes up into 5th position. So there you go, that is what you have to do. You have to be patient in an endurance race, and Hooper's been patient, and now he's managed to get that position off with Thomas Rashk, who isn't going to let it die that easily. Still tries to fight back, but no real doing for him just yet. So tentative on the throttle. Out of that turn 9 are these LMP, these GT3 cars. Very big, heavy machines, and fortunately, that looks like it's Thomas Rashk's opportunity. Maybe just gone.
Also for the LMP2 for the lead, it momentarily got close between them, but now it's back up to 1.4. So all 3 classes giving us all permanent entertainment currently, and a lot of different battles.
First pit stop, it's in LMP2, it's here at La Hoven. This won't be a scheduled pit stop, we're only 25 minutes into the contest. They make that 30 minutes with the, of course, 5-minute formation lap, so we're probably about 10 minutes away from seeing cars come into the pits realistically. But anyway, there is Jeffrey Bakker trying to now get through, as he's 4th in the hypercar standings, trying to get through 4 people. That's actually ruined the battle really between my friends over. It's the 485 and with Hooper as well. This is Chris English, he's trying to battle with Roy Ton, but at the moment that Ligier just hasn't quite got the pace underneath it to really attack. They have been given it, well, both of them, yes, but they have also been given a heavy game in this race. They're running 40 kilos less than they were before. If you're given a 40 kilo advantage over your rivals, that's always a huge advantage.
Yeah, so what's currently seeing in on Chris English as he chases after Royton, but he's just going to probably try to get close, hopefully, and he's going to be hoping that there's a mistake. Okay, well, if you are the car behind, well, one of the things you need to do is just stay behind and keep the pressure on, and then a mistake is not like you need to kind of like send it from far back and kind of force the move, because as you said earlier, in an endurance race, you need to be patient, and mistakes will happen from your rivals if you keep the pressure on.
And giving a little bit of love to Carl Magnus Bore, who's leading the race comfortably now in GT3 for 5.6 seconds to the next fastest car of Bernardi. Got more yellows in Sector 1. I'm just going to choose to ignore them at this point. I don't think people are actually crashing in Sector 1. We've had a code 80 by now, I'm sure of that. But anyway, it's not the most comfortable lead in all of the classes, though. It's actually Zoltan Hives, 8.9 seconds to Luca Gray in second. Further back is Bradley Sellers. That Glickenhaus just not having the race pace today, I don't think, and I suspect that might continue throughout the duration of the 8 hours. But also interested to see that Thomas Abascal is sort of gaining a little bit on Sven Gillerhood. They're very, very close together in terms of lap times, but regardless, Abascal will feel fancy himself to have a move there. We're now looking back at this battle, and I think that is Luke Mitchell's car that is just behind. Check if it is Luke Mitchell. Indeed, it is Luke Mitchell. He's behind. He's been lapped, but Chris English is still battling with Roy Tom.
Yeah, so also, we haven't talked about the LMH leaders, but currently it's Zoltan Hives. He's got a comfortable advantage as well in the lead of that one. Oh, it's very, very tight here on the racetrack. There's obviously cars trying to lap each other and And it's getting tight here. And, well,
Mitchell to the inside. He's going to try it, you know. This will make him more popular, but he is entitled to make a move. Luke Mitchell down the inside. He's in 13th position and a lap down, but he knows he's comfortably faster than both of these Ligiers, and he's going to get himself in between the two of them. And that, for the time being, is going to put a hold on the battle that was going on. Here's Joep Lahoven. He got 90 seconds in the next car, the 10th car in LMP2, but he's being overtaken by that hypercar that I believe is actually the race leader with the number 1. Ventnor into the pits.
Yep, so just currently, as he makes his pit stop, are we getting the battles continue all the way down towards 9th? Or is it just lap cars making it hard to tell, especially when they're... I mean, we can tell the difference between the GT3 cars, but then it's a tiny bit different with LMHN and the LMP2 cars. A bit more similar, but like a tiny bit more if you look from a far distance.
Yes, I know you mean. Can catch you out on occasion. Luke Mitchell's now trying to attack that hypercar as well. We've been switched away from the move on the auto camera, so I appreciate that. We look at Luca Gray now for Aztec, who is 8.1 seconds behind the leader, so he's gaining slightly. It was 8.9 a couple of laps ago. Obviously, traffic can do that just naturally. We've got one of the more packed grids that we've ever had in EERC, so we'll wait and see. We switch back to this battle. Chris English has been overtaken, obviously, by Luke Mitchell. That's not for position. But now the question is going to be, can Chris English follow Luke Mitchell through on potentially this next car ahead, which is going to be Roy Todd. Luke Mitchell thinks about a move down the inside, goes very late, and Luke Mitchell does do so. He's making LMP2 cars look like GT3 cars with the ease in which he is unlapping himself from them.
Yeah, and
allows the move to happen.
Yep.
It's going to be Chris English who goes down the inside. And I think he's going to get that position, isn't he, Omi?
It looks like heading down into 6. Will he have the position? They're still going to remain side by side late on the brakes, so he's going to get it.
There he goes. Very finely made move into 6th position for Chris English. It's taken him a couple of laps, and actually that Roy Tom falls a little bit further behind in 2nd. It's massive traffic here as that LMP2 as well. The final Von car is trying to go down the inside. Meanwhile, there's a hypercar that's getting involved in it all, making himself a little bit unpopular. In fact, I think that might be for the position. That's Niall Bullion, isn't it? In the Glickenhaus.
Yeah, so just... okay, well, we're being kept entertained currently because a lot is going on with it. I kind of expected it to be like a bit more spread out and a bit less action at this. Like I was expecting them to spread out a tiny bit more, but like a bit less action. But we're seeing quite a lot still go on for an endurance race. I think, well, earlier on, especially that battle for 2nd. Like I think that we weren't expecting it to be like that tight between them. So.
Well, Chris is. I'm sure investigating all of the reports that we've got coming in now. Been a couple of them indeed. Lap 5 involving Scuderia Morea 66 and the Rookie Monsters 37. No further action as the Rookie Monsters did everything right in holding their brakes after a spin. Just unfortunate with the timing. So that is the answer there. There's a couple of more positions coming in. The teams have now a new feature for this season. We've got a direct communication to the race director other than DMing through the race director communication Discord channel, and we're using that throughout the course of the day to basically just complain at Chris about things that have happened during the race. And I can tell you there have been quite... Oh no, that's the wrong report. Okay, I thought that was quite full at this stage of the race, but no, there's been quite a few reports from
a lot of reports, obviously, and we aren't even that far in, but obviously a lot of reports anyway, because a lot has happened still in this race.
Great, still on board here. There has been a verdict on the incident between the Shiba 320 and the EP Lab sim racing car. That was the battle we saw at, so there should have been a penalty. No further action because both cars were as bad as each other. So yes, okay. Oh no, there's a spin for Niall, and oh, it almost takes out another car. He does. There, everyone just about avoiding him. My word! That was a scary, scary moment. But yes, no further action between those two cars, as both as bad as each other. Which I have to say, I disagree with that. But well, Chris is cool.
Yeah, but yeah, and also if you are the car behind and someone spins ahead of you, it's always very hard because you literally you have to avoid him, and it literally can ruin your race if you smash into the back. So great avoiding action from the cars behind. Not part of the circuit either way you want to already lose it, especially with how close everyone is on the circuit. Obviously, like different classes, but everyone having to take avoiding action, and luckily there wasn't anything major in that.
Seeing a fair bit of support for Carl Magnus Bore in the YouTube chat. He's indeed going along very, very nicely at the moment. He's sitting in first position by 4.6 seconds. He's been gaining, he's been gained on by Bernardi, who now knows he hasn't got that penalty ahead of him. We're looking at Thomas Abascal as he sees a battle just ahead of him. It's not a battle for position, I should mention. I don't believe it's between two of the LMP2s, but neither of them really trying to gain anything on each other. Luca Gray once again. It does like to show us Luca Gray, doesn't it? But he's having a good race.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't checked in with him much, so yeah, here he is. Currently running in second place, about over 10 seconds behind Hives.
7:25 onto the clock, so in 25 minutes time, for those wondering, it will be myself jumping out, and then Omi will be joined by I believe it's Ryan, is it not? It is Ryan. Ryan Ferris back on the EERC broadcast for 2023. We look at Thomas Rasch, who's trying to keep himself out of trouble after losing out on that battle to Hooper, who has now got past the 162 as well. We're not too far away from the pit stops for the two of our prototype classes, so that will be interesting when that eventually develops. In fact, I have them as probably in within the next couple of laps. There you go. Thomas Abascal has come into the pits. He is going to presumably keep those tyres on and try and do a second stint. We're expecting all of these guys pretty much to be double stinting. And Omi, you've got the race here open. Can you tell us what tyre Abascal's on?
Yep, I did quickly shut it. Okay, well, I was quickly looking at some of the steward stuff, but I'll quickly run back on it. Because I'm not really moving around much on the screen share thing, because sometimes for me it glitches, and then everything's going fine now, so I just want it to continue going fine. So I'm not even touching really anything on my computer. Then just get it. Oh, so there's two. Yep. So I just need to get the correct one up, because actually there's two EERC ones open. But here we go.
So Abascal stopped for 50 seconds. That would assume that's just a single tyre stint. I can tell you he's on medium tyres. I can see the yellow wall on the side of that car. Now, obviously, for those interested, if you're looking at the race view, the tyre thing is different to how it is actually in game. So in game, it's same as Formula 1. White's for hard, red for soft, and obviously white's for hard, but on race view it's blue for soft, medium is green, and hard is white. The lap 1 instance involving the Team Lev Speed 59 and the TWR 96 with a 10-second stop and go for the 96 car for causing a major avoidable collision. That 96 car is already sitting down in 27 positions. That is quite a mighty hit to them. This is Luke Mitchell, 13th in class. He had presumably an incident, well, he did have an incident earlier on, now just trying to get himself back up the order. That's going to be difficult for him. Sven Gillehud is into the pits, medium tyres on that car at the moment. Now I should mention that it's telling us that all of these LMP2s are on soft tyres, but I can tell you that's not the case, because those are mediums on Sven Gillehud's car, and you can't do a stint on softs in these cars anymore. So we'll take it that is just total nonsense. Massi Rivoli is into the pits out of third as well, and in fact he almost overtook Sven Gillehud for a moment.
Yeah, so I'm gonna rejoin the circuit now. Our MP2 race leader.
There's Christian Pascual is into the pits as well. So as I said, all of the LMP2s will be into the pits. The Hypergosh should be pitting round now as well. They typically go a little bit longer on their tank than LMP2, particularly in the real world, where they tend to go. They can occasionally go close to an hour, actually. It really is dependent on the racetrack. I would suspect this is a lesser fuel consuming racetrack than others, because there's a lot of downtime, really. This was a couple of long straights as well. There's a bit of a slide for Zoltan Hines, who was a very good first stint at the moment, and he almost loses the car there, you know. It was not going to be ideal for him.
Yeah. So some more cars in the background coming in. There we go. We can now just see them in our shot. Chris English as well.
Time and Arshad also into the pits. Arshad is out first. He'll be going on his merry way down the pit lane, that 46 car. And we'll wait and see when he comes out of the pits. Is it Pascal? He's on the time. We know he's out on the circuit. I'll refresh my overlay information to make sure that he's out on the circuit or back in the pits anyway. Regardless, it's 4 seconds now to Sven Giller, who's gained a lot during that pit stop. It's a nice stint for Sven at the moment. Massi Raboli is in 4th for Reading Game at the moment. A very good stint for him as well. Last time Reading Game finished on the podium in an EERC race was back in the Spa 24 Hours in 2021.
Yep, Chris English onto the sort of soft as well.
I have to see the side of that car because I don't see how you could run softs around this circuit. There you go. Well, no, it looks like he has. They are on a slightly different tyre compound, the Ligiers, I believe. So, you know what? Maybe he is on a set of softs. Maybe you're right.
Well, okay, well, I think Raceview is just providing us all the information, so we just got to believe them.
Yes. Well, what does it say that Sven Giller is on? Because I know for a fact he's on mediums.
Sven. Let me just quickly. Oh, there he is. Yep, he's on the mediums.
Yeah, okay, so maybe the Ligiers are able to run soft. That's an interesting development. So, they are different tyre compounds. So, okay, there you go. The Ligiers are able to single stint softs. Presumably, every LMP2 other than that, the Rakers most typically would be double stinting the mediums. I know that's what we're doing. Anyway, that's what we did for most of last year. Sometimes it was a triple on hards, but typically at least. The quad ones, I think, on medium tyres. That was interesting. There's Le Mans in another league. But Sven under pressure here a little bit from the URT 71 car. That is a lapped car. So interesting that it's actually applying pressure to it. And that's Mustafa Bathiran Buran. It shows he has got the pace. He was pushing Sven right up to the line in the qualifying session. And right now is proving to be a little bit of a thorn in the side of Sven Giller, who just really want to get on with his race at the moment.
Really surprised we haven't had a code 80 yet.
No, we're close to an hour of green running. You're right there.
Yeah, so okay. Well, we thought that we were going to get one in the first 5 minutes, but somehow we've survived. We've somehow survived. Or okay, now I've probably just jinxed that, and we're going to be getting any second now.
We obviously had the Rookie Monsters car of Ilko Busink. I apologise, his names they get harder every year. But no, we had an incident with him earlier on in the race, and was able to stay green because we were able to. He was able to get that car back into the pits nice and safely. Well, I say safely, he was a little bit nervy for a moment, but he was close enough to the pits, which didn't really matter for him. These two still battling on as we go along. Sven has actually dropped Mustafa a little bit here in this race, and this is also the closest battle I can see on the circuit at the moment.
Trying to get close now into a very hard braking zone now. 12 and then 13, 14 and then 15, 16. Digitally brings the lap to the close.
We are going to get an interview with James Smagasael, I think, if we can. but well, I don't even know if I'm able to drag him in. But anyway, regardless, we're looking back at this little about 3 cars now involved. Still 5.9 to the car behind for Gillard, so he's having a pretty decent stint here at the moment. A very good stint, actually. It's gone to 6 seconds, obviously 12 for Zoltan at the moment as well. That's in the LMH field. And my suspicion would be that the next real battle is going to be between Bore and Bernardi, because they're right on pace with each other. They'll be right on board with the 320 Shiba car.
Yeah, so I'm actually unsure about the penalties, how they work, but in game, it just said, I think there's a penalty for a driver. Unsure if the game ones count, or as I said, obviously making my debut in this, and I've not really covered an endurance race before either, so.
Yeah, the penalties are done in game. They're actually manually assigned by the race director if they need to. There's also track limit penalties. There's the 2 types of penalties you can get. We've got James in with us. James, very well, big commiserations about this race. Obviously, an unforeseen issue that well is quite common in our unfortunately unforeseen issues. You know, a shame to not have the McLarens here today, but just the fact that the rest of it's a point scoring rounds, not a point scoring round with the GT3s. Does that give you a little bit of solace?
Yeah, of course. I mean, first, thanks for having me on it, but yeah, of course. It's not ideal. We're looking forward to it. Obviously, the preparation, but it sucks. It's no one's fault here. So, yeah, but obviously, yeah, we're not losing any points to anyone else. Yeah, all focus for us now goes to our hypercar, of course. But yeah.
And that hypercar isn't doing horrifically, is it, at the moment? I'm just trying to find you where you are on the grid. You're actually sitting in second at the moment. Luca is obviously a very talented driver. I believe we're still running alongside Falcon for this year, and he sitting in second. Obviously, Zoltan has got much better pace than most people. But, you know, that's been something that's happened in EERC over the last 5 years now. We're not really, we're not really finding that to be the surprise here. But Luca Gray sitting in second. Do you think that win is possible for you today, or is it going to just be a case of hoping that something happens to Zoltan up top?
Well, I feel Luca, he has the pace somewhere. It's in there somewhere. But yeah, Zoltan is too fast, and he's just ridiculous. I remember in quali, I was in a call with Luca during quali, and he was like, "How's he gone a second quicker than me? What is that?" But yeah, no, he's in a pace of his own. Although looking at the best laps, it's not too separated at the moment. It's about 3 tenths in their best laps. Luca bringing the gap down a little bit, so I don't know what their tyre strategy is. But yeah, we can hope, we can pray.
Now, I've so to speak doxed my team's tyre strategy in this broadcast already, but anything you care to share with us? Give us an insight into how these hypercars work.
I'm not actually that. I don't actually know. I think they're double stinting mediums. At least that's what we did last time, which I don't mind sharing. But yeah, I don't actually know because I'm not driving it, so I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we were double stinting mediums in the LMP2 as well, so I'm assuming that's the same thing with the hypercars. That no doubt someone's going to manage to do a triple out softs, because someone always does. But anyway, thank you, James, for joining us, and best of luck for the rest of the race, and well done for taking the whole McLaren thing on the chin.
No, no worries. Cheers.
So that was James Magazel joining us out of the Aztec team. Race leader Sven Gillard in the LMP2s. And well, Amy, I've got 10 minutes before I jump out of here and leave you with Ryan. But it's pretty interesting first endurance race, I suspect, for you.
Yeah. Okay, well, I didn't know, like, okay, when I came into this, I didn't really know, like, what to expect or what was going to go on, but it's really been fun, and kind of like now got me that I wanted to do more endurance race coverage.
We have had a spin. It was that would be Joep, I think. Yes, it is. And, not an ideal stint for him at the moment, sitting down in 12th in the LMP2s. Well, actually behind some GT3s at the moment, so not ideal for Joep, but everyone has that one race per year where just everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I think Hives is in on the lead as well. He now takes over leadership. Now, actually take a look at race view and see.
Yes, Gray does lead. You're right. So Hives into the pits. So there you go. 50 minutes on a tank for the hypercars, which is an interesting development. 10 more than the LMP2s. That, by the way, as Sellers already come into the pits, that will allow Niall to have an advantage because he'll be able to, doing longer on that tank, he's going to help himself get ahead of these LMP2s that he's currently struggling to be ahead of.
Yep. As Checkered with Bullen now as well, position in the LMH.
Now the question is, when does Luca come out into the pits, or come into the pits, and then obviously can he somehow gain 10 seconds? If he doesn't take tyres, Hives has taken tyres, and he will emerge into the lead of the race. But down the line, we'll see what needs to happen. Obviously EERC.info and gridfinder.com, the two social medias for ourselves, and obviously our wonderful sponsors at Gridfinder for this year. And I've got a permanent place on the YouTube stream down there in the bottom left hand corner, so happy to have them on board with the project. Here comes Luca Gray into the pits, and perhaps an early indication into how the rest of this race is going to go. If Luca Gray now suddenly gains 5 seconds on Zoltan Hives, then well, it's a big factor in the rest of the race. Let's see how long he's going to take. I suspect probably about 40 seconds for a stop.
Yeah. Actually, open. Are you able to drag me in quickly? I'll drag my 1 sec. I'll just exit in.
Very sort of stationary. That might just allow Zoltan Hives to get ahead. Here he goes to the final couple of corners. So yes, this will be Zoltan Hives taking back the lead of the race. The Gray is rolling. Right to see the on the right hand side.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm in now. Once you're ready to drag me in, stewards. But back over. Now as well.
Omi moved in from EERC server by Tom Dillon.
There you go. Okay, now you can hear the race director course. Okay, so Luca Gray actually is out right in front of Zoltan Hives. I was sorting out the issue with Omi's mumble, but there you go. That is a huge indication of this race, because that Aztec car now leads the way, which is something that, well, James said he wasn't really expecting. But anyway, here goes Zoltan through that chicane. Can he get ahead? He has got the warmer tyres ever so slightly. I don't know whether the real life rule change of no tyre warmers has been reflected in R Factor 2's iteration of this car, but we'll obviously wait and see. Can Zoltan Hives find his way through? He goes down the inside, just a little bit late on that one. Luca Gray though, strategy masterclass, gained 10 seconds in the bits.
Yeah, so literally okay, well this race has kind of been brought heat again, I don't think any of us were expecting it to be that close, and then I kind of looked at it. I was like, okay, and I was like, oh, has there been a mistake, or actually it happened? But there we go. We do have a battle for the lead, and it is incredibly tight. Also, I believe you might have dragged me into the commentary one instead of the stewards. But
Yes, that's where you're supposed to be.
right, perfect.
It's, yes, unfortunately, as a steward, as someone who isn't a steward, you're not allowed in that secret steward's room. But You see, I'm technically a steward, so I can. There's a mistake from Luca Gray onto the grass. I haven't stewarded for a year, but technically speaking, I still am. Now, maybe Hives is trying to find a way through. No, not yet. Goes down the inside once more, showing his nose very nicely. And tries to take a wider line into the hairpin. They're doing that well with 5 minutes before the first hour is complete here at the EERC 8 Hours of Abu Dhabi. This is the only lead for a battle, but it's the only battle for a lead in any of the classes.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff now here for our leaders, and yes, I guess it's now kind of we're waiting for them to go be able to get this battle. But obviously, I don't think Hives is gonna risk it and make contact. He's just gonna be patient and try and hope his rival makes a mistake.
Yes, there's a slide for Hives through that corner there. We'll see if he can recover it. At the moment, it looks like Luca Gray got a better pace than him, so well, they must be double stinting those mediums, and obviously Hives isn't. There goes Gray, going very, very wide, though. Those tyres will obviously fall away from him throughout the course of this stint, so still advantage inside of Zoltan Hives' court. Can he find a way through on this lap, though? No, not yet. Has to wait until they cross the line. Right on board with Zoltan once more. Just sees both of these Toyotas battling and battling and battling, and I suspect this is going to be pretty much the way this race goes now. There's a slide. Luca Gray struggling on in that car at the moment. He's not struggling enough so that Zoltan can actually overtake him, which is a frustrating thing as a chasing driver.
Hives is just going to be hoping that the mistakes continue, and then down the straight maybe he can go for a move to inside or outside, wherever it works. But it's kind of like you need to hope that your rival runs out of 5 at the exit of 5, and then you have obviously 2 straights and the slipstream being broken a bit. But he's just going to try and stay close and go for the move very shortly. Obviously, he wasn't probably expecting to be losing this one, so he now has to make the overtake on circuit and then go back into the lead this race. But I guess it's more entertainment for us having this battle currently.
This gentleman has managed to break our overlay. Ryan Berrington Smith sitting in 5th position at the moment for the Logistical Nightmares car. So welcome him to the series. First time I've seen him drive actually. Last race, I'm not sure. There goes one of the hypercars letting these guys through. But regardless, 7 times per second between these two guys. As we said, Hives, you would assume, is on the newer of the tyres. Still able to find a way through somehow.
Yeah, so good tight stuff still between the top 2. And I think he's just going to be finding his opportunity, and then we'll go for it. I don't think he's going to, but I mean, it would be pretty stupid to go for any kind of an aggressive move. Here we go. This is actually very close now. Very, very close between both of them.
Only a couple of seconds, well, a couple of attempts in between the two of them. Will there be a dive down the inside from Hives? No. Thinks against it for the time being. Takes a much more sensible line through the hairpin, though makes a little bit of a mistake. It does give him, regardless, a lightningly quick exit, lightning fast exit out of that corner. Now he's in the slipstream. This is the best opportunity. There's a car to the right hand side that's crabbing. That's a GT3, might be the first code 80 of the day, but it won't matter for Zoltan Hives, who looks to get back to the lead of this race. It's good defence from Luca Gray, who goes ever so slightly deep perhaps. Will Hives duck back to the inside? No, they make contact all the way through the corner. Now it's going to be up to turn 9, the next opportunity. That reading game car might just get involved if he can. I think he's going to let them through rather sensibly so. And that is...
Yeah, Hives tried to
he
be up.
spun!
Oh,
Luca Gray spun, and that goes Hives through. Massey is in trouble as well as Zoltan Hives goes through to the lead of the race. And my word,
where I wanted.
not at all. There's a car off on the left hand side as well. Maybe run out of fuel. I don't quite know who that is. But regardless, I have to say, oh no, into the wall! I can't even hand off at this point. Hive spins round, now makes contact with the car behind. Luca Gray runs away with the lead of the race. And my goodness me, what a finish we've just seen to the first hour of this contest.
Absolute chaos here. And, well, okay, we had one mistake and then we had another one straight away. And, well, okay, Gracie, thank you very much. And takes back leadership of this one. And there's a car round as well through the 16th corner of the racetrack.
Is Adam really struggling? Oh no, he's missed the pit lane. Oh, dearie me. How has that happened? This might be a code 80. He's crabbing, I think, quite noticeably there. But anyway. Omi, thank you very much for joining me for the first hour and the qualifying session. As well, Adam's still struggling here. I'm going to jump out of the box. And Ryan Ferris, or you're replacing me.
Hello. Looks like as soon as I join, stuff hits the fan.
Yeah, absolute drama. Great to have you here now.
Yeah. So this is well, this will be like my first commentary of the season, and it looks like we've joined in on quite a lot of excitement as we see one of the BMWs crabbing its way back to pit lane. That's the Boyd Transport car, 306.
Yeah. Also now for the lead, I think we're going to have Heaves now probably try and close it and then go for it. We still have pit stops and more to happen, but well, that kind of exploded as well. And for the GT3 lead, it's also inside 1 second now between them, so we could be getting a battle there as well. So it's really now tight. We have a lot going on the racetrack, so it's a perfect timing for you to join us when it's all kicking off.
Yes, and it's brilliant to see all the new cars that we're using this season as well. Different mixture of cars in both the LMH and the LMP2 category.
Yeah. So we saw a great battle for second in the GT3 earlier on, but I do say great battle, but obviously I think it was a bit over the limit at the same time. But we might be getting one for the lead soon. Obviously, it was no further action for that because both of them both of them were pretty at fault at it, and I think he's just dived it into the pits as well. He's diving it in. Make a pit stop.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. So we got so that's the 306. That's the Boyd Transport. We could see that was crabbing its way into the pit lane. Oh, Adam Backy in the Full Throttle Racing Team car looks to have spun it. Now whereabouts is that? That's coming into the final sector. Now that was the car that we saw struggling its way to get into pit lane the last time round. As we see the 5th position in LMP2. This is a battle for position actually. In the United Racing Team, closely being followed by car 46, a Shard. So that's a second behind. Actually, no, it's down to 0.3 according to the race view timing. So, are we going to see a move for position here?
Unsure what's going on with Heaves here. He's actually on 3rd in the leaderboard, but on race view he's actually in 6th, and he's still in the pit lane. It still shows he's in the pit lane. So, well, there we go with that.
So yeah, Hives in the pit lane.
Very long pit stop as well.
And Adam Backy has managed to make it back into the pit lane this time round to have the damage repaired that was done to the car. As we look to 8th position in LMP2, Roy Tom. And he is on the back of Chris English in the Gravel Trap Racing 88 Ligier in front.
Yeah, it is now getting a tiny bit closer between the top 2 and the GT3 as well. Bury might be under pressure now soon, so we might be getting a battle in the GT3. We haven't had much. Well, actually at the beginning we had a lot of battling between them, but obviously started to calm down. Then we obviously had some in the LMH and the LMP2, but now I think the GT3 we might be getting a battle there now, and it will be for the top step. Looks like for now, but still a long way to go in this one. Very long way, as we earlier on just completed our first hour. We are in hour 2 currently.
McLaren going off into the second to last corner. Now, as you were saying, so leader at the moment is Carl Magnus Bohr in the I'll probably butcher it, but the Babordio Sim Sports 159 Ferrari, and just under a second now is Francesco Bonardi in the Mercedes. I think this is what we can see here. Yes, the 320 Mercedes just behind the Ferrari, and they've got one of the Toyotas weaving its way through. But he's going to have a slipstream down this long back straight. Gap is under a second.
We're drawing Chris English and Royton currently, as they're squabbling over 6th place. Actually, these two drivers were dueling earlier as well. They were very close, and we were actually focusing on a bit of their battles earlier on in this one, but looks like they're continuing, and a bit out of shape there for Ton as well. So that's going to be a battle to look forward to.
Yeah, and obviously very, very close here. Not much overtaking opportunities in this final sector. It's just all about getting it right. And then really, maybe a dive into turn 1, but it's a very, very shallow braking area there. So you're probably going to be looking either into the hairpin at the end of the first sector, or at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, so actually it's a circuit that starts off a tiny bit wide. It's off the road there. It's Adam once again. He's had a few trips off as well, but as I was saying, we've had like a lot of more battling into 9. This is I think that might just be getting past the lap bar there. Our race leader in the LMP2 currently.
I was just about to say, I was quite surprised to see how the LMP2 is able to stay with the Glickenhausen quite well.
Yeah, so Ton staying right to the tail of English there, and now it's got to 1.1 second, but we've been seeing quite a few, obviously, quite a bit of battling actually, more battling than I thought, but we've it's got a bit feisty in some of the battles, but I think a lot of drivers are just hoping for mistakes from the drivers ahead, so they're just going to keep the pressure on and then hope there is some kind of error.
Now we could possibly, actually no, saying that, I'm just looking through the timings, and yeah, that's correct. We got Brad Mattel's in second, but then we've got an LMP2 in third overall, only half second off. So, and that is that's an was that smoke coming from the engine of the car just up ahead?
Yeah, it did look like. Now I don't actually know what that pretty much means too much, because as I said, it's my first endurance race commentary, because I don't really do this. I mostly do F1, F2 and F3. As off the road there is Thomas. That's the second place runner currently in the LMP2. We haven't checked in him for a while, so he's gone off the road. But as I said, battling a bit into turn 5. Is it lap cars or is it for position? We're currently just seeing him, but yeah, as I said, I mostly do F1, F2 for the esports side and real life, so I'm a bit unsure about like these type of cars. So, but it's been fun doing this. So I think Ryan, you might have a bit more of an idea on I think all of the smoke coming out of cars, etc., and a bit about these cars as well.
Yeah, and we just seen Baffen Brun take 10th position away from Roy Tom there. Which would mean that he's now going to be getting after Chris English, who's in 9th place just ahead of him. And so he's really putting on a charge right now.
Yeah, so currently just we're currently just seeing very close between also English and now Aaron as well in the LMP2.
Yeah, and they've got a GT3 Aston just in front. And that's going to open the door possibly for Byrne, but no, English hangs on just about, getting the real tail happy with that car. And this is Ligier versus Orica.
You do not want to find traffic to the third part of the lap because it can affect you and lose you time. And are we going to see a late send to the inside? Thinking about it is Byrne, and they're still side by side. He'll get the inside line for the next corner. He's going to get the place, so English is going to lose that position. And he might be able to fight it back, but it looks like we're going to see Byrne try and check out now and gain some time on English.
Indeed. And then I feel like he's a little bit vulnerable now as English, so that's going to put him under the attack from Royton. And Royton's got a good exit and he's in the slipstream as they come down the back straight. Is he close enough for a move? As we see a car off in the background by the looks of things. But here we go, Ton having a look, but not quite close enough. Now he needs to stay nice and tidy through this chicane section because he'll have another go. And Ton gets the back end slightly squirrely out the back end, and that's killed his momentum coming down this second back straight. Still within slipstream distance, but not close enough to launch an attack.
As Lahoven comes in the pits. And 13th currently as well. So we currently have like for example, Tom would have been hoping that English got the exit that he got, because it would have given him a better opportunity to challenge. And we have a moment there, and that's Horvath off the road to 5 as well.
Yeah, so that's what Horvath, and where is that? So he's currently sat just outside the top 7 in the LMP2s by lots of things.
Yeah, currently just going.
We look to this is on board with Royton again, still trying to hunt down English, and English the both of them are having to guide their way through a GT3 car, which is being quite awkward there. Oh, and slamming the door on Tom there. Would not be happy about that. And again, you've got the LMH cars firing their way through. They're so much quicker in certain sections. This car Magnus Ball. So he was leading. He was leading the GT3. He's now into the pit lane. Oh, he's missed his pit box slightly.
Yeah. So, also the GT3 car not giving much room to 5, and obviously like in the driver briefing they were told earlier not to fight it too much if a faster car is approaching, but obviously they don't want to lose too much time themselves, but what you could have done is just place the car more towards the inside, and I mean the faster car should just be able to dance around the outside easily and get on the power much more earlier. So I think a tiny bit unnecessary to force him out a bit wide through 5. And 5 is a bit of a wide corner as well, so you have much options. It's not like we're at Monaco where it can get a bit tense through there. But so I mean, it is how it is on that scenario. But we're stuck currently watching in the pit lane. Bori.
Yeah, and it'll be Bernardi in the Mercedes. We'll have to see how they go on. Have they pitted yet, or are they still due to pit? Obviously, the GT3s tend to last an hour for their fuel stint, so we've gone over the hour. Let's see on the fuel stint. So actually, yeah. So our current lead GT3 has yet to stop. Currently 38 laps on the current tyre. as
Yeah.
we are on board with Bradley Sellers in the Glicker House. As we look to Chris English going straight on at the chicane at the end of the back straight. Now that has allowed Roy Tom to catch back up again. So we have Sellers in no man's land pretty much. He's 52 seconds off of our leader Luca Gray, and behind him is Sven Gleehold in the Oracle LMP2 in third place overall. But that is just over 7 seconds down the road.
Yep, so just currently going through, and I guess now. So currently the battles, I mean, we might be seeing in the GT3 when obviously our race leader comes in, we might be seeing a change of position there, because when Francesco Bonardi comes in, because we might see a bit of changes, and maybe the leader's getting a bit tight, is what we saw in the LMH, but anything is possible, so it's still a long way to go. And remember, we are only in hour 2 currently, so we've completed 1 hour, and then also now currently just completed 1 whole hour and 15 minutes, as we're currently just watching 11th place runner Busink.
Indeed, and I think has there been also a driver change as well in the oh no, it was in the 159 car. I'm suddenly just having a quick look as the leader is in. Our leader is into the pit lane.
Yeah, he is.
And that is the leader of the GT3, Francesco Bernardi. In the Shooter 2, 320 Mercedes.
Abascal also in as well, in the LMP2 as well.
And we're actually seeing Zoltan Hives, who's showing us down in 14th on the team view. He's now he's actually put in the fastest lap final sector, and he's currently the fastest car on the. Actually, no, not quite. Yeah, he is. He is the fastest car on the circulating the track at the moment, down in 14th position. As we look at, this is the battle for 10th position, I believe, in the LMP2, and it's Parker James, the 777 car, who is just on the back end of the Alecko Busink for the Team Rookie Monsters 37 Orica.
Yeah. Second place runner also comes in. Rashiki also comes in. Thomas Rashiki in as well, and well, it is now getting a bit close between Chris English and Roy Ton once again. So we could be getting that battle going. It was momentarily inside 1 second. It's just gone back up to 1.1 now. Also, our race leader from the LMP2 is also coming. That's Gil Horrid, who's now coming to the pit, and second place also joined him in the LMP2 as well.
Yep, indeed. And penalty just showing up in the corner for Hives.
Yep.
So Hives again sat in 14th position overall, was challenging for that lead spot earlier, as we see. There's 2 cars off there. We've got the BMW, the Boyd Transport car, 306 off again, and it looked to be one of the LMP2's Oricas off.
Yeah, might have been contact there through turn 12.
And that looks to be the car with only third place LMP2 car for the Reading Game Studios. And here we are back to Roy Tom, 7th place in the LMP2 category on the back end of Chris English. He's closed back in again. The gap is under a second as we come onto this back straight. Is he going to get a good exit? He looks to have got a good exit onto this back straight in the slipstream. The gap is now down to half a second. Not quite close enough for a move, is he? No, I wouldn't say so. So again, he's got to try and get a good exit as we look to Riboli's second position in the reading games. LMP2.
Yeah, and we can just see ahead. This is actually the battle now for the lead currently on the racetrack. Because, yeah, Zansky, I think that's how you say it. I'm probably butchering that name. But, oh, here we go. We might be getting a battle here for the lead
Alex
down towards 9.
In from General Chat by Chris Tom.
He's having a look up the inside, but not quite. Zaska stays in the lead from Riboli.
Just gonna try stay close.
That's the thing, the turbulence that you get off the car in front really affects you going through this final sector where downforce is key, but he needs to stay close enough within touching distance, and he's diving for the pit lane. So Riboli is diving for the pit lane in second position in LMP2.
Yeah, diving it in. Have the battle for the lead. There might have been a driver change as well in the GT3, but we have a battle for the lead in the GT3 currently, rated by 6/10 of a second. So we have quite a bit going on the racetrack currently.
Indeed, and obviously the Ferrari, the 159 Ferrari, even though it had the slight mishap of missing the pit box, still managed to come out in the lead in the end, managing the undercut. Obviously the Mercedes of Bernardi was hoping to perform the overcut, and it didn't quite work out, but he's still there. He's very, very close, shadowing the Ferrari, and he's trying to pull up alongside, but that's not going to work.
Not a place of the circuit which you'd normally see it. Is he going to go first then into 16? That would be very brave, but he's thinking better of it. We could be seeing a move though down towards 1. If he can just try and pull out of the system and go for the move to the inside line, will Bernardi go for it? He knows that we have obviously turn 5 coming, we have turn 6, we have turn 9. So many more opportunities, so he doesn't need to rush this move. He doesn't need to end up like, well, to mention it again, like how obviously in the battle for second earlier on, rather than near the beginning of the race, but we might be seeing it into 5. He's going to try around the outside of 5. He's going to have to go the long way around. He's going to be super late on the brakes and covering the inside line. Will be Jason, but now can we see the up and under? The up and under, we've seen it quite a bit. If he can get on the power earlier than his rival, he might have a go all the way down towards turn number 6. He's in the system. He's having a look to the inside. He's going to have to go to the outside. He goes back over to the inside. This is brilliant stuff. Can he go for it back over to the outside? This is fantastic. And now we've changed. Look, we've now changed camera angles. And we actually cut to a different battle now. So it looks like Evans does stay ahead though.
Yeah, indeed, and it looked like he'd got on the power a little too early, the back end braking traction out of that hairpin onto the back straight, but still managing to stay ahead, although the gap on the stream is showing under a tenth between the pair of them, fluctuating away, and there they are side by side, and Bernard has taken first position away. So that is Bernardi in the lead into GT3. Now, can the Ferrari get back at him? Obviously, they've now got a LMH car harassing them, so they're going to have to give way to that. But it looks like job done to me. I think that is the Mercedes now comfortably in the lead. The SG Shiba 2 car.
Yep, so... well, we didn't catch all of it, but still, we saw some of it, but we now change of leadership into GT3, and Bernardi's now going to try and stretch clear. we're joining third place runner currently in the LMP2.
This is Luke Gray, our current race leader in the LMH and overall in the AZ Tech Racing Falcon car. And again, back to the car we're looking at here. This is the 161 car, running third at the moment in the LMP2 category. Now, how are they doing at the moment in terms of where they are on the track? Now, they're 36 seconds behind Thomas Abascal and 25 seconds ahead of Brunner, who obviously we saw pulling off a couple of overtakes, firing his way through the field. Now on board with Bradley Sellers, now this is second position in the LMH class in Twickenham. And we've just seen Zoltan Hayes, who's now up to 10th position, has just done the fastest lap, and that's Parker James. 10th place overall, the 777 Logistical Nightmares Bad Batch car.
Yeah, definitely, but he didn't want. We have Gray in the lead of the LMH, and then for the LMP2, it is currently Abascal, and then for the GT3, it's Bernardi after he just completed a move a few minutes ago. There's 35 minutes left of my stint, but let's just go through who will be taking over after. So, we have Tom Dillon and me cover qualifying and the race start, and we are currently running in hour 2. It's me alongside Ryan. Then I'll be heading off, and then you'll be getting Alex Fulchers to join Ryan, who will be continuing on, and then we're going to have Alex Fulchers alongside Tom Dillon, who will be back, and then Alex Fulchers continues for another hour, and he'll be alongside Tom Dillon still. And then we have Joshua Birch and Nathan Richards, the 2 PSGL combo, and Tom Dillon. Okay, well, we'll see how he's doing after hour 5, and if he's doing well, then he'll jump in. It really does depend. He might jump in for a tiny bit because obviously he's already covered qualifying and hour 1. He's going to be covering hour 4 and 5, and it will be a big stint by him because it will probably be 5 hours then, right after hour 4, right till the end it will be. And he's already done 2 hours at the beginning as well, so he'll see how he's feeling at the time, and then we might be getting him jumping in, but we'll 100% have Joshua Birch and Nathan Richards in the last 3 hours plus the post race as well.
I'm hoping Tom gets a quiet day tomorrow because as we see Ben Swarthout having a right moment coming out of the hairpin. Because Tom Dillon, I can't imagine he's going to have much voice to work with tomorrow if he puts on that mega stint.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one of the good advantages of us commentators, like especially the ones who do real life, because like for example me, for example on Saturdays or like any kind for any kind of days, like F1 real life weekends, you might have to cover F1, F2, and F3 back to back. So is it like so we can get a long stint there as well, but obviously different races. Obviously endurance racing, it's a tiny bit different for me. But I really enjoyed my first ever endurance race quality, and I'm 100% now. I've gained interest in it because I never watch it. I don't watch real life, I don't watch virtual. So it's kind of gained my interest. So even if I might not watch it, I might get involved in and start doing more commentary.
Yes, I definitely enjoy the endurance commentary because you kind of just got to go with the flow sort of thing. It's not always 100 mile an hour all the time, every time, and so it's kind of more like a nice mellow podcast nature with the odd bit of excitement jam-packed in amongst places. As we look to see, we have Bence Horvath in pit lane at the moment, so that is currently 6th in LMP2. On top of that, we are seeing the 5th place triple 9 car also in the 16th overall on the road, and that is the LNR Bangers and Mash car. That's quite an interesting team name, Bangers and Mash, but you know, does the job. As we look to Thomas Abasco, our leader in the Fring of On 139 car for LMP2, and he is currently 14 seconds up the road from the second place LMP2 car. And here again is Bradley Sellers, second place overall, and second in the the LMH class. Still trying to get the hang of not calling it LMP1 anymore. And indeed, on board with our now new race leader as of a couple laps ago, Francesco Bonaya, and that is our leader, Luca Gray, having a bit of an off-track excursion at turn 1.
Running wide, but he can currently afford that with the gap he has, but obviously he can't afford too many. Yeah, he can maybe have 1 or 2, but he can't afford to keep having those kind of moments, but he's fine for now. He still has a 42.3. To make that 2, but a second advantage, so it's a comfortable leadership for him. But currently, I believe our race is our race leader from, or is that the LMP2? Not sure what that graphic's doing there.
So we're looking. That is third place. Saracino in the 161 car now. Who is that appears to be stalking behind? As Hives has just put in another fastest lap of the race. And we see that
Thomas
Ratacek is currently 5th position, rejoining. Oh, and there's an LMP2 car crabbing as well in the background. Now, who is that? The Thomas Abascal is showing up as a DNF in LMP2. Is that Thomas Abascal that we've just seen it potentially having a coming together with an LMP with a GC3 car?
Thomas Abascal looks to be he's showing DNF. That's so unfortunate for our leader in the LMP2. He's dropping down the order.
Drivers will come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Yep, code 80.
So we have gone to
5,
the code 80.
4,
Abascal,
2,
although
1. Code 80.
according to
Code
the timing sheet screen, still showing as circulating, although it is on the timing tower shown as a DNF. Now we're seeing a trigger of pit stops. We got Jeffrey Backer in the 3rd place LMH car in pit lane, along with Bruin in the 71 Orica Esports car.
Yep, code 80 on the racetrack for the first time in this race. Code 80, and drivers may not overtake, and unfortunately it is Abascal who finds himself in a retirement now, and so unfortunate. But one man who's going very nicely, I have to say, has to be Hives. Now, he obviously was our leader, and right when Ryan joined us, it was all kicking off, obviously. He had a comfortable advantage right at the beginning. And then obviously we had, after the pit stops, we had it very close, Gray ahead, and then obviously Hives took it, and then Gray had a moment, and then Hives straight away had a bigger moment, then he had to come in, and Hives is actually going very fastly, I have to say, on the racetrack. So, but this isn't just like for example, an F1 race or like a very small race. Remember, we still have a very long way to go, so I would not be surprised if I tune in right at the end and see him as a winner. So anything is possible still in this one, and that's why the drivers should not give up, especially in such a very long endurance race.
Yeah, and we see Bradley Sellers from second position in pit lane now. Nicholas Toth is now in the it's the full throttle racing number 50 car. Tim Hook is in the Boyd Transport Racing Ligier number 40 car. That's it currently in pit lane. And Basink in 9th place has got a little bit of traffic ahead of him when we go back to green.
Yeah. 10 seconds time, we'll be going back to green.
4, 3.
We have the countdown currently.
1. Green flag, green flag.
And we're racing once again then, foot to the floor. Once more here, and I was obviously now going back to push mode. No overtaking was allowed, but now they can keep overtakes. And you can already see they're all going for it already, lapping each other, etc. So,
Yeah, a few more diving for pit lane by the looks of things there. And we are now back under green, as you say.
they have a lot of. Okay, well, one thing I've learned in endurance is that that we have a lot of dramatic moments, don't we?
Indeed. We can go for a lull, and then all of a sudden the penny drops, and everything just happens at once. It's not like drip fed to you; it just happens all at once. That's all I seem to find.
Yeah, and one example is when you basically joined us. It was all kicking off.
Indeed. So we're looking at Jeffrey Ellis now in the Team Rocky Monsters, currently circling in second position. Dill and the gap. I'm not sure if Gray has now got nearly a 50-second advantage in the lead. He's got enough time. I think that's enough time for a pit stop and still come out in the lead now. Let's see, when was Gray's last pit stop? So he did pit. That could be interesting. So Ellis has just got in the car. Luca Gray, he's done 24 laps on his current stint. So he's going to have to pit potentially in the next, somewhere between the next 6 to 7 laps. We'll see Gray come in for a pit stop. Because it looks like from here. The LMP or the LMH cars are doing roughly around 30 to 32 laps a stint. As we look to Barrington Smith in the Logistical Nightmares Bangers of Mash car. The 999 currently circulating in 5th in the LMH category.
Yeah. And by the way, also, we did mention it earlier, but if you are just joining us, completely ignore the yellow flag sector 1 thing, because it's basically continuous. It's like we keep getting it, but it doesn't mean that there's been something. I mean, literally, we're only getting it for sector 1 as well, so it's not like we're getting it sector 2 or sector 3. It's always just a sector 1, and we're just going to completely ignore that. So if you are just joining us, just completely ignore that. It does not mean anything. And if something has happened, we'll most likely cut to it straight away. So if anything,
and that is our leader. That is our leader who's spun.
Oh, that's our leader. Yeah, Luca Gray. I did say he can't afford many more of those moments he has had, and also as I talk about, we'll cut to it. There's an example. We'll cut to it straight away for you. It's a moment that he can. Well, now he definitely cannot afford to have any more, because he's had his second one, and he definitely doesn't want to have any more.
Indeed. Now, although saying that, I'm just gonna wait for the timing screens to reshuffle. But if my eyes, even with that spin, he's 76 seconds up the road now somehow from Jeffrey Ellis. As we look at Luke Mitchell in the Optimal Esports car, who's currently in the pits. And now the Ether Racing team of Nick Newcomb, 4th place, car number 46. And he is circulating 19 seconds. Well, actually, the next car up the road is Zoltan Hive, so not much competition going to be going on there. But further up the road is Brune, who's been doing a brilliant job of some sort of recovery. Obviously, we saw him earlier, just outside the top 8, I believe, in the LMP2. So he's now worked his way into 3rd position in LMP2.
Yeah, so... Well, okay, well, it basically continues. When something happens, it all happens, so...
So let's see. Bussing
Yeah, a bit
taking
wide.
a bit wide, bit of the AstroTurf there. Only really has a slight effect on the car, but not too bad. As we look at Mate Varga in the Maria car, the 66. Oh, and that is
Off the road. Ryan.
Barrington Smith, the 5th place car, the Glickenhaus car in the Bangers and Mash team. As we now look to 2nd place. Now, anything that can I see on the list? As it's all become as a result of that Code 80. It's all and what triggered a pit stop phase. Everything's very spaced out for the moment. Obviously, people have gone a bit off strategy during that Code 80, and so a little bit further down the line, we may start to see other people who are still on strategy or running an alternate strategy come in.
Yep, so currently they're just checking in with 4th place runner in the LMP2. Apologies for that. Currently, and then we're now watching Mate Vergara is checking in with the different drivers currently with not much going on the racetrack. Let's just remind you of our leaders. We have Gray, and then we have Sazanska, I believe how you say it, and then we have Bernardi, and just over 19 minutes until I'll be heading off and handing over to Alex Folkers and Ryan Ferris, who will continue.
Alex Falks left channel disconnected.
And we should be expecting to see the leader, Luca Gray, in the next couple of laps, as we see Zoltan Hives posting some fast sectors in again. Still the fastest car on the track is Zoltan Hives, who's constantly in the 1:40s at the moment. Currently, just to give you an inkling as to what else is going on, as that looks to be... I was about to say that's a car going slow, but that's actually... That is the speed difference between a GT3 and an LMH. Massive speed difference down that back straight.
Yeah, and yeah, and also, like, for example, as I said, making my endurance racing commentary debut, I've not done it in any game, and I haven't even commentated on this game at all. I haven't commentated really on anything except F1. But well, it is something to get used to. That you obviously have 3 different classes on the racetrack, and we obviously have lapping going on, and 3 kind of completely different races all at once. So it is fun, more to look forward to. You get 3 battle, you get 3, like for example, if the race is like going absolutely crazy, then you'd get 3 battle for the leads, and it's just more fun, I guess I have to say, in an endurance race. And obviously the commentators kind of get to have a bit of a podcast when there's not much going on. It's kind of that kind of race as well.
Yeah, and obviously plenty of talking points to talk about. And the only problem is it's trying to keep on top of 3 different classes at once, especially when stuff is kicking off in all 3 classes at some times. And again, Hives circulating still quick, fastest final sector on that last lap. Again, doing 140 flats. He's the only person in the 140s doing a 140. Our leader, Luca Gray, and we look to Barrington Smith, who's had an off coming out of the second to last corner. So Luca Gray is lapping in the 142, so basically 2 seconds a lap slower than Hives.
Yep, and brilliant Chris Tompkins confirming that if any spins or anything happens on the racetrack, it will switch cameras to it. So don't worry about the yellow flags. Just whatever happens, whatever comes to you on the stream, it basically it'll be in front of your eyes. Let's just say if anything happens, it'll be in front of your eyes. Great work as usual by Chris Tompkins. Also, he's doing all the stewards, so very long day for him. Hopefully, he gets a lot of rest as well. I don't feel like my voice is going to get much of a rest because after this I have league racing commentary, so it's kind of like I have finished off this, and also that's why I had to get my stint changed as well a tiny bit because it would be clashing with my league race commentary after this. So I don't really get much of a break today. Tomorrow I probably don't get much of a break because I have more commentary. But yeah, lovely though to be doing endurance racing commentary as well. Let's just and into the pits. I believe comes Gray.
As we expected, possibly a couple laps early actually than what I would expect. His previous stint was 31 laps, and he's done 28 laps on this stint. So, I mean, he's still with that gap that he's got of 67 seconds. I still believe he's probably going to come out still in the lead, but by how much?
Yeah, and also our LMP2 top two are also in, I believe.
Yeah, and there was a 3-second difference between the pair of them coming into the pits, so this could all come down to how well they've done some fuel saving on this stint. Because then that will mean that their refuel will be slightly less. So that will be an interesting race off pit lane. Meanwhile, yeah, so we're looking at Gray, and this is Ellis. So Ellis is coming on to the start-finish straight. So he is going to take the lead.
Contact!
Oh, that's
well,
Chris
there's been
English.
contact. Yeah,
That's
Chris English.
I can't quite see what the other car is that spun round. Obviously, the car English must feel like there's nothing too much wrong, and there's another car.
It's bussing.
I think so. That's a third car because the other car was. Unless I'm getting I think.
Hold on, I'm getting a replay of it. I'm just getting a replay of it. So I'll just see it. So yeah, we have those two cars spinning there, and then we're gonna see them rejoin. But I think.
So was this the other car? Was this? I know Sorinko's still in pit lane, but whilst all that happened, we do have a change for the overall lead, with Jeffrey Ellis now leading the LMH class, and we've had a driver change for the Aztec Racing, so we now have Sophie Jones in the car now, in that Toyota.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff going on here in this one, as well as we can just currently see cars who we are currently watching go all the way into turn number 12, and then 13, 14 off the road there. That is Jordi Laus off the road.
Yeah. The
Back on now.
car, yeah. Car 12.
It didn't cost him too much time. He just ran a tiny bit wide, but as obviously now he's trying to get past the GC3 car.
This is Jeffrey Backer in third position. Currently a lap down off the lead. In fact, I think the leader is just up the road on track. And here is Nikos Papamiao in the E-Plab sim racing team, currently in 4th for GT3, and that's Zoltan. Hang on, so Hives has come in for a pit stop. Now, is that expected? No. That is looking at the stops for Hives. Actually, he's had a weird bunch of stints. So his first stint was 30 laps, as we see.
Smith again.
Yeah, Smith back off, and that's a bad place to be parked there.
He's reversing. He's gonna get. Oh, that's so close. Hard because the cars behind are making their way through.
So
it's a hard kind of.
interestingly, yeah.
It's built on the racing line when you exit all the way through 14, so it can. It's a very bad place to have a moment because then the cars behind it might ruin their race. We always saw it as well because with how close they were getting, but luckily not too much contact. But he's also trying to reverse at the same time, and so it's kind of like he's already in a dangerous position, but he needs to reverse a bit so he can get out of that position, try and get back in. Here we go.
Currently, to Lars Otto, third place, and is this for position in GT3?
No.
No, not quite. No. So that is Otto in the Ferrari third place, who is shadowing one of the other Ferraris. In fact, I think that is the lead, or second place Ferrari.
We have a battle for position there between James and Zakansa. He's not on our screen, but they were real to momentarily. They might be real to real again. And also, we're now watching Saranika and Vagina battling as well. These two not. Well, now they're at 1 second, but they were very close. And off the road goes Zakansa. He was just involved. They're in a battle, and it's not what he wants. He's off the road. He's gone straight on at 5.
Yeah, and he's now lost, 5 seconds he's now lost as a result of that. As we look to Jeffrey Ellis now leading the team, Rookie Monsters, 73 car, now 27 seconds up the road from Sophia Jones, who's just recently got into the Aztec racing car. You really see how much the drivers have to fight through this final sector as well with that steering wheel. And Borden has a few cars to contend with coming into that final sector, and that is Bussing, who looks as possibly recovering from a little moment through that last chicane. It looked like the back end was out a little bit there. Currently in 8th place in the LMP2. Now it's different.
Stalls off the road. That's like the exit of 16 and down the start-finish straight. He's gonna try to get back in. He's gonna reverse onto the racing line. That's the thing. But he does have a bit of space though, where he can reverse and just try to get back in off the racing line. But if he does reverse back onto the racing line, it can get a bit tight through there.
Well, that's the problem. These cars have got a fairly long wheelbase and not the best of turning circles. So they basically got the manoeuvrability of a boat when it comes to doing, your 3-point turns. In fact, a 3-point turn is just not possible in these cars, I don't think. And here we see Rick Hooper, in 7th position in the GT3s. And he is actually getting onto the back of one of the other GT3 cars. It's not for position though, and that is 4th place in front in the EPLAB sim racing team, and straight on is
Hunter. Once again, he was off earlier, about a minute or two ago, a few minutes I should say.
Yeah. So there was a battle going on at one point between Sarankino and Varga, but it seems like the gap has opened up to 3.5 seconds between these two. Now, I don't know if there was a mistake between the two of them, or they were affected by traffic. And we now see Otto in 3rd position. So, Otto and so the pair of them. No, that's another car that's in the similar colours.
Yep.
Him Huck, 9th place, car number 40 for the Boyd Transport Racing in the Ligier.
Yep.
And he is some 3 laps down from the next position. And this is Matt Varga, who's going to see if he can try and close that gap back down to Saracino, he's managed to take half a second back this lap, and the GT3 BMW Boyd Transport car steps out the way, and that car has been in the wars a little bit during this hour that I've been commentating, but still going all along nicely. Now this is Nick Newcomb's second position in the Ether Racing team for LMP in LMP2, and he's got a little bit to go as we actually see Buran is now in the lead of LMP2. Now, what is his pit strategy like compared to everyone else? So we should probably expect, it looks like the LMP2 cars can do roughly 20 to 23 laps on a stint, so when should we expect to see Buran in? So he's done 11 laps on the current stint, so he's got probably about 9 to possibly 12 laps left on his current stint, so he's slightly off from the others. Actually expect to see Nick Newcomb come in the next couple of laps from second position.
Yeah, as just currently checking in with Antonius momentarily, now checking in with Ricardo Checkered. And in a few minutes time I'll be heading off, and then I'll be handing over to Lex Fortress, and Ryan will also be continuing as well. So now obviously have just a reminder of our leaders. Ilyas leading the LMH, and then we have for the LM2 it is Buran, and then we have the for the GT3 is Bernardi. That's currently your leaders for you. And just currently checking in with 4th place runner Kidos in the GT3, and 3 in 3rd position.
Yeah, and he's comfortably there. He's some 76 seconds behind Sophie Jones in the Aztec car, and the next car behind for position actually is the LMP2 car of Buran in 4th place, but the next actual LMH car is the 5th place Hives, who is some 174 seconds off, so over a lap behind, I would say.
Yeah, so just currently watching as the faster cars making the overtakes on the GT3. Oh, off the road, and that is Smith again off the road. And I think it might have been contact with another car, or the other car might have just been avoiding. Because obviously, as I said, when a lot of cars are together, someone might have had to take avoiding action, or it might have just been contact. One of the two. We obviously just cut to it, so really tell. As we also see one of the GT3 cars getting lapped as well.
Yeah, and that is our leader at the moment, Batan Buran, leading with the United Racing. As we look in the background, we also have the 3rd place GT3 car of Lars Otto in that Ferrari GT3, and as I said, Nick Newcomb is now in the pit lane, pitting from 2nd position in the LMP2. So we should expect to see Chris English back into second position. And actually, I think also could drop possibly behind Varga, who is fifth position, because they're all fairly, time-wise, they're all fairly close when it comes to having a pit stop.
Also, I think James is coming to the pits as well.
Yeah, so Parker James in pit lane in the LNR Bad Batch 777 car. So
We join Mate Raja as well.
yeah, so
Fifth position currently in the LMPG. Yep, go ahead.
Newcomb's managed to come out of pit lane in third position, 1.5 seconds, or just under 1.5 seconds behind Chris English. Obviously going to be on those new fresher tyres. It'll probably take him about a lap to get them up to temperature, but we might see some sort of fight back from English, and that is English and Newcomb right together as they come out of that chicane onto the start-finish straight, and that is Newcomb by the looks of things.
Yep, just going through currently. We're now checking with Lars Otto, third place runner currently in the GT3. Then let's just confirm the order for you for the LMH. So we have Ilias ahead of Jones, and then Blacker, then Hives, who's gonna try and recover in this one, and then we have Simit, who's had a few moments, and then Tot, and then we have Palade, and for the LMP2, Burris ahead of Chris English, then Newcomer, and then I think it's Sarkind, and then Varga, and then Bussink, and then we have James, and we also have Alex joining us. So I'll hand over to him in a second, and then also we have Bernardi, and then we have Jason Otto, and then Parachel, and then Rashke, then we have Parpacha, and then Hooper. Now, I've absolutely butchered these names, but it's been great walking you through the opening few hours of the race. We also took you through qualifying, but let's just remind you of the commentary lineups for more later on in the race. So, hour 3. Well, we're about to have that, and we are into the third hour now, so it'll be Alex Folgers, I think I'm also butchering that name, and then Ryan Ferries, and then we're going to have hour 4. We have Alex Folgers with Tom Dillon, who's going to be back, and then Alex Folgers once again alongside Dillon. Then the last 3 hours plus the post-race right at the end, it's Joshua Birch alongside Nathan Richards, and we might be seeing Tom Dillon get involved, but we're going to have to see how he feels after his 5th hour alongside Alex. Now, it's been great bringing you the coverage. Now, as we've had a moment for Thomas Rasche, but it's been great bringing you coverage here. I'm going to hand over now to the great Alex Folgers and
from General Chat by Chris
Ryan
Tompkins.
Ferris.
Thank you, Omi. We just saw Ryan Darrington Smith. He spun 4 times. I was watching just before I came on into commentary. He spun 4 times, which is quite unfortunate for him. His rear tyres can't be doing that well. 2 times in the last couple of laps, not going to be ideal. Ryan, could you give me an update on how the race has gone so far?
So, as it's gone at the moment, we did have Zoltan, as I joined, we did have Zoltan Hives in the lead, however, had looked to be some sort of coming together, or a spin that resulted in him having to go to pit lane, and then later on I think we saw a penalty for Hives as well, but he has consistently been the fastest car on the track, currently 4th in the LMH. We then saw the Aztec racing car lead for a fairly long period, although they were on an alternate strategy, and as a result of that has given the lead to Jeffrey Ellis in the Team Rookie Monsters car. And throughout the field we've seen battles all the way through, quite particularly in the GT3. We saw battle for position between, just trying to think which cars it was, Francesco Bernardi and Evers Janssen in those two cars. Obviously Janssen was leading, but then had Bernardi, who was on a couple of laps younger tyres, catch and pass for position. And basically we had our first Code 80, and as a result of that, quite a few drivers have gone to pitted early and gone on to an alternate strategy, so it's kind of mixed the order up now in terms of pit strategy.
Yeah, when you say a mix up the order in terms of strategy, a lot of cars are on the same sort of tyre sets. I see a couple of hards, but mostly mediums and softs. Softs mostly for the LMP2s. Maybe they're not struggling for grip a bit out there, but as the night goes on, hopefully the tires will work better. The soft tires might start working better in the lower operating conditions than they might get, so they won't get as much overheating. And I think there's been quite a lot of that. There's been quite a few spins. Like I said, we had Ryan Barrington-Smith. He spun a couple of times in the LMH, and I saw a couple of people going off through the turn 5-6, or turn 6 and 7, sorry, chicane after the long straight. A lot of people missing their braking zone for that, so I'm not entirely sure if that's what's going on, or if people are just not getting their braking zones correct, which is not something you really want to see, but after all, 5 hours, or 6 hours really, left in this race for the drivers. And what we see now definitely is not going to be the definitive order. I mean, after all, you have maybe, how many laps is it separating all of the LMHs? Is it just 4 or 5 laps, I think?
I think it's probably about 6 laps if you discount Salazar's Pajad. I don't know what's happened there, if they've gone out of the race, because they're showing us 63 laps down, so I'm assuming they're out of the race.
I believe so, yes. They only did 7 laps, I think, but they don't have a time on the board in race view, so it doesn't look as if they've been able to do any laps. But yeah, that's interesting. Jeffrey Ellis on lap 72, now going towards lap 73. 42 seconds to him, the Aztec Racing, the 290 car. They've had quite good pace today. They were leading, as you say, and got no one going quicker on track. Actually, I lie. Baran in the URT Sports LMP2 car going for the fastest Sector 1, or his own personal best in Sector 1, but doesn't seem to be doing very well in Sector 2. So there's not that many people improving their laps. So I think now it's just a battle of surviving after the Code 80. After all, they don't really want as many incidents this early on in the race, although it would be better for them to have them now instead of later on, where it matters more.
Indeed, and I was quite surprised to see that by, I think we had the Code 80 about hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes into the race. I was quite surprised we actually managed to go that far without a Code 80, because usually you see some of the chaos towards the start of the race where everyone's all bunched up together, but everyone's been fairly clean in this opening part of the race.
Yeah, and when you look at these, like the separation between all the cars, you can see 3 major groups. You have one going through the final sector, one going through the second sector, and then one all in the first. And that's not exactly like just localized clusters. That's how it's been for the majority of the race. The past hour that I've been watching, we've got this group of GT3s and LMP2s. There's not that much of a pace difference in the corners, but it's mostly they get past on the straight. So I imagine that's why they're sticking so closely to each other. But I do have to say there is still a 10-second difference between the fastest LMH cars and the fastest GT3 cars. We see Jeffrey Ellis improving his Sector 1 with Jones in the Aztec Racing also improving his Sector 1. Oh, and that's a spin for Pickler in the Race Club Germany GT3 Ferrari. He's waiting a while to get back on the circuit.
Indeed, and by the looks of things, there is quite a lot of traffic going through that turn 1 at the moment, and he's managed to get going. So that is 5th place in the GT3.
Fortunately, not that much of a gap in front to the next car, which is I don't want to try that name. Only 13 seconds to get back after that spin. Hopefully not affected too much by the tyres.
So I'm assuming by that Pitchler has actually lost the position as a result of that spin, so he would have probably been in 4th position at the time. I think he was in 4th position at the time.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that one. Spins, obviously this early in the race don't matter that much, but it's still not that good for the morale of your drivers to lose positions, especially through spins. It's not going to be helpful at all, and when you have it many times during a race, like
Only left channel and disconnected.
we had one person that was spinning a lot in the LMH. They've swapped drivers now. Like, this is the 999 car of Greening now. They're 5 laps down on Jeffrey Ellis.
Indeed, as we look at Jeffrey Backer, who's just picking his way past one of the LMP2s, sat quite comfortably in 3rd position overall, and 3rd, which is also 3rd in the LMH. And this is Nicholas Toth. Now, I believe they're making a bit of a recovery drive because they were having a few issues towards the start of this hour, and start of the previous hour, where they had a couple of spins and had a moment where they were trying to get into pit lane and just missed out on pit lane, so had to drive an injured car an entire lap round back to pit lane.
Yeah, so a recovery drive definitely for them. They're doing quite well. I say they're doing quite well. They're 6 laps down, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're out of the race for higher paying positions, P3, P4. You know, when you're in P6 with 5 hours and 50 minutes to go, you start to realize that it's not really what's going on right now that's going to matter, when in reality what you want to do is play the long game, and if you're able to have good pace while playing the long game, that's going to benefit them greatly.
Indeed, because, well, as we say, this is an endurance race. Not necessarily being the fastest isn't it necessarily the place to be. It's just about being consistent, as you say. But also, again, the faster drivers are potentially not saving as much fuel. So, you know, those people doing the lap times that are potentially a second off are saving a little bit of fuel here and there and eking out an extra couple of laps, which really pays dividends later into the race.
I'm sure definitely that it's going to be quite difficult. Well, maybe not currently, but later on in the race, where we start to see the temperatures drop potentially, we'll start to see it being harder to get those tires to an optimal temperature, and we might see more and more people pushing harder and harder, so they keep the tire temperatures. As when the temperature drops, of course, you can have lower tire temperatures, lower track temperatures, your brakes are going to cool faster. So obviously you're not going to have them at optimum temperatures for the entirety of the race, but you're going to have to push more and more as the race goes on in order to keep them in the optimum windows, or that's my understanding at least. I haven't actually driven these cars in any conditions, but that's what I would believe would happen.
And just for anyone out of interest, the current ambient temperature of the track is 27 degrees and the track temperature is 33 degrees. I believe that is in Celsius. And I highly doubt we're going to see a sudden downpour in Abu Dhabi.
Yes, no, I doubt there's going to be the sudden rain cloud appear over the skies of the desert.
No, because we have seen some races that have really been changed up or changed around by a sudden downpour, but I think we're pretty safe as we see. Oh, that's Bathan Burner, who was or still is leading the LMP2 class, having a bit of a mistake coming out of pit lane. We don't tend to see that too often, but it is a possibility because it is quite a tight exit.
Yeah, it's a downhill braking zone, so what I've imagined happened there is he's not had his ABS set perfectly for how he'd want it to be, and he's He's gone in a bit too fast. Well, you can't really go a bit too fast. It's coming out of the pit lane, but he's broke a bit too late, maybe locked up, and done very nicely to keep it out of that tight exit wall there.
And obviously, you know, cold tyres as well. Yeah, and cold tyres, potentially the brake temperature's gone down a little bit whilst he's been sat in his pit stall.
Yeah, agreed. And what I have to point out is it's been a very clean race so far. I only count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 incidents that have been noted by the race director, Chris Tompkins, and only 2 really resulting in penalties. Yeah, 2 with non-further action, and 1's just a warning. So what I'm seeing is that drivers are having a very clean race, and especially compared to Istanbul, there's 28 decisions over the course of 6 hours. That's it's looking to be a better race in terms of driving standards, and I think that might be due to the fact that Abu Dhabi potentially is a bit of an easier track to drive.
Yeah, I mean, personally, it's not one of my favourites to drive. I think it's kind of it's one of those tracks that can be a bit tricky in certain areas and can be testing for the drivers, but you have got lots of runoff area should things not go particularly well, and we've seen that runoff area being used quite a lot over the course of this race.
It's definitely being utilized by a lot of drivers. It's there for a reason, and especially in an endurance race, you don't really want to put it in a wall, so you'll be more careful in the tighter corners. And you see turn 5 there, very tight. Not much runoff unless you miss your braking zone and go straight on, in which case you will be able to turn it around. If you lock up maybe the rears going into that corner, you got a wall very close on your right, and if you spin on the exit, you've got 2 walls very close on either side of that straight.
Yeah, and I think we might be getting prodded for a possible interview.
Yep. Anyway, we're currently watching Rick Hooper navigate the final section. Nicholas Toff looking to lap that GT car and does it very nicely into the final corner. So we're just waiting
Ike Sky
for
moved in from interview
our
waiting room by Chris
interviewee to join.
Tompkins.
Yeah, which I believe is Owen Parker James.
Ike Sky moved to interview waiting room.
Just give us a few moments.
Yeah.
Ike Sky moved in from interview waiting room by Chris Tompkins.
So I can talk now.
Ike Sky moved to interview waiting room by Chris Tompkins.
But anyway, it is still Jeffrey Ellis leading comfortably with a 48-second advantage, and in comes Owen Parker James.
There we go. That's more like it. I was trying to talk to you in mumble.
Yeah, I saw that. I heard you say,
not
I can talk
the
now.
cleverest idea.
No,
Yeah.
it's not very. That was quite funny to me, and I think the entire stream heard you say that.
Oh, that's absolutely great. That's fine. Anyway, how are we? How is the stream? I hear that the auto cam is working well and picking up all of the incidents that are happening.
Oh, definitely, and it's picking up more people that are just going wide through turn 1. I feel like that's mostly what a lot of the.
And then there's Geordie
Yellow.
Lewis missing the chicane as well on the back straight.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's been an interesting race, hasn't it? I would like to, whoever it was that said about the driving standards being better, I would like to object.
Go ahead. Please do.
No. So it's obviously being in the P2 and multi-focusing between ACC, iRacing, and R Factor as Logistical Nightmare Racing is. It's been very difficult coming into a grid like EERC and not feeling ever so slightly overwhelmed. I remember having conversations prior as well, as Lee finally gets moving, it looks like. This is one of two very big races that L&R are running this weekend, and a lot of the drivers have been putting off practicing because Abu Dhabi is not the most favourite track of all of the drivers, not least of which because of the old Formula One connection. And we found in the course of the race, this is EP Lab up the inside. Is that for position or is that lapping? That's miles away. So, yeah, it's been a very, very challenging race. We were hanging on to the back of the P2 field, but unfortunately it looks as though Lee's had a bit of an issue with just getting to grips with the changes that have been made relatively last minute to the car, which is obviously another mistake, not his problem. But it is something that still needs to be. We just need to survive now at this point to the end. The hypercar's having an awful time as well. So not our greatest showing, and obviously with the hypercar team not being able to start the race in Istanbul as well, it's been a very troubled start to the EERC campaign. But we'll get there. We'll focus down and see if we can do something later in the season, if not in coming seasons.
I noticed you mentioned changes. Is that to do with the balance of performance changes that have come in place for this race, or was that a setup change that you made last minute? Or
so it was setup changes that we made specifically, but the balance of performance has made it very, very difficult. In Istanbul, it was fantastic to be a P2. You had lots of straights, lots of space to be able to move backwards and forwards and make space for hypercars and get out of the way of GT3 cars that might have been battling as well. You're just trying to stay out of each other's way, basically. Here, I mean, the back straight is the longest part, and where the balance of performance, where the stratification has been set, trying to actually make passes on GT3 cars is very, very difficult.
as we see Jeffrey Ellis spinning on entry to the pit lane.
Oh no. I'll wait half a second so I can see that. Oh no, that's a... yeah. There is another thing that's been bothering me through the course of the race. Having done basically a double stint, it seems as though Sector 1 and Sector 2 are different materials to Sector 3. I can't describe it, but when you get into the hotel section of the track, all grip seems to just disappear. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's something that we've seen while watching other cars. Is you have to take it much more carefully.
Is it like driving on plastic?
It's like driving on plastic. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. It could just be the whole track is the same, and we only notice it because there's a lot of very tight corners in quick succession, where in the first sector there isn't anymore. But yeah, in the third sector it is a massive challenge at the moment. I was really hoping that we were going to have the track was going to rub it in and it was going to become less of an issue. But there's a huge dent in the track on the second kink before you come up towards the hotel, which has been catching quite a few people out.
Are you referring to turn 11 there?
I would suggest so, yes. It's caught me out a couple of times, but I've not had any massive incidents here tonight, thankfully. And that was very much having to... just before where we picked up the 161 car. But yes, it's been a workout. It's been tiresome, but we're sticking in it. We're going to stick to the end. You can see the 999 is running in 5th, which is a really good showing for them. P2 field, we were expecting a tough time, and that's kind of how it's come out. I think it's going to be survival until we can get to the next round, which will be at Hockenheim, which is a much better track for this. It's a much more enjoyable race as well.
Yep, Hockenheim, and you've got one more race until, of course, the big event, the 24, as far as I'm aware. Will you be putting as much preparation into the Hockenheim as you have with this race, or do you have any conflicting races as a team? You know, you mentioned that you've got iRacing races going on.
Beautiful slide from finale. Yes, so we have weekly races that we have to deal with. I know that there are drivers from the hypercar and prototype teams that are running races Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, as well as Sunday nights on a weekly basis. So yeah, we're very, very busy, and a lot of that is in Assetto Corsa or iRacing. The team as a whole is very new to R-Factor 2, and struggling to get to grips with it, basically. But we'll get there. Hopefully their opinion will have changed by the end of the 8 hours.
Yeah, like you say, 8 hours. It's a lot of time throughout the progression of the race. You might start to get more used to the physics and how everything works, and I can start to see where the name Logistical Nightmare comes from. You say, was it like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday races, and then Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah. This weekend, we had, because what makes it even more fun is obviously ACC had their new physics update as well. So we're all trying to get used to a new physics system.
Sorry to interrupt you, bit of contact between Lee Bolly and
one of
the Ferrari GT3s.
Oh, it's the EP Lab car, isn't it?
No! It's even bigger content with another LB2.
Oh no! That's no rear wing. I don't think he realised that there was no rear wing on his car.
And whilst all that was going on, whilst we were interviewing, we now have a different car in second place that we're currently looking at the moment in GT3, and that is because Oscar Evers Janssen in the...
is he at a disconnect?
Is at a disconnect from second position.
Oh, technical issues.
It doesn't look like Lee's been able to make it into the pits, and he's going to be having to do another lap without a rear wing.
This is going to need
Code 80,
that
might be a Code 80,
That's
exactly.
Code 80, yeah.
Yeah. So, I haven't heard it in my ear yet, but I'll let you know if I have heard it. But yeah,
there we go. I've reported it, so we'll hopefully get a Code 80.
We get to
There we
Code
go.
80 in 10 seconds.
There it is, Code 80. 10 seconds.
Into the barriers. It's really struggling
5,
there.
4,
so,
3,
whilst all that is all going
2,
on, we now have
1,
Sophia
Code 80,
Jones.
Code 80.
Sorry to interrupt, Brian, but yeah, as we've been suggesting, Code 80 has just come into effect. All drivers slow down to 80 kilometers in first gear. You're allowed to go back to what you were saying. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're fine. Well, the thing is, I have a lot of sympathy for the race directors, because obviously having to keep an eye on the entire track, and they're also dealing with other stuff, obviously in the Discord chat and in other areas. It's fantastic when... Ooh! Did they do that under Code 80?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! So the car is absolutely wrecked. This is going to hurt Lee's confidence for sure.
It's quite painful watching the car go around, spinning at every corner, and By the looks of it, you got a bit of
He's
suspension
not.
damage too. You're like, because I can see the car. Yeah,
He's not on code 80 speed though.
yeah, that's not going to be good
That's
either.
not helping. That's not helping at all. Right, I'll get back and have a conversation with my team, shall I?
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Right, it's been a pleasure, gents. Karen, as you are, you've been absolutely ace the entire race so far. You've got far more voice than I do. I kind of gave up racing very specifically to focus on. I gave up commentating very specifically to concentrate on driving. So. Yeah, this is part of racing. This is part of driving. We'll bounce back from this for sure.
Okay, thank you, Owen, for your time.
Cheers.
And good luck.
Catch you in a bit.
So that was Owen Parker James, member of the Logistical Nightmare team, and we're currently watching Lee Boyan in the Logistical Nightmare LMP2 car. He's had an incident in the final sector that's left him without a rear wing, contacting both a GT3 and LMP2 car, and a lot of drivers come into the pits as a result of this code 80, and it's going to last quite a bit longer until we see Lee and the other drivers involved in the incident back into the pit lane, and it's definitely not going to be doing anyone any favors if they've been involved in the incident. And I'm not entirely sure if that's Jeffrey Ellis who's been in the pits, or if that's just a visual glitch that says he's been in the pits for 7 minutes.
It's a visual glitch. So we did see actually Sophie Jones take the opportunity to pit under code 80, and by the looks of things has managed to pit and come out ahead of, still stay ahead of Ellis. Obviously Ellis having that spin into the pit lane earlier, so that's really damaged their chances of first position there. But obviously, still a long way to go, and we're seeing the Logistical Nightmare car, which you could kind of say is having a little bit of a nightmare at the moment, making its way back to pit lane. And as soon as that car enters pit lane, we should be going back to green. So into pit lane Lee Bouillon comes.
And waiting.
Attention all drivers, we go back to green in 10 seconds.
There's the race director, confirming back to green in 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
I think he misspoke, he said code 80, but it should be going back to green flag racing now. Drivers back to racing speed, not limited by the pit limiter. Seems like a couple of drivers were caught out from the code 80 at Brashka, now up to speed, as a lot of other drivers are getting up to speed, and it looks like the GT3 car in second position has had to take a long pit stop due to damage, and I'm assuming that they were involved in that incident, that 162 car.
Yeah, quite possibly. So here we're looking at Jeffrey Ellis, who's second place at the moment. Obviously was running in first position for a while, and here we go. So down to third position is it EP Lab or is it EPLAB?
EP Lab, I think.
Sim racing team. Third position. And how large is the gap? So 2.5. So the car that you can see up the road is actually for second position. So that is Pichel or Pickler, sorry, in the Racing Club Germany car. That was the car that we saw spun on the exit of turn 1 earlier.
Yep, at the start of this hour, and that's a 3-car battle. Unfortunately, one of those cars or two of those cars are LMP2. There's an Le Mans hybrid head, and in that interview, Owen told us that the LMP2s are sort of bogged down on the straights, and it's difficult to pass GTs, and I think that perfectly illustrates it there. That Mercedes GT3 has been able to keep up with those two battling LMP2s. It's just been confirmed by Davide Caprizzi that EP Lab is the correct pronunciation for the team, as Toff in the full throttle racing goes through that turn 6 and 7 chicane. Doesn't seem to have lost much time, but I'm not entirely sure whether people are missing their braking zone or locking up into that corner still. And I thought that was the EP Lab car going slowly, but no, they were just on the inside of the circuit. They might have had a bit of a slide.
That's the thing, when you see the GT3 cars around the LMH cars, they look so slow in comparison that it looks like they're going slow, but they're actually not.
Yeah, it's not as if these GT3 cars are particularly sluggish to get away either.
No, but I do get the feeling that they're quite. They do look kind of heavy as such in terms of handling. They look very a bit like a boat in comparison to the other classes. Whereas we look at Sophie Jones leading in that Aztec racing car, and that is Roy Tom being overtaken by one of the LMH cars.
I believe that might be.
Is that Ellis?
I think that might be. I believe so. I think that's Jeffrey Ellis.
And this is Neil Greening, who's recently got into that Logistical Nightmares Bangers and Mash car. So we'll see what he can do in that, the Glickenhaus 999. Currently, lap time still not all the way through the field, still sorting themselves out from that Code 80. So we've seen everyone post a particularly great lap time.
And that's Jordi Lewis making his move past the Ferrari GT3 of EP Lab. Now, in ninth place and one lap to the next car, sort of just running on his own, not really got to defend from anyone as far as I'm aware. Allow me to check that. But we look at Bernardi, the leader of the GT3 class. He's very comfortably in the lead after the incident that caused our second Code 80 of the race. And he's got no one in front of him and a lap behind him. I don't think he's going to have much of an issue as long as he just keeps it nice and clean, stays out of incidents as far as he can do.
Yeah, obviously the Shiba car not really under pressure anymore, as the car they were really fighting against on track had the disconnect. Oscar and Jansen, because they were having a good scrap for position earlier, and it all kind of interlinked with each other based on their pits strategy. And I think that's Lee Bullion having a little bit of an off-track excursion at the chicane.
But that was also a nice sight to see Lee Bullion back on track, repairing the damage from his car.
Yeah, and that wasn't particularly long in pit lane, all things considered.
I think that was just about 5 minutes, yeah. So, unless they're running with suspension damage, or they just replaced the rear wing, I'm not entirely sure.
This is Matteo Vernal in the EP Labs Sim Racing team in 4th position. And this is actually battle for position, I believe. Yes. And
yeah, that's a battle.
Yeah.
Battle for second. And Papa Mihail makes the move in the other EP Lab Sim Racing team car into the final corner. Turn 17 down the inside, and he's going to want to extend that gap now as they're about to get lapped by an LMP2 car.
Yeah, and it's not really a place that you see much overtaking that final corner, so I wonder if there was a mistake there from the Racing Club Germany car.
But also, very well done to Papa Mihail. He pit just a few laps ago. 9 seconds were separating him and Pickler in the Team Germany car. He's done very well to catch up, and I would assume now that the Pickler has 2.5 seconds down after just one sector. I would assume that they're on older tyres or maybe have a slight bit of damage to their car.
Currently completed 15 laps on the current stint, and just trying to see what everyone else is kind of doing. It is roughly about 30 laps actually for a stint with the GT3 cars. So still not too far into the stint, near approaching halfway.
It's not that much of a pressure on anyone right now to pit or to stay out. It's not really a game of working out who's going for what strategy. That's only really in the closing stages of the race where we see other drivers potentially starting to pit more often, or not to pit more often, but you're going to start to work out what the driving strategies are, and that's Thomas Raschke and Hunter Birch car having a bit of off at turn, I believe that's turn 14, going maybe, I think, spinning towards the inside and nicely recovering it. That's Jeffrey Ellis lapping the leading GT3 car.
Yeah, and one thing that we're potentially going to see is actually it will be a change of position. Is Zoltan Hives currently sat in 5th place overall, which is 4th in the LMH. So he is going to overtake the lead LMP2 car soon, and that will actually be for position.
And that should be happening right about now, according to race view. And he's gone past. And very good drive by the United Racing Team to keep it up into that position, fighting LMHs for that long.
Indeed, and really good driving from Buran, who we saw earlier fighting his way through the field, and I feel like they've used their pit strategy to their advantage, and they've managed to take the lead of the class, and they're quite happily in the lead of that class. I'll just double check what their pit strategy is at the moment. So currently only 7 laps on the current stint. 15 laps on the current stint.
But when you look at their stint times, they've been very consistent. 144, 144, 144, and there's a couple of laps during the Code 80 where they've slowed down, obviously, but after that they've been really consistent with their lap times, and that's sort of what separates the best drivers from the good drivers. If we see, I don't know quite which LMH car that is, but an LMH and Buran are now going to be looking to lap the Ligier, I believe that is, or is that an Orica?
It's Orica, that one. Orica.
Yeah. As you can tell, I haven't been looking at the cars for too long, but yeah, it shows quite drastically the difference between a good driver and a great driver, and I think Buran is masterfully displaying that right now.
Indeed, and well, obviously you're talking about car differences. The Orica is the car that has been used in the LMP2 class throughout the previous seasons, and so it's kind of it's still, I feel, the go-to car. I think from what I read, it is still in theory the faster car, but balance of performance has helped that Ligier on a bit. Now this is 3rd place, Varga. So this is the car that is about to be lapped by the leader of the LMP2 class.
Yeah, the United Racing Team looking to pass the Maria 66 car, and 66 as the number holds a special place in my heart. And there we go, that's a Ligier. And I'll try and point out the differences that I start to notice between the cars to maybe help people watching along that don't quite know the difference. And what you'll notice is we've got an Orica going off. You can see that it's got the lower nose than the Ligier has those sort of, well, the Ligier at least, the PS17? Has the two sort of Formula 1 2013 style upward strakes on the front nose section, so that's one of the easiest ways to distinguish the two cars.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the raised nose. It's got a raised nose on the Ligier, and it's just got a drooped nose on the Orica.
So droop snoot versus I don't know what other phrase to use for a regular nose.
Yeah. Turn up Snoop? I don't know.
Up snoop? We'll go with that.
Yeah, up Snoop.
Think of it like a Concorde. You got the low nose, I can't really use this analogy, can I? Because low nose was used for slow speed, but very clearly the Orca not particularly slow at all, being quite dominant in real life and in the sim currently.
Indeed. Looking through the order, and Hives obviously promoting himself and setting actually in the result. He's now set again the fastest lap of the race. He's now into the 1:39s, and he has just been setting the lap times on fire. Whenever we've been running in clear green flag conditions, lap after lap has been the fastest.
And yeah, he's starting to reach what we would define as qualifying pace, Zoltan Hives, in the number 1 LMH car. I don't know which car they're running. I don't think it's the Glickenhaus, but
They're running the Toyota.
yeah. So the Toyota, I think, is sort of showing to be a faster car, but there might just be a difference in skill. Now, I'm not saying that the drivers in the LMH class are unskilled. That's definitely not true. There's not that much of a variation in lap time across the class, especially during the race. A lot of them running 41s and 42s when you get to the upper half of the running cars.
I think we're seeing Jeffrey Ellis in the Team Rookie Monsters. I think they're running a Glickenhaus and apparently lapping faster than the lead Toyota of Sophie Jones. And obviously Jeffrey Ellis has spent some time in the lead during this race. So I feel like the Toyota may look like it is the car to be in, but the Glickenhaus is still competitive.
Yeah, it's definitely not as if it's the be-all end-all fastest. Thanks to balance of performance, there is going to be... I can't say a lack of disparity in between the cars, because there's always going to be a difference depending on the driver, depending on the conditions, depending on tyres, setup, all the other factors that sort of influence this. You're going to see sort of come out with these drivers. And did you say that the ambient temperature around the track was 27 at the start of the hour?
Yeah, and it's gone up.
It has gone up.
As well as the track temperature. Actually, no, the track temperature's dropped. So I think the track temperature was 33. It's now gone down to 29.
Yeah, we're starting to sort of get towards the sunset hours, and Jeffrey Ellis going for a bit of an excursion. It's 6 and 7. Quite popular among the Le Mans, just prototype classes, and I'm going to call the hybrids prototypes. They're still the same thing, in my mind at least, and maybe you don't agree, but I don't care.
And
Lee, no.
Where is that's coming down to the
Turn 5 hairpin, yes.
hairpin? Yeah. Luckily, it keeps it out of any mischief.
That logistical nightmares race gone from being somewhere within the LMP2 class to just having an absolutely horrible race, and my heart does go out for them. They've been trying so hard, they were having a decent race, and then all of a sudden it's just gone so suddenly downhill for them.
Yeah, and well, like they said, obviously they're racing in different classes throughout the week. Different. That's third place. That's third place going off into the barriers in the LMP2.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's gone into the barriers, and now he's struggling to get the tires to a sort of acceptable range as we watch the EFA racing car navigating the final sector of the lap.
And another thing that I've just been pointed out is to look for as a difference, to tell the difference between the Orica, is the Orica's got like 4 lights on each beam, where the Orica's just got 1 full beam on each light thing.
Yeah, so the Orca is like a bit of a more bubbly, rounded car, and there you go. You can look at it on the screen. The Optimal Esports car with Ricardo Checker on board, the number 2 car. The difference, if you want to look at it, the Ligier is very pointed. It's got very many sharp angles on it. It's the front. The front, notably, is the biggest difference. You got the raised nose, the different light, and it's sort of bubbly. On the Orca, I would say. I didn't think I'd be here ranting about the differences between LMP2 cars today.
But that's just endurance racing and how endurance commentary goes.
Yes. If you're not bored, you're not doing it right.
There's always something to talk about.
There's always something to talk about, but... bored is subjective. You're not bored in the sense that I can't be bothered watching this race. It's not very interesting. No, I'm running suddenly out of ideas for what to talk about, and then eventually it'll come up with something like, oh, there's a difference in the cars. Let's talk about that for 5 minutes.
Just saw there. We saw Varga, mate Varga, in pit lane. Obviously, after that. Instant at turn 1, so that will drop them down the order.
A light little love tap to the outside barriers at turn 1, I suggest that they're probably repairing their car as we see one of the other LMP2s coming to the pits, Chris English in the gravel trap racing Ligier.
Yes.
There you go, that's a Ligier and an Orica right next to each other.
Yeah. That's definitely a short moment to spot the difference, but it'll be interesting to see, will Chris English manage to come out of pit lane first, depending on how much damage repair the Varga has on that car?
Well, based on visually, I would suggest that it's probably not that much, but it's definitely a longer pit stop than usual. But
I mean,
given that they might come out at the same time, that would be interesting.
That would be interesting, but I do feel like it was a little more than just a love attack with the barrier. It seemed to have gone in quite heavy.
For you to go from like 240 kilometers down to 0 in that much time? Yeah, maybe.
So English indeed has come out of pit lane before Varga.
Yeah, they're still sat in their box. They're repairing quite a lot of damage, so I think it was just a bit more than a polite love tap. It might have been a vicious love tap, you might say.
I don't think there was much love involved there.
Oh dear.
So we look to Roy Ton in 7th position, and a couple laps down actually on the cars ahead. So I don't quite know what's happened there, because I believe Roy was. And actually, as I say that, Varga is just leaving his pit box. You can just see in the background.
So 2 minutes and 9 seconds stopped, and that's a great slide by Rick Cooper in, I believe that's turn 9.
Yeah.
Mercedes, he's caught it very well, and somewhat impressive. And Jeffrey Ellis, what corner? Oh, I think his pedals might have broken. He's stuck in reverse, and he's not moving anytime soon, so that's not going to be doing any favors. As we see Chris English now in the new P4, but I think that Jeffrey Ellis might still be there, and he might be moving now, but he is still losing time.
Ellis has just got away by those things. The roadmap.
So he might have just had a bit of a, well, I can't really say temporary. He had a large issue potentially with his steering wheel, because he didn't get out of reverse either.
Yeah,
the duration of time that we were watching him.
That definitely looked like it was possibly a unplug and plug back in again situation.
At least it wasn't like the situation we saw, I don't know if it was the 2020 or 2021 virtual Le Mans, where we had someone swap out their rig in the middle of a race.
Indeed, because, well, I found recently that with some of the updates on with certain drivers and stuff between different wheel manufacturers, that certain issues have started to creep in. I've started noticing a few issues with my Thrustmaster of recent, regarding all of a sudden losing complete force feedback, and I've noticed that other people have been complaining of similar issues. So it's all, you know, it's technology. We love it when it works, but when it stops working, it's an absolute pain in the backside.
But for lack of better wording that you can be polite using.
Yeah.
This is Milan Evers in the is that Ine Avono? Not just one bed.
Bringavond.
Finavond. Oh. Well, that team is leading in LMH, but they aren't leading in LMP2. Currently third after, I assume, a third place finish. I'm not being very intuitive with like commentary currently. Sorry.
That is again Ricardo Checkered in 8th position in the Optimal Esports car in LMP2, and that is our leader of LMP2 now in pit lane. So that is the United Racing Team.
And I'm assuming it's just going to be, well, I assume a new set of tyres going on that LMP2 car.
I wonder if we may possibly see a driver change. Oh, and that is the Logistical Nightmares car on the in the inside barrier, actually. So I don't know how they've managed that. They've just lost it in the corner by the looks of things.
That's not the sort of thing that happens naturally, and
No.
Logistical Nightmares not having the best of times and are 6 laps down on Sophie Jones. You have to feel for them. They've gone through so much preparation for this race, and you heard Owen talk about it earlier, but they're not having the best of times out there. The 999 car, I that can't have happened naturally for them to spin on the inside of that corner. Surely not.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, there's a bit. Is there a bit of camber to that turn? To the turn there. I can't remember if there is any camber to that turn, because unless they manage to turn in and the front end's kind of hooked in a bit too much, which has caused them to spin. I don't know.
But that might be something we'll have to ask about later on during an interview, because that's definitely not something that you see quite often. And this is Pickler in the Race Cup Germany Ferrari getting lapped by an LMP2, and I think that even though the LMP2s aren't the fastest on the straight, I think that shows just how different the speeds are in between the classes.
Oh yeah, and we were looking at an onboard earlier, onboard with one of the GT3 Ferraris, and we saw the massive speed difference there is between the LMH and the GT3 cars. It's just ridiculous. It's like the GT3s stood still down the straight in comparison.
Speaking of LMP2 and GT3, here's Roy Ton. Well, I hope that's how you say it. Navigating his way through a couple of GT3s, and just excuse me a moment.
Indeed. And you can see there, you know, that there's enough speed there for the LMP2s to get by, as we see Chris English down in 4th position, being promoted to 4th position after Varga having his incident. And he is currently sat 43 seconds adrift of Riva, who is the next car up the road for position, as we see there, drifting a little wide onto the AstroTurf. I don't know if that has any effect on the cars going across the AstroTurf. It slows them down a bit, but still managing to get away. And here is our leader, Sophie Jones, in the Aztec Racing Falcon car. Fairly comfortably in the lead with a 39-second gap to Jeffrey Ellis. And that is Jeffrey Ellis in the wall on the exit of what looks to be turn 1.
And you were saying it's 39? No, 50 after that mistake.
And here is third position now. So, of Jeffrey Backer, however, 2 laps, or a lap adrift, sorry, of the leaders, the 2 lead cars.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help to have so many people the name Jeffrey running in the on-page category currently, and quite a bit of confusion. Notably, 23 and 73, so you can't really use the numbers either. They sound the same.
There's one too many, I think. But still, it's the joys of endurance racing and the many names that you've got to try and get around as we look to Rick Hopper in 5th position in that GT3 class. He's just generally been going about his business and staying out of trouble, and it's allowed him to be in that 5th position. Currently a lap, I believe a lap or 2 laps down off the lead. And we look to 4th position in the EP Labs sim racing of Matteo Vanol. And he is currently 7 or just shy of 7.5 seconds adrift of Pickler.
I'm currently reading that the Logistical Nightmare LMP2 card, not the one you see on the screen currently, is having a bit of an issue. We're starting to approach the sort of time where you want your lights to be turned on with 4 hours left in the race, or 5 hours, sorry. I wish there was 4. It would be doing Tom Dillon's voice a favour. But, yeah, they've been disqualified for lights, apparently.
Oh. So, yeah, they've gone from logistical nightmare to all-out nightmare pretty much this race. It's not been the smoothest.
But they should have been undisqualified now. Still, that's not going to be particularly good for the morale of that team, and especially after the incident that they've had.
I'm guessing that's because the driver has forgot to bind a button for the light switch. It's very possible.
Potentially.
And I think we'll be seeing Tom Dillon in soon. I think he is in the process of getting some vocal lubricant in the form of tea.
That's such a strange phrase to describe that as. Vocal lubricant. We're currently watching Jeffrey Ellis in the Team Rookie Monsters car, and yeah, he's not had the best couple of laps. He's not having a particularly fun time. He had an issue a few laps ago, and that's Nicholas Toff in the Fall Throttle Racing. Turn 5 hairpin, catching someone else on the inside again, so I'm starting to think that maybe it might not just be that. And as I say that, the track temperature has gone down another degree.
Yeah, is it possibly carrying too much speed into the corner that the back end's just turning as they try to turn in? Possibly.
It could be, but I doubt it.
As we see Lee Bouillon and again Sophie Jones, who's now got a very, very nice cushion of 43 seconds as a result of Jeffrey Ellis's mishap. However, I think it's fired Ellis up slightly because he's running His last lap was a 1:41.4 against Sophie Jones's 1:43.1, but Jones can afford at this moment to relax a bit. Doesn't need to push too much. Just stay out of trouble and stay on the grey stuff.
Yep. Save fuel, tires, and don't crash. Pretty much. That's all Sophie Jones will be instructed to do.
I believe Tom Dillon is with us.
Yes, hello Ryan. I am here, ready to take over whenever you're ready. So thank you for joining us for the last couple of hours or so, and I believe it's going to be myself and Alex to take everyone through the next 2 hours of this race.
Yep, stuck with me for 2 hours.
Well, I wouldn't say stuck. Definitely a pleasure. But thank you, Ryan Ferris. He jumping out of the commentary box now. I believe we've got to go.
Thank you very much.
And scuttle off to do something. But anyway, we're pressing on in this race, and well, we are looking at the moment at a Ligier. As I know we were discussing how you can tell between an Eureka and a Ligier, and of course, oh dear, that is an Eureka, and that is an Eureka that is spun around.
Oh,
and
bit of contact.
That's collided. That might actually have been, I was going to say Carl Magnus Borre's car, but to be honest with you, Alex, I have been watching this race when I've been sort of going around doing stuff. Made myself some lunch, which was very nice. And
What did you have?
to the end of the football. Well, my plan was to have some eggy bread or French toast, as most people tell me it's actually called. But unfortunately we didn't have any bread in. So I decided, well, I'd already made my little mixture here, so I had an omelette instead with a little bit of bacon. So that was very nice, and I listened to the end of the football as well. But I didn't see what happened to that Carl Magnus Borre car, which seems to not be in the lead of the race at the moment.
Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you, to be totally honest. Yeah. When you said a Mercedes, I was sort of thinking that was an Aston Martin. I don't want to get into the complexities now of distinguishing more cars, but that seems to be all I'm able to do.
Well, the thing is, the Mercedes and the Aston Martin are very, very similarly shaped cars. It's pretty much only the grille, you can tell. It was just because I'd seen a Mercedes in that shade of colour earlier on, so I assumed it was the Mercedes.
I think it's the...
That is a British Racing Green Mercedes.
Yeah, it's quite a peculiar choice. If you want to colour a Mercedes British Racing Green, the colour is typically, I can't say reserved, but has been mostly used by British cars, Bentleys, Aston Martins, and notably Aston Martins. We see Mate Berger going into the pit lane.
But yes, overall a pretty torrid 2 hours. Alex, I was keeping on with all the various sports going on around the UK and indeed the world over the last 2 hours or so. My beloved Aston Villa eventually managed to salvage a draw against Brentford. Then my local non-league team decided to go and not bottle but miss out on the playoff spaces. I mean, overall it's been and then I watched the 72 go and have a crash when I come back. I mean, overall it's been a pretty horrible 2 hours for me.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're having the best of days, and the same could be said for other teams, really. And the logistical nightmare team, especially, they're now down in P6, but 8 seconds to the next car, and their LMP2 effort hasn't gone very well either. They had a car that's been involved in multiple incidents, and recently was disqualified for having their lights turned off, and they've been undisqualified, but that's not going to be helping the morale of the team at all.
No, definitely not. I'm just talking to Lars Otto at the moment because he wants an interview with us on the stream. But I also need to apologise actually quickly because I appreciate we've been having some minor audio issues throughout the course of the day. Actually, what I've just heard in my ear has sort of reminded me, and that is that the car audio. Occasionally we just start hearing onboards despite we're on external shots. We'll make up some excuse and say, oh, we put microphones in the wrong part of the track and be very funny and meta about it. But I'm afraid to say, I actually don't know. It's just R Factor 2 being R Factor 2, and that is Milan Evers going off of the chicane and just cutting it for a moment. he looks okay and can continue on. I have to say, Alex, I'm very impressed by this circuit and its multi-class suitability.
What I'm also impressed by is its multi-class suitability for runoff. A lot of drivers have been using it somewhat generously, and I'm starting to believe that we might have to have a bit of clarification on what the racing circuit is. In my mind, it's what the grey stuff is, the wide grey stuff, not the tiny little bits in between the bits of blue on the exterior of the track. Yeah, mind me, I'm not a driver, I don't know what's going on, I'm not entirely sure what happens when you make a mistake, notably into that corner, and a lot of people have been making mistakes more recently into turn 5, as we're starting to see the track sort of descend in terms of suitability for driving.
And yes, well, it was my understanding of the rules, which I should probably know as someone who's an admin on the league, but is that it's essentially the white lines, sort of notionally, and then the sort of extended thing by that is that it's whatever pretty much the game decides is okay. Some of the tracks that we have are pretty good with it. You know, your official tracks like your Le Mans, which are designed to be quote unquote esports ready. But then here you might have a few more issues, and then we sort of extend that by saying we you know, if we see anyone clearly abusing the problems, then we'll do that. Nick Newcomb says, my home team, Ashington CFC, made the playoffs with an away draw at P3 in the league. Well, you know, my local team, the beloved Chasetown FC, unfortunately needed 3 points and for Coleshill Town to lose or draw into the final game of the season. And despite a wonderful 4-0 victory away at Cambridge City, it was Coleshill Town getting a victory. Incredible finish to the league. Could be its own Match of the Day episode, but unfortunately Match of the Day hasn't got cameras. It's the Northern Premier League Division 1 Midlands. But anyway, I'll hold my tangent for a moment, as I am only here for 2 hours. That is Ricardo Riva having an issue, doing a 3-point turn at the entrance to the pit lane, able to get in regardless. We'll drag in Lars Otto. And Lars, hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hello.
Welcome along to the stream. How is your sort of race gone along so far?
It was very nice. At the beginning, we can, as we start, we can gain 1 position, and we were on P4, and we had I think a little bit of a strategy. So yeah, we are now on P3, and that's very nice. We will see, we are not the fastest, but we are hoping that we can drive constantly the lap times. We are gaining on, and at the moment we are very good and very happy with our driver Heimo Pichler. It's yeah, quite good. He's a little bit slower than on the training server, but it's absolutely okay. We had many problems on Istanbul. We had to stop the race in Istanbul because of the problems, and now we are happy that we are still in, and yeah, we are P3. That's very nice.
And to my understanding, it wasn't your car that was involved in the incident regarding the logistical nightmare on P2 car, or I believe that was the car in front of you.
No, you mean the start crash at the commercial lap at the beginning, or
the more recent one, where you saw the 162 car having to come into the pits for damage?
No, we had no damage until now. We see he's right in the pit, and yeah, we had no damage. We had I'm German, one Dreher. I don't know the one spin. So sorry, one spin. But everything is fine, and sometimes problems with the LMP cars, but yeah, that's absolutely fine and okay.
To my understanding, you've been having quite a clean race. You've only had one spin into turn 1, I believe that was the start. That was just about an hour ago.
Yes.
How has your drivers been taking the race in general? How's it affecting them? Is it affecting them at all, or are they having a good time?
They have a good time. It's everything fine. Yeah, the spin. I don't know. I think the tires. It was on the beginning of the stint, and I think the tires were cold and it was pushing too much. And yeah.
And,
That's happened.
As you were saying that, you were having a good race. We just watched your driver, Pickler. He had an incident. I don't know what turn it was. I think it was turn 8.
Okay.
He's had a bit of a spin, but doesn't look to be in any danger.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, that's not so good. But yeah, I think what can I say? I don't know what he has for problems. When the tires are on temperature, everything fine. I think he wanted too much at the beginning, and that's now the same problem. Yeah.
All right. I suppose you have nothing else you want to add. I have no more questions myself. So anything you want?
Okay. Sorry if I don't understand right. My English is not the best. I hope yeah.
Your English has been quite good, Lars. I mean, better than my German. That's for sure. So, thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully we speak to you towards the end of the race.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Thanks, and have a good time. See you later.
Thank you, Lars.
That was Lars Otto, whose team is going along very, very nicely at the moment. And a message for all the drivers, by the way, from not quite race control, but from the commentary team here. I have made an interview waiting room channel on the Discord, so if you are up for an interview, rather than messaging around and saying, "Oh, can I have an interview?" just join into the interview waiting room channel. Keep an eye on it and drag you in if need be. But on the note of what happened to that 159 car, I suspect they had a crash out of the race when I was sort of going around making lunch and watching the football and things, because they are currently in their own garage and not moving anytime soon. So
the 159 had a disconnect, I believe.
Oh, disconnects. There you go. And we have still got these persisting rejoin issues with R-Factor 2, which is again just one of the plethora of issues that we're having with this game at the moment, which has by all means improved actually quite a lot since last year in terms of feature-wise. They just unfortunately struggle to keep features going and not obviously have bugs caused by them. But the light looks like it might be on its way out here, and to be honest with you, judging by qualifying, which was in the darkness itself, this track looks very, very pretty towards the end of the evening. Ricardo Riva has another issue, struggling a little bit in that Ligier at the moment, and the Aether Racing team, they do hold on to the podium at the moment. Tony McCoffin is into the pits, so I suspect that third place spot might just get interesting and quite tasty in terms of a battle for it.
And yeah, and so it's Jeffrey Ellis off the back of his stint is coming to the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure if he's come out yet, but that might put him into the reach of the other Jeffrey on track currently, Mr. Jeffrey Backer, who's in the Eurotic Sim Racing 23 car. I'm not entirely sure what car they're using. I believe it's the Toyota. I might be wrong on that, don't quote me, but 45 seconds and currently decreasing as Jeffrey Ellis still in the pit lane.
Well, the easiest way for me to distinguish between Toyota and Glickenhaus is the Glickenhaus has got that massive rear wing with all of the sort of fairings drifting off by the side of it, whereas the Toyota is very much a smaller machine with also a raised up nose, a little bit like the Ligier, but not actually looking similar to the Ligier. This is Mate Varga, who's trying to make a move, at least in terms of a lapping manoeuvre. The car just ahead of him, I can't quite see which car that is. It's the fourth place car in class. That's Tony McCoffin. He's going to try and unlap himself here down into turn 5, and well, as we switch back, thank you to the auto camera for that. It does look like he has indeed made that move stick as Bakker is into the pits. That's out of a podium position. That is Sophie Jones in the Aztec car having a spin. That's the 290. This car was dominated pretty much throughout the entirety of the first stint by Zoltan Hives and his number 1 car, but they seem to have got back into it, and they're now very comfortably leading this race.
Yeah, definitely 1 lap to the car behind, and Jeffrey Ellis, I believe, has stepped out of the 723 car, handing it over to Adam Shipstone. And I don't know if I picked this up correctly, but a lot of drivers starting to move onto the soft tires. I'm seeing a couple of medium runners, and I don't really. I'm looking and I don't see any hard tires unless the purple on the timing screen. I'm not entirely clear yet on what exactly that means. But yeah, it's mostly just blue and green on the timing screen, meaning soft or medium or soft tires.
That would be typically how they'd run it in both LMP2 and LMH. But I have just sent you a document. I don't know if you've got it up already.
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay, awesome. that tells you. I don't know what the purple is as well then. It's because that's where I'm getting my information from. I got it from Chris and put it in that little document. But anyway, regardless, we're back at this track as the sun starts to set. I don't know what purple is because as far as I know, there's only soft, medium, and hard. So unless it's a slightly different colour combination for these LMH cars, I'm not too sure. But you know, again, another thing that I'd quite like to talk about as we have a little bit of a break in terms of people, you know, making moves for positions and things like that, which was quite mad in the first hour actually. But this hypercar has been a massive success so far this season. I've really enjoyed watching them on the track, and I think URD have done a spectacular job of getting them into R-Factor 2.
Yeah, they're quite faithfully represented the Toyota. What is it this year? I don't know the. Oh, we see Jeffrey Bakker struggling in the Toyota, which we're talking about, and there we go. That's Rick Hooper going wide out of turn 3, which is quite a weird place to go off, really. So I assume he just tried to keep the throttle in, didn't quite make it. But back to my conversation, the Glickenhaus, is it the SCG 999, I believe, that's been faithfully represented too, and I think the difference in performance now, thanks to the BOP changes that we've got into this round, and we're starting to see them be a bit more competitive, notably the Glickenhaus is starting to be up there, and we've got Adam Shipstone in that Team Rookie Monsters, that's 73, up there in P2 currently, and being a bit of a pressured by the number 1 car of Zoltan Hives, 8.3 seconds behind.
Yes, and as well the BOP that's been designed by Chris himself actually, sort of with testing from all the drivers, as well is oh dear, that's BMW going very wide. That's Hugo Carrera in the Boyd Transport car. I was watching an incident the other day.
Hold on, the 66 car of Varga.
Oh, he has as well.
DNF'd.
You're right. So presumably a disconnect on that number 66 car out of the race. Here is Zoltan Hives into the pits. Whether they'll be able to reconnect in that 66 car is well, that's another question. I'm afraid to say we frankly don't know. But anyway, as we press on in this race right now, I was going to say about the hypercars, wasn't I? The BOP has brought these cars quite a lot further together. I mean, over the course of the race, I think it's quite clear to me that the Glickenhaus is race leader into the pits as well. The Glickenhaus is quite slower over the course of race distance and indeed a lap than a Toyota. But it does appear to be that it's sort of the best we could do. We have done.
Yeah, I can't really dissuade. That's not quite the word for it, but I can't get rid of credits for the balancing of the performance of these cars, and the GTs are very well matched. I mean, it's very difficult to find a difference between the two of them, or the two of them. Jesus, how many difference? There's 3,
6. I don't know how many we've got represented on the racetrack, but I do know there are quite a few in terms of available McLaren, Aston Martin, Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes, Corvette, Porsche, and Radicals. that is 7. And obviously without the McLaren today, that's technically 6. But obviously only a couple represented. So I think 3 represented. I think we've got an Aston. 4.
Yes.
4 represented. Oh no, 5 because we've got a Corvette as well.
I don't think I've seen the Corvette throughout all of this. If you could, like, it'd be great time for the screen to.
Oh,
there's the Corvette. Oh no, that's a Ferrari.
That's Zoltan Hives as well. That's Zoltan Toth now, I apologise. But he's come into the wall and the contact with the Ferrari, I would assume. But that is mightily frustrating for him in the number 1 car. This is a car that really should be winning the race. Sophie Jones is said in the pits as well. That Aztec Falcon looking okay at the moment. I was making a suggestion that they had a long pit stop, but no, it appears Sophie Jones is okay. But yes, I think 5 or 6 GT cars represented on this grid today, taking McLaren out of it, of course, because of the issues that happened earlier on into the race. And well, you know, it's still a healthy grid.
Yeah, something that's just been pointed out in the Race Director Communications channel, and I did have to verify this on RaceView for myself, is that there are 2 162 cars on the timing screen currently. That's interesting.
Yes, well, there is precedent for this, and it was actually my team, rather embarrassingly. Speak of the Devils, here they are, Alex Cochrane, now in the hands of the number 72. He's on a quadruple stint, actually, is Alex, I should mention, at this stage in the races. We're trying to sort of run it as a double stint, just do a double stint for each of the drivers, and then keep rotating that. It would have been 2 double stints, effectively, throughout the course of the race. But Alex, unfortunately, wasn't available towards the end, so we had to put him in for a sort of mega quadruple. Obviously, 2 doubles on mediums, but back-to-back anyway. But anyway, we ran the 72 car. We had, I think it was the number 13 and the number 72 racing at Road America last year, and essentially I hadn't told one of my drivers, David Martin, that there was a second car running, so he just picked the first one that was in the list. We ended up with the 2 13 cars running in the race, and it sort of got a slap on the wrist from Nick Homewood when he realised after the event.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not at all confusing to look at, to commentate, to talk over, really, when you have 2 162 cars. I'm not entirely sure what the other car is supposed to be, and I'm not entirely sure which 162 is supposed to be which. But yeah, Ricardo Riva, that EVA Racing team, promoted to P4, I believe, or it might have been the Matthew. Is it Matthew? I feel like I'm... no, Mate Varga. He was running quite high up, and after a presumable disconnect of that 66 car, they're going to be finding themselves having to rejoin if possible. Is that a thing that they can do if they disconnect?
In theory, yes. We have got issues with that at the moment, though. It's sort of being a little bit inconsistent. We don't know who's able to reconnect, who's able to come back in, and it's sort of a roll of the dice at the moment. But in theory, yes. Unfortunately, probably not for them at this stage anyway, particularly now they've fallen down and down, further down the order. The reading game card disconnected earlier on in the race, actually, to bring my team into it again, and we were able to rejoin last 2 laps because of it. But unfortunately, it's one of those things. I mean, I'd use the old cliche that this is how it goes. It's our mechanical failures in the sim racing world, but it's annoying when it happens to you. As we look at race leader Mustafa Bathiran Buran, again, there must have been an issue with the car that Sven Gillehud was driving early on in the race, because he seemed to have that in hand throughout the course of that. So refer to the entry list once more, try and figure out what happened to them, because there was another thing I didn't catch.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. I think that happened quite early on in the race, about 12 laps in, so I'm not sure, to be totally honest.
Well, there they are, and they obviously must have had a disconnect of their own.
Yeah, it looks as if... I'm trying to check how many laps they did, and it looks like they've disconnected maybe 15 laps into the race, looking at their stints. And I could have sworn I've seen them 61 laps, and they might just have had to return to their garage for whatever reason. I don't think it was a disconnect.
well, we're waiting to get confirmation from that team of what's going on there. I would suspect it's Carl Benson in the highest, no, not the highest, sorry, the Ligier highest runner is obviously that Ether number 46. You know, Ether Racing is the only team I've ever got a race win with. It was in an R-Factor 1 event that they sort of dragged me along to. They gave me 24 hours notice, basically on the last minute. Someone didn't even have the game installed, because obviously, well, you know, it's not a game I league race on regularly. The 20-year-old R-Factor 1, and we ended up putting on together a very nice 3 hours of Le Mans, and we were just able to win quite comfortably in the end. And it was actually around the time they were starting to do their testing for this EERC program here that it was the GT3 at the time. This was the start of last season. They didn't quite finish the season, I think, in that GT3. Came back this year, obviously, with that Ligier LMP2, and it looks like they're going along nicely right now.
Yeah, they seem to be having a somewhat reputable race, and I have to look at my timing screen. I can hardly work out what's going on, but they don't seem to be having that bad of a race, and I've lost track again. That just shows how unorganized I am. I was supposed to have a notebook here that I was going to write down into when something happened, and yeah, no, I don't have a notebook.
I apologise, Alex, because they are actually under pressure right now from Tony McCoffin, who is really looking quite good to take that third position in the Eureka, of course, in the Rookie Monsters Eureka. And he's flashing his lights furiously at the GT race leader, which, of course, that's a 320 car, did win last time out in Istanbul. Though I imagine they'll be a little bit disappointed because they won't be getting points for their credits this afternoon.
Yes, and is that the solution they were having for the McLaren? I don't want to say mishap. The issues that we're having with McLaren. I'm assuming that's the solution, that no GT3s are to get points in the race.
Yes, that's the solution, to try and make it fair. I think that there's a lot of detail to it, because Chris, I think essentially we didn't want to have to wait about an hour to try and fix, reinstall all the things. Chris is also not confident with packaging things. He didn't want to do it all under pressure and break something else. So I think the solution was, let's just say sorry to the McLaren teams, hope they accept our apology, and we'll move on without points, and at least then we've got a race in, and the majority of the teams are happy. But this battle with that Mercedes GT leader sort of getting in the way has rather frustrated Tony McCoffin, who is now under a little bit of pressure from the final Von car.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ricardo Riva, there was that, we called it the imposter. It was the Aston Martin sort of copycat, the 320 car of, I'm probably going to, no, I'm not going to this, Francesco Bernardi, the 320 Mercedes, which is faithfully copying an Aston Martin. So maybe they're like, oh, I could be an Aston Martin. It would be very beautiful if I was an Aston Martin. Just with a more German accent, of course.
Well, actually, that 320 getting involved really helped Ricardo Riva. It was Tony McCoffin, who's gone from 1/10 of a second behind to now 1.2 seconds behind that third place car. And obviously, now this final Von car is getting himself involved into the mix. So he is well and truly down the order. I'm trying to see who's in now. That's Milan Evers right now in the 140. They're sitting down in 17th position overall. So well and truly out of it in terms of how this is going along. In fact, they're one of 3 or 4 LMP2s now who are actually behind the GT3 leader. This is Alex Cochrane, who is just behind right now the GT3 leader, and as you can see, he's about to make it one lap to the GT3 leader. He almost crashes the car. It's not ideal, Alex, but anyway, he's got a long stint ahead of him, and right now we'll make it so that it's one lap to the GT3 lead, and then hopefully chase after Ricardo Checker for the rest of this. There you go, puts himself down the inside, and that give himself actually that position. That's the position for Alex Cochrane.
Position on track in the grand scheme of the race, but not a position within his class. Obviously, it'd be a bit unfair racing LP2.
Spins around, and that unleashes Tony McCoffin to attack Checker. Attack Riva, I apologise.
Yeah, so Riva now will definitely be feeling the pressure. Tony McCoffin looking to stay out of... I say this dirty air, there isn't dirty air in between these LMP2 cars, and that's Riva going wide, coming out of turn 8, that's going to allow McLaughlin into turn 12. Oh, that's a big off for Riva. He's made a mistake, he's locked up, and he's out there, and I don't know who else that was ahead that's had a mistake there as well. I think it was another LMP2, but...
Yeah, that was an LMH that had a mistake.
Was that Stuart Shooter then?
It's, I want to say it was a 73, but they seem okay now. Unless it was the 73, and this is... They managed to get back ahead, but let's see, was it... Oh, no, it was Jeffrey Backer. My apologies. There you go. It was one of the white and black cars. It was a
white and black, very common on this this grid now, and... When we were interviewing Owen earlier, he said there was a bump on the inside, I believe, of that corner. And I think that's what a lot of drivers are being caught out of. And they said the teams were struggling with it, and a lot of drivers have been caught out with it. But I wasn't expecting it to be that much of an issue, and I think that perfectly shows now as the track temperatures continue to descend. 26 degrees down from 31 just a few hours ago. It's not doing particularly well for the drivers, and I think now we're going to start to see more drivers moving on to softer compounds of tyres in order to maintain heat and maintain grip on the track. And I say that again, the track temperature now 2 degrees lower than the ambient temperature, which
46 has disappeared. They're into the pits.
Yeah.
And they're dead last and 30th.
That's I believe that might be a disconnect.
Even if it is a disconnect, it's still odd that they're dead last unless they've been DQ'd. They have been DQ'd.
Oh, I think they took damage. I think they might have ghosted into the wall in their incident, and therefore they won't have had light, and they might have been disqualified due to that.
Yes, however, the game is okay as long as you've got lights on. Race leader is into the pits. That is Mustafa Bakuaburan. He'll make it back out of the pits and retain his race lead. But that is slightly annoying for the 46 car who've gone from, well, heroes to zeros, or I'm sure Gunter Stein has got a different phrase. It was a DQ and an un-DQ because they're back into the race now and into 9th. So that is intervention from the admins, I believe. Oh dear, there's a LMH car straight into the wall.
And that will
out
be
of pit lane. That will be
Sean Schutter. Oh no, Adam Backy. And he's not
no
moving.
Revs. Oh no, he's got some revs.
But I think his pedals might be stuck because he's on the throttle but not moving, and he's now into reverse, and that's a really unfortunate incident. And that pit lane isn't very forgiving.
No, I suspect what's happened there is he's had some kind of disconnect that has resolved itself because he's plugged it in and sorted that out. The throttle being slightly pressed would probably be an explanation for, I suppose sometimes wheels when they disconnect, they still put a little bit of throttle on the end. The experience is a bit of throttling, but I don't know the exact specifics of it. But that is, regardless, Adam Backy probably a little bit flustered, but regardless, out of the pits once more, and we'll pass the HBS car at the moment that is sitting in 6th position in class, if I'm not mistaken. It is, and it's Thomas Raschke, who seems to be driving that car all day long today, is still there, and that is a big bump for Backy once more.
Yeah, and you were mentioning the specifics of the throttle inputs, and to my knowledge, when you have a disconnect, it will go for the last inputs on your pedal. It'll just maintain those inputs. That's my experience with Crossmaster. I'm not entirely sure
yes,
the specifics of what all drivers are using, but what I can assume is what he's done is let off the throttle to make that turn, and it's just disconnected and he's gone straight on. But either way, it's not going to be doing him any favors, and for most people, they've been having quite a few issues in this race. Maybe what we might be seeing is a few wheels starting to potentially overheat and shutting off, which won't be doing anyone any favors. And we saw Jeffrey Ellis, who was in the 73 car, now piloted by Adam Shipstone, driven, whatever word you want to use. They went off at turn 8, they spun around, and what I think they did as a lockup, but they didn't get moving for quite some time.
And I have to say, wheels overheating, I wouldn't expect that to be a factor at this round, particularly when we get to somewhere like Le Mans, which is in the middle of, the very start of July. Actually, in some of those summer rounds, this is a yellow flag here. It has cleared itself. No, there is one of the LMP2s. I'm not too sure quite who that is. I would believe it to be, I was going to say Roy Tom, but he's going on nicely.
Is that Alex Cochrane?
It's not Alex Cochrane, because he would be in my car, and my car's a different colour to that. It's not Owen Parker. It's not Owen Parker James. It's well, it's someone who is a mystery to us, but it's one of the LMP2s anyway, who may have just gone into the pits actually. Well, okay, well, it's forever a mystery. But anyway, back to my point, I would expect it to be perhaps a factor towards some of the summer rounds. I know particularly I've done stints at Le Mans before in the summer, and I've got back on my Thrustmaster wheel, which unfortunately has given up on me over the last couple of weeks. After 3 or 4 years now, it would literally smell burning plastic through it. My room can get quite hot in the summer as well, so I'd come out of the car and I would be sweating. Davide Caprizi, that's who it was, and he's into the pits. It's the EP Lab car, and they're out of the race.
So hopefully some confirmation from the EP Lab what's happened there. Maybe they had a bit of damage, but like they had damage and got into the wall and it was sort of unrecoverable. But I'm starting to notice a pattern. There's been
and Adam Backy has had an engine failure as well, apparently.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Most drivers making a mistake or having an issue hitting the wall and then all of a sudden just magically returning to the pit lane.
Maybe they're just a case of they're disconnecting, calling it a day at this stage. We're still only about halfway through into this race, so well, you know, if it's a 6 hour now, you're sort of winding down, aren't you? Last 2 hours, we'll still have an extra 2 hours on the end of that. In this one, we'll be going along until about 10 o'clock tonight, about 10:30 really. This race will finish here in the UK, and obviously 11 for the Europeans. But, yes,
and you're going to the end, aren't you?
Well, it's a sort of potentially. I'm here, well, now for the next hour and 20 minutes, and then Josh will be coming here with Nathan for 2 hours. I might use that 2 hours to sort of go and get a rest, but sort of notionally speaking, it's us 3 on for the last 3. And it might be a case if I can walk for the last 2 or the last hour and a half or something.
Yeah, and I feel for you, because this 3 hours, this is normal for me. I talk a lot, as you might be able to tell, but yeah, it does take a toll. And you say these drivers, they're going for quite some time. It's quite strenuous on them, but no one ever thinks of the commentators. I mean, our voices. The next day, if you want to talk to us, don't. Only over chat. Don't talk to us, actually, because we will be sounding like, oh, I shouldn't have done that yesterday. Because make sure you have drinks. That's my advice.
Yes, it feels like all I do is commentate at the moment. You know, I've been diversifying into other markets. Myself and Joshua Birch commentate for the US Around Radio, so I do cricket and football and tennis and whatever for them. And then I go over and I do Rocket League over for various leagues now, and I've been doing actually quite, they helped me a lot over there, and I've been quite successful with that. And I stick with the endurance racing, and I do GPVWC as well. I mean, you know, and I help with Josh on his YouTube channel. At the moment, it feels like all I do is commentate. You know, there's times where I'll sit there and I'll think, you know, I've got a free evening. I've got no schoolwork. I've got no commentaries, and I'll actually think, you know what? I must be forgetting something.
I bet you just have an Excel spreadsheet with about 100 lines and this day, time, exact time, and it's like you're scheduling these things.
I make use of my phone calendar. It's actually the most helpful app I own. I tried and I thought, you know, because I'm the sort of person that will prefer a physical diary, but actually given the convenience of the calendar on my phone, I can't go back to using an actual physical diary. It's so good.
I mean, that's just technology, isn't it? And the thing with technology is, when you have a consistent sort of thing, you don't have to go through like, okay, we're doing it 1 week off, and then 2 weeks in a row, and I'm going to schedule it for this exact time. That's the joy of technology. It doesn't take that long. You don't have to flip through individual pages, trying to find exact dates and all sorts.
The longest commentary I've done was at the start of the year. I think it's only a couple of months ago. There was a 6 hour of Daytona race on R Factor 1, and that's how I got my start of commentary. And it was a lot of the old sort of the old guard. Sophie Jones dragged me along to it. We used to do a league, and that was sort of how I got my start commentary wise. And I said, okay, well, if you want a broadcast, so I'm free that weekend. I'll commit to doing it. And then basically, I said, you know what, it's okay. Because they couldn't find another commentator. I said, you know what, I'll just do it solo. I'll do the 6 hours. I'll do it solo. It's okay. We'll make it work. I'll do the cameras and things as well. And R Factor 1, it's not got any of the technology for modern broadcasting or anything. So I had to go on Simple and nick an overlay and everything, and basically ended up doing it for 6 hours straight, including an hour-long red flag. So in the end, it was a 4-hour race with about 3 hours sitting around waiting, trying to film. So that was fun, but I just about had no voice by the end of that.
Yeah, 6 hours it's not that great, and admittedly, I can't really say I've done that much commentating. This is my first commentating event for sim racing, and I wasn't expecting it to be like this. And of course, it's endurance. It's not high impact, high energy. It's not a sprint race. It's endurance. It's 6 hours, and 6, 8, 10, 24, 12, however long you want it to be. I doubt anyone would go over 24. I'm not actually sure what the longest race has ever been for sim racing. Maybe you might know on that, but
I've heard of people having done. I know actually Super GT did a charity event where he did 20 or 150 laps of Super of the Nürburgring, and it's something about 28 hours. But I haven't heard of. I've heard rumours from like friends at school and things back a couple of years ago. One of my friends claimed that his uncle did a 36-hour race on iRacing, but I don't. Somehow there's an LB2 car at a minor moment up ahead, but no, I did some reading about that, and I think he was talking nonsense. So actually, I think 28 hours is the longest I've seen.
Yeah, so the thing about endurance racing is it can go on feasibly for as long as you want, but that's rarely ever going to happen without issues. And excuse me, but EERC is not having the best of times, and you can see that we've got issues in McLaren's. Was that livery loading? I believe it was.
It was some kind of issue. It's with this new content system that R-Factor 2 have introduced. And no, I take your point. No, I agree. I think R-Factor 2 endurance as a whole at the moment isn't having the best of time, and I think it's present in whatever league you go to.
Yeah, and it's not exactly ideal conditions for what we would like to have, and notably, there's quite a few issues that have happened, and yeah, it's not ideal, as I've said many times already in this one-person monologue, and yeah, I do feel for teams as well that have come here prepared for 6 weeks. I've seen it happen in other leagues. I'm watching the Team Germany, I believe they're called, having a bit of a mishap through turn 14.
And the point I want to make as well is I'm not going to throw Chris under the books, because I've been an admin on this league for a couple of years now, and we're just trying to help out. And maybe the McLaren decision was the wrong decision. I don't personally see what more Chris could have really done given the circumstances. I know some people have been critical, saying, well, you should have done this, should have taken more time to investigate the incidents or whatever. Personally, I think it was sort of, what it is. I think Chris probably made about the right decision, but I'm sure, if you want to be critical, I can take that point as well. But at the end of the day, when the simulation seems to actively be working against you, and there's 1,800 different issues that are caused by not your server configuration, but caused by things that are a problem with the game, you know, what can you really do? I've been an admin before in the race director role, where I've spent an hour fixing game issues. It's impossible.
Yeah, and I noticed this last weekend as well. We had it sort of fighting against us. Not really ideal at all. And last race we didn't even have a stream. That was due to the stream PC hating us, turning off, not wanting to work with R Factor immediately before the race, and then
I have nightmares about that day.
and then the moment the race ends, it's like I decide.
Dear Hugo Carreria, just having a spin in the Boyd Transport racing car. That's a very aesthetically pleasing spin, but he looks okay. Carry on, Alex, with your point.
Yep, no points for style, unfortunately, in this race. Although
in this race with the GT3s.
Yeah, but yeah, it might seem to the GT3s as sort of futile to race, but it also means that they can race somewhat without consequence. I'm not saying that they should drive into each other at every given opportunity or try and put it into the back of another car. That's not exactly what I'm saying. But yeah, for a lot of people, it will be futile, but they might just enjoy the racing.
But yes, it's frustrating how our Factors 2 goes at the moment, and I suppose it's a case of it is what it is. And you know, I have to say, I respect James Muckersell particularly for just sort of taking it on the chin. And I suppose it's easier when you've got multiple cars in the order, and just sort of say, you know, what can you do? And I say as well, the decision was taken by Chris because it would have required repackaging the McLaren and putting it back onto the server, and that could have easily, we could have been sitting here for an hour or 2 hours, and then what do you do from there? I would argue that's not really worth it. You don't want to be sitting around for an hour and 2 hours. And actually, back to the stream PC thing last race, the problem we had there was I had a karting event that I had to sort of scurry off to for most of the race, and I was running around. And me and Chris had it decided, right, we're going to take initiative. We'll set up the stream PC on Friday night, and we'll do a test stream. Test stream went perfect, absolutely perfect. Not an issue, Alex. I tell you, not a problem.
I did see that, yeah.
Not a problem with the test stream. It was absolutely beautiful. Set everything up. I give myself, I think it was an hour and a half to set everything up on Saturday morning, and it just blew up. We eventually cobbled a sort of thing together, and it worked enough that we could say, okay, we can get this stream set up. Ed's just got to press go, and then I'm halfway to my little karting event, and we get a message from Nick saying everything's blown up. It's like, oh, okay. So that was fun. I won the karting event, so you know,
good.
Everything has a silver lining. Everything has a silver lining.
Yeah. Silver linings, exactly what you need to look for, especially in instance like this. And you know what? I'm going to call it here. Commentators curse. We have not had a code 80 in a good couple of hours, and maybe it might be interesting if we start to see one.
Yes, absolutely. Well, 4 hours and 10 to go here. Andy Tomlinson says, I keep trying to pester the fast teams to help us with our setup and approaching us closer and to have some entertaining racing instead of the big gaps. Yet to have one take the offer. Now, as a sort of relative, and I want to check this statistic, I believe that Reading Game, my team, is the longest serving team in EERC without a win. I will double check, and I want to make this, well, I don't actually want to have this statistic confirmed to me, of course. But, I believe so. We've raced in every race but I think 5 that this series has put on. That was the 3 at the start of 2020 because well, we weren't into R2 at that stage, and then all of 21 barring 1 and all of 22 barring 1, I believe. Other than that, we've raced at pretty much every round that this league's put on, including finishing very highly at some of the 24-hour races that we've had. I think every one we've finished on the podium, apart from Daytona. That is, I forget about that race, sort of snuck in at the start of 2021. But yes, I believe we're the longest-standing team to not have scored a a finish, a win. But anyway, my point is that we've been racing in the EERC for the last, well, this is our 4th season, of course, and setting up that car is 90% of the challenge. If everyone was on equal setups, I would wager that the LMP2 field would be much closer than it is. But it almost feels with that car that your setup is almost like an R&D system in itself, because the amount of testing you've got to do to figure out that car, which is so difficult to set up, and everyone will attest for this. It's been so difficult to set it up. It's new teams will find themselves towards the back because that car is just that difficult to set up.
But traditionally, that's sort of the way it goes with endurance racing, that the teams with more experience and the drivers that have more experience with setting up cars, and, you know, obviously it comes with time, especially with R Factor 2. I'm quite new relatively myself. I've racked up just about 60 hours through GPVWC, and I'm starting to learn how the setups work, but I'm still not entirely sure. And for a lot of newer drivers, and I know there's quite a lot of them for this season, there's drivers that have never even touched R Factor 2 before, it's going to be a struggle.
It is, and Tony McCoffin actually looks here like that rookie are out of 2nd place.
I think he might have run out of fuel.
Either that or their engine's gone, and if they have run out of fuel, they will not be able to continue in this race because there's no way back around. You can hear absolutely 0 revs. I want to get back onto the points about how difficult this EERC is to set up in a moment. But obviously, the EERC is especially difficult to set up if it's got no fuel in it, and that's the problem that Tony is experiencing at the moment. This is dramatic for this podium punt in LMP2. It will give that number 88 car and, of course, that Aether car their position back and their podium back. And it looks like Tony here, well, his attempts at getting that car restarted are indeed going to be rather thankless, because off to the side of the road he pulls, and out of the race the 37 is going to go.
Yeah, and the 2 cars that had a technical issue, the EP Labs car, I believe that's the 66? No. The 66 is a different car, but they also had a technical malfunction. But both of those cars protested their involvement in the race, and yeah, it was the EVA racing car, Ricardo V or EVA. They were disqualified and undisqualified, correct?
Yes.
So they had to pit, obviously, because they had a incident while being chased by the car on your screen, Mr. Tony McCoffin, and yeah, they've not had a favourable race, and I believe that's more than likely them out of the race, but I've heard nothing about it over the communications from Chris, so I would assume that this is just going to be a case of the car will be recovered.
Yeah, that's not a Code 80
No.
scenario. Obviously, in the real world, we have to put people on track to recover that car, but thankfully here it will just disappear in a moment when they finally realise they can't get that car back going, unless they get it back going, which I highly doubt at this stage. But yes, it's out of the way. If you hit that, you know, that's sort of your own problem. The Code 80s only really happen, ironically, when a car has crashed but can get back to the pits, and it's more giving them the chance to get back to the pits without causing a huge danger on the circuit. So we'll sort of just let Tony get on with that, and eventually Chris, you know, if he sat there for the next 5 minutes, Chris will come over the mumble and sort of moan at him to escape back to the pits. But other than that, he looks, you know, he can stay there as long as he likes.
Yeah, so it looks like the team is looking for guidance there. Luca Tavanari, I assume that's Mr. I forget his name. I was just talking about him. Tony McCoffin has run out of fuel. It's been confirmed, so I wasn't entirely wrong, and I believe that they'll just have to escape back to the pits, and that will be their race over, I assume.
Tony, if your engine's clean, you'll have to escape out.
And there you go, on cue. Chris is giving us the call. There's a little kick up the backside. He needs to get himself out of this out of this race, but it is disappointing for the Rookie Monsters car. Back to Andy's point then, because I really do want to go on this tangent, actually, because we've still got an hour left of together, Alex. It's the EERC, 2020. We were sort of pretty comfortable in that car. We set it up and we were slow, but we sort of chalked it off to it's our first season. We don't really mind. We'll get better. Then 2021, we spent a lot of that year sort of building up to the Spa 24, which we finished very highly in. That was fun. We finished second there. Should have won it. We stand by that. But it is what it is. Mutual with a better team on the day. And then we go into 2022, and we spend most of the year saying, myself and David Martin, we put in many hours. David especially, actually, trying to learn how to set up that car because they totally changed it. We just got to handle it because I'd gone away. I'd worked with. In 21, I'd worked with Iris quite a lot and learned how they set up their car, and we sort of, maybe stole a couple of their setups and picked them apart and decided we could see what they did. And then in 2022, I did the Le Mans with Iris. I was looking at their setup, and me and David picked apart their setup. What are they doing that is different to what we are doing? And I know what Andy means when he says it's finding that extra 3 or 4 seconds, because I don't want to toot my own horn much, but I'm not a 3 or 4 seconds off the pace driver, but sometimes in this LMP2 you're just 3 or 4 seconds off the pace, even if you've set up that car and you're putting in laps that you think are Formula 1 standard.
Yeah, it's almost just, it's magical in a way that how cars are set up. It might just be 0.01 of a degree in terms of camber that might change how your car handles entirely, and it's all about that setup, and a lot of it will be suspension geometry, because arguably these especially these new LMH cars, they don't have as much downforce as they used to. They aren't as fast through the corners, and the LMP2s as well, they'll be quite heavy, but yeah, it's quite peculiar in a way.
It is quite peculiar, and I think the biggest frustrating factor for myself and many others that are sort of on the bubble is that you have teams who go around and they're racing every couple of weeks. There's almost a development race going on with setups in the EERC particularly, and you feel for teams. It's so difficult to get back to the front. I mean, we were close today, but that jump from third to actually getting a win is so huge. I sometimes envy the GT3 teams because I see how easy it is for them to get a win. I think we win the championship in the GT class easily. I'm joking, of course, but no, it's basically what I'm trying to tell you is that if you're a new team watching along the stream, you're thinking, okay, let's join EERC. Do not join LMP2. Is my point.
Basically, if you don't know what you're doing, this is like gatekeeping EERC, really. It's don't join LMP2, only join GT3. You might actually get a win there.
Yes, I'm not gatekeeping. I'm giving friendly advice, because I'm man broken by these LMP2 cars over the last 3 or 4 years. Do not bother.
There's a reading game. They do have a GT3 team, and you know what? I think I'm going to reserve my comments to myself.
Well, in my defence, that's not a full reading game GT3 entry. That is Ed's responsibility. That car, not mine. My crew of the 72. Our name's just pegged onto the 485.
Okay. So what you're really doing is, that's not my fault. I promise. It's definitely not my fault. I have absolutely zero control. You're basically just getting rid of. Getting rid of your responsibility.
See, reading game, and you will have to have a little bit of stretch here. You know how cricketers from various countries, they have their little number that they wear, and it's like the number of their caps. Alex is rather concerningly crabbing there. That's interesting for the reading game cars. But anyway, yes, you have your little cap number. So the first person to play for England has the cap number 1, and the 600th person has the 600 cap. But we've got that sort of system going with reading game. I keep a little spreadsheet of all the drivers who have never been quote-unquote capped for us. And it is my intention one day to actually send out caps to people if they want. Maybe when we win our first championship. might be 45. Oh dear, Kyle Benton out of second place is having a little bit of a moment. He'll spin the car around and be okay though. I don't think there was any other cars involved in that, and they've got a healthy lap to revert behind, so not a huge concern. But yes, so we have caps, and the 485 crew don't get a cap, I'm afraid. They aren't on the official sheet for people who get capped. Because really no drivers, it's more of a joint program.
Yeah, and what popped up on the timing screen during your little monologue is the free, what was it? It was the 306 Boyd transport car. They have a penalty, presumably something to do with track limits, but that would be...
Limits, yeah.
Would that be a drive-through or a stop and go? Oh,
dear Alex. My word.
I'll leave you to make your own comments here.
That is... Oh, no, that's the wrong way around the track, Alex. Let's go back to Alex.
Oh. And here we see a wild Alex. No, no. Okay, he's kept it safe, and he is going to hopefully continue on the road.
And you know, sometimes you do wonder why I shouldn't badmouth my drivers on the stream, because you know we can laugh and we can say, oh, Alex is struggling, but you know at the end of the day, they've had an impossible race look-wise. Again, you can't do anything when you're you know, in fact, 6th position is a very good finish for our guys, which they will get now. Tony McConnell has crashed out, and you know it happens. Zareka is impossible to drive, and Alex is a very talented driver, as is Massey, as is Shorty, and it's just, you know, it's just impossible. I have no blame on Alex. I have no blame on Shorty. But you know, at the end of the day, I can still wail in our losses, because it's frustrating. It really is. You know, you're trying to constantly build forward. You're here 4 seasons into the championship, and you're still fighting over 5th position.
I can imagine it would be quite frustrating. You've been here for, what, 4 years? Or 3?
Well, since 2020, so 4 seasons.
So technically 3 years, probably more like 2 and 3 quarters. That must be quite frustrating. You've been sat there trying to get to the top for however long, and equal machinery. I'll pull out the Nico Rosberg sort of idea. But will I beat Lewis Hamilton equal machine? That's not exactly what happens, and I'm sure it's very frustrating to go about for that long with very little success. Of course, a couple podiums that will lighten the blows that you surely have repetitively taken from.
Yes. I'll tell you now, the Spa 24 Hours was comfortably one of the best weekends of my life, both racing wise and in general, because I had such a good weekend that weekend. Because anyway, but that was a fun weekend, and well, you know, we got the 2nd place as well, and should have got the win really, but got unlucky in the night. Mutual will bring up the point that they, you know, disconnected with 4 laps down, but I don't subscribe to that. We also got disconnected and lost 4 laps, so it is what it is. But anyway, yes, you know, and the Le Mans race we got a podium in, that was very fun. As well, it's the highs you do it for, isn't it? It's the highs you do it for.
So I do have to ask, when are you publishing this book of excuses of yours?
Oh, I've been writing it for many years. It's still got a few more to get.
Okay, so is this like Lewis Hamilton's autobiography that we were asked about? To see a very ambitious move by one of the LMP2 cars going into turn 5.
And the funny thing is that I'm doing all of this waffling, and then Andy is basically describing my story, but with another team in the chat.
Well, everyone has their own sub-stories, and everyone shares pain. Definitely in Endurance Championships, everyone doesn't seem to be having the most fun of times. Some people disconnecting, some people having issues with their wheel, and some people running out of fuel, and I won't name any names. It was quite recent, and if you were there to see it, you were there to see it, and I don't know. It feels like a rookie mistake. And wait, hold on a minute. What's the name of that team?
Rookie monsters.
So yes, as we were. Yeah. So this.
Oh, there, Kyle Benson is continuing to have a little bit of a
What a
struggle. There he
drift!
goes, spinning round and did well to hold on to that and keep it out of the wall. That was a scary moment, and he's doing his best to lose out on that second position at the moment. Though again, the tyres are the big, well, maybe not the Ligier tyres, which are the older Raker tyres, but particularly the new tyre model for a Raker. That is what we struggled with last year anyway. They are so difficult to get right. So difficult.
Yeah, and it's going to be even worse now. And we're seeing a lot more medium runners as the track temperature continues to descend. The light, well, you can't really say it's waning anymore. It's completely disappeared, and we've got those beautiful towers, those triangular floodlights watching the majority of the track. So the lights, as much as you'd say they're useful, Jeffrey Backer in the Neurotic Sim Racing LMH car, going for a little bit of a trip off the circuit, trying to copy that 306 BMW that we saw having a similar excursion, going for a nice pirouette off in the into the turn 4 exit area. And I can't help but notice the convenient transition to the 306 car of Hugo Carrera, that Boyd Transport racing car.
We are on auto cameras, by the way, so this is not what I'm doing. This is, unfortunately, our Factor 2 TV thinking that it has to change every 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, that was strangely convenient. I think we saw Luca Gray having a bit of a slide out of turn 12, I'm sure.
Isn't it? They're all spinning.
Yeah, I think it's starting to be a big drop in temperature, and maybe a bit of a cliff in terms of tyres that are starting to be reached. As well, I can't really, let me check how long Luca Gray's been on his current set of tyres. The current set of tyres he's been on for 28 laps, and is starting to reach sort of the end of this third stint for that car.
One thing to remember as well, and it's not particularly relevant for this race, but it will be as we go on through the season. Obviously, our local time and the live weather time is not in sync with each other, because essentially, at the moment, I mean, to be fair, this race started at 3 o'clock in Abu Dhabi time, and it would be night now. I mean, so we were about 2 hours behind actually actual Abu Dhabi time, because they're 3 hours ahead of us, if I'm not mistaken. Here in the UK, that is almost a spin for the GT3 behind Roy Ton here in the number 40. But anyway, sometimes you can quite easily get caught up in, for instance, a 24-hour race where you think, oh, okay, it's 4 a.m. now, which means the sun's coming up, which means automatically the live weather is that we're going to start to see the fastest laps. But actually, if you're doing a 24 hours of Daytona, as Alex again at that same corner, struggling with the bump clearly, but if you're doing a 24-hour Daytona, for example, it gets to 4 a.m, the sun's starting to come up, and you think, oh, the fastest lap times will happen now. Well, actually, no, they won't, because, of course, the actual local time where the live weather is pulling the data from is 5 hours behind, so it'll still be 11 o'clock at night, even though it's 4 a.m. in game.
And the sun is coming up, which makes very little sense. But yeah, it's just a disparity versus live weather, you might have to say. Sean Schutt in that logistical nightmares LMP one? Le Mans Hybrid. That car.
Actually, Le Mans Hypercar, not hybrid, because that Glickenhaus is not a hybrid.
Really?
I hate to be the. In your defence, it is sort of it's not very clear by the powers that be as to all of it. I mean, for example, the LMDH, the H doesn't actually officially stand for anything, but I do believe that LMH is sort of a category. It's called a Le Mans Hypercar.
Hypercar, hybrid, basically the same thing.
Yes.
The top class typically is the only class that has hybrids, and just because Glickenhaus are different and don't like having a hybrid system on their car.
Ironically, about 4 of the 5 teams in real life WEC don't have a hybrid system. It's sort of that weird thing where it's what they've essentially created is a slower LMP1 and just labelled it hypercar.
You know, because that makes sense to give a cooler sounding name to a slower car. Like, there's no interest in P1 or Prototype 1? What's that supposed to mean? When you hear hypercar, you think, oh, that's fast. But no, it's honestly, well, I can't really say slow. It's just not as quick as they used to be.
Of course, that class is also known as GTP over in IMSA, and it is the same class. It's so confusing. And I remember when the ACO announced these rules, and everyone was just trying to figure out what on earth was going on. What was the difference between? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's confusing, but essentially, if you hear GTP, LMH, or you hear LMDH, they're all basically the same thing. So,
if this makes any sense, you have Le Mans Daytona H. H means nothing formally. You might say hybrid, you might say hypercar. It's just a lowercase h. No one cares about it. You have is it just LMP or LMD?
No, so essentially how it works is you have an overarching class which is known as Le Mans Hypercar and GTP in America. So they're essentially interchangeable terms, LMH and GTP. And then within that LMH class, you have multiple types of car competing. You have the Le Mans Hypercar, which obviously competes under the Le Mans Hypercar class. And you also have the LMDH car, which is the slightly different IMSA version of the Le Mans Hypercar. Both cars, both type of car is eligible to race under the Le Mans Hypercar class.
So if you didn't quite understand before, I hope you don't understand even more now, because it can be explained, but I can't understand it for you or for myself, really.
It's easier, actually, the IMSA term of GTP, because you can say, okay, a GTP car, it's the GTP class where Le Mans Hypercars and LMDH cars can race underneath it. But obviously, we have to, in Europe, be confusing and call it Le Mans Hypercar, which also includes Le Mans Hypercars and LMDH cars.
Oh, this is just absolutely fantastic, and obviously, ACO and I forget what I'm assuming it's just IMSA administrations. Both aren't particularly interested in making it clear for themselves, really. They're only disadvantaging themselves by making it seem like it's a completely different thing when in reality it's not. Of course, this complaint about naming systems for cars, it doesn't really matter at all.
No, I mean, the amount of friends that I've got that I've been begging to get into endurance racing, then I try and explain how this is. I mean, I had one friend who actually, he was sort of only idly interested in F1, so I tried to get him into the Daytona 24 hours because it was happening at the weekend. And I was explaining to him the hypercar, and he assumed that it meant hypercar as in road hypercar. So he thought that the likes of McLaren would be racing, and I had to explain to him, no, it's slightly different, and take it back. Anyway, I never got through to him, and he didn't watch the race. So
yeah, I did watch that Daytona 24, and that one had quite an interesting end. I don't know how. Did you know that in the pre-race the sort of what do they call it? The roar before the storm.
Before 24, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And the two cars in the LMP2 category, the ones that had a somewhat Cars-esque photo finish, they had it both in the Raw before the 24 and during the actual 24 hours race.
I was not aware of the photo finish in the Raw, actually. I was busy that weekend, so I didn't get to watch that race.
So people actually started confusing the two of them because it was the exact same two cars in the exact same way in both races.
Yeah. Yes, well, I hadn't heard that extra little bit of context to it, but that was interesting. And overall, it was successful. And obviously, the issues happen with the 60 car and the tyres after the fact, which is a modern endurance racing controversy. Hopefully, no teams are doing anything here. I suppose the equivalent here will be running grip pads, which hopefully we don't see in this league.
Yeah, if you really wanted to cheat, I mean, if you're you might suggest it. It's like, well, I can't find the extra performance in my car, so I'm just going to send all of my drivers a copy of Cheat Engine 7.2.
Yeah, well, we're not cheating because we've been rubbish for 4 years.
Yeah, yet you're not cheating yet.
No, as an admin of the league, I would never do such a thing. The problem is, it makes me laugh about that. Actually, I appreciate, in fairness, there's not a lot happening with the race for us to talk about at the moment. But in terms of the cheating problem, it is literally, we study the witch hunts in history. It is the amount of parallels between historical witch hunts and
yes,
Formula 1 2022 cheating is hilarious.
It is worryingly close. It's mainly just an accusation based on very little proof. It's it's like saying, well, they are ugly looking, and that was how some witches were convicted back in the 16th century or so. They were, oh, this person has a mole or a wart on their face, they're probably a witch, and they mostly profiled older women, but sometimes younger women too. And the ways that they confirmed they were a witch were pretty much premeditated to kill them anyway.
It's just a case of, it's like, if enough people believe something to be true, it is true. And it's the case of this cheating thing. I mean, I think there's always been sort of a sense, particularly in our Factor 2 leagues and things, where everyone sort of rationalised with each other and said, look, in a field, how many drivers have we got? I mean, we had 60 cars signed up for this race and about 3 drivers a team. So you've got, about 200 drivers over the course of a season, let's say. And you can say, well, actually, it's actually the 999 and the 50 are both retired from the race. We'll get onto that in a moment. And everyone sort of rationalised, look, there's going to be 1 or 2 people that are using cheats. But at the end of the day, we're quite happy in the fact that we're not using cheats. And we trust the other guys to be not using cheats. And at the end of the day, they're not far enough away from us for us to really care anyway. If they are, it's just a case of if we catch them, or they blatantly show something, then we'll ban them, and they'll be discredited or whatever. But it's sort of generally accepted that there is going to be someone on the grid that is using cheats, and we'll just deal with it if it ever comes up. Except now in Formula 1, because you've got people just knowing that people are going to, that people are going to. There's this awareness that people are cheating. All of a sudden, everyone becomes suspicious.
It's you're pointing fingers at pretty much everyone, and for no particular reason. And one thing I do have to congratulate the Tracks VR team on, and I'm completely off topic currently. They were P5 at the start of my commentary stint. They're now in P3, so good job to the Tracks VR team. Back to the
off topic.
But we were off topic of the off topic, which basically is on topic, but now going back to off topic and witch hunts and cheating in sim racing. And you say that everyone accuses everyone of cheating, and people will look for any evidence that someone even potentially is cheating. It's hilarious to watch, because some people will be like, this person absolutely is cheating. They'll maybe take a corner maybe 3 kilometers an hour faster, which could easily be done through setup or something like that. But they'll take that as gospel, because it's like, they'll compare it to their favorite driver, and what they don't want to admit is that favorite driver probably isn't the best, or they have made a mistake, or they didn't go as fast as they probably could have, and that's going to be applicable for any lap ever. There's no such thing as a perfect lap.
Yeah, it was in a league once where it was blatantly obvious that someone was cheating. Like, not even a case of, well, you're taking a corner 3 kilometers an hour fast. It's like you're a second faster than the rest of the field, and the downforce your car is producing is physically impossible for that wing setup. And it basically took everyone bullying them into a confession for them to admit it.
Yeah, I've been in quite a few leagues where that's definitely been the case, where there's evidence, and it's not entirely conclusive, but the suspicion is high, and you can sort of tell they're cheating in the way that they defend themselves and all sorts. And that's what I've noticed. When someone's cheating, their defenses aren't as good as you'd expect them to be. Whereas when someone's not cheating, they have conclusive evidence. They have solid points. They'll bring up video evidence of other people doing it. I'm not saying that those other people aren't cheating, but and you start to realize, oh, well, maybe, oh dear, and that's the EP lab of Stavros Sarikas, and a bit of spin and a bit of contact with, I think that was 2 LMP2 cars, and that EP lab team that's not have a great race in LMP2. I think they're now out of the race, and now not maybe on the start of a bad streak about halfway into this race, but I don't think we're going to have any issues going forward. Hopefully not for the next 37 minutes, because I'm already not feeling like screaming, and I might need to get a drink.
Yes, and you go off and get a drink. I was going to praise Jeffrey Backer, I believe he goes by in this league, formerly Martin Farkas. It slightly confuses me, the name change. But Jeffrey, anyway, says quintuple stint even despite being unpracticed wasn't a great idea. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is bruised and spongy. I was feeling great until I turned on the stream. P3 to P4 was great for me. Turns out all the other LMH cars are dead. Well done on a quintuple stint. First of all, I've got one of my drivers doing a quad, and albeit he's changing tyres halfway through. And he said it was okay. Whether he's feeling that right now out there on the track, I'm not too sure. He's managed to get himself up to 6th position, so we'll allow him that. But yes, having done a quintuple at Le Mans last year in the LMP2, I can tell you that no, I did not enjoy it, and it was one of I enjoyed the first half of it, and then the rest of it you just feel a little bit tired and a little bit weary, particularly late on. And very well done, but very well done on your stint to get yourself up into P3 to P4 is regardless good. But even if you did rely on other people crashing out, because it means you haven't crashed out like Carl Benson has just done, almost into the wall. Well, it's rather a spin than a crash. He's really having a difficult time right now in that number 88 car. And in chat as well, Chris Ish says, good job, I did the same, my first LMP2 endurance race, and I ended up driving for 3.25 hours. And yes, indeed, that it's difficult stints, and everyone's feeling it at this early stage in the season. We're back to it, had a long winter. Half people have gone off and done whatever other leagues they like to do, but particularly for myself, who only does EERC now, really. I do some commentary for Global Endurance Series and what have you, but and EES as well, I cannot forget them. But pretty much for me, my endurance season is 8 March to October, whatever ERC does on a given year. And I have to say, yeah, you get back in, you suddenly realise, oh, well, I forgot about this. And yes, Racer as well says, daily reminder of the commentator, drink some water, long way to go still. I am making my way through a cup of coffee. I had a cup of tea a little bit earlier on, and then come back. Hopefully we'll go and get a little bit of water when Alex comes back. But
and I'm here. They say preparation is everything for an endurance race, and I forgot to stock up the fridge behind me, which I was intending to use to grab drinks when I needed them. But obviously I forgot to restock it before the race, and now I'm suffering the consequences. So yeah, I hope that you can go and get yourself a nice, refreshing glass of water.
I'll give it a moment, because I have only got 34 minutes left before I can go and take a natural break anyway, so we might just stick through it. Anyway, here is the 72 minutes. One point I do actually want to bring up that is relevant to the race is how Alex was so far over to the right of his pit box there for a moment. That is actually because we are sharing a pit box with the number 1 car today, so we have to go over to the right hand side to make sure they can actually fit in it if they were to pit on the same lap as us.
Right. I forget that that's an issue, that drivers are sharing pit boxes, and I saw that come up in the communications with the race director, that drivers were losing up to, I saw, 3 positions and a lap because they were stuck behind someone in the pit lane. And I feel like that's another downfall of R-Factor in the way that it handles endurance racing, is that it forces people to share pit boxes because you don't have individualized garages in in R Factor. God, my brain is buffering. And
Well,
yeah,
this is the thing you do, but they're full.
yeah, they're full. You should have individual lives, but they. How many cars? You said 60?
Well, no, there was 58 signed up. We've got a hard cap of 45, so.
So yeah, 45, and we've got 30 cars. So if we were to have the extra 15 cars plus the, I don't actually know how many cars are retired at this point. Yeah, so there's only 21 or 21 running cars, I think. As we speak. Yeah, I believe that's correct. 21 running cars on circuit, and I imagine now we shouldn't have as many issues when it comes to pit clashes, but it seems to be a large issue across the entire what could I call this? The entire grid, in a way. And there we go. That's the Stavros Storikas going wide at turn 1, taking a nice little excursion off the track. And again, a lot of drivers not strictly following the, I would call them guidelines of track limits, but I can't really call them guidelines. They're more fixed than that.
There has been something dramatic happening. The LNR LMH has had a disconnect. I'm trying to figure out which car that is. It's the logistical nightmare of Shoot, I believe. And he's been in the pits for quite a while. They're trying to get him back in. Hint, Andy, I believe you may have to join a spectator for that issue to solve. That is Stavros having another problem. And you know, it's that time in the race where we've still got a long time to go, and you don't get this sense in a professional, you know, real-life series like WEC or something, but you do get the sense now that we are starting to wear on and people are starting to get tired.
Yeah, and Zoltan Hoff on, I believe, fresh tyres in, well, relatively fresh tyres. That's his fastest personal lap of the race, and 2 purple sectors, 40.341, and I believe that was, I'm not even gonna guess. I saw a time for the final sector, but didn't get to it before he'd gone through the first sector. But for the Racing Zone team, the number 1, it seems to be going quite well for them with decent pace. And I don't know if you've also noticed this, but yeah, the car we're currently watching, the name, I don't believe that's entirely correct. Especially on race view, that seems to be appearing somewhat incorrectly. It's showing, well, upside down question mark, half, an eye with 2 dots, and another half.
Race view has some interesting things there. As Andy says, I'm up driving today, my 40th and my son's 18th. Well, very happy birthday, Andy, 40 years young, and I think the way it works, your son then classes himself as 18 years old. I don't know what the cut-off time is between being classed as something years old, but anyway, happy birthday, Andy Tomlinson, and hopefully we see you in the next round, and maybe you can get your son into it as well. You know, I tried to do an ERC race with my dad once, and thankfully that race got red flagged because, no offense, it was absolutely atrocious, and well, we did never invite him back. So, anyway.
Oh, you can't say that about your father. That's simply preposterous. And
Alex, he was 8 seconds off of the pace.
No, don't do this. And no, I'm not going to give an opposing blow. It is.
At least I'm only 3 seconds off the pace. Depending on the track, we'll be fast at Le Mans this year. I know we will. We'll be fast at Le Mans this year.
Yeah, but honestly,
mainly because I've still got Team Iris set up saved. But anyway.
That's the only reason you're going to be fast at Le Mans, is that you've got a setup save.
Anyway.
I'm sure there's no intellectual property laws that would possibly get you in trouble regarding setup.
But,
No, that would be silly.
Yes, no, anyway, I mean, it's okay. I mean, Team Iris aren't competing here, A. B, I'm sure they don't care about their setup. And C, they maybe do a quintuple stint at It's Le Mans, so, you know, and they like me, so I think, so it's okay.
Keyword, I think.
Yes.
Um,
Well, I did have a 100% podium record for a time with them.
for a time, did you do one race?
Well,
or?
no, I've been this since Adelaide on the final lap out of podium position.
Oh, it's terrible, Tom. You should be ashamed.
But yes, that was horrible. And anyway, we focus back on this race rather than my various stories around ERC. This is my problem with the ERC commentary. I eventually just divulge into stories.
Madness.
Well, both that and although my commentary normally is rather bad anyway. We look at Adam Shipstone actually chasing down the race leader in the Rookie Monsters Glickenhaus, leading Glickenhaus cars. It's going to be difficult for them regardless. I think I suspect they might actually able to pit stop there.
Oh, that's. I'm assuming they're supposed to be Gonzalo Acosta. I don't. I'm just gonna say Costa. I don't want to take the risk of being wrong.
Gonzalo, I would assume Gonzalo. Maybe.
Gonzalo, maybe. Maybe we could ask the what's the team? The Neurotic team to talk to us about that one. Because potentially we might be able to say that one by the end of the race, but that 23 car having a bit of an excursion off the circuit. And speaking of excursions off the circuit, Milan Evers in the Fine Avond Motorsport team going nice and wide through turn 1 while getting past the Aston Martin copycat, that 320 GT3 car, and flashing his lights at another. I believe that's... Which team is that?
That is the LNR car.
The LNR. I'm being
It is
told.
Gonzalo, by the way.
Gonzalo. Is that Salo or Charlo?
I do not know Spanish. I'm going to assume Gonzalo.
I'm putting
That's
it
what the
into
footballer's
Google
called.
Translate.
The footballer's called Gonzalo, so I'll go with that.
Yeah, it is Gonzalo, yes.
Okay, there we go. Maybe I should just take Spanish as a...
It's Portuguese, actually.
Oh, okay.
Make sure you know your languages. How dare you not know a specific language and their accents, Mr. Tom Dillon?
Well, you know, the funny thing is the footballer I was referring to is Portuguese as well, so I don't know why I didn't pick that up. I always forget they've got their own language. I don't know, maybe I should educate myself better.
Yes. Just start studying everything in the world. Become an encyclopedia, why don't you?
Yes, well, I've barely got any racing knowledge. I'm supposed to be my specialised subject.
Yeah, that's a great image for yourself. I'm sure that when you present these races on your CV eventually for a professional racing commentary gig, they'll hear me talking about how bad you are.
No, it's okay. I'm very selective what goes on the commentary reel.
I can't blame you for that one. I would do the same.
Yes, well, you know, the commentary reel gets me... There's got me a couple of gigs, actually, in the past. I managed to get one commentating a real-life karting event the other day. This is going on now, but... well, Ed, actually, the reason he's not here today, by the way, and you're stuck with me pretty much filling in the bits Ed will be doing, is the fact that he's commentating on a real-life karting event. Well, on the same cars that I commentate, but yes, so, as I said, these bits obviously not on the reel. It's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, so keep everything that involves potential mishaps, or maybe going off on a tangent as we have been for the past half an hour. Understandably, the race not as interesting as it should be. Well, I say that like I have a gauge of how interesting an endurance race should be, but yeah, potentially not as interesting as you might hoped. We've not really got any close on-track battles. It seems like it's starting to reach the point where it is laps instead of seconds, separating almost every single car. Did I say separating?
No, you said separating. I mean, you got away with it anyway. But this is... This is the thing, I suppose, about these endurance races, is that sometimes you do just have to go out on a tangent, because at the end of the day, we know the little things that are happening, but we're right in the middle of a stint. We've got 3 hours and 23 minutes to go or whatever. And at the end of the day, if we were to speak about the race exclusively, the viewers would get bored. At least they can hear us babbling along and get some kind of entertainment out of it.
Yeah, I think that...
Alex, that is a remarkable save.
I didn't actually see that. I'm gonna have to watch that on the replay on the stream, which is already quite far behind for me.
About half lost it, I think, and then sort of was able to recollect it. I thought he'd totally gone for a moment, locked up the rears.
Well, I just have to look at a replay of it on the stream. Here we go. Here's Alex Cochrane on my screen now, and I don't see the save. Oh no, he does sort of like, yeah. I see what you mean. That was a very nice bit of driving by the person that shares my name, apart from last name, obviously.
I say it's remarkable, not because obviously, you know, he spun around 3 times and was able to just about hard onto the car. I say it's remarkable because of how little he spun. The fact that it was just a nice little drift through the corner.
It wasn't a drift, it was planned, so he'd have the correct amount of slip angle to take an ideal line. Just Alex Cochrane getting past the 320 GT3 car. Slip angle is such a fallacy within motorsport. Such a discussion about it in sim racing.
I actually despise it because, you know, I bring up the example of karting because I always describe the way you're supposed to drive outdoor cars is you have to slightly slide them through the corners. And then I always get one, you know, very smart person tell me, actually, every time you're sliding the cars, that is losing time. And then I have to explain that actually what I mean is slip angle. And, you know, I'm saying slightly slide because that's the best way to describe it to, you know, people who don't understand what slip angle is. I'd rather say slightly slide than, you know, go through a full detailed description of slip angle, whatever. And I hate it. I despise it. We should just get rid of the term and just call it what it is, which is a slight slide.
What you should really do is when someone corrects you and say, actually, it's slip angle, not sliding for a corner, is you should say, yes, I'm sorry I didn't describe it as they're a bit, a few inward degrees versus the tangent of the corner.
Because the thing is, every fast driver I have ever known does this, and even the ones who like come from owner karting, come down and they because you know they run out of budget or whatever, they're blisteringly fast, and they all do it. And then you describe it, and it's always people who do owner karting that and have been to race school because they always describe it as, oh, it's not actually a slide because for some reason race school always drums into people never ever slide, which is just not exactly true. You know, it's not actually true, and Jeffrey says in chat, just say the sliding is faster in R-Factor 2 anyway, which is also true.
Yeah, R-Factor 2 requires a unique style of driving, you might want to say, where you sort of just expected to put a sort of Fernando Alonso driving style. I'm not sure how many people would quite understand that, where you force the car to understeer through the corner, and then eventually it oversteers. Which is what you sort of saw with... was it? No, he didn't force it to understeer. Yes, he did. Sorry, I'm just absolutely...
No, you are right. He sort of he
flicked it into the corner. That's sort of what you need to do.
Yes, he sort of, yeah, that's how I describe it. He sort of flicked it into the corner. Ironically, it's actually the outdoor karting driving style, except with outdoor karting, you're not trying to get it to understeer, you're trying to get the back end to kick out ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Slip angle, of course.
How will you respond to the compliments that you got in chat?
I know. Thank you very much, Richie, who's actually jumping in about 90 minutes' time. That's very, very nice. I'm, you know, for someone from the West Midlands, it's not very usual. It's I'm sure Nathan will actually. He's from Birmingham. He'll understand. It's not usual we get compliments for our accents, but anyway.
Exactly. Yes, I'm from the sort of Manchester area. I do not get that many compliments for my voice, believe it or not. The accent is not what makes a voice, is it? Really, it's how you use it. It's not about the accent; it's about how you use it. Yeah.
Yes, well, the northern accent was always maybe that my sort of dad's side of the family, or there, I think Rochdale specifically, is like when I used to hear my grandma talk, it would completely different to how we'd even think about it. It's hilarious.
The Rochdale accent is probably one of the funnier ones out there. Yeah. Accents across the UK. What was the statistic they used on Formula 1? It's changed every 30 or so, 25 miles. Yeah. What people don't understand is that there's such a cultural difference between different parts of the UK. The north of the UK and Scotland particularly, they were dominated by Vikings for the longest amount of time. That's mostly where their accent came from. And the people in the south, well, they just decided they wanted to be different from American settlers, or that's how I understand it at least. And they decided to become posh and talk like they have a... I don't think I'm allowed to use that analogy on the stream.
I know what's coming next. And,
Yes.
But, well, I have to say it's weird being from the Midlands, because you can sort of choose sides depending on the subject. So, for example, you could sort of say, oh, in terms of the speaking thing, oh, we're from, well, I'm much more down south now. I speak proper, and then there's other elements where you're like, southern people, northern people. It just depends on who you want to annoy.
Exactly, you're in it.
Very nice level of malleability, actually.
You're in quite a unique position because you're in the middle. You perfectly divide the north and south. You sort of get to take a side. I'm trying to think of an analogy, really. You're like Italy in a way.
Yes.
I can either be posh or I can hate the posh people.
It's actually great, an hour and I'm in Manchester, and an hour on, well, an hour and a half and I'm in Bristol. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very nice to live in the West Midlands, and I'm sure there's many places in the UK that would be much nicer to live, but Gonzalo,
I'd say you're right there.
Gonzalo Costa having a bit of a off in turn 6 and 7, as we've seen many drivers do, and that's quite an interesting way to attack the pit box.
Yeah, they're not keeping over to the left, are they? Is Andy Tomlinson said slides in factor 2. Professional expert road friction interaction control, or perfect for short. You know what? I think I can get behind that. I'm going to create that thing. I'm just going to use that on my commentaries now. Perfect. A little bit of perfect.
Yeah, he's that. We just saw an excellent example of perfect there by Valadis Corrales. That's quite a nice name. I have to compliment that. That's a that one comes off the tongue nicely.
Yes, and a bit more perfect from Valadis, though I do think that was very much him slightly losing the car.
No, it's perfect. It's not.
It's perfect.
There's no such thing as losing the car. It's only perfect and spinning.
Really over-exaggerating your slip angle.
Yes, exactly. Aren't you just hypocrite? I don't like slip angle, not one bit. No, it's horrible.
Oh, it is. No, I stand by. I was using that to take the mick out of the slip angle beam.
Oh, yeah. If you consistently talk about slip angle, I request, quite personally, you don't talk to me.
The only time I've used slip angle as a point of conversation is when I was talking to a friend about go-karting, and obviously, as a karter, you don't get treated like you actually do a sport. They look down on you. They think, all the footballers think, even though you burn more calories doing go-karting, it's a much bigger workout. They don't look down on you. They don't quite appreciate it. So to sort of do the little man syndrome kind of, we're an athlete sort of thing, even though I wouldn't say athlete, but I also wouldn't call a Sunday League footballer going onto the thing. I wouldn't call a Sunday League footballer an athlete. Gonzalo is having a small spin. It's always when I go on a tangent that people start
everything happens. Do more tangents. I
describe slip angle in depth to sort of give validity to the skill of karting.
Yeah, my one thing about slip angle is when I was trying to refer to angle of attack when hitting a wall versus slip angle. Because to racers, there's no such a difference, whereas to people that understand physics, there is a difference. Yeah, that's one of my biggest ones, where people confuse slip angle and other sort of angles versus things. And yeah, that seems to be a major point that a lot of, notably sim racers, I've never really seen it by real racers, and I don't really hear real racers talking about slip angle all that often. Yeah, I feel like slip angle is just one of those stories that sim racing has invented to try and increase its validity as a what could you call it, a genre?
Yes. No, I know what you mean. And to be fair, Little Man Syndrome also exists in sim racing. I'm not sure if that's it. You know, I should probably check that's actually a totally PC term before I start using it. I've just heard other people describe it like this, so I apologise if that causes offence to anyone. But anyway, I think you have to do a double check now in just out of assurance. But yes, you develop this sort of thing to try and make out that sim racing is just like real life, and it actually angers me, because don't get me wrong, I love sim racing. You know, I love events like this in terms of this has been a very entertaining competition. There's a lot of nuance to this type of racing that it is, it is a valid form of competition, as I will say other esports is. And I say, I always say this about Rocket League as well. It's a very valid form of competition. I wouldn't call it a sport, because that's the sort of Rocket League thing, where people are trying to act like it is a sport, and it's the same with other types of esport. And I always say, no, it's not. It's a valid form of competition, but you wouldn't call it a sport. I respect these guys' skill, I respect these guys' skill, but it does frustrate me when I see, particularly on your sort of Instagram reels and your and it's all as well, I'm not naming names, it's always failed racing drivers that try and act like sim racing, and sim drivers can make the switch straight away, and they always use examples of like James Baldwin, who people forget James Baldwin did grow up karting and did grow up doing things, and basically just use sim racing as a way to get his foot back in the door. They do like to conveniently forget that, is what I'm trying to say.
I think they did that with Jan Opmer as well. They all sort of thought, oh well, he's just been fast in sim racing. He's gone through F1 esports. He's won 2 titles. But yeah, and I know it's an incredibly nerdy thing to do, but I would compare a lot of I'm gonna use the term online competitions as opposed to esports. I've never liked the term esports. There's not many esports that are sports. You have Call of Duty. Can't really call that a sport. Maybe you get an arm workout. Put a bit of weight on your mouse. But other than that, I think esports is just a term, again, just to increase the validity of their...
I would say sim racing is a sport because it's simulating a sport.
Oh, I would say it is a sport because it involves, physical action. You've got legs.
I wouldn't go that far, to be honest with you. I wouldn't go that far because I think as well the level of if you drive one of these cars in real life, it's even with a force feedback wheel, there's no, or a direct drive wheel rather, there is no comparison.
There's no way to compare the two of them. Absolutely not. You can't represent the physical intensity of a real car through the simulation medium, but it's still definitely a physical action, and you're not exactly sitting there for 2 hours and playing Call of Duty or playing Rocket League.
You have to be reasonably fit. Duo, again, a very impressive save, actually. You have to be reasonably fit. I mean, or not necessarily reasonably fit. It depends on your wheel. I suppose I'm getting a driver wheel soon, which I'm very excited about. So, I suppose there's an element where you have to be somewhat fit, but it's not exactly about it. You don't have to hit the gym to do sim racing. And despite what the professional sim racers may try and tell you. And well, actually, one second. Before we go back to our before we go back to our tangent, just acknowledging indeed how well the 71 is doing. They're on a superb run. 5 laps now they lead.
Yeah, They're having a good race. Yeah, but back to the tangent of sports being the same things. Yeah. There's a lot of sports that couldn't be considered sports, and esports definitely can't be considered a sport. But for the most part, it's a lot of sport in a way is mental capacity and whatnot. But I would also like to bring the example of chess in, right? Because in physical and both electric mediums, it's the same level of play. And yeah, so I don't know where that comes in exactly. It's not particularly a sport, but it's definitely a championship.
I was doing this thing at my college, because my college got an esports course, which I'm going to be honest with you, I probably shouldn't say this on air, because I do their sort of commentary for their esports championship, and that they're a part of.
It's kind of mediocre.
And I think it's, to be honest with you, it's a case of hate the game, not the player, because I absolutely despise that an educational institution is teaching esports. I think that's pathetic. I don't mind them having an esports team, because it's something extracurricular and it does build teamwork. And my take on it is that I watch these guys playing Rocket League, and I watch how much of I do a lot of Rocket League leagues. Well, some of the games we commentate are at a very almost pro level. They are very, very impressive sort of players, and the skill of these guys, I say the skill of pro Rocket League players is in their craft almost equivalent of the skill of a Premier League footballer compared to a regular footballer. These guys are at the very, very peak of what it is that they choose to do, and for that I don't think they're given enough credit, because at the end of the day they're on a computer. But I look at what that competition does to people. I look at people going to during game 7 overtimes where they're an inch away from losing a championship and a lot of prize money, and the amount of mental strain that takes, and the amount of pressure that they're playing under, and the level of skill that they've got relative to their craft, makes it a very, very legitimate competition, a very legitimate thing that we're using to test the skill of a person. However, when people try and argue that it's a sport, and I had this guy at this day that we were sort of teaching these kids how esports industry works and things like that, and I had and he was trying to argue with me that it is still a sport because chess is a sport. And I was like, well, no, chess is a sport because of tax reasons. We call chess a sport. They don't have to pay as much tax as if they were an entertainment industry. But at the end of the day, these might be legitimate competitions, and chess is another good example. It's not a sport, but it is. These people are, again, elite people at what they do, and we should respect them for that. But we shouldn't respect them as athletes. And I think that's the same with something like Rocket League. And I would sort of begrudgingly say that it's the same with sim racing, even though as a rather rubbish sim racer myself, it does annoy me to have to call people who are good as elite.
Yeah, there's quite a significant divide between esports and sports, and especially when I say divide, there's no sort of line that changes something from an esport to a sport, because obviously esports is always going to be defined as an electronic sport, but after all, it's like a gradient. There's a point where it's kind of a sport but not actually a sport, and then there's ones that no, you can't even consider them to be sports, but rather just competitions instead. But I think sim racing is probably one of the most reputable ones as a physical activity in a way.
And the irony is that sim racing is probably the least entertaining of them all to watch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not entirely sure whether I'd rather watch an hour and a half chess game or 8 hours of people driving around a track with steering wheels that cost more than my entire... Yeah, exactly. And that's also the insane part about sim racing, is the high cost of entry. Like, you could argue you've got a couple low tier wheels that you can sort of get at entry level, but that's not going to do you that well. I mean, you can get a Thrustmaster wheel that uses elastic bands for resistance for £70 here in the UK. That won't get you very far in a competition like this, where I think most of the top drivers will be more than likely using direct drive wheels.
I mean, we sometimes have, one person who's particularly, especially good on a controller. For example, Lazaros Philippakos, he's raced here occasionally, and he's on controller. But as the general rule, yes, it is direct drive wheels at the top. And this is something that I find particularly fun about a competition like Rocket League, in that, there is no barrier in that game. It is, you have got a controller, and the only thing stopping you from being as good as the very best is the fact that you have got your own skill. You're not good.
Yep.
And that's not present in even sim racing, because I would wager that even though top drivers will often, go down to a Thrustmaster and they'll say, look, I'm doing the same times. It's like, yes, but if you've got a Fanatec, you're going to get up to pace a little bit quicker than if you're on a Thrustmaster.
Yeah, there's a huge disparity between low end and high end. With sort of a Fanatec or a direct drive, maybe from I'm trying to think, Simucube, for example.
Yeah.
You start to get a bit more fidelity, and you start to get a bit more of a feel of how you should drive each car, and I think that's where unfairness comes from driving. Especially in the examples where you see people downgrade to a Logitech G29 and they go and do a lap on GT7 in a GT car. They still have that example, the experience coming over from a different car, for example, or
Your pace might not necessarily be different, but getting up to that pace will be different.
Yeah. Your understanding of how cars work will probably increase, or the specific car that you drive with a direct drive wheel. And what I've just noticed is, while we've been on this tangent for the past 20 minutes, we're approaching the end of our time. Or my time, at least.
And my time as well, sort of.
Potentially.
Well, yes.
You might be coming back later.
I'll talk about that plan in a moment, but what I was going to say to sort of round off this point is that I think these things will be very entertaining. I think this level of sim racing is more entertaining than pro sim racing, because there is a difference in pace. People are learning the cars and learning the setups. They don't have the time to, all be within a 100th of each other, and that that's just far apart. But as well, I look at a competition like Rocket League, and I've commentated on games over there that I have enjoyed almost as much as I've enjoyed a very close cricket match, a very close football game. And I think people who sort of come to it with a snobbery, and I have a level of snobbery myself, because sort of my upbringing, that this is a computer game, this cannot possibly be entertaining. But at the end of the day, I think people who have that snobbery, and I've had to sort of let go of it, you are missing out a little. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, it's not
Joshua Birch
the
and entered channel.
impressiveness. I say impressiveness. That's not a word, is it? But how impressive something is, in terms of how it works, does not particularly matter. But how exciting something is to watch visually, that's what really matters. Especially in sim racing and other sports like that. Oh, and there's Gonzalo Costa to end our sort of commentary stint, going for his next excursion, bouncing around turn 13, and probably not having his favourite races so far.
And yes, well, thank you very much for joining us, Alex. I will stay on until Nathan
Joshua
gets
Birch
here.
left channel
at least
and
I know Josh is on his way. But I believe this is the first time we've commentated together, and I have to say, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable 2 hours, and I hope we get to do it again throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, exactly. It's been my first time commentating. I would call it my first time commentating a legitimate form of racing. I can't exactly call my past experiences with commentating legitimate, but yeah. I do very much appreciate the opportunity I have here. I can't wait to work with you again. So yeah, from me, thank you for joining me, and I'll hopefully see you in the next race in Hockenheim.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm dreading a return to Arkenheim after season 1, but that was Alex Folks who joined us for the last couple of hours. I've just dragged him and welcoming into the commentary box the ever capable and well, how do I start to bring you how do I big you up, Josh, here? The ever capable Formula 1, BTCC, other series, IndyCar, done cricket on USRN, tennis, football, and of course, most notable of his achievements. Once got praised by myself, Tom Dillon, for his commentary on EERC Suzuka, 12 hours in 2021. Joshua Birch, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, we'll be here all day if we list everything that we commentate on as well. There's about 15 or something like that, closer to 20 this season. Oh, it's nice to be back for EERC. I haven't done this in about, what, 4 or 5 months? It's been a long, long time. So, nice to be back for the final, was it 3 hours coming up? I think we've timed it perfectly. Yeah, about that. It's been a fantastic race so far. LMH leading the way again, as we know, but with the 290 at the front. Interesting to see that the champions from last year stuck in 3rd position, a minute behind as well. And I'm getting really excited, Tom, for the last couple of hours. I don't know how long you're with us. I think you're with us till late, aren't you? And you're disappearing off.
So, so the plan here, I think, is I'm going to be here until Nathan gets here. He is, I think he's on his way in about 10 minutes' time. And then I think I'm probably going to jump out about an hour and a half, go and get some dinner, and come back for another hour and a half or so. And yeah, it could be a bit of fun with the three of us. I know this is going to be Nathan's first experience of, well, you know, endurance commentary on R Factor 2. So I'm excited to listen to what he has. But you know, I'll sort of be in and around watching, well, probably whatever sports on the telly at the moment. But anyway, yes. So that's the plan. For those, I'll reiterate, I'll be on for about 10 minutes more. Then I'll jump out for an hour and a half and come back for the last little bit.
Yeah, looking forward to having you and Richie in the box together again. We haven't really all worked together that much, even though we're on the same YouTube channels a lot. You two haven't really crossed paths that much on the commentary as well for what we do in F1. So unless there's a race that we've all done together and I've just lost it, still, that's gonna be fun. We've done practice sessions, I know that.
Yes, well, we've done a couple of practice sessions, no races, so this should be entertaining, particularly into the last hour of this one. You know, I get the sense that this is a race that is sort of bubbling up, and we're going to get something entertaining that happens towards the end. And you know, this is pretty much par for the course in terms of R Factor 2 endurance. You know, you get this period of the race where not a lot's happening, and sometimes you know, we do get a very entertaining finish, and sometimes it just sort of just fizzles out at the end. I hope this is the former and not the latter, but you know, this race definitely got a little bit to give.
Absolutely as well, and I'm very much excited about the fact that, yeah, I think the LMPH is going to be the closest battle. I mean, LMP2, 4 laps separating them. GT3 can still come back into it. We've still got a very long time to go, and 3 laps isn't that much in the GT3 field to change up. LMP2, I think, is uncomfortable, but definitely LMH. As soon as we get to pit stops as well, Tom, it's going to go a lap longer, you can get the laps back as well. So strategy is going to be the key thing there for the hybrid class. And already got 1 out of the championship as well, so 112 laps down, unfortunately, for the 137 squad as well. I think they had a disconnect earlier on in the race, didn't they? That so far down the field.
Yes, I believe actually Stan is still out of that car. I don't believe they are circulating at the moment. We'll go and switch over to them and see if they are indeed in the garage. Yes, they are, as I suspected. So unfortunately, that squad is out of the running. They wouldn't have been classified anyway, 112 laps down or whatever it is. So disappointing for them, of course. If you are just joining us, the GT3 class of this race, none of them will be classified for championship points because of the issue with the McLarens. We had to choose between 2 evils, cancel the races for the McLarens. Oh, for crying out loud. That's my car into the wall again. And anyway, it's okay. Alex is struggling out there at the moment, and I'm not going to come out on a stream and say he's doing a terrible job, because at the end of the day, it's obvious, if you're in a stint where you're struggling with the car, it is what it is. We've all had those stints.
Is it a setup issue then for your car? Is it just like really struggling with things?
Well, at the end of the day, I don't think it's particularly a setup issue, because, Massey had that car up to 4th, and, we were fighting for a podium. It's a combination of Alex is struggling to get up to speed in the LMP2. I don't think he's driven a lot of it, as is Jordi. And even, I'm still about a year into this new 8 months into this new LMP2 sort of updates, I'm struggling with it as well. And you know, when I get my new wheel, I'm not particularly excited for. Well, I'm excited to get back racing. I'm not particularly excited to learn how to drive this car again. It's a very difficult car, and drivers who aren't used to the LMP2 find it difficult. And drivers who are used to the LMP2, who aren't aliens like Sven Gillihan, will find it difficult to get used to that car. At the end of the day, I can't blame Alex. You know, we're not fighting for anything in particular. We're looking good for a 6th, which is good points for us. We're trying to get that car to the end. He's struggling right now, but there's a long season ahead. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm never going to stand here and complain about one of my drivers, unless that driver has clearly got, you know, a terrible attitude and they're, you know, they're taking people out. Then I'll criticise him, but I'm not going to criticise Alex here because he's obviously struggling. And, you know, if you struggle, that's the kind of thing where you have to take a step back and you have to say, look, you're struggling. It is what it is. You know, you're not going to get better. You're not going to stop struggling throughout the race because you've put, you know, new tyres on or whatever, or you've made an adjustment at the pit stops. If you're struggling, you might learn how to be a bit more consistent, but you're not going to magically pull 2 seconds a lap out. So, as Alex comes into the pits, he's also on a quad. I am never going to complain at someone who's willing to sit in my car for 2.5 hours.
That's true. Okay, so basically, you're just being too kind, is the statement we're getting from that. You don't want to annoy anybody.
And also, everyone else is struggling. You know, Alex is struggling, but a lot of people are struggling. It's just a shame that Auto Camera likes to pick out his spins in particular.
Okay, well, I would say that it's the Auto Camera's fault, nobody else's. So I'll stick with that one as well. As I'm just looking at the board as well, with Jones leading away. 176 laps now we're on. As ambient temperature 26 as well, there 22. Nice and stable as it always is. Driver track is busy as well. I just noticed I was looking at the chat, Tom, as well, and I noticed that Chris has got a brand new PS5, so I'm quite surprised he hasn't just shut everything down and he hasn't gone to play that, because it is an awesome experience as well. So dedication for
I'll call out Chris Josh because he tried to offload some of the steering to me, and I told him I don't actually have my R-Factor 2 set up, which is okay, which is actually an ever so slight lie. I have my R-Factor 2 set up, but I don't have the mod at the moment, and so, you know, that was what I meant when I said I don't have my R-Factor 2 set up. I don't have any of the ERC stuff installed, nor do I have actually the Hypercar mod at the moment. So, because I wasn't expecting to need it until I was driving, so I sort of offloaded being asked, my apologies, being bothered to buy them. Almost call myself out there, and got onto the swear jar, if that counts. But
I was just thinking, actually, what were you saying there?
But yes, can't be bothered to buy it. So yes, and I have to concede, as actually Alex has just finished his stint. Massi Riboli is in the 72 now. That will be not to the end of the race. That will be 2 stints, and then it will be, of course, Jordi back into the end of the race. So we'll see what Massi can do in that car. I think aim 5th. Well, it's 2 laps down, so realistically 5th is the best that we're going to get here, and that's got to be the aim at the end of the day. But yes, so it's sort of a case of we had to. Chris has unfortunately had to sit with the stewarding, but you know, I will concede, and I will say I reckon I've done my fair share on the commentary and the broadcast. That,
yeah, I mean, it's an 8-hour race. I'm just turning up for the last 3, so that's quite a lot that you've been in the box for as well today. Yeah,
I think about 4 hours or so at this point.
Would have been here for the whole thing, but touring cars, Formula E, it's been a very long day as well. And
we can shout out your YouTube channel for various other projects. Josh has got his JB Motorsports YouTube channel. You can he provides alternative commentary to a lot of the races. And a lot of the EERC, this is why I shouted out, there's a lot of the EERC crew there. Ed, myself, Nick is on there as well. In fact, all of the commentators today, apart from Alex, and Ryan, of course, come from Josh's. So actually, all of the commentators, I mean Nathan and Amy. But anyway, you can go and check that out. JB Motorsports on YouTube. Lots of alternative commentary. We cover a lot of things, and of course as well, USRN, which we cover a lot of cricket, football, and things like that over there.
Do you know, we were just talking about it earlier on. We were discussing, because now the channel's monetized, there is a little bit more incentive to do more sessions with the radio coverage, with the live timing, because it works so well the other day with the IndyCar Open test. Because originally, I'm really actually annoyed, and I'll tell you a little story because we've got time. I'm actually annoyed because it was supposed to be a 2-day test on the Thursday the 20th and Friday the 21st. Now, Friday the 21st was my birthday, so my birthday was yesterday, and that's when the final day was supposed to be. So I decided, okay, I'll just show the timing screen, and I'll put the IndyCar radio in the background, and I'll host a bit as well around and leave it be. So that worked really well on Thursday. Lo and behold, I get to Friday, and an hour before the stream starts, the day gets cancelled. It's meaning I could have commentated on Thursday. It's like,
Yes.
what are the chances?
I'm going to be honest with you, I was surprised that you were allowed to link in the radio coverage, but it worked remarkably well.
Yeah, only the radio coverage as well. You can't, like with NBC, you're allowed to use the commentary, but up until a certain point. So that's why we can have like pit reporters and things. I think I pushed it a bit too far there. If it was on actual NBC and not Peacock, I think we wouldn't be able to do that all the time. But with the radio, because it's a free broadcast, you can sync up the pictures. We did it this morning actually with Checkered with their practice sessions. So as I said, it's sort of given the incentive. Maybe we could start airing the IndyCar practice sessions like that with as well, with timing screens as well, a little bit more. Just because IndyCar's a bit neglected, as we see Costa spinning faults at the moment. LMH coming into turn 16 and 17 on this Abu Dhabi circuit.
Oh dear, and that's our car, Josh, the GT3, who tried to get around him.
Not good. That's the new. What's the new team name then for the GT3 class? Because I can't keep up with what Ed's called it. What you and Ed's called it,
so Hunter Birch Simulation Reading M Studios Racing. I did feel a little bit bad because if you look at that, let's just say that GT3 car, that Aston Martin, looks a lot more like fast reading game cars than it does look like past Hunter Birch cars. Whereas you look at the 72, which I will quickly go to the trackside camera on, there's one Hunter Birch logo on the nose, and you're not in the name. So I did feel a little bit bad, but then again, I suppose it is what it is. It is. Oh,
I should send you the JPEG of the logo for the YouTube channel. You know that logo on the front. That we get that on the side of the car.
We've got a little bit of a sort of. So there's a little bit of a tradition at Reading Game. We keep down. I think we have three logos on the car. I think is most we ever go. We go. I always let the livery designer put their logo.
Oh, hang on. Costa spun again. This time down in turn 6.
Difficult moment. And just be avoiding that GT3. It is the same GT3. He's just passed. But yes, so we try and keep as little logos on our car as possible. I always let the livery designer have one, and then I think one sponsor typically. So yes, I always just to make that car look nicer, because I hate there's some sim racing teams. Yeah, there's always some sim racing teams who think that the more logos they can get away with using, the better, and I disagree.
It ruins it. Like, if you look at the most elegant cars in history, they're the ones where the paint job does the most talking. Like,
you've got to have some logos, but to be tastefully done.
Yeah, like I always think the McLaren in 88, 89, 90, 91. That was sort of the best era of livery and sponsorship logo, because they all harmonised with each other. You had a white background with black text, and you had a red front and engine cover with white text. It's all just sort of harmonised together quite nicely. And nowadays, especially if you look at cars like the Williams in Formula 1 and that lot, and the Red Bull, it's all just a bit of like a throw paint at the wall and see what sticks. And I don't like it. I mean, Red Bull have literally done that for Miami as well, with their designs, just throw paint on the side of the cover. It looks ugly. They don't look good.
No, they don't look superb. I still think the 2020 Williams is one of the nicer modern F1 cars. But anyway, one thing to notice being livery sport-wise, and it's a good example, the 88, the Chris English Ligier, the gravel track racing car. The new illuminative designs that have been sort of emissive designs, I should say, that have been creeping their way into the series. If I go back to Chris English, actually I'll take auto camera off to demonstrate my point for a moment. It's we figured out in the game how you can use emissive textures. So you'll notice on all of the number plates now are under night running. they slightly glow. It's so that you can see them on the tracks that are perhaps a little bit less well lit, obviously, than Abu Dhabi. It's so that you can see what the car number is. And some of the teams have actually decided to incorporate that into their livery designs, and Gravel Trap have done that too. You can see some of their logos actually slightly glow blue, and that's how that works. It's all done with region maps and things. I was experimenting with it for the Reading Game car, but in the end, I couldn't get it seamlessly fitting in, if you know what I mean. And
Well,
I decided to keep it as it was. But some of the teams have done it very, very well.
I must admit, Tom, I'm kind of glad that that's going to come in a lot handy when we are commentating at tracks like Suzuka, where when it gets to the night stages, it is so dark, you're literally just commentating on headlights. It's very hard to, and it's going to come in handy at Le Mans as well.
At Le Mans, yes.
The 24-hour race that we've got to figure out how to do.
Well, thanks to you, Josh, and as Nathan jumps in, I'll be jumping into tomorrow time. Thanks to you, we've now actually got a good pool of commentators for that event, so we should be okay. If everyone does if everyone does about 3 hours stints, we should get through it. Anyway, thank you, Josh, for joining me for about 10 minutes. I will be off for about an hour and a half, and I'll come back in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Well, not 2 hours. Basically, if I'm not back by an hour to go, something's gone wrong. But most likely, it will be in about an hour.
Thank you, Tom. Take care. See you in about an hour and a half. Have some food. And joining the commentary team, I'm delighted to welcome now for the first time as well, PSGL PCF2 commentator, WRT2 commentator, and as well the CTC Championship lead commentators as well. It's Nathan Richards. Hello, Richie. Add it to the list then, my friend, of how many leagues and esport events we've commentated on together. I think we're at about 7 now. Welcome to EERC.
Thank you. Thanks, Josh, for letting me in. It's our, I think, 7th league we've commentated over now. So, a bit different to normal, though. Normally it's Formula 1. This is completely different. Quite new for me as well. I've never ever done commentary on an endurance event, so there's lots for me to learn. But having 2.5 hours around Abu Dhabi, I'm sure I'll be able to learn quite a lot.
I'm glad you're at Abu Dhabi, as an F1 circuit sort of help you into it. My first race, they dropped me in at Suzuka and made me call the end on my own at about 1 a.m. in the morning, so it was quite a stretch there, getting the end. And it was in pitch black as well, which was really, really strange. So the key with endurance racing is just, it's not like in Formula 1 where we have to be so on it all the time. The pictures sort of tell their own story. And it's a bit like a test match in cricket. We can go off topic, we can start talking about other things, and if something dramatic happens on the monitor, the auto camera will pick it up and we'll start talking about it. So basically, it's like a Formula 1 practice session, but a bit longer. And we can leave breaths and have a minute or two between ourselves as well. And just a complete relaxed affair, because I've got the comcam on, I'm sitting down. You know me, I stand a lot, so it's just a nice chilled out, relaxing stream.
A bit like our usual Formula 1 podcast we have when we had the safety cars in the on the PSGL streams, and we've had the red flags in the past as well in many other F1 races. We've sat there for about 15 minutes. We're just sitting there, keep tapping back in. Come on, just hurry up and get us in. Yeah, and we end up going on a right tangent the whole time. Sometimes we end up offending people. Andrew and Toby can be one of them. Back on F2. And Drake at one point, remember?
I do. Race 1 we did with F2, and we offended Drake Dempsey. It was an F1 esports driver.
Yeah, it was. I don't think they're too bothered by us anymore, which is good. We've ironed it out.
Yeah, we've got it.
And I can't do much offensive things to any of the drivers in here, because I'll be honest, I don't know any of them. I know one of them that was meant to be driving, I believe, in the GT3 cars, Jendrik Beerhoff or something like that, I believe his name is. He's part of one of the community teams that I used to be in. One of the managers for QRT. You've heard of QRT, haven't you, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a PC manager for them. I'm not sure, but I believe it was in the GT3, but unfortunately, due to game issues, he said he couldn't race, which is a big shame, of course. So I believe he's either only got 1 or 2 drivers on the sit for their car.
Well, I'm not biased. Well, I say that, but I do actually have a team in this event as well. That's how I have a team. Tom runs it as well. Ed runs it as well. I'm just sort of the silent partner, always cheering on and everything, because I'm always so busy. I can't.
So what team is that then?
It's the it's the Hunter Birch simulation team. as well. That's in the British Touring Car Championship.
Wait.
And in this, it's the Hunter Birch Simulation. I want to get this right.
RGS.
Reading Game Studios. So it's Hunter Birch Simulation Reading Game Studios.
See,
yeah.
I saw that last look. Looking through the standings, I thought, hang on, Birch.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So we sort of collabed. So Hunter Birch Simulation was quite. We came up with it, I think, in a Formula E race because that we did for EERC because it was funny because it was the initials Hunter's BS, which we all done because literally Ed has a. I hope you're not listening yet, by the way. But if Ed gets annoyed with things as well, it's quite funny to watch as well. So it's all going to be fun. So Tom, of course, working together over the time. Chris usually drops in if there's a code 80, as we see Costa again running wide. That car not doing well out there today.
Another thing I need to learn, what is a code 80? I went online, but it came up with police codes in America. So I believe that's not the reason and what it means.
Oh, hang on a minute. A bit of black smoke there from the back of Costa's car running 4th on LMH as well. That car is 4 laps down on the lead. So we'll just see if there's a problem there. I'll have to come back into the pit lane if so. As Verone just goes a little bit wide, the 162. Okay, so code 80, Richie, it's basically a virtual safety car because we don't have safety cars in esports.
Of course,
So it'll be too much as Ben Carnage goes a little bit wide. 14, the LMP2 squad getting past a lapped traffic. So it's just a virtual safety car. And we will get interrupted as well by the race control saying there's a code 80. So we'll hear that on the broadcast, usually on Mumble if we have it. But I think today, with Nick Homewood not producing this race like he normally does as well, we're using Discord for the comms instead of Mumble. But I'm still plugged into Mumble to hear code 80 if it gets called. Just actually so that's basically it. Code 80 when it comes out is all cars must go to 80 kilometers an hour under a virtual safety car and coast around. On some tracks, depending how short they are, it gets adjusted for code 60.
Well, being as the amount of conversations we're going to be having over the next 3 hours, I thought, why don't we talk about the calendar that we've got?
Oh, it's a cracking calendar.
It is.
I don't know if you've looked at the ending of the calendar.
Daytona, 10 hours.
Yeah, well, even that as well. Myself and Tom was talking about it just before we come in. Next race in 34 days as well.
Yeah.
That is going to be the 8 hours of Hockenheim. But if you look at the 1st of July, it's a biggie.
It is.
24 hours. It's our biggest event of the year. And we do stream the whole thing. Sometimes, however, in previous years, we haven't had enough commentators. So the night shift gets a couple of hours just to cars and noise. And then someone picks it up in the morning when they wake up. This year, however,
fully spun then. Shipstone there, losing the red completely, going through turn 11 there. That was a close one. Normally we'd be saying lost the in the F1 car, but no, I've got to remember these are LMH cars, aren't they?
Hybrids, hypercars as well to come through. So hopefully with Le Mans there'll be somebody commentating for all the hours. Literally, we've dragged the entire team from JP Motorsport over, which is great. I know Jess is actually looking to get into do a couple more. She was talking about that earlier on in Formula E. So hopefully we'll have Jess on for the 24s. And also remember, Hockenheim is the 27th of May, 8 hours there, and that we've never done. So that's going to be a whole new event for us to do. This calendar's always been a bit different. Back to Suzuka, first time in 2 seasons as well, on the 23rd of September, and then 10 hours of Daytona rounds out. It used to be the 24 hours of Daytona, and then we used to have 12 hours of Le Mans.
But it's changed.
Yeah, because Daytona ran into loads of glitches, so changed it.
It's also nice to have a bit of a change every now and then, and we're on board with Toff there, I believe, going through on one of the GT3, the BMWs there, down at turn 14, Latifi corner. And I'll have a lot of time to try and learn the names because I'm looking on the board and there's a few that I don't know. I know Zoltan because we've seen Zoltan Boda, so that's a pretty similar name. But there's many on there that I don't understand and can't speak at all. And looking in the chat, Jendrik says, Richie, oh my god, well, actually, Jendrik, I was speaking about you early when I first come in. I said that I saw your name pop up and that you couldn't drive. You've already been mentioned before you even see me. yeah, welcome in, welcome in.
Well, I'm happy to have you, Richard. I've been trying to get you on for a while, actually, with all the commentators. They should have actually been at race 1 back in March, but I wasn't commentating on that as well. I think we had a stream of it, but there was some problem with it, so we've got it recorded, but I don't think it's been uploaded at all. There's no commentary on it, so I think it's been edited or something like that.
See,
someone's done it.
Originally, I was meant to be on from hours 4, 5, and 6, but for me, one thing I've always struggled with, one of my biggest weaknesses is I always struggle to work with new people. I don't know what it is, but even if they're the best commentators in the world, I always have that thing of it's like you have that uncertainty how they work, what you know what I mean, all those type of things. So that's why I requested to move down towards the last part of the race so I could be with you on here, because at least I know who I'm commentating with.
Yeah, Ed did the same thing when I joined the commentary box in EERC. Ed. Oh, hang on. Colin Sanders for the Tracks VCR has gone a little bit wide in that Mercedes. Oh, and he's tagged the 72 as well in LMP2. Oh, Tom, I'm sorry to say this, my friend, but your car's having a right old day today as we cut down to fourth in class, who's 2 laps down on that one.
Oh, we've got someone in the interview waiting room, Josh.
Have we really? Who's this?
Yes, we have Thomas Rasch. I believe that's how you say that name. Not sure what team he's driving for, but yeah, I believe he's waiting for us. Maybe have a look in the chat to see if he's actually waiting for an interview. And yeah, I just saw the internet on my screen from Colin Sanders. I was watching the wrong screen, so it suddenly just popped up on mine. Because I'm looking there thinking, hang on, I'm watching Shipston. What you on about? But yeah, it's just because I was on the wrong screen, so I was sitting behind. So unfortunately, I've only just seen that on the screen. But yeah, I believe we're going to try and get Thomas in if he's in the correct channel. Of course, he might not be in there for a different reason.
Yeah, I think he's just moving around a little bit for a second. I'll wait for Tom or Chris to give me a heads up in my earphones or something. Over the mumbles, as we see Shipstone now as well in second in class now, 50 seconds back. So he's pulled in from the lap difference he had, and now the race for LMH is well and truly on as pit stops are coming in. Costa's back in, by the way. 4 minutes 25 seconds he's been in there to come in. I think Thomas is now going to be moved into the box. Hello, Thomas. How's the race going for you then out there today? Oh, and I'm sorry to kind of question. Peter Schumann's had a spin in the final of Motorsport. And I think that's is that the TV corner? I can't see where it is on the track angle here as well. In a bit of a 360 wheel spin. But Peter Schumann, unfortunately, running 7th in the LMP2 class, has had a spin. I'm not sure if Thomas actually...
He's muted.
Yeah, I don't think he was meant to be at the interview with, so that's unfortunate because he isn't. Oh, hello, Thomas, can you hear us?
Hello there. Yes, I can hear you. I thought I was not muted there, but yeah.
I'm so sorry. How's the race going for you then out there today?
Well, it went well so far driving your car, the Hunter Birch Aston, for 137 laps consecutive. So it has gone quite well, I would say. We are...
You've been amazing on that, 137 laps consecutive. Honestly, that car's going amazingly, but I'm trying not to be biased with it as well, but with it all. But honestly, amazing out there today. Where are we in class? I can't see us at the moment on the timing screens because it's so tiny.
We're currently 6th in class.
There we are, 405. Because I think he said that looks most like Hunter Birch Simulation, isn't it, Ed? The 485 number. Should have remembered that, you see. But yeah, so, go on, Thomas.
The thing is, with the race today, we had a bit of a problem. My monitor went out whilst driving for some reason, and then I went completely into a wall. And we lost like 3 or 4 laps with that.
I've just seen in the endurance chat, yeah.
The admins have luckily allowed us back to drive. So without that, we would maybe be in a position to fight for a podium or something again, like last race.
It'd be amazing if we can as well.
But we're just happy over here in the team to be still driving and to be in the top half of the field, even if it doesn't get any points today, sadly.
First season though, where I know first season for us all, round 2 of the season, still a lot to learn in terms of everything, and I know we've lost Ed today as well to run it all, so Tom's been like a one-man band doing everything, as Ed's been at Daytona karting. But 137 laps, 4 hours 45 minutes in the car as well. Ryan's now in control of it. Down there, 6th in class, as you can see. So, is that you done? I hope it is. You're not going to go out anymore for the rest of the race, leaving it all to Ryan?
The problem is I'm not allowed to do another stint because then I would go over the maximum drive, and otherwise we probably would have done that.
See?
But
All good.
we can't, we're not allowed. Sadly.
I'll see if I
Looking
can
at
have a
you,
word.
Chris.
I was going to say, I've got a word with Chris, if he can hear us on the monitor. He can take over and say, can we do another one as the class, the GT3 now going a little bit wide. That's going to give us a bit of advantage. We're only 43 seconds back there as well. Looking at this, with 2 hours and, I want to say 30 to go, I think a podium's doable for us, to be fair. Thomas, I think we can get there. Look, 2 laps down, so that's what, 2 more pit stops. We can catch back up, plus 43 seconds. Yeah, we can do a podium.
Well, I hate to break it, but it's 4 laps. The T3 is on lap 165 and we're on lap 161. But with how this race has gone so far, everything can happen. Just need to run into a bit of trouble, or they need a long repair stop or something. Anything can happen.
Yeah, who's in race control at the moment? Is it Tom?
Not sure.
Is it Tom in race control? Is it Chris or something? Can we get a code 80 or something? Or
Also,
penalty's been thrown out.
I've got to say one thing. Thomas sounds a lot like Toto Wolff for some reason.
The accent or something.
Yeah, it is the accent. I heard it at first. Thought actually, this does sound a lot like Toto. So I presume you're German or Austrian, one of the two.
Well, German it is.
Oh, well, one of them
So-
then, right?
Well, if I'd be Toto, I wouldn't be driving on this track, that's for sure.
Well, you do make a fair point.
I wasn't going to mention that.
See,
I
Josh,
thought-
normally I'm the one to mention something like that, aren't I?
Yeah, I thought I won't mention Multi 21. As you see, Matteo Maloney as well having a little bit of a battle in the E-Plan B as well sim racing team. He's struggling to. Well, he's actually been in the middle of a sandwich with the 2 LMP2s getting out of his way. So the gap between them at the moment for the 320 and the 162 is 2 laps difference between them at the moment. And here's the leader in GT3, as we were saying, in the Mercedes-Benz, looking like an Aston Martin as well, guys, with that. So it completely throws you, doesn't it, with that livery?
Well, look at where our car is, and look at where the leader is, and then...
483.
Well,
We really are in trouble, aren't we? I've just seen on the driver tracker, because we're on auto-direct at the moment, Tom, so we can't select between them, but I can see on the driver tracker as well, so... Okay, I'm one of the team principals. I've got to remain positive and enthusiastic. I can't say anything about the team.
Well, I as the driver have to, don't I?
Well, that's true. You can. As team principal, I'm giving you permission.
Oh.
To say things about the team in that line. There's a bit of things to get us some entertainment in the commentary.
I see.
What's this? Chris says, Josh, but it's me. Bored out my mind and no reports since 5:30. Yeah, I can see Chris.
Right, someone, please just go and straight line someone into turn 6.
Yeah, Chris has just said actually, brand new PS5 right next to me. It's killing me that I can't play it. So, yeah, Chris is really bored now.
Also, Josh, talking about Abu Dhabi, I had a race last night. We've done an email before, haven't we, in the past?
Yes.
I believe, yeah. So I was there last night for the finale, and I believe after reports, it seems like the championship might be decided by 1 point.
Again?
201 to TF and 200 to FBR as it stands. But no offence, Talent Factory, after that race, have now been given the alias of Terrorist Factory. After apparently there's about 11 incidents towards them coming through at the end. I think FBR got about 7 against them. It turns, Jerry Van Bussel decided to turn 9 into a ramming station.
That's exactly how it goes. We don't talk about turn 9 at this track, thank you very much. Too many flashbacks.
Hang on, it's turn 5 about this track, not turn 14, of course.
And turn 9. Think about when Lewis Hamilton wheel to wheel Verstappen around the outside where he tried, almost clipped the wheel, and
true.
Verstappen, after turn 9, the hairpin, the long new part of the track, Verstappen was gone.
So we can say, so we can give turn 5, turn 9, and turn 14 a mention.
Yeah.
And I suppose turn 16, can't we? That's the moment where all went downhill for Mercedes.
Yeah. Go on, Thomas. I thought you were going to say something. Get us out of this mess, Thomas. Help me.
I won't even try, because me as a passionate Verstappen fan, I have to just listen. You know, I can't say anything.
I love that race. I mean, I know everybody hates it, but I thought it was great. High drama as well as it does. It was brilliant.
There's no better way to end a championship that went over the season like this.
Yeah.
In a better way like that. It was controversial like the whole season.
It had to be. It had to be.
Yeah, you can't tell me otherwise.
Yeah. That was like, it was like the season we had, as you say, where it was Benton now on the inside, is on the gravel track racing, just getting a little bit skew whiff as well.
Well, I would say that is possibly Carlos Sainz's team. Oh, with a spin. Turn 15. Boyd Transport Racing. That's the team that Jendrick was racing for.
Wings off as well. Luckily, we won't need a code 80 because the pit lane is right there. Usually, if that is the case, Chris is now. I think Chris is banging his desk right now because he thought he might have time to set up his PlayStation 5.
See, I love watching it when the rear wings go. Oh, bit of contact between these two, and you're going through turn 15. Oh, that was close. Nearly a bit of contact. That's is it a Ferrari?
Yeah,
following along.
It's two in 5th in class running ahead.
But yeah, I love watching the cars with no rear wings because it looks like they've got little ears on the back of the car or antennas. There'll be that crash round just at turn 15, and looking through the grid, there's 7 cars in each class, as I can see, and you've got the hybrid, the LMP2. Oh, okay, my bad.
That's just the 7 on the screen that we can fit. If on the drive track, there is actually more to do with it. I think in hyperclass there's about 7, isn't there? Remco Jiu one. So actually, it doesn't help because Remco Jiu on our timing screen is actually showing his 4th position overall.
Yeah.
But we don't go on the overall results. We go on the classification results. So it's a bit more easier for us to work out who's where, unless all LMHs go out and then we have to go to LMP2, which actually happened, I think, in Japan a couple of years back when the LMP2s won the race. So it's all over the place. Chris has just said in the chat, basically every corner that's worth a damn on this track was controversial back in 2021, says that Josh Bird. Yeah, Chris, you're right there. And I'm trying to think of one that wasn't, because it all started here. But getting back to your point, Thomas, you're completely right, because the season could end no other way than that. Every race, apart from Monaco, was dramatic, controversial, exciting. We had the perfect Formula 1 season end in a controversial way.
Well,
no, it ended in a perfect way.
Well, yeah, it was. I said it's the perfect F1 season ending in a controversial way, but it was perfect.
So, it was controversial, and I don't think it's right for him to say that Hamilton was robbed. But if we look through the season, Silverstone and Hungary, they lost Verstappen over 30 points.
Yeah.
So I think realistically Verstappen, and I'm not just saying this as a Verstappen fan, but I think generally he was a better driver, and you can see as he goes through, he doesn't seem to have any care about when he does bad. After the Baku incident, he kicked the tyre, walked off, but then afterwards he's like, yeah, well, that is what it is. And he was smiling afterwards. It's like, it doesn't faze him. Where Hamilton, it'll kind of like, it'll be like a shadow over him for multiple weeks on end, and that's the issue we had in last season as well. We didn't to be fair for Hamilton, he's a 7-time champion. He's one of the best drivers to exist in the sport, and realistically, he shouldn't have been beaten, especially in Saudi and Imola, by George Russell by such a large mile. Hamilton finished 13th in Imola, and was it 10th in Saudi Arabia to qualify 16th? And you can tell that is just that, first of all, lack of confidence in the car, because he's always used to having that really good dominant car, and second of all, it seems like he just doesn't have that. It's a bit like Vettel. The car's bad, you don't have the motivation to do as good as you normally would.
2014. Yeah.
True, and then Vettel, I think, no offence, he's a prime example in Ferraris, where after 2019, when the car started to go, and then you could see in 2020, it was like he just didn't try, wasn't it, in a way?
He just gave up. He gave up completely. Thomas, coming to you as well. I don't like everyone saying that Hamilton was robbed because it was a bit of a you can't. It was a confusing situation, but in terms of the way the championship went, we went there. 369.5 points each. I mean, it was as close as humanly possible.
Yeah.
To half a point as well. It could only have ended that way, and I think it was one of the best moments and the worst moments all rolled into one for Formula One because it was what we all wanted. It got everyone talking, and it got high drama. And I think it's one of the most watched races in the history of the sport. So it brought new fans in. Can't deny that.
It did definitely.
That is why we sit in front of our TVs. Every race is maybe Formula 1, Formula E, whatever it's currently running. That's why we sit in front of the TV, to see moments like that, to have it happen. And it did happen that one night.
I think even if it was the other way around and Verstappen got, as we can say, robbed, I think I would have still I think I would have still enjoyed that championship because it's, through all out, that battle was at the end and he doesn't always win, so you got to kind of accept that. It's a shame, but it is what it is, isn't it, really? There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing the Hamilton fans and the Hamilton and Mercedes, they can't do anything about it because it's done and over now. And I think the one thing I don't like is they kind of try and say, well, they changed the subject from he won due to the safety car to now he won because I overspent by £400,000. When the cost cap's over 145 million, if they can somehow make a difference of car to make it we'll say dominant, there's all big jump there from Joshua Proust through into turn 5. But as I was saying, if they can make such a big difference with 400,000, why aren't half of these backmarker teams close enough? Because they still have millions to spend.
I think you've got a good point there as well. Is in fact everyone was ganging up on Red Bull with the cost cap.
Well, don't get me wrong, it was wrong what they did and they deserved the penalty they got. And in a way I'm glad, because it means that it's going to be closer between Red Bull it's meant to be closer between Red Bull and Mercedes.
No, I'm glad I'm not saying this on my YouTube channel because we won't get the views, but I would love to get your guys' opinion. Mine is that it's done already this season. No one can catch up at this point.
Yes.
It needs a miracle. It needs a 2021-esque miracle for some stupidity to happen for Red Bull to lose the championship. Maybe they can beat themselves to it and somehow it won't be the obvious answer winning it.
Yeah.
But I doubt that anyone will be able to catch Red Bull in time.
Well,
later this season, I see them catching, but not in the point standings.
See, I think this season's still going to be great because you've got Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes. That will be a great battle. Second, third and fourth fighting. I think that will still make this season great. Because I think then it's kind of like you shift off from first. You shift on to second through to fourth. I think you've got Aston Martin, who've got the very high downforce car. So tracks such as Hungary, they will excel. Mercedes and Ferrari seem a bit better in the lower downforce track. So I think we'll just see that mix, and also obviously Mercedes coming into, I believe, Imola or Baku with their new concept, which I think we believe is a side pod concept. That could change things for Ferrari. Maybe they'll get a bit more competency about themselves and improve over the next few races. And Aston Martin, they seem to do pretty perfect, I think. I saw Josh's reaction to that.
Ferrari only do well in esports. Look, here's one now in second.
Well, the thing is, with Aston Martin, if they start doing what they did last year with the strategy, sometimes they did stuff that was even worse than what Ferrari did, but no one noticed it because it was for P12, and who cares about that?
It was so strange.
We need to still look out for them. They have an exceptionally quick car, but I hope they don't beat themselves to something great here.
I think they've got a driver like Alonso. That helps heavily.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Right.
I think also, you mentioned earlier that nobody could catch them. There is, and even took a miracle, there is a very popular thing going on right now, that if both Red Bulls fail to finish in Baku and Alonso wins the race, Alonso will lead the Drivers' Championship.
I love that. Oh, spin! That's the leader as well. 4 laps down, well, 4 laps up, so I don't think he needs to worry, but still, not the top of the mistake you want to make. Luckily, no damage, but yeah. Definitely not ideal there.
Renko Dazu making a rare error there, leader in the LMP2 class, as Richie said. And now we look at 6th place in the GT3 class as well. And hello, Thomas, we might get a position here because before. Oh, wait a minute, Renko Dazu's come to a stop. This is not good. Renko Dazu, the leader in LMP2 by 4 laps to the 88 squad has come to a stop on the run down towards turn 9. And has he got the car going again? Yes! Thank God for that. I hope it was just a control alt delete. But in terms of the car, what could be the problem, Thomas? What do you think?
No clue.
It looked very odd there, didn't it? We just pulled over and
But the car is running and like there's nothing that comes to mind that would explain what happened there. In real life I would probably say something electrical and then you just restarted it and it's working. But we are in our factor and it isn't a simulated attack, right?
Another side again, seems to struggle a bit, so could have had some issue with the rear of the car.
What if he had what if he had maybe his wheel disconnected or something? We've seen that before, haven't we?
No, he stays out, so it seems issues have been fixed. Not sure what happened there. Although they might have actually quickly plugged the wheel back in, give it a bit of top of a charge. He's back on now, on his way back down towards turn 1. But I don't think it's going to affect him too much.
Yeah, someone's off T1, gone green now, so that's where Red Cover's coming to.
He's still leading by 4 laps, so I don't think he needs to worry too much. And the leader of the LMH class, they're just passing one of the Ferraris. Oh, they made contact though, coming through turn. I think that was a close one, but they've managed to make it through safe and sound. But I think sometimes these LMH and LMP2s, even though they're quicker than the GT3s, they do get a bit ruthless, don't they?
They do.
Yes,
just wait, get them down to turn 1.
I don't want to know how many seconds I've lost from those prototypes going down the inside in the Latifi corner. Like, it's astonishing. And then we have the other car, I won't say number or anything, because currently they're in a good position. And I don't want to spoil it for them. But they drove around like it's their racetrack. And when they came up behind it, they were flashing and everything. If I didn't go out of the way there 2 times, they would have completely gone into the back of me. Without any hesitation.
Right, also, I've been holding this in, but please, Thomas, can you just say, hello, I'm Toto Wolff and I'm the principal of Mercedes F1 team. Please, want to hear it.
and then after that, I'm talking about Abu Dhabi or something.
Yeah.
Being like, no!
That's right, you could have asked him to say the no, Michael, no, or the no, Chris, no. That was
See, but I think having the name Toto Wolff there makes it better.
Yes, it does. It does.
So you want to hear? What do you want to hear?
Just say, hello, I'm Toto Wolff and I'm the team principal of Mercedes F1 team. Something like that.
Hello, I'm Toto Wolff and I'm the team principal of the Mercedes Petronas F1 team.
It sounds perfect.
So I'm the new Totonator. Something.
Yes.
Well,
you know,
flight to Baku for next week.
You should get into a Mercedes name. Then again, LMP2. Who are they even made by? They've Cadillac, don't they? Toyota or something like that, don't they?
In LMP2, well, it's usually the Oricas as well.
You have the Orica 07 standard chassis that they use IRL everywhere, and for some reason in this league we have the Ligier or however it's called.
Oh yeah, the Ligier, yeah.
Yeah, and this car IRL didn't catch on, and it's a surprise to me how quick it is compared to the Orica in the game. So either they did something to it, which they probably did, because otherwise no one would use it. But as we see here, the Orica is the predominant car, and if you take something else, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
We've seen a couple of them change over this year to the new Ligier run as well for LMP2, as we just click over, by the way, to lap 200 here at Yas Marina. And it's still Jones leading in the 290 car as well. So all getting close up there. But yeah, the
position.
Orca is faster.
Yeah, Arshad there getting through, and Soper who's in the pit. Sorry to cut you off there. I just thought I'd mention that. So yeah, finally, after probably about 30 million minutes, we've had a change of position, and it's 4th and 5th in the LMP2. That's car 46 getting through in car 2 due to pit stops. I'm not quite sure when Arshad last pitted, so we'll have to see if he drops back behind. And also, number 72 are also in the pits. That's I believe, isn't that Hunter Birch Simulation RGS?
Are we in?
Isn't it? Number 72, yes.
No, that's just Tom's normal car.
That's just Tom's one.
Okay. My bad. So there's 2 of you.
Well, he's in LMP2. We're just the GT3 this year.
Which one's GT? So which one are you in the GT3?
The 485. The one and only Aston Martin on the track.
Oh.
We are the only people
I-
that chose the Aston Martin for some reason.
We've got Aston
that's
Martin,
my fault,
we've
that's my
got
fault.
Mercedes,
No, it isn't.
we've got the Beamers and the Ferraris, haven't we?
Ed came to me and said, said no one else running Aston Martin. I said to him, if we can run Aston Martin, let's run Aston Martin as well, because it will make us stand out.
Well,
And then,
Tom.
did you do something as well to it, Tom?
I was pretty invested into the Aston Martin because it just drives perfectly. Like
That's
seriously,
what I thought.
if you do a bit of setup work, obviously you need to do a bit of setup work. The default setup is ass, but with a bit of setup work that we got from Elisio Neto, he's the perfect guy for that. We have a setup. It makes the car, like with me, I found around like 3 or 4 seconds of pace just by switching around the setups that I got from Elisio. He's an exceptional driver with an exceptional way of making setups, and it really helps us to be
see?
where we are.
Listen to your drivers. That's what Ed must have done. I bet Ed's manipulated me to say about the Aston Martin.
But, you know, the thing is,
We'll go back on our messages in a minute.
we only chose the Aston Martin because of the driving characteristics, but we have the Corvette in there, I think the
Ferrari.
BMW at some point, the Ferrari, the Audi, and the only car that was never in the talking was the Merc. Because we all
Yeah.
collectively didn't like it.
I didn't
See,
have to look at them.
I've seen the Merc.
Showed the testing results.
Obviously, RF2 and ACC different, but I've drove many cars in ACC, and the Merc, by far for me, it's one of the quickest, but it's so difficult to drive. For me, I have the issue a lot with the rear in the Merc, the oversteer, and the rear is stupid in my eyes. But then again, I can drive. My favourite car to drive actually is possibly the Porsche or the McLaren. They're probably the two of the most basic and probably the two of the most easiest. But then if I have to talk about cars I like to drive that are a bit difficult, I do like the feeling of the Bentley.
Oh, you're brave.
It's the heaviest car. It isn't like nearly 3 ton it weighs, something ridiculous like that. So you can just turn it into a tank.
Speaking, who do I know who likes to drive like a tank?
Oh,
Is Tom Dillon here? Is he around?
he's muted, so.
Isn't he eating or something?
I think he's gone off for lunch. Yeah.
Lunch at 8 PM.
Yeah, he's been on all day.
Oh, fair enough then, I
To be
suppose.
fair, I had dinner in between as well. To be fair, that's the first thing. I had breakfast in between. Been up since 6 AM and I didn't get to bed till 1. It was my
Oh,
birthday.
Josh, now. Perfect. I just remembered Formula E today. It
Yes.
was great, wasn't it? I only watched the last few laps, but it was amazing, wasn't it?
23 lead changes. Yeah, in Berlin.
What happened to Tictum? Because I saw him leading, then all of a sudden he's arguing with, I think, was it Lotterer or something? Or Van Dorn, sorry, no, Van Dorn.
Before I say this, Thomas, did you want to deafen yourself for 5 minutes in case you want to watch the race?
No, don't worry. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Formula E, and I kind of don't rate it as highly as the rest of the people. Because, like, if I watch the last 2 seasons of it, like, it felt more like the luckiest guy wins the championship and not the best. And if I want that to happen, then I'll straight go to NASCAR because it's pure stupidity over there.
If I you watch today's race though, because it was pure pack racing for an
So what happened with Van Dorn?
Well, it wasn't Van Dorn, but okay, so Tictum started 4th in the grid. And it was Van Dorn 3rd, Bird 2nd, Buemi on pole. And then on the inside, at the start, Buemi bogged down, Bird tried to go around the outside, but then Van Dorn tried to go between them. He had to back out. Tictum went right round the outside and took the lead of the race from 4th. Led until lap 4, where he took an attack mode, and then it became the trend that the top 6 got rid of all their attack modes as well, quite early on. So used all their 4 minutes in different modes. But then Tictum dropped back into the path of where Van Dorn was. Coming through turn 3, Tictum got a slide and pushed Van Dorn into the barrier, breaking off the 2 suspension on both cars and bouncing along the track, bringing out the safety car. And Tictum was furious, and so was Van Dorn, because both of them thought it was their fault.
Well, I saw Van Dorn arguing with I presume a heated conversation with Tictum down. Must have been after where they crashed. I saw it on Twitter, and I thought, I kind of forgot the race was on today. So I looked back and I thought, oh, Tictum leads into turn 1, and that's what and then I skipped to the end with Buemi. I'm so sad he lost the win. I love Buemi, so I think he would have deserved it. But then, switching else as well, Dennis went from being championship leader to 6th. Cassidy somehow jumps up to 2nd.
And Verline started 15th on the grid, finished 6th. So
Verline is mega when it comes to race pace.
Yeah, he was in it, but got unlucky with having to use the last attack mode, so dropped from 6th to 9th. So he lost out a bit in the end.
See, I know we've got many races left, but I have a pretty hopeful chance that Verline will take it. And I want him to take it. He deserves it.
We're only halfway through.
No, I said we're only a few races in.
Oh right, I was going to say tomorrow we'll reach halfway of the season, 8 of 16.
Oh, there's another race tomorrow.
Yeah, double the bullet.
Oh yes, so I have something to watch tomorrow now. Perfect.
1:30 British Summer Time.
I'm gonna hope I'm up then, because I'll be up very late tonight. I didn't wake up till about 3 p.m.
Richie, how dare you? Think about it. We've also got the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship starting tomorrow.
Oh, wait. See, I'm planning, hopefully near the end of the season, to pop over and watch one of the races, so possibly a bit of live commentary.
Oh, brilliant.
Could do, we never know.
Come over to the dark side of the Force.
Yeah, I'm hoping to, because I went to the GT Championship at Donington in October last year, and for my first ever racing I've seen IRL, it was absolutely fantastic. I've never enjoyed a day more in my life. Also, we had the GB3 and the GB4, and still, you think, these are the 3rd/4th formula of the formula, 3rd or 4th class of the formula cars. But when you watch them, they are the speed they fly past. You see them on TV and then real life, and it's like a complete different speed. They just shoot down. You know the hairpin, don't you, after the chicane down into Donington, and the speed they fly into there. It's like they don't even brake. They go from full speed. And you think 50 metres is a lot, but when you look at a track, it's nothing. And they just stop instantly. And it's like, you think, oh no, he's going to go straight on here. But no, they stop perfectly in time.
One of the best places to stand at Donington is at that hairpin.
Yeah, amazing.
Dead in the centre, the cars come around towards you, and it's like they're going to hit you. It's brilliant.
Unfortunately, I had to watch Ian Loggy spin there on lap 2, so that wasn't the best view, but still. So he still won he got 2nd, didn't he?
At least you had a spin. I was stood at Redgate, turn 1, right at the barrier, and all of a sudden I see a car flying towards me and into the gravel trap and throwing up gravel.
Well, it's not ideal. Sometimes you stand at that end of the turn 1 and you think, right, if someone comes towards me, I'm dead.
You do. We've got a wonderful photo of it, and that actually ended up on the world feed as well.
Oh.
I'm just standing still. I didn't move.
No.
It's happened again. And then there was the time I was standing at turn 9 and Danny Kvyat crashed in testing in 2019 in Barcelona. That was great for me.
Oh, because you went to the test. Didn't you go into one of the commentary boxes or something?
I did. I got locked in them and had to shimmy down the side.
You told us that, but you had to jump off this wall, didn't you?
I did.
You told us about that on... I think actually it was at Barcelona practice last year.
Yeah, I was hanging off the side of the railing with a massive drop to the bottom of the very tall grand. We're at the top of the grandstand in Barcelona, and I'm hanging off the side, shimmying down to the next level with a tripod on my back, a mic belt, and all that, and my phone is still connected to the
Would have loved to go and see that. Would have loved to see that live. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, just people look at the side. Hello there.
Yeah, just someone just tried to. It's like, is he trespassing or is he stuck?
I'm stuck. I couldn't get down. The lift wouldn't. He needed a lift code to get
So
down.
did everyone leave the track?
No, it was mid-session.
Oh, someone didn't you call one of the drivers who retired? Quick, come and help me.
Because it was day 1. It was day 1. About 11 a.m. in the morning. So, just about an hour left of the test. And I was in the commentary box as we hit the 2 hours to go mark. And I decided we were in the main grandstand doing some filming after Facebook Live. So I thought, I'll go and look at the commentary box, get the view from there. Because why not? Went up in the lift. No problem. Tried to get out after about half an hour. I was like, I'll go down now. I can't get out the lift. You need a code to go down in the lift. And so I thought, okay, I'll just walk down the stairs.
Also,
bolted shut and chained as well.
I thought you had to have some sort of media pass to go into the commentary boxes. Was you just allowed to walk into one? Oh, you did have one.
I did have a media pass. I was there as media.
Oh, wait, right. I need to know that. So did that for any race? Okay, did you get in? What did you do? Just sign up and say, hello, I'm going to do a Facebook Live, let me in?
I didn't tell them about the Facebook Live.
Hang on, so how did you get in with the media pass?
I went in with the media accreditation, got the paddock access, and,
Oh.
with a little tag, and there's actually a photo. There's a photo of me with my pass on actually of the media.
That's cool.
I've lost them actually. I don't know where they are. They're in the box somewhere. But yeah, so I didn't tell them about the Facebook Live, which at the end of day one got me in trouble with the head of media for Formula 1 at the time, because I didn't know you're not allowed to actually film in the paddock during testing live unless you're Formula 1.
Oh,
so
dear me, Josh.
that's why I should have been in the pit lane. So I got in trouble with it.
Well, you managed to somehow do that.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I didn't know he was there. He just walked past him. That's all right, I met him though.
So is the biggest member of FIA F1 you've seen and spoken to?
Do you know, I'll tell you the story because it always happened at Barcelona. It's one of my biggest regrets. I was at turn 9 when Kvyat crashed and the red flag was out, and Charlie Whiting was there, and he was in the safety car and he was just taking a look at the track. And I gave him a wave from the other thing, and he gave a wave back, and everyone was really supportive. And then later on day 4, the last day of the test, we were having, because we weren't live until the end of the day for that one, because we did lunchtime, we did a morning live, we did a lunch live in the pit lane, and we did an afternoon live. So we'd done our morning live, and everything was winding down. Everybody found out about Mercedes' new system and all that lot. So I thought, okay, because it was DAS, it was 2019, so it was going to be that.
Oh, wasn't it in 2020?
19.
Well, yeah, they had 2020, but no, it was Racing Point. Sorry, 2019. It was Racing Point and copied the front wing of the Mercedes. They hadn't copied the entire car. That was 2020. But in 2019, they copied the front wing of the Mercedes. So Mercedes and Racing Point were called as well the technical delegates as well. And so it was the last day of the test. If you're in the paddock in Barcelona, you go up to the top floor of it. There's a little restaurant area. They sell wonderful coffee. Like the best coffee. It's just next to race control. So race control was open, and there's the bathroom there. So I went in and I used the bathroom as well. And as you come out of the bathroom, there's a little office door.
Oh no!
If you look at the office door, it says race director. And I could hear Charlie talking in there because he was just getting ready to take over from Michael Masi.
Oh, her name.
Yes, Michael Masi was in race control running the practice session, and Charlie was having a meeting, and it was just finishing up. And I thought to myself, should I knock on the door and just say that? Just say, oh, hang on, Peter Schumann's had to stop coming out the last corner.
Oh,
He's
I
now
think he
doing
overshot the pit
reverse.
entry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit touch and go because he's reversing the racetrack there to get into the pit lane. So
Not ideal.
Chris might like to have a look at that.
It's like he's completely just jumped over it, hasn't it? Just about missed it.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a slap on the wrist there for Peter. He's now into the pit lane.
Also, I'm sure if you did knock on the door, you probably had about 17 security men pinning you down.
No. It was completely fine. The FIA are not as...
That's good. So good. That's Remco.
Yeah,
Going
wide.
round. That's one of the other LMP2s, I believe, following him down.
With the test session, the FIA not as strict as it is. In fact, I had a very lovely chat with several FIA officials in the pit lane during that test as well. They're all really friendly. But yeah, the meeting was just ending up, and I thought, because I had my media badge, I was allowed to be there, and I thought to myself, if I just knock on the door, I should say hello to Charlie Whiting and just thank him for everything he does for Formula 1 and say, I've got huge respect for you as well. And I didn't do it, and I regret. I chickened out. I didn't want to knock on the door, and I regret it to this day that I could have spoken to him, because sadly 2 weeks later in Australia, the night before the racing started, he passed away. And he had a heart attack. I always regret that I could have knocked on the door and spoken to Charlie and shaken his hand, and I do regret that, and that's why I no longer take regrets, and I no longer. If I want to do something, I'll knock on the door and I'll go in. So that was my thing.
So you've regretted knocking on the door of there, but you never know. Me and you might have a chance in the future doing commentary somewhere else.
Yeah, hopefully
never know, somewhere a bit higher. Oh, a bit of contact with the GT3 there. That's Remco going through, and I think that's the Aston Martin being it's a Mercedes. Sorry, one of the Mercedes. My bad. Having a bit of a flash at him as he went through. In other words, what are you doing? But yeah, you never know, Josh. Maybe in the future, a bit of esports action, a bit of F1 esport.
I'll introduce you to Fernando Alonso.
Well, he's actually dating Taylor Swift, isn't he? Rumours at least.
Yes.
Which I wouldn't mind. That seems like a good couple. But then again, you think Taylor Swift and Fernando Alonso fans, I feel like they're the opposite people.
Both
to be fair.
I'm a Taylor Swift fan, and Megan's a Fernando Alonso fan. It's just perfect for me. Like, no, in fairness though, Fernando Alonso, there's a wonderful story about me and Fernando Alonso, if you're interested as well.
Oh.
This is why Megan gets really jealous of me. 2018 Silverstone World Endurance Championship, I was there covering it, and I'm doing things as well.
With the Facebook Lives?
Yes, yeah, well this was mid-race, and I was doing stuff as well. And Alonso just got out of the car, and I'm in between the two Toyota garages, and who should walk past me to get ready to go into the car? But Fernando Alonso, literally, nose to nose, because it was so tight a gap. And he says,
say hello?
He says, yeah, I said, oh, Fernando Alonso just goes there. And he went, hello, excuse me, all smiles, running around as well. And yeah,
making me feel jealous now.
Well, I was wearing my black denim jacket as well, with a white shirt with black stripes. And if you then fast forward to Barcelona 2019, he's not driving at this point, but he was still the reserve driver for McLaren, so he's still there. So fast forward to that test, and I'm there with my microphone and my same producers, my same film crew of Dane Nielsen and Connor Francis as well, who helped me there. And we're there walking down from the media centre on floor 2 down to the lift exit to the pit lane, which is right at the other end for some ungodly reason, because he literally didn't want to walk the entire length of the pit lane to get to the lift. And who's walking the other direction but Fernando Alonso?
Again,
carrying his helmet bag and fire suit to go and take photos with the Formula 1 media in case he's needed throughout the season. And he's walking down and he's smiling to all these, and he just looks at me, sort of double takes, and then smiles and points at me and says, hello again. And I go, hello again, Fernando. Hello. And the thought of the memory of a driver who can remember a random bloke with a microphone who got his way in between his two pit walls, somehow 6 months later is now following him in Barcelona. I mean, it's a miracle he did, but that's another story I always love saying, because it's just the randomest thing.
Yeah.
Just to be recognised by Fernando Alonso. I will have that on my tombstone.
Oh, Josh, we'll get him on to PCF2 next season, PSGL.
Yeah, I get give him a bell to
Give him for an interview, mid-race interview, Fernando Alonso. PSGL.
Honestly, I reckon, probably would if I went in the same clothes. It's the fact I was wearing the same clothes as well. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I was wearing exactly the same clothes both times I met him. So that's why he probably recognised me, because it's a very distinctive shirt.
Yeah.
But honestly, it was weird.
It's those stories of randomness which you think, it's like, he's just...
Oh, Ted! I've met Ted, of course. Ted Kravitz.
Well, I have my opinions on him. I think even Mercedes fans say to him at this point.
I love Ted. Ted's
I
a
don't.
good man.
I hate him.
I love him.
But not hate him, but I dislike him a lot. He takes the bias to a new level, which I don't like. I think as a commentator, you've got to you've got that. You'll always have that natural bias, but you can't really show that off.
I just see something on the live pictures there from the race we are commentating. The 72 LMP2 seems to have a lot of suspension to it.
Yeah, it was sliding like Sprinkers though, wasn't it? The rear
That's
was
number...
The
72. And if you looked whilst the guy was driving, the steering wheel wasn't straight, so it looked like he had a bunch of damage on the suspension.
That's why Tom's not here then.
Explain why they are so...
Yeah.
So they are basically in the GT3 class by now.
That's the Reading Game Studios car that we share as well, so that's not good.
Actually, one thing to talk about is there's only one driver in the 139s, and that is being Zoltan Toth, who sets a 39 out. Everyone else is in the 40s or below. There's only, I believe, 3 drivers in the 140s, and everyone else is a lot. Obviously, you've got the different classes, but yeah, when it comes to the LMH, only 3 drivers are in the 40s, 1 in the 39. So a big skill gap there between the top guys and people further down the field, which I think sometimes is nice to have a skill gap because you can see the drivers learn to drive the cars, learn to see how the cars work.
Just
And I
got an
think
update.
That's
That's
exactly.
Go on, Tom. Go on.
That's exactly what helped me so much with this race. That's my first time competing in that kind of cars. I should have been in the car for Istanbul, but some stuff prevented me from doing that. But this was the first time in the car in a race situation, and the fact that we didn't have any points for that race, I wanted to use the time that I had, and I nearly did.
Yeah.
All the time that I was
Also,
allowed to do.
is car
46
1-3
hasn't put there.
is car 137 out of the race?
No, it's just 12 It's 100.
Because he's been 112 laps behind A Baki for the past hour.
Still circulating. Point to have pictures in the box.
Because when I joined the commentary box, actually no, about 7 PM I did message you, Josh, and say, why is someone 112 laps behind? He's still 112 laps behind, and that's Sophie Jones there. Nearly hitting the wall at the
If they're not
TV
increasing
corner.
it, then they are still circulating. They're just keeping that down. So they are still out there. Just quickly, Chris-ish says the 88 got damaged from nothing entering the pits. 100-second stop, but all good. That's why Benton is now 6 laps down in the LMP2 hunt with 71 with Renko to do at the wheel.
Also, what's happening with the GT3 class? Because I've heard something about them not being able to score points.
Yes, right. The two McLarens have had a disconnect issue. So to keep it fair across everything, the GT3s are not having a point score.
So what's the point of them racing?
It's basically just to annoy the prototypes. You have a moving chicane or something. No, but,
because
but
I
it
don't
is
forget
perfect.
the sponsorship involved in this stuff, so not race.
Yeah, true, I suppose. But I wouldn't waste my time if I'm earning no point.
That's true.
Well, so, then again, I would say there'd be no point Nicholas Latifi racing for the past 3 years, would there?
Sorry, Chris is really taking it to a new level in the commentators chat.
What's he
right
saying
now?
I thought we, in the commentator booth, you're supposed to be non-political or something.
That is
No,
true.
funny. We're not. It's not F1, so we can talk about F1 here the way we want.
Fernando waiting for Taylor to pass down his overhead luggage as well with a massive forehead.
And then the one with the clouds.
Yeah. It's my mate.
Right, quick, Josh, DM Fernando Alonso, quick, get him in here.
Do you know, I can't DM Fernando Alonso, but I used to have a contact there. The wonderful Alex Thompson, soon to be Alex Aitken, who, because she's engaged to Jack Aitken. Also,
How do you have Jack Aitken's girlfriend's contact?
me and Jack Aitken followed each other on Twitter for a little bit, and then I followed Alex Thompson.
Oh.
Well,
Give a message to Jack Aitken. Get him in here. Give him a quick message on Twitter. Give him a DM.
If it wasn't for Alex, maybe we would have had her birthday present last year.
Oh, what did she do?
For some reason, which Renault does.
Also, there's a picture of Gunther Steiner in a GT3 car.
I saw. I never spoke to Gunther, but I didn't see him. He was.
I love him. I love Gunther.
Well, 2019 pre-season testing. Anybody remember what was so special about Haas that year?
See, Fox smashed my door.
No, it was. Well, yes, but it was also rich energy.
Oh, rich energy, yes.
The almighty.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Let me tell you
William
something.
Story, I think his name was.
He was there. He was at testing.
Yeah.
I saw him. God, his beard is long.
Well, to be fair,
I was going to say, God, he's large.
to be fair, Rich Energy are the first people that copied Red Bull in a way that now our other teams do, so I guess Haas was the first one to do it.
Let me tell you something. Gunther looked angry during the entire test. He did not look happy one bit with what was going on, because literally it was so bizarre. William Story turned up on the last day of testing, made it look like he was. He took loads of. I was watching him from the balcony in the media centre, and he was actually just going up and down the paddock, taking selfies, promotional photos, and everything as well. But it wasn't like a normal big photographer camera as well. It was actually just being taken on a tiny little Samsung phone with the looked about decades old, and he was going like this. Oh, you can see the commentators chat. You can't at home, but folding his arms like this, pushing his shoulders back and his beard up as well. It was like, for God's sake, have a shave.
Yeah,
That's coming from me, and I've got a beard now.
the controversy behind that, I'd say it's got to be one of the biggest. I'd say it's probably even bigger than the Abu Dhabi controversy.
Gotcha.
That was so, obviously I wasn't watching F1 as religiously then, but I look back, and also actually, Josh, I watched a video the other day. You're not gonna remember this because you wasn't alive, but you remember it in terms of all the stuff you know. Tyrrell with the engine.
84.
70, wasn't it 74? 84, 74 or 84?
No, 80. Tyrrell got disqualified in 84 because they had an illegal engine that used oil as fuel as well.
Wasn't it water?
Well, it was water oil and fuel.
No, because what it was doing wasn't they filling up the car after the race?
Was that Tyrrell or was that?
There was something, yeah.
Williams, something with a ride height on a Williams in 82.
So what it'd do is it'd take on. So it would take on additional fuel during the race. So they'd start with low fuel, then they'd fuel up with an aromatic water mix, and then they'd equip the car with illegal fuel lines so it can inject more water into the system. At the end of the race, because their car would be completely underweight, they would fill the water into the car back up. But it was 84, yes.
Yeah. Martin Brundle got a podium that year, and he got disqualified, and he still has got the trophy to this day. Never returned it
because the car was too underweight, wasn't it? So they put the illegal fuel lines in, and it was Brundle. Because also Tyrrell had the 6-wheeled car, didn't they?
Yeah, and it gets confusing with Tyrrell because it's the same livery. But Tyrrell one year had this genius system with the when we had original ground effect. The fact is that at the start of the race, the car would start at the normal ride height.
Yeah.
Then, as the race got underway, the car got hotter and hotter and hotter. The water would be drained out of the system, and the oil line would go down, so that the entire car would sort of sink as close to the ground as possible. And then on the cool down lap, the springs would cool back down as best they could, and it would return the ride height to what it was supposed to be. So the FIA could not ban it because even though they said your car is underweight, you can't run it. It's failing the ride height tests. But it was really genius, actually. It was really genius. Gordon Murray designed this, of course. He said you can't ban it because you can't measure the car while it's out the track. So because every time they measured it, it was legal, but they could see it wasn't. So because they couldn't measure it on the track, they couldn't.
It's like, well, technically you can't. Yeah.
And that
but
was
also,
the effect.
Speaking of all these old seasons, I was watching some documentaries about all the past seasons, and I think also I want to talk about 1976. Yes, that was a season I watched back, and you think, Jesus. I think my granddad used to watch it then because I think I spoke to you about this before. He used to watch F1 all the time, but then he stopped after around like 2005, 2006, because then he said it just became about money. He said it wasn't enjoyable to watch. He used to watch. I think also a friend of my granddad used to watch back in the Sterling Moss days, the 60s, and he said it's just obviously he said it's not the same. He said it's just not the same anymore as it used to be then. Obviously he said it's we're about 60 years down the line, but he said still it's just it's just back then it was the driver. Now it's the money in the car and the sponsors.
I think the one good thing about the 76 season was the fact it wasn't televised. And it was weird saying that, but it was, because at that point, John Surtees ran a Formula 1 team, and his main sponsor that year was Durex condoms. And literally on the front wing, in those days the wings used to look like a sink in the bathroom. They used to bowl in. So on that you would have a white car, pure white car, because it was John Surtees as well. It was like racing white, and just had a blue Durex logo right across the front.
No way. Oh wait, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it just says Durex right at the front.
Yeah, and the BBC, of course, the BBC being their wisdom back in those days. It was 1976. The BBC said, we are not going to broadcast any races unless Surtees removes his logo.
Really?
Yeah. And John said, I'm not removing that logo from my car. I'm not doing it. So the BBC said, right, we're not showing it then. And during that 76 year, the coverage moved around. It was never live, and not even the British Grand Prix was. It was all in highlights on shows like Top Gear. We used to have it. Grandstands, wheels trims. I can't remember the actual name it. They all had it as well. And the only place the BBC would have it was on radio, where Murray Walker would hit report at some points, but Murray wasn't actually lead commentator in '76.
Murray Walker.
Murray was more pit reporter, and the actual commentator was Simon Taylor.
When did Hunt start? Was it 90s?
Hunt started in the commentary box in 78. No, in 1980 he started in the commentary box.
So I loved
79,
Hunt's voice. It was amazing, isn't it? I love his voice.
Well,
It's so Britain, isn't it? When you hear his voice, you think, yes, English. That is pure English.
And did you know? Hello, gentlemen. His son is racing, James Hunt. Freddie Hunt, yes.
Oh, is he?
Yes, and he's dating another racing driver. But they're doing clubman racing around. I think her name's Amy Watts or something. They're doing like clubman and historic racing.
Tom, are you actually an encyclopedia?
No,
you know everything about everything.
No, that was just a random interjection I had. But yes.
Well, I tell you what, Tom, you might remember this then.
Welcome back, Tom.
Thank you.
I was just talking about as well. I'm sure you heard with it all, but Murray Walker's autobiography. When James Hunt stopped racing in '79, after he had the Wolf team for a couple of races and didn't like it, so he buggered off before Monaco. His first commentary was the 1979 British Grand Prix, and Murray was furious. He thought, right, I've done a couple of seasons now, they're going to shove me off and they're going to get James Hunt. And Murray's actual words was, James Hunt, what does he know about commentating? What does he know? And there was a fierce rivalry between them two. But this is the best bit. He turns
they used
up
to have to share one microphone, didn't they?
Yeah, they actually shared one lip mic because
they kept talking over each other.
Yeah, they tried it with two, and then they just kept talking over each other.
Really?
So, yeah, James came into his first ever commentary at Silverstone. And in those days, it used to be the broadcast tower. It was a big, wonderful oval object inside of the last corner, which is where the starlight used to be on the mid-corner. And James walked up into the commentary box and sat down next to Murray in one of the qualifying sessions. And at this point, picked up his leg and slammed it onto Murray's leg and onto Murray's notes in the commentary box because he had ripped a lot of ligaments in his right leg snowboarding while he was drunk.
Yeah. I also remember the story that actually gave Martin Brundle his starting commentary.
Yes.
It was, I believe, I could be wrong on the track. It was Spa one year.
Right.
And James Hunt he'd sort of called in the morning and said, I can't come in this afternoon because I have got stomach complaints now. Reading between the lines, those stomach complaints could potentially be alcohol related from the night before, potentially, and basically it left Murray Walker doing a solo commentary. Murray wasn't really the kind of person at that stage to be doing solo commentary. You know, I mean, he was a little bit older. It's quite difficult as you get older to commentate, and so they brought some drivers in for extended interviews during the course of the race. Then that was when they realised that Martin Brundle, who had retired from the race, was actually a very, very talented commentator, and that was what got him into the commentary role. That's how the story goes, anyway.
He's a great commentator, though, still.
He is, and Murray and the producer in those days as well, a lovely man called Mark Wilkins. They went back to the hotel that night, and they went to James' hotel room to check on him. And they knocked on the door, and they walked in to find James as well in bed. And one side was his stomach, and on the other side was the upset as well. He had taken the race off as he was having a rather lovely, interesting game with two young women who he had picked up
well,
the night before.
He was known for the women, wasn't he?
His catchphrase was literally "Sex, breakfast of champions." He had on his racesuit.
Was that his actual quote?
His actual, yeah. The Hesketh guys. Yeah.
He was caught having relations with one lady behind the garage before testing one.
And James used to get privately.
That is James Hunt, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do love the story that is apparently has not been denied. They don't know whether it's true, but it hasn't. Freddie in particular hasn't denied it, saying that when Nicky Lauda, a reporter, asked him a particularly rude question, and he basically beat him up.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in the film, isn't it? They put it in the film.
It is
and
in
I
the
found
film.
that
Yes,
interesting.
the film was
I found
great.
that,
Loved
yeah.
the film. Rush.
That was
great
a very
film.
good. Though for me, that was a very good scene to sort of demonstrate their
Yeah.
Their rivalry was large.
How that was a very good scene to demonstrate the sort of sportsmanship between the two of them. How they the
Well,
camaraderie.
then, when it come down to it, they did have respect.
Oh, they did completely. Yeah.
Just
And-
not. It wasn't respect that you would show.
They,
Like, they hated each other in the race,
This
but
is
when
why
it comes to
you
later
sort of-
being injured,
Elation.
when it
Yeah.
comes to later being injured, obviously, you know, James, only said Chris Hemsworth there because I was thinking of the film, but James did go up and, you know, he was. No, he was like, didn't he blame himself at one point for the incident?
did, yeah.
Because James was the one saying we should race, and
Apparently not true, you know.
That's
apparently,
not
true.
James, apparently James was the one was one of the ones on Lauder's side. It was a case of
Yeah,
that was
actually-
changed in the film as a bit of artistic license.
yeah.
Who was it who said it? I can't remember now. But that meeting did happen at the Nürburgring.
Yes.
That meeting did happen, but James was on Lauder's side. But I think it was Clay Regazzoni who was Lauder's teammate.
Regazzoni said he wanted to race, yeah.
Yeah,
with
he
Schumacher.
wanted to race. I can't remember who actually called the meeting now. It's
Have a look.
bugging me who called the meeting. His face is right in front of me, but I can't say it. But still, yeah. My favourite bit is James used to call Mickey "Hello Rat" and all that lot because his face looked like a rat, and that's true. He used to go "Hello Rat" as well and all that lot. And it's generally true. It didn't happen now. One thing as well, it's in the film, but he didn't say it in a random airport somewhere as well before the season. He said it as soon as Nicky got back at the Italian Grand Prix in '76. He said to him as well, you know, Nicky, you're the only person to get their face burnt off, and it'd be an improvement. He actually said that. It was true. That is 100% true. And it made it in the film. I was so happy when it made it in the film because it was just the jokiness between the two of them. And I think the one thing the film does is perfectly capture what both men were and what both men became. Because Nicky started as the young, determined driver wanting to get into Formula 1 no matter what, and the paid driver attitude and taking the risks, doing the crashes in the early days as well, getting to Ferrari as well, being calculated. And then, after his accident, sort of changed a little bit, and we saw Lauda adapt to still have those techniques to be right on the level, but he became a bit more boisterous. He started having more fun as well. He started to relax a little bit more. But James went the opposite way. James started as flamboyant, boyish and everything, going even away. And then towards the end, especially after his racing career, and then as a broadcaster, he changed.
Oh, yeah, I apologise, Josh. There's a multiple car crash for a moment on there. It says Sophie Jones has had a coming together with, I assume, one of the LMP2s. I don't see any. I'm sort of flicking through the GT field now. I apologise, it's a little bit nauseating for anyone, but that was towards the end, where I assume those two crashes are somewhat linked together as someone went off. But
was it the yellow in Sector 1, yeah.
You can't see. The yellows in Sector 1 was actually a game glitch, Richie. Welcome as well, Vector 2, by the way.
Yeah, I've just seen it on the replay.
Oh, I know.
It's with one of the GT3s.
Oh, okay. It looked like a hypercar from my perspective.
I've heard
anyway.
the immense of complaints from. Oh yeah, Sophie Jones. Is she going slow or he? I can't. Is Sophie Jones a man or a woman?
Sophie Jones is a woman.
Okay. I was just double checking with the name because I wasn't quite sure. Oh, and nearly hitting the back of the GT3, a Mercedes. Not sure what's happened.
Very fast driver, Sophie. Actually, he raced for us.
Losing a lot of time to Shipston.
Yes,
nearly a second. Yeah. It's going down completely now. So I'm not sure. Hopefully, issues can be sorted out.
Do remember that obviously traffic is a huge factor in this. I mean, in terms of you really have to measure pace over the course of a stint, and even then, you can't really measure pace completely until you compare people's fastest laps in the race overall. But usually, you'll end up where you are. But Jones looks pretty comfortable. My concern would be if she continues to have incidents like that one.
Yeah, but also to come out of that to do itself. I've heard a lot of the complaints about the game from 24-hour Le Mans Esports. There was lots of complaints. So I think Max was one of the ones to retire, wasn't he, or something, due to an incident. And also, I didn't notice 162 was retired. Didn't notice that.
The 162, that is quite a big deal. That is Vanol. They've been running in the top 3 practically all afternoon long. They were. That would explain that then.
Ferrari. Yeah, so it's the 162 Ferrari. I thought it was a Ferrari, you know. So.
Also, I'm still noticing though, Sophie's still losing a lot of time.
Shall we have a look about a look at Sophie Jones?
Have a look,
whether she's in traffic or not. Because again, we're coming up to what, an hour and 20 to go in this race. We're around the sort of time where hypercars might be going into their last sort of double stint for the race. So potentially, Sophie's on slightly older tyres. Here's that second car, slightly older tyres than this Glickenhaus, or maybe indeed the Toyota is a little bit harsher on his tyres towards the end of the stint than this Glickenhaus is. Of course, the Toyota is carrying a lot more weight this round, 25 kilos, I think it is, because of the balance of performance, and the Glickenhaus is 40 kilos lighter. That's the 162 Ferrari.
That is the 162 Ferrari, but it's registered DNF on our screen.
There are two 163s Ferrari. Okay, we noticed this last. One of the cars has come in and is one of the cars has come in and accidentally selected the wrong livery, so they are also the 162 Ferrari.
Okay. But one of the 162 Ferraris are out.
Which one is the 162 Ferrari? We'll never know.
No, we'll never know if it's which one's the real.
At least the GT3s aren't having points, because that would have got confusing.
Well, at least we know only one of the at least we know only one of the 162 Ferraris is still in the race. So at least we haven't got to navigate.
There's now one 162 Ferrari.
Sophie going off track there, down at exit turn 12 with a Mercedes sitting behind also.
Oh, she's in the wall!
That is you.
So there must have been some sort of issue then, because Sophie's been making lots of mistakes on these past few laps. The gap now, obviously, doesn't really matter because it's still 60 seconds ahead, but it's down, and you should have to pit for that damage. It seems like stays out, but that damage will definitely hinder the performance of the Yas Tech racing car. Now heading into turn 1.
Tell you what, though, guys, VK says, who is responsible for the unavailable pit box? We had an unavailable pit box twice, 2-minute delay each time. Who is responsible for that? The track, the game, the server? Question mark.
Bits of both, the track and the game. It's our car, the 72, has had to share a pit box with number 1 all afternoon long, and we've been having to pit at the right-hand side of the box to make sure that if they are needing to pit, they can pit alongside us. So it's basically caused by the track not assigning pit boxes properly, and the game not assigning pit boxes properly. But it's scary. We're riding on board with Sophie Jones, by the way, trying to see if there is any problem really with this 290 car. Jones is gunning for what I got. Oh, there you go! It's the rear brakes are just absolutely giving way at this stage in the race.
Definitely some sort of pit stop to come, because this is now thinking actually we might have a fight for the lead, because we've got an hour and 26 minutes.
If your rear brakes are messing up like they are here, clearly struggling, then you can't pit for that. You can't change your pads in R-Factor 2 to put it.
What would you do then, Tom? What would you do in this situation then? Because this could be lose the race win with an hour and a half to go.
I'm putting my brake bias as forward as I can and hoping.
The mistakes
there's a problem with the rear brakes.
I suppose if it is a problem with the brakes as well, and that problem continues to happen, you might think, yes, Sophie's still 61 seconds ahead, chances are she can still win on pace, but with these mistakes, only one major mistake could lose it all. Or even one minor mistake. You know, if you make a mistake, you can lose 5-6 seconds. If you keep making that lap on lap.
I would go back to leaning towards this is an issue with tyres, and that the rear brakes we've just caught a little bit of maybe the rears are more
wide, really.
See the understeer.
Definitely tyres.
The tyres are giving away at this stage. So when she puts on another set of doubles, she has to basically, the next stint is the most important. Classic says problem ain't with the brakes. Yeah, I'm starting to think that now as well. I mean, the brakes, obviously, the balance looks wrong. They are definitely more towards the rear than they perhaps would like. But again, I was about to say that actually.
And also,
the car handles like that. He does handle like that. These prototypes are very, very rear brake heavy. It's quite confusing.
You've also got to think about the damage that she got a couple laps ago. That could also. But and she's round down.
This
is turn 6.
So yes, the car handles like that, but
what is that issue? Because surely that can't just be the tyres. That's got to be something with the brakes, hasn't it? Or the suspension,
Well,
maybe. I don't know.
My suggestion would be that yes, the car handles like that. Mr. Plastic Boy, I don't quite know your actual name. I apologise, the alias. But I would suggest that this is perhaps something that is made worse by the tyre wear. So the brakes do always handle like this, and particularly I find in the LMP2 as well, quite a lot towards the end of your stint, you'll find that the tyres, that the brakes start to become harder because the tyres are simply giving way and you don't have as much grip with them. So Sophie, I mean, typically you can do 50 minutes on a tank in the hypercar, give or take it. It's between 40 and 50 minutes, depending on both your car and sort of how well you're driving it. So we'll wait and see. Into the pits this lap. This is sensible from Sophie Jones because you can get to the end now on 2 stops quite comfortably.
So the race lead is going to change then with the 73 moving ahead. The gap was only less than a minute now with all these issues for the 290. So we're going to have a lead change for the first time in around about 2 hours.
And I presume we will also have a driver change, possibly. I'm not quite sure what the stints are for the team.
It would be sensible to put one driver in
definitely.
For the final 2, because if Sophie is struggling that much, I mean, you know, it's not a reflection on how Sophie is as a driver, but I would suggest take that driver out and get a driver who is perhaps a little bit more comfortable with that machine, and then, you know, go to the end. That's what I would do anyway, because again, it's not a. I always say this. It's another one of my endurance cliches. I always say this: if you're struggling with the car and you're struggling to get into a stint, not that Sophie is, she's driven very well throughout the course today, but if you're struggling to get in with a stint, just take a driver change. It's okay. You can come back later, you can refresh, and it's not a reflection on you. But Luca in, there we go. Luca Gray is going to take that car to the end. So that is a big change.
I suppose the issue you have as well, if you are making these mistakes, you might then want to push more. Coming out, if you go out for another seat, you might think, actually, you know what, I'm losing lots of time. You'll push too much, and that's the issues you run into. And then, you know, it kind of causes that effect of once you make one mistake, the mistakes just keep happening constantly. And obviously, we saw there. I don't know if the initial lead to what happened with yourself was due to that, I believe, contact with the GT3 or something. But after that, you just saw the mistakes just kept coming. Then into turn 6, I think on 2 consecutive laps, completely missing the rear. Then obviously that into then at turn 14. So
they've taken damage repair as well, Nathan, because so that's 130 in the box. That's not normal. They've lost that lead now.
So rear suspension with damage to the wall at Latifi corner.
Potentially front suspension. I think there was a hit on the front, but my suspicion is that there would have been damage. There would have been damage before. That's 145 in the box. That is not ideal at all.
That gives Team Lucky Monsters with Ships at the moment a chance to possibly fight a bit more for the lead going into this final couple of, an hour and a half of the race.
Actually, if we take a step back for a moment, I am being a little bit hasty because actually, yes, 140 is a long pit stop, but also remember they had to do a tyre change. We know that they probably had to repair a little bit of damage that car had, and as well, you've had to do the driver change. That is pretty much, as well as tyres, if I hadn't mentioned that, and fuel. So actually, you've actually changed everything on the car that can be changed. So maybe, yes, it's a longer pit stop, but I don't think it's horrendous. 76 seconds. We would expect it. Here we go. Shipton's into the pits. This is a huge moment in the race. And onto the jacks, they're changing tyres.
It's a perfect decision as well, because you may as well take an effect now in case the 290 runs into trouble again. They're going to be ahead of you with this unless you pit this lap. So it was the perfect response to have to come in and sort of go, right, let's do this, and we'll have a race to the end. What, another 2 stints, I'm thinking, as well, maybe? Tom,
it will be 2 stints, yes. This will be the penultimate stop for these LMH guys. Whether the last one will have to be a splash, though. They won't get the fuel on the end, but they will get tyres to the end now. It's the same with LMP2, by the way, and obviously GT3s are coming up on their final stop in about 20 minutes' time. Back onto the... so they've done the tyres, they're now doing fuel.
Yeah, this is going to take ages. 20... Look, you're ticking away!
Going to be close.
19, 18... Luca Gray's into the last couple of corners, and it's a lot quicker now, this version of the track. So, boot it hard.
He's done it. He'll have done this.
Yeah. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Luca Gray takes the lead back. Well, this is going to be
still
fun.
there. So, Louis Hartley says, driver change shouldn't take time in EERC. Yes, of course, I should know that as an EERC driver myself. But anyway, fuel plus tyres take 62 seconds in this car, so 30 to 40 seconds of damage. And then James says, change does that. I thought it did. Yeah, I thought it did. I shouldn't be second guessing myself like that. But Bradley Sellers now into that 73.
Yeah. And let's see where they compared to before to car 290. The gap was about 65, 68 seconds, and now it's gone down by about 30 seconds. So obviously it still doesn't mean they'll be able to win. But being 30 seconds closer, that definitely gives you a bit of an advantage in case issues arise again. But so we head through now, and that's a big change, isn't it, really, in the race?
Bradley Sellers is one of the best drivers on this grid. So is Luca Gray, but Bradley Sellers is incredible. So this is going to be interesting. Oh my word! For crying out loud, Bradley!
No!
And Tom's done a me, the commentator's curse.
Thank you, Bradley Sellers. I always go out of my way to rate rate Bradley Sellers highly, and he goes and treats me like that. That's point in case though about the cars having rearward brake bias.
Yes.
Okay, there we are. Towards 6 and 7. We'll be able to see what the pace is like over the next 15-20 laps.
Just realised Chris isn't here. He must be dealing with something.
You did say he had an issue with his PC, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's the excuse. Realistically,
what was it now? My Discord. I'm sure he said something about his Discord dying early. I'm not sure if that's still the issue now.
Yeah, typically if you plug a PS5 in place of your PC, you will have PC problems.
I'm going to add him on PS5. I have to send him a friend request.
Josh, why aren't you racing?
What am I racing?
You've got a team in here. Why aren't you racing? Come on.
Well, do you know, and Tom will back me up on this, I've said before I will happily boot up and race, but I'm not allowed.
Oh, why?
Ed won't let me drive.
Oh, well, I'll be having words with Ed, don't worry.
Do you know, we might have a second LMP2 for Le Mans.
I'll drive! Get me in the car! Some point this year! Get me in the car!
I'll join you as well, Josh, the commentator's team.
But if you, I'm not even joking if you want to.
Well, I can say no to that. But it's great.
Wow.
Not to buy the game and all the different DLCs, but still.
Get me in Le Mans! I'll do a Le Mans.
You'll be asked to move over if you're first and my team is second, or my car's second.
Well, who cares? It's all part of the fun.
Second team.
Slander.
Yeah. Welcome back, Chris.
I was looking at the crash between Sophie Jones and the GT3.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was actually confirmed then.
Yeah, tell me, Chris, how's the rumble feedback on the controller?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he says that.
So is there a penalty coming the way, Chris, of that crash?
No.
No. Cool. So what happened between Sophie and the GT3 then?
Sophie went for the inside, the Ferrari didn't see it.
Oh. Well,
it's just kind of blind spot. Just kind of 2 into 1 doesn't go.
And Smagazel, by the way, in the chat says, "Let Josh drive." Look, I've got there first, so you know. just I know what.
Josh, we'll have a PSGL second team, me and you.
Yeah, let's race there. We'll do the commentary at the same time.
Yeah. Oh no, that's too much.
Why, you did it in Belgium?
Oh wait, yeah, I remember when I accidentally joined the lobby as a driver. I remember that in the AlphaTauri I was in.
I did that once. I did that a couple of times.
I remember I actually I drove like because I drove to Eau Rouge and binned it.
I joined a Rocket League playoff game once.
That's even worse.
As one of the players, I had to very quickly switch back because that could have, I had about 5 seconds, otherwise that would have gone south.
Yeah, and then I got told, Josh, so we got told, Josh, that it was a red flag. So then I intentionally binned it in Eau Rouge and then got told, why did you bin it? Who was it? Who was it at the top? I think the name comes to my head, but I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Leroy Brown.
You know, last time I tried to revive my very short F1 league racing career, I put it on pole with it was either pole or second. Basically, the greatest lap I have ever produced at Austria. It was superb. I mean, it was. I think we've lost Josh.
I'm here.
Josh.
Oh, you're very still.
Sorry, I was reading something. I'm just typing.
Yes, and anyway, I ended up trying to back up the car behind, so my teammate gets second and then spin.
Oh no.
That's why I race our Factor 2.
See, I did some racing. Well, I've done some racing on F1 a lot, but mainly commentary. But I remember a league I used to own recently. I'd taken part of their league. Not anymore because I've done with driving on the game. But so far, I think I've got out of 5 races I've raced, 5 DNFs, including the sprint races. So yeah,
because you're not good.
No, it's because the game's bad, and there's lots of incompetent drivers.
Talent, like, yeah, you're one.
No, because I used to be good last season on the last game. I finished 5th in the championship. I was only, I think, 8 points behind third. So, you know, and I'd rather commentate as well, because then the thing is, we don't have to worry about the issues with the game. We just sit there and watch them happen. Like, well, that's your problem.
You've never tried to set up the EERC streaming PC, then clearly.
No, and I'm not planning on to either. With R Factor 2 involved, no.
I've had the swears as well.
Head.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Come on, Chris.
Chris will tell you the problem we had with this week too.
What were you saying about there? I didn't hear you.
I said that's an average R Factor opinion, not wanting to touch it.
You were right there, Tom, as well. That was last season live on air, and Ed's just swearing away for the first 2 hours of the race.
I think he said something along the lines of, "I'm trying to effing see the game."
Thing is, though, I swear it's his laptop. I swear it's on his, because it happens with us in the commentary box. We're commentating on the Formula E race, and all of a sudden, his voice is talking, but there is no mouth moving.
And do you know the worst hot mic I've ever seen is at where was it? It was Sebring. It was the Visc Sebring 12 hours. The first year they ran it. As Chris English is out of the pits. That'll be penultimate stop for the gravel trap guys. Not quite able to get to the end from here, but we're close enough. And I wonder if Chris will remember this. There was an LMP car or a GT car crabbing down the straight, and Alex comes over and goes, "Okay, drivers, go day." I was on commentary. I remember Christian Lewis, and he goes, "Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds." And then during the little pause they go between 10 and 5, Alex goes, still having his mic on, he goes, "Chris, can you not see the effing car crabbing down the straight?"
Oh, penalty for C English.
That will be pit speeding penalty, I would assume.
Yeah.
Either that or the track limits.
And also noticed Sellers is losing a lot of time off the grate, so the pace isn't as we would have assumed.
Yeah, that Glickenhaus a struggle.
Yeah, because after the pit stop, after the spin, then at turn 5, he was about 32 seconds back. He's now 39. So either he's made another mistake, or the pace at the moment just isn't there. Could just be trying to get back up to grips with the car. But we'll obviously see over the next half an hour to an hour to see what the Sellers can.
I'll hop in the 290.
produce.
I'll win the race.
No, Josh, you've already agreed to top my. Well,
Yeah, but I'll hop in the 290. I mean, we'll soon see if Bradley Sellers is quick enough.
Well, Josh, I'll hop into one of the GT3s and make sure you won't win.
few GT3s have made sure I haven't won in the.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the run of GT3s? Just become moving chicanes.
Yes.
Oh, I actually. When I'm driving, like right now, I can respect the skill of a GT3 driver. When I am driving, I actually just despise GT3s.
Actually, I actually would love to get behind the wheel. I think I've got the race. I'll at some point before the season's out, I'll get in the car.
Well, we should do it at Le Mans. We'll give you a few.
Hang on, we should have a second team. Me and Josh race.
July.
That's the plan. We'll have a second.
We'll do it. Sure. Get me down.
I will actually message you about this afterwards because.
Perfect. That actually sounds quite interesting, to be fair. I like Le Mans.
Moving on, Josh can do the 6-hour night stint. Actually, you'll have to ban your commentary duties and things.
Yeah, 1st of July. Where are we then? It's Austria.
No, it's Silverstone, isn't it?
No, it's 9th. 9th of July.
Oh, sorry. I'll put my hands up.
Hey, I've got
Josh, do you have all the calendars like memorised in your head? Every single.
No, he's got a massive document he showed me.
There is a massive document. I know where everything is.
It's like session times, not even.
Also,
just,
Josh. I've decided now I'm going to refuse to watch MotoGP because Bagnaia has crashed on both the two past races.
My apologies. It's okay. It was Peter Schunnemann, just there at the top of your picture. He almost had an incident with the Aither Racing Ligier. He got very, very squirrely out the final corner, and now he's still trying to chase down. Well, I say chase down. He's actually been chased down by the reading game card just at the top of your picture. That is to put Jordi to put a lap on him, but here he goes trying to get a lap on the 4th placed Aither Racing car, who really should be 3rd after the race they have had today, but not to be. Will go and try and get down the inside. That allows the switchback for this Ligier. We'll see if he can get back down the inside. These guys, by the way, battling for, a lap. They're not even battling for position, and they're still doing it like this. And, well, if he's at all sensible, that number 46 car will just let him through, and I think that's exactly what he's done. You don't want to be losing more time than need be, particularly with that reading game part of Jordi Loge. Just a little bit behind, trying to get his lap back, and then put a lap on Peter. That would just add a little bit of ease to this quest for reading game to get into the top 5, which at the moment looks a little bit unfruitful.
So I'm not sure here, but if your name on the live timings is red, does that mean you're out of the race?
Pit lane.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking through, and I saw a few drivers that have DNF'd, and I thought actually, Hallam Voice is also highlighted red, but he's in the pit lane, so I wasn't sure if he's DNF'd or if it's
both. Is it both?
I think it will say out. Well, no, yeah, it might be
because Hallam Voice is in the mix.
I think it's both. I think it's both, Richie, because I think it does change if you come back out of the pit lane.
Also, I'm still confused.
How cars, by the way, were going into the pits. That unleashes now Jordi to put his lap on both of them, and then unleashes him into pretty clean air for the next one. And he'll try and.
Did you just say I was going to do the 6-hour night shift? That's just twigged with me in my sleep-deprived brain.
Also, I'm still confused. Surely, Peugeot, however you say his name, surely he's out of the race. No way he's still 112 laps behind a DNF car.
No, Jordi is on the screen right now in 6th.
No. Peugeot. 137.
He is out of the race, but what's happened is they haven't officially kicked to retire.
Oh, okay. Is it the same with Shooter as well?
Shooter is... No, so what will have happened is they will be... So basically, RFAX hasn't registered them as out of the race, even though they are, for whatever reason. They might have disconnected, not been registered as DNF'd, and then not come back in to physically click DNF.
There's only 4 drivers left. Well, only 4 cars in the LMH then, I presume.
Yes, at the moment that is the case.
Oh, we've got battles
Chris,
here.
are you around? Can you hear us? I'd like to get your thoughts on this. What I'm going to ask you. That's a question for you to be very.
We've got all cars here down at turn 1 altogether. But Chris English the leading, no, not Chris English from behind.
I was only half listening.
Oh, sorry. No, I haven't asked you the question yet. I just wanted to get your attention. So, is there any minimum speed, a minimum time that I need to get up to then to race safely at Le Mans? Because obviously it's a 24-hour race, so...
It depends what class you're in.
GT3.
GT3, don't... As long as you don't keep sticking it in a wall.
Josh, we can drive the Beamer.
LMP2 with my lot.
Oh, you want me to put an MP? Oh, okay, an MP2. What about that?
Faster than the GT3s is what we always used to say.
Come on, Josh, Rob's a great, we'll win.
Speed doesn't matter, it's safety. At the end of the day, the speed will always come when you drive.
See, Josh, remember you're not driving in F1, so you can't take people out.
Don't do that anyway.
Well, F1 drivers seem to in the F1 League races. We've seen that many times in F2.
That's just Jan Amotmir.
Oh, so remember that, the fake Jan Amotmir in Miami? Oh, it was amazing. We did, yeah, we went red flag because he joined and then he led and then he just shot off at the line.
I've just remembered, by the way, Chris has put a picture of William's story in the chat. Did I ever mention that he follows me on Twitter?
Oh, what?
I know.
Which energy sponsorship went?
I've got cans of Winch Energy upstairs with the original logo. Do you want to go get it?
No, he follows me on Twitter. I liked one of his tweets at like 2 in the morning once, and obviously that was enough for him to follow me. Let's see if he still does.
Do you know what? You said that. I've just followed him, and I've just locked his most recent tweet from 3 hours ago. We'll see if he follows me back.
He still follows me. At Rich CEO. It's incredible.
Oh no! I hate
follows
this.
like most people back, but it's not the point. He follows me.
I hate this.
The truest question is who isn't followed by Tom Coronel?
Yeah.
I'm me as well. I think everyone is at this point.
I don't think I am anymore. But
You're not followed by Tom Coronel.
No,
disappointed.
Do you know why? Because I registered as a journalist and he shut off.
Tom Coronel actually liked my Twitch, not Twitch, on TikTok video, Josh, ages ago. Follows me. He's followed me from Twitter to TikTok.
I've got a couple of racing driver cameos. So there's 2 that I'll tell you the story. Is it Ben? Brett, what's the W Series driver name?
Visca.
She likes my Instagram post once, just randomly. And it wasn't even a post about W Series or anything. It was a post about my race at Danmouth, and you just liked the post. And the other one, Tom Dillman's sponsor / like agency, they congratulated me on winning the LMP3 championship because obviously my name's Tom Dillon, and they tagged me rather than tagging him. And now the funniest thing is, I'm actually quite amicable with this Twitter admin because I sort of put it. I jokingly put the screenshot on my story like, "You were close enough, lads. Thanks." And now once or twice I've put something on my story and they've just like replied. So I'm actually quite good friends with Tom Dillman's agents.
Looking at William Story's Twitter, he's actually still got in his bio that he's an F1 title sponsor.
Yeah, he's deluded.
Is he a BTCC? Is he a BTCC sponsor as well? Because he's put that in there as well.
Superbikes, he actually does sponsor.
Right, so we'll have a look. So we'll read through things. So he's the entrepreneur, the founder of Rush Energy, founder of Wolf Data Systems, founder of MD Wolf Jerky. He's a mathematician, a boxing manager, BTCC, IOM, TT, and F1 title sponsor.
Strange, he's a mathematician, yet he can't work out where 350 million was supposed to be in a house.
Do you know what, Josh? I'll give you that one. That's a good one. That was.
I used to, like, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually used to think that there was something dodgy going on there. Now I just don't think there is. I think he just wants to spend money, and I rate that. I respect that. I totally respect that.
Yeah, but Tom, he doesn't actually spend the money. He promises to spend the money.
Didn't he have it in the first place or something?
I don't know, because you look at his. I think the Haas thing was really different. If you look at the British Superbikes things, he's been sponsoring some of the teams for like 2 or 3 years now.
How much money is he putting into there, though?
Well, not as much as Haas, I'll give you. It confuses me how he would, how he'd keep those sponsorship.
To be fair, Gunter Steiner went from saying no more Playboy millionaires with fizzy drinks to saying no Russians to now saying
no Russian oligarchs.
Yeah, to now saying as well that he's just fed up with sponsors to be general, which isn't something good to say about your team.
I have my opinions on Gunter Steiner. I've always never understood the hate. I've always respected him.
Well, he's been around a long time.
Because the thing is, I have similar opinions on Schumacher. The fact of I don't think he deserves an F1 seat at the moment. Maybe in a few years' time, but at this point, I don't think he deserves it, and I don't think he'll get one back because there's many guys that deserve it more.
I think he's a bit old now.
There's still people trying to say, oh, I know you're on about Michael Schumacher. But still, people try and say, oh, Mick would have done way better than Nico Hülkenberg. Yes, definitely, of course not. Nico Hülkenberg has blitzed Magnussen. He would have done a lot better than Schumacher. And I start to think, is the Haas F1 car 2021 that bad, or is it just the drivers?
Anyway, gentlemen, just to quickly bring your attention to this, the closest battle really on track at the moment is actually in LMP2. Kaj, Bilu and Arshad are all sort of there and thereabouts in the quest for a podium. They're all on the same lap, is my point. That could bubble up and create something.
So is the top three within 70 seconds.
No, not in LMP2. In LMH.
LMH, I meant,
yeah, they are. So Zoltan Toth is still in a chance of winning this race. It would be perhaps the just thing to happen after this first stint for him.
The time from Sellers is dropping down even more, 43.2 seconds now. So not got the overall pace he would have wanted, considering when he came out the pit lane it was 28 seconds. It's now about 15 seconds up the road.
I think the problem is that Glickenhaus is clearly an absolute dog, and
having lots of trouble.
We've given it all the help we can in the world, but at the end of the day, if a car is 5/10 of a second slower than another car, it's just going to be 5/10 of a second slower. You can't balance performance them perfectly, and I think that's the case here.
Well, to see, Backus in the races in TSE, we haven't seen much of him at all, so I was actually thinking he's still in the race, but yeah, he is. He's just
Zoltan Toth in a bit of traffic. That's going to lose him a couple of seconds compared to Bradley Sellers, who's chasing down. Obviously, the hypercars have got to deal with more traffic than anyone else because they've got to get around the LMP2s as well, which for some of the hypercars isn't actually as easy as it is for the other ones. Obviously, they find themselves a little bit faster than the LMP2s.
Yeah.
Well, some of them aren't actually that much faster. I mean, some of the LMP2s are on pace with the hypercars. You look at Sven Gillerhead, he was very fast. Magazale says, fun fact, Will Power likes Aztec's Instagram posts every now and again. Everyone's got a celebrity sort of a racing driver cameo story, and I do have to love it.
There's so many, isn't there, that we could talk about. I mean, I do want to drop another one in for you as well. Actually, I've got this the other day, actually. It's to you, Richie, as well, actually. Might have been Ed, actually, I was talking to. But Kamui Kobayashi.
What about him?
This is my other drive story. Silverstone 2018 again at WEC. Mike Conway and him finished second in that race. It was Mike's birthday as well. They got caught to the stewards and got disqualified. Both Toyotas that day got disqualified, and Rebellion won. So I actually interviewed the race leader, the race winner of that event, with Stefan Salazar, without actually knowing it. So that was quite funny. And Andre Lotter as well. I'll tell you about Andre in a minute. But yeah, I was talking with Kamui Kobayashi. I was talking with Mike Conway comes down towards me. I'm there with a microphone, and I go, Mike, can I have a quick word? Because I'm live on Facebook. So I'm walking with him down to Toyota, and I'm going, so you're in second place today as well. You've just been disqualified. How are you feeling? You doing okay? He says, oh, well, it was a good day. The team went really well. It's a shame about what's happened, blah, 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 blah. All of a sudden, I feel a bit of a prod in my back as well. And I look round, it's Kamui Kobayashi. It's
another story.
Yeah, it's Kamui Kobayashi with a massive smile on his face, of course, Mike's teammate. I was like, thanks, Mike, take care. And then I'm saying, Kamui, where are you? Do you want a quick word? And he goes, yeah, it's a goes. And I said, Kamui, Japan next up, of course. You've gone well there in the past with podium in Formula 1. Do you think you do well at Fuji? Pass the microphone over to him. And he goes, when was I on the podium? Was I on the podium? I was like, don't do that to me, Kamui. Don't do that. And I just had a joke with him. He says, no, the car will do really well and all this lot as well. And I was like, yeah, nice. And I ended up, I'm walking down the paddock with my arm around Kamui Kobayashi, interviewing him as well. And I leave him, sort of give him a half hug as he just chats like, thanks, Kamui. And then walk on the other way. I mean, Kamui Kobayashi is one of the funniest guys, and he never does interviews. If you know, he doesn't do many interviews.
You never see him too much, do you?
Yeah, and in interviews he's always deadly serious, and I got a very rare, happy, fun interview with Kamui, so I was mightily impressed with that. Andre Lotter, bless him.
Does the footage still exist? Because I mean, I'll happily play it on the stream.
Yeah,
Same. It would be great to see. Get it up for us, Josh, if you can.
I'll go finding it. It's on my YouTube. It's on my Facebook page back in the day. I keep saying I should move over to YouTube with maybe like a throwback over the Christmas period or something.
Yeah, you should do. Send us a link, and we'll put it either towards the end of the race. I could play the interview via the audio via the bus mixer. You don't we can have a look at the video as well if you send us that on the stream.
Video?
Yeah, that'd be class.
It would.
All right, where is it? I'll get it up now.
Oh, wonderful.
Right, I've got to switch to my other profile now and get the link. Yeah.
Oh, it's too much effort, don't worry. We'll make it a feature of Arcanine.
What, is it too late now?
No. It depends how easy it is for you to get it. If it's going to take you 15 minutes.
No, I'll find it. It's just,
okay.
It's just I've got to get to my page, and I can't remember how they've changed it all. So give me a second, because I can get all my videos here. When was the last time I went live on this channel though? It was Abu Dhabi 2018 the last time I went live on this, so it's the same year. Here you go. One endurance playlist. It's right here, guys.
Send it to us. Can you send it to me? Actually, I want to watch it now.
You send me the link, and I'll see if I can download it and put it on the YouTube stream.
You can see me being all cool and all that.
Send it to me on Discord. I want to have a quick look at it now myself.
Sorry, I'm hearing it twice. Let me give you a little thing. 45 minutes in, and number 10 pit lane man just went.
You sound like you got something up your throat.
Oh, sorry?
Sound like you got something stuck in your throat.
I was at that point. I was gasping for a drink.
My apologies, gents. Has gone into the wall on the left-hand side. He's okay. It looks like they'll carry on in that car, but just for a moment, he's gone into the wall. Okay, so Josh, if you send me that Facebook link, I'll get the video and all the glory up on the YouTube stream.
Send it
to me. Send it to me in Discord. I'll have a look.
I've sent it in the commentators chat. So
okay, let's have a look.
Get it.
And now here we are. I've got it. 4 kilometers. How far do we need to look? I'll have a little look through.
Alright, give me a sec. I'll get that bit. Hang on, where is it? It's right towards the end. If you go to where is it?
Oh, I've got it. 46
minutes. Yeah. This Mike. And then all of a sudden, Kamui comes in.
Give me a moment, gentlemen. Hang on.
Yeah, and there's Kamui Kobayashi.
If I go over to here, we can. Oh, this is insane F1 qualifying. Oh, that's not the one. There we go. Here we go. Okay, if you wait on the YouTube stream, you'll be able to see it in all of its glory in just a moment's time. I need to.
Oh right, so we're actually going to put this on. Oh, all right then. I'll look forward to this. Wow. Yeah, honestly, it's so much fun because I'm literally live on air and that's like Kamui Kobayashi turns up as well, and I get Mike Conway, and there's 2 for the price of 1. But Mike was angry. Mike was really angry. You can honestly tell by his body expression he was angry.
Chrome is having a brief.
Josh, you look at this and you think this is Sky Sports.
I went there. Honestly, I went there with complete.
And I noticed Josh, you liked his shoulder. You touched his shoulder about 1 million times.
Which one, Mike or?
Not Mike. Cammy, however you say his name. Yeah, he touched his shoulder about 10 times. So, Jesus Christ, get a bit of a feeling.
Yeah, I wanted to go into the motorway, but just.
Oh, what's happened to the screen?
Oh,
Don't
no,
worry,
it's okay.
this is.
I'm setting up the.
Oh, okay.
It's getting the OBS up to have a look at all this. But there I am.
Hey.
Is that on YouTube Live?
No, they can't see it yet. So I'm
right.
going to transition over in just a moment. I just had to set that up. We take that over to the right hand side of the screen. So here you go, dear viewers.
Are you going to crop it so it's just with that control thing again?
Always looking on the side of the screen.
Well, we don't want to completely miss the race. We can up for you.
No, of course not.
I don't think you'll be able to hear it, but here we go. The YouTube stream should.
Well, Ford.
The YouTube stream will be able to hear this. There we go. 46 minutes.
I had a word with Stefan.
Oh, yeah,
46.
How was the race?
Oh,
thumbs up.
Unbelievable.
You've seen that all around the pit lane all weekend.
What have they do
we got
to
trophy.
Division 2?
Is that the trophy?
Speaking to. I don't
Wonderful,
know. Sort of
thank you.
trophy. Okay.
It was like 10
trophy for
people.
GTs earlier on today.
Wow. I'll go to be honest with you, Josh. I thought you were talking nonsense.
Well, actually,
I can't
get
hear
into
you.
this wet
Oh, you can't hear me?
Although I don't think I can travel through Japan.
I'm hearing myself so loud.
Thanks, Mike. I'll see you
Here
later.
we are.
Where's
He's
come
on
here?
mic.
All word. Home race next, of course, in Fuji. Hoping for a home win?
Where's the horn?
Fuji in Japan.
Really?
Come on. Don't give me that. You on the podium in Suzuka.
Long time ago.
Long time.
Yeah.
But it's Fuji. You know it well. You've raced there for a number of years now in WEC. Is the car strong enough to do it to beat the number 8?
Yeah, I think we got the pace of what we're going today, but obviously we didn't have enough luck. We just damaged the car somehow.
Well, there you go. We'll get back to the race. There you go. There's the point. There's Joshua Bush, everybody.
Dying of cringe.
Right, Josh, you can bring me next time. I'll stand the other side of Kimmy.
Did you see how sweaty I was there?
Yes, I could see it.
It was 6 hours I spent in the sun. I got home, and also during that time we came off air. After that interview, we were walking back down the paddock, and that is when Robert Wickens had his accident at Pocono, and honestly, the entire paddock went silent as well. You could tell something had happened.
Have you got?
And yeah, it was really bad.
Have you got the clip of you and Alonso?
I don't think that that's not on the YouTube Live, because when we did that bit, it was for the highlight show.
Oh yeah.
So I think I've got it. I'll dig it out and find it. There's a bit. I do go through the Toyota garage again though on that paddock reaction.
Again.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it at one point. I think we see Alonso go down there in the morning show.
Let's. I think that's quite enough of playing that on the stream now. Before I think we've sort of used our budget of tomfoolery for the day before Chris Saxon from
I was going to say.
this
I was going to say,
back,
do you want to see me take shouts out by the FIA?
let's just take a little bit of stock of this race. So right now, Luca Gray leads in LMH. Aoife Korkmazer leads in LMP2. He's just got into that car, and then it's obviously Tomosu Contu in the GT3. So at the moment, here is Jeffrey Backer for the LMH. The big news is that really Zoltan Toth has started gaining ever so slightly on Bradley Sellers. 22 seconds that gap is down to. There's Ryan Mazumda in for the final stop of the Hunter Birch Reading Game car. Bradley Sellers is now slowly gaining on Luca Gray, not at a rate by which he'd be there by the end of the race, but if that pit stop plays into his hands, he might just get there.
It was 43 seconds, it's now 38, and the gap is starting to come down. So is the gap from Toth. Obviously, Toth's at the moment got, I think, the fastest lap of the race so far with a 39.6. So obviously, doesn't mean he's going to be the fastest on track now, but he's shown at one point he was the fastest, so that can definitely help. The gap just sitting around 22 seconds to those. But then obviously,
hello, Chris.
Because
I was about to jump in and just say on your point, I disagree. I think the top three are going to be right on each other at the end of the race at this point. How they've kind of started to combine. I've been watching it the sort of last 10 minutes.
I love how that's the point of contention he has, not the fact that we've just dug up old Josh videos on Facebook.
Oh, I don't care. It's an endurance race.
and Josh, the Durex situation with Tyrrell. Was it Tyrrell? And John Surtees.
You got back to talk about.
This is why I love EERC.
I love it. It's so much fun. I've missed this, guys. I've missed playing on the EERC. It's been a long time since this.
I was sort of alluding to this with Alex. It's like, I love doing EERC because this isn't the kind of stuff that I put on my caster reel or my commentary reel, but it's just so much fun. Like, this doesn't make it to the commentary reel, but it's still, it's still just as fun. And we can take a little bit seriously until it just divulges into this. Zoltan Toth, this is actually big. Okay, straight face everyone for just a moment, because Zoltan Toth is into the pits in that number one car. That is the last pit stop of the day. 47 minutes to go in this race. Zoltan Toth is into the pits for one final splash and dash. And the question is, do you add a little bit of soft tyres to that?
I was about to say, I hope he puts softs on and goes for it.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see here. I'd like to see that from Bradley Sellers as well, because clearly there's no other way he's going to attack Luca Gray, really.
In that little conversation, he's gained a second and a half, though, so I think it is possible.
We're in for a grandstand, aren't we? And this is only race 2 with the hyperclass as well. So this is going to be a lot of fun coming into this.
It's also worth pointing out that it will be Glick versus Toyota.
Oh God, you're right.
That's
brilliant.
And Toyota's blisteringly fast as well, so it's going to be difficult for Glick to get past, really.
To be
I think we'll find out, because Toyota lost power and Glick gained power for this race, so...
There is a point, and to be fair, as far as I remember, was the BOP not that far off last week? We just won last week, last month. We just had to change it.
No, they were really far off last one. There was about the second and a half a lap, and now it's about a 10th between their fastest laps.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll wait and see. I still maintain that I think that Toyota's a little bit faster than the Glick over the course of a stint. It's, you can't get BOP perfect.
It's worth pointing out as well, Toyota's more efficient, so it has shorter stops.
That as well, yeah. I think Toyota's definitely a car to have it. This is, obviously, if you've got a driver, as Jody Loge just into the pits for his final story, you've got a driver who is really, really suited to the Glick. He's probably going to be faster than you would be in the Toyota. I think that's the stage that BOP is at.
Very true. I think they're actually quite close now.
Do you know, Chris, I'm just going to say, when Ed does miss races, which is rare at the moment as well, I think we found Tom as a permanent replacement as lead is absolutely fantastic. I'm loving this.
I know. I can't believe Ed's gone and buggered off to Milton Keynes. I mean, the nerve. I mean, they're paying him and we're not, but that's not the point.
It's a principle matter.
For one, there's money involved, but you've got to go to Milton Keynes.
I know. Do you know the real life karting series I'm commentating has got a couple of rounds at Milton Keynes at that same track that Ed's at.
I feel so sorry for you.
I know. I'm dreading it. I've got to go to Surrey in a couple of weeks.
Listen, when you go come to Grimsby, then you can complain. We don't even have the beach. That's Cleethorpes. We just claim it's us.
There's nothing else there for you.
It is bad if you're playing. I've been to Cleethorpes. It's bad if you're claiming Cleethorpes as your own.
Our football ground is based in Cleethorpes and it's called Grimsby Town. And Cleethorpes is based in Grimsby, and we call that Cleethorpes. Confuse that, everybody.
For those who haven't been to Cleethorpes, it's actually quite a pleasant little town as long as you go through the back streets and you don't get to halfway through the pier. There's literally a fish and chip shop, and then past that fish and chip shop, the place is an absolute dive.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Sounds like most seaside towns in the UK then.
No, but it's more than it's worse. It's a horrific dive.
Yeah, it is. Basically, if you go down that area, make sure you turn right, not left.
I presume you haven't been to Birmingham then.
Oh no, as an Aston Villa football fan, I've been to Birmingham many times.
And you still think that place has beaten it in terms of it being worse? Gosh,
I can think of many worse places than Birmingham.
Yes,
Yes, I can.
Not many worse places than Aston, though. Aston is...
Actually, you know, I can name many areas in Birmingham that are worse than Aston.
You've got Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton's one.
Do you know, there was a story of my dad's boss. They had American friends staying over, and the friend rings him like 2 in the morning and says, "Oh yeah, I've just got back from the airport, but I've got off the bus in this place. I don't know where it is. It's called Nietzsche's." And they said, "You stay where you are. Do not talk to anyone. We are getting in the car now, and we're picking you up."
I'm just doing it something I've never done on stream before. I really small. Because I know how bad that is.
You stay there, so.
Oh, hang on a minute, what's happened here? We've got Lars Otto who's in a bit of a braking turn as the hypercars are coming through. And Correa's got a penalty too in the GT3 category.
Yes, that will presumably be because of track limits at this stage in the race. They are a little bit aggressive here.
Well, I definitely haven't given them a penalty.
Yes, well, Chris and City are talking nonsense with us.
So, Chris, you've got 43 minutes, and you do realise when you plug in your PlayStation, you can't just go. You've got to download a game.
Mate, who says it hasn't been... I've got Final Fantasy VII Remake downloaded on it, ready to go.
Oh dear, why would you
so you have said... To be fair, we'll have to exchange PSN as well. I'm going to get my
Sure, just DM me.
Yeah, I really want to finish Resident Evil Biohazard. It's a terrifying game.
Get a little Warzone team going together.
Yeah, let's go.
Do some. Do you know, I have got an Irish guy that I commentate Rocket League with, and he's actually his like bread and butter is doing COD streams, as in COD esports. And he was talking about this new thing. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this on air. I'm going to talk about this on air. And he's talking about how he's found a thing with the matchmaking system that basically means you can cheese your way into the things. And he said it rewards you being rubbish. And I said, okay, well I think I can help with that. So we might be doing that in a few weeks' time.
As PSGL commentators, myself and Rich, we must clarify that we cannot in any way talk about anything to do with group hacks.
No, we can't.
Or any form of exploit at all.
Yes, and we're not allowed to mention Thomas One Hart because he is innocent, but we can't say anything about him.
When I mentioned your
hot take on EERC is going to go viral because of that take.
Yes, when I mentioned when I mentioned the PSGL cheating scandal during F1 testing, Josh's face just dropped. It just went red.
F1 testing. Wait, which cheating scandal in PSGL?
Oh, the whole thing.
Well, at least they removed most of them. Thomas, I don't think he's cheating, so he's fine out. But they've removed Julian Klaffenbach, who was cheating. They've removed Troy Parker, Jamie Mells.
What about the ones we were suspicious of, Richard, that we can't mention on there?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Josh, Haas Engineer is investigating one of them.
Really?
Yes.
I thought so.
You should know which one. You should know which one we're on about. Williams.
I do. I thought so. I thought I was a bit too much in the last. Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not because I don't have any information, but we'll have to say I don't know though. It's a bit of an odd one. It looks like he was on views at first, but just recently he has seemed to just not have any suspicious activity. So I don't know. It's hard to call.
I have no idea what you're on about. Stay as far away from the Codemasters stuff as
well. Yeah, we're not going to mention the name because I'm friends with them as well.
I refuse to support.
Because of that. Well, not because of the cheese, because I just got fed up with it again.
I refuse to support my fellow Birmingham people because they haven't changed the game since 2015.
Oh, yes. Come on, 2013 at least they haven't changed it.
Nah, they did the engine update for next gen. Well, last gen now.
The
And it
update,
just hasn't changed since.
the engine is meant to be.
You're from Birmingham.
I am.
And me.
No.
Oh, hang on. Why is everyone so
Technically-
close?
Technically, 3 of us. I'm not from Birmingham.
Oh,
I'm there. And there.
You're near enough. West Midlands counts.
I'm in East.
So Josh is like complete either way, and us three, and me, Chris, and Tom, are within like half an hour of each other.
I don't think Richie sounds Birmingham. He sounds more Black Country.
No, I was thinking that actually, but.
Well, I'm kind of in the middle of both, really.
I
you're
live
probably
suspiciously close to Danny Chick.
Oh, Smethwick!
Oh, another celebrity cameo. Danny.
So
G
I'm from.
was,
You've probably heard of Walsall, haven't you?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah, that's the
You're
the
even close. You're even closer.
beat
to me
pole
than
I'm from.
you're even closer to me than I
In
thought.
Warsaw.
Oh, well. Well, are you from? You're from Tamworth, isn't it?
No, Stafford. Well, not. I'm from the town, but next to Stafford.
Stafford. I was down Stoke the other week doing some
I don't
Valorant
want-
tournament.
I don't want to fully dox myself, so I won't.
Wouldn't be a good
Yeah,
idea.
I'm not feeling like doxing myself.
But yeah, I was
feel
in
I might DM it though.
broad term, but,
I was in Stafford Stoke area the other day. Last week doing some.
Well,
Valorant
hang on.
tournament.
Please do not associate us with those Stoke people. I was in Stoke the other day, and it was horrible. Do you know? I had to during the summer. I have a family member who's an electrician, and maybe I shouldn't be bad-mouthing clients on air, but you know, it's his business, not mine. And we had to go to Stoke to do this fitting in a new shop in Longton, and oh my word, it was one of the worst places I've ever had the displeasure of visiting. They had nice oatcakes. Well, yes, specifically Longton. I had to go to an event connected to my college in Newcastle, which is also Stoke. They're one of the towns of Stoke, and we hate it. I hate it. It's horrible. I hate that place.
Well, to be fair, Stafford itself isn't too bad. Also, obviously, you mentioned about when you did some commentary at Tamworth. That place, Tamworth, I love Tamworth. Such a nice town.
Tamworth is lovely.
Yeah, I'll go there sometimes, and like you got all the castle and that big park thing. It's such a nice place to walk around.
And I do most. In fact, I do all of my racing in terms of real life stuff at Tamworth. And, yeah, I'm in the championship this year. You know, I'm proper drive.
Hey.
But, yeah, I'm incredible.
Me and Josh will come commentate it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Tamworth is because I did my latest real life. Well, I say my only real life thing was their first round was at Tamworth, and I was stood. I had to stand in their viewing gallery. And their viewing gallery, you can see pretty much most of the track. It's very easy to commentate from.
I love how interested Josh is in the race in this conversation. Because obviously for us in the commentary booth, we've got a camera of Josh. He's just sitting there fiddling with his pens.
Also, look down, LMP2, battle for P3. Cards
Only a
catching
slight
3.1 seconds.
Yeah, only a slight one. We'll get a picture of that in a moment. I'm surprised we haven't had someone in the YouTube chat complain that we're not talking about the race, because usually there's one. Usually there's always one.
Can I say at the moment there's no race to talk about? Also, as Toth pitted or has he made a mistake? He's 81 seconds back.
He pits.
Ah, okay.
Yes,
We saw
that
him.
was his last step of the day as well. So he's
Yeah,
going
so-
He has lost 10 seconds since then, but he did pit. That could just be traffic. He came out into traffic, I remember.
I'm just sat here playing with my pens as well.
Do you know? It's actually funny because I've got a pen here that I'm just.
Josh is sitting here thinking of all the other F1 drivers and motorsport drivers he's spoken to. We've had Alonso, Kobayashi, Conway. Who's
There was a
next?
time
Will he
I-
lose Hamilton?
Actually, I did see Lewis.
Oh, again.
Who was it? Who was it that nearly caused me to break my neck?
Oh. Oh.
Who was it? Which one was it?
There's no way.
Seriously, I can't remember what it was, but I was live on it and I had earplugs in. And a driver came in and slammed something down the table, and my neck shot back so much, it actually tweaked it. And I was in.
Sounds like a whiplash claim to me.
Yeah, that sounds like more like whiplash rather than breaking your neck.
Pull my headphone leader.
You've done it. You saw it.
There we go. Sorry, everyone.
Swear.
Yeah. No, but I can't remember who it was now.
Good designer.
I think it was Lewis, you know. I do think
what
it was
year?
Lewis. Oh, it was testing. It was 2019.
Well, we've had a re in chat.
Who did it?
He was in. I think.
See, to me, it sounds like a Max thing to do, not Lewis. Lewis doesn't slam things on the table, does he? He just uses some words. Oh.
Yeah, I can't remember. I was talking to someone. I think it was during testing. I was with you, Tom. But something happened, and I was in the pit lane, and I was at the back of the pit lane, and somebody slammed something down after they walked past me, and it made me jump. I turned my neck backwards, and it did hurt. I had to go to the doctor as well. It was really bad, and I got back up. It's like I'd slept funny.
You sure they didn't hit you with it on the way?
No, I'm sure. I can't remember what it was.
This battle that's been forming now 6.5 seconds.
Oh,
so
it's going down.
Ben has lost a little bit of time. Obviously, podium in
LMP2.
I'm hoping all three of them.
I also noticed Otto is gaining on Mazumda, down for 4. That kept
yes,
about 18.
well, do you know? Well, as you may have been keeping up with the Discord chat the other day, a load of people, like my message to Ryan got pinned the other day. People saying, "Oh my God, Tom, you absolutely destroyed it." I wrote that as like thinking it was a big joke, and then I come back and all my mentions
where?
were, "Oh my God." No, he said, "Tom, I finished a race without crashing. Are you proud of me?" I said, "Yes, but proud in the same way of a dad whose son just learned to read in high school." No, me and Ryan have a little joke going. I always call him rubbish, mainly because
he is.
Well, he's not rubbish, but he's just a little bit inconsistent. He's all right.
So you tried to say rubbish in nice words.
Yes.
Well, do you remember what is it? F3, some point last season. I can't remember what race, but I said something about one of the drivers. And
you said to Drake, what's he gonna? No, you said to Drake, what excuse is he gonna give this time?
It was this season F2. Yeah, in Singapore, and I said he crashed again. Jake.
The thing is, we've joked about it many times in the Discord.
Yeah. I said, well, what's his excuse this time? Because he was just moaning every week.
Also, Josh, guess what? I don't know if I told you, but next week I might try and get Cameron's dad on for an interview.
Brilliant.
Jim,
Yeah,
I was speaking to him. Do you know after? I think it was the round I did alone at F2. Cameron joined me for an interview, and then his dad jumped on the mic. He's going, "Who's there? Who's there?" And he's going, "Oh, let me speak to him. Is Josh there?" I'm going, "No, he's not." He's going, "Let me speak to him." So we come on, had a nice half an hour chat, and of all topics, we were talking about Alvaro Caraton's cheating scandal.
You've got a few drivers who like to get their dads to watch along our streams.
We get Ian Birch on.
We have the. We have your. The Giuseppe brothers, no, the Pastore brothers. Even they support each other, and we also have. What? And we also. Why are you laughing? Is it because I?
The Pastore's brother, Oscar Pistorius. The Pistorius.
To be fair, I can remember when Tom joined this league the first time, and it was the season 1 24 Hours of Le Mans. He was talking about having the race up on his TV in the living room.
Josh.
No, that was Circuit of the Americas. And what had happened was, I was at a family party, right, and it was like we always have we call it the cousins' Christmas party, and basically it's, all of my cousins are really young. They're like I'm called to be the oldest. They're all like 8. So we go around my.
Is this Stafford or Alabama?
Stop it!
Smell it. We have, and we go around and they have a look at bouncy castle, and they pass the parcel and shut up, you children.
Just imagine Tom playing pass the parcel.
absolute children. And no, obviously, usually it's an excuse for my dad, my uncle, and myself to basically go to the pub and get away from them. But on this occasion we couldn't. So the entire family's there. And they said, "Oh, Tom, do you want anything on the TV?" And there was no football on or anything. So I said, "You know what? Okay, I can't even make excuses anymore. This was quite cringe-worthy, but no. So I put on EERC, and the entire family, sort of begrudgingly were watching reading game go in the air at EERC, because that was the race that Jake Dennehan got sent into the air by a GT3 car.
Yeah.
Remember that?
But Josh,
yes, it was watched by pretty much my entire family on the television.
But Josh, CTC Silverstone, the ending.
Oh God. Yeah, Ron on the inside.
No. The saying at the end. See you.
Oh yeah, Richie. Yeah, you want to see that? Literally, it's a Tuesday night league, right? Our first coverage on CTC a couple of weeks ago. Brand new PC division there, and Richie's ending the stream, and he goes, "Well, thank you."
Oh! Luca Gray's into the pits. Luca Gray is into the pits. I apologise. Luca Gray is into the pits, and he's going to lose out to Bradley Sellers. Who's also into the pits.
So
this is a huge moment. 30 minutes to go in the race. Who puts the right tyres on? And is Zoltan Toth going to get ahead of them? No, he won't, because Luca Gray is already moving, and so it's really a question of Bradley Sellers for Zoltan Toth. We do know they're only going to be taking a splash at this stage in the race. He's not on the jack, so Sellers is just going to take a splash. Then he'll get out and we'll see how quickly he can get out. So Luca Gray is in to the end.
So this is going to be a really close opportunity now. This is now basically for Bradley Sellers to hunt down Luca Gray to the end of this race, and away he goes.
Yeah, he's rolling, and
he's gained time.
He's gained time, but how long has he gained? It's 32 seconds, so he's only gained about 5 seconds as opposed to where he was.
He was slowly gaining, not going to be too much of an advantage.
Do you know, one of my more recent cliches that I have to bring up whenever endurance commentary is I usually say at this stage, we always say, oh, anything can happen in endurance racing, and it usually does. I have never seen someone crash out from 40 seconds into the lead, into the last half an hour, so we'll wait and see.
That's true. That's what Ian Birch says as well, when he joins the F1 commentary.
I have.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say, it's very long ago, back when M1 did endurance. I think it was Ibrahim Khan on the second to last lap from the lead of LMP2, put the car into neutral and blew the engine up.
Either way,
Josh.
It rarely happens.
Let's hear it again, Josh. Continue.
Right, yeah, Richie, end of the CTC race a couple of weeks ago, first broadcast. So he's reminding everybody about what time we're on and everything. He goes, well, thank you everyone for joining us for the first PC race here at Silverstone. See you all next Tuesday. Yeah, see you at Monza. See you all next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday. Bye-bye. I go, whoa! What the hell was that? So basically, just calling everybody, you know what?
You know what?
And do you know what's worse? PSGL on Thursdays, he does it again! Exactly the same thing, it does it again!
I'm surprised. Actually, I've got the clip. I'll send it into the chat so someone can have a look. If you want to have a look, I'll put it in the conversation.
Okay. I was going to say the bot might flag you.
But
I've seen this clip. I saw that clip from somewhere. My favourite clip was the Josh.
They're riding each other.
Yes, that's.
They're riding each other.
That was Jack Humphries and Jonas Martins. I still remember that to this day.
Yeah.
Final corner, Spain.
That was my fault, sorry. Although, to be fair, nothing will beat Romain Grosjean's crash.
I think Ericsson hit us.
Okay, that was a bit close with Bradley in the GT.
Also, we had that moment with Josh Drake Dempsey, and I said, oh, he's looking for a third. You said, yes, he's on for third. Then go straight on at turn 1 at Baku. About 4 seconds later.
My worst curse came in Rocket League a few weeks ago. I said, so a team were winning by 3-0 with a minute to go. And I say, and there's no way they bottle this now. And literally, as I said, in fact, there's a clip, I'm going to find the clip. As I said that, within the space of 30 seconds, they were drawing 3-3 and then went on winning in overtime.
Also, Arshad, now catching on to Bolu, is that you say the name? Bolu?
I think we go Belu. We've debated.
Was it Bo? Because it's French. Bolu.
Well, we've been debating this in GPBC. I think we've gone with Belu just because.
Belu. Yeah, Arshad's actually within a second, so we're actually going to see an on-track overtake for the last time in about 17 hours.
Here we go.
Who was this? Sorry.
Arshad and Belu.
Yeah, they are.
Point.
And Arshad's being held up there by one of the GT3s.
That's the 162. That's
the other 162.
Well, that's ruined that. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Back to normality.
But we have to see though, because Arshad's been a bit quicker than has been quite quick recently, so we could see that gap come down. I'm board with Colin Sanders being overtaken there by someone. One of the LMP2s, I believe. Also, I love the name Cork Mazer. I love that name.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, yeah, basically, this was Romain Grosjean's crash in 2020 at Abu Dhabi. Bahrain. Now, for the full story, our timing screens in the commentary box, in those days, they were 8 seconds ahead of the
In those days, 2 years ago.
Back in the good old days.
Good old days. So, back in my decade. So yeah, I was commentating on the race, and it's lap 1. I'm looking at the screen, and then I look down at the laptop because something catches my eye. I see red flag. Okay, and I think, oh, so either something's glitched in the computer system, like at Monaco in 2000, and we thought, oh, we're gonna have to do a restart, and the computer's frozen or something like that, or there's something wrong with the track. So I'm thinking that. Then all of a sudden, I see Raikkonen fly off the track, and I'm going, oh, there's a big crash, because I think, oh, there's a red flag. And then all of a sudden, I see Kvyat with no front wing, and I go, oh, there's an even bigger crash. And all of a sudden, bang! Bang goes Grosjean. I go, oh, that, and I go, oh, that's a big one. At the same time,
Wait, what?
Disco's got a new soundboard.
Okay. Yeah, and at the same time, Ian Birch is alongside me in the commentary, and Megan's there too. Grosjean hits the wall, explodes, and Ian Birch's first reaction is to go, effing hell! Live down the microphone. And I was like, for God's I thought to myself...
Wasn't that one where, what's it, Bahrain, and he just goes, oh, and the clerk's out. after he had the issue with Bahrain. Yeah, he's out.
Yeah,
my favourite Ian moment is describing exactly what was going to happen at Abu Dhabi the second the safety car came out.
Wait, did he actually describe what happened?
He did! Word for word, he got it right! He knew exactly what was going to happen.
Wait, so what did he say?
He was saying about how, well, Lewis is going to stay out to get track position. Max will come in and put on soft tyres. And then, knowing this, we'll have one lap to the end. Bang! Happened! But nobody predicted the lap cars in between. But I was like, for God's sake. But I always say to him, can you give us a bit more emotion, please? Because there's me and like jumping up and down. He just sits there with his arms folded, looking up at the monitor. And occasionally his eye will drift towards either the driver track or the timing screen. And he just sits there.
It's quite an interesting juxtaposition, actually. You've got Megan, who gives like way too much emotion. And you've got Ian, who doesn't give anything.
Oh,
Listen, just let them cook.
Was it that moment where Megan left? Wasn't there an issue where Fernando Alonso had an issue and Megan left the commentary box?
Yeah, when was it? Fernando stopped and she went.
Was it not Mexico? Where would it? Was it Mexico?
Could be Mexico he retired, didn't it? Yeah.
He did retire in Mexico, down the main straight, into turn 1.
Yeah, and then she left.
And then wasn't that the race where he said, I can't wait to be at this team?
Yeah,
Mexico, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'm
like, I can't blame you.
She got deep hatred of Honda. Like, really deep.
I hate Alpine as well, to be fair. Don't like Otmar. The whole issue, I think, with the Alpine situation, I can't decide if it was Zach Brown's fault or Otmar's. Because one of them's at fault.
Who's Otmar?
Maybe both of them was at fault, I don't know. Yeah. That was an odd. I remember that happening, the Piastri situation. Jeez.
The worst commentator's curse I've ever had is actually recorded.
Oh.
But it's nowhere on YouTube. It was the 2014, 2015 Qatar Grand Prix for MotoGP. And it's perfectly timed because we had a pack race going on between Dovizioso, Iannone, Marquez, and Lorenzo, and they were all so close together, and they were chopping and changing and everything as well.
Aston Martin leader, the Sheba is, the Mercedes leader. It's British Racing Green. It's confusing the hell out of me.
It confused me all day, yeah.
And it just went wide. Let the reading game car through, which was actually an Aston Martin. And anyway, regardless. Yeah, the reading game car, by the way, that I haven't been counting to reading games records and things. I'm just called reading game car.
Yeah. Yeah, so these guys on the bikes are chopping and changing, and I say in commentary, coming into turn 5 and 6, if these lot continue like this, one of them is going to go down. Down goes Iannone, and I go, oh, and right as I say it, Iannone has crashed out. I'm like, the commentators curse or what? And then it happened right in front of me.
Oh, that was close there between Zoltan Toth going through one of the LMP2s. That was down at turn 9. Calling out scores much controversy in the past, for definite.
I tell you what, I just want to give a quick shout out to Wrexham, who are back in the Football League for the first time.
Oh wait, are they?
Yeah. Yes, well done to Wrexham.
Congratulations, Ryan Reynolds.
Isn't that Ryan Reynolds' team?
Yeah.
Well, they're actually
So-
winning or something now.
Well, now the bigger news is that the mighty. I have mentioned this on stream today, and I mentioned it twice because frankly, it's the biggest publicity the club has had all year. The mighty Chasetown FC unfortunately narrowly missed out on promotion today. I have to tell you, you're from Walsall, do you know who Chasetown is?
Oh, Chasetown FC, I've heard of those.
Yeah, I was going to say. Like,
what have they done?
They were 14th at Christmas. I'm a big Chasetown FC fan. So. They were. I've actually got family who are like quite involved in the club. So anyway, that's the story. But so they were 14th in the league at Christmas. Got back to 6th. Top 5 get playoffs. Well, 2nd through 5th get playoffs, and they needed a win today, and for one of the other teams
This is
to
a
draw.
certified hood classic.
Thank you, Chris. And yes, they did win. They battered Cambridge City 4-0, but unfortunately, it was a win for Coleshill Town.
Oh, it's like 14th at the start.
Yes, 14th at Christmas. Yeah, so unfortunate, but incredible team regardless. And at this point, the limbs on Tuesday night actually were impressive when they scored an 84th minute winner.
So I don't know much about football. Do you follow football then, Tom? Like the Premier League, I presume.
Yeah, I follow everything.
Yeah. Do you think? What do you think about Leicester? Do you think they'll drop down?
No, I think they'll be okay.
Who do you think will go down? Because I don't know much about football, but I know a lot of people that do, and they all have different opinions. So it'd be quite interesting to know from you.
My word. Let me check the table because now, for the first time in my life as an Aston Villa fan, I've not checked the bottom of the table.
Aren't they like 5th now or something?
It's sick. It's incredible. Do you know? I look at the table as it is right now, and I tell you, I think West Ham will be okay. They've got enough. Concerned for Southampton.
Yeah. Well,
I'm very concerned for Forest and Southampton. In fact, Southampton's probably out of it at this stage. And then, to be honest with you, I think. Well, by that logic, I would say Leeds and Leicester go down. Leicester shouldn't go down because they've got a squad that.
But it's not looking too good, I've heard.
Yeah, they'll come straight back up regardless. But it's.
Yeah, but didn't they start? They was at the back, then didn't they jump up to 13th and 13th or something, and they've dropped all the way back down again?
Yes, but the positions haven't been too. They've been very, very close so far. By the way, everyone on the stream. FA Cup semi-final with myself on USRN tomorrow. Get that plug in there. Josh,
Who's playing?
Man United and Brighton.
Me?
Josh, you won any of the FA Cups in the football towards the end of the year?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm locked in with the F1s and all that lot.
Is that like the
I'm
final
doing tennis.
between Brighton and you?
Semi-final.
So I think it's pretty clear that Man U will go through, won't they?
Probably.
So it could be a Man City Man U final. Ooh.
Derby!
I still don't know how Sheffield United got to the semis.
Well, to be fair, can we just point out that Grimsby Town got so close?
Yes.
Didn't they got so close they lost 5-0, Josh?
Can we just point out that Grimsby Town beat a Premiership side?
But they still did good to get to the quarters, of course.
Can we just point out they
Who
beat
did
a
they beat now?
Premiership side? Yes, we lost 5-0, but we were the better team.
But who did they beat in the quarters? Or the 5th round?
Hang on. Can we just take a step back from it? I appreciate we've only got 15 minutes left in the race, which is quite tough anyway. Josh, you have just seriously said that in a game that you lost by 5 goals to 0, that you were the better side.
Yeah?
What?
Oh, goalkeeper was rubbish.
Oh, I
Players
see.
were great.
None of
Players were great. Watch the game. Watch the game.
So you're seriously telling me you deserve to play against Man United in the semis?
I think we could beat United compared to how they started this season.
Even from a non-football fan, I am absolutely gobsmacked.
Hey, I said at the point, the way United started this season.
They did start bad, but they're now sitting 3rd, aren't they?
Oh,
crash!
and that's pretty lows. That's
Oh,
the
for
72
crying
car.
out
Am I going to have to do something now?
Josh.
What?
Grimsby Town, 27% possession, 4 shots to 22, 2 shots on target to 10, 2 corners to 6. And you're telling me they were the better side that day?
Yes.
Why? Tell us, what evidence have you got?
we had the better spirit. We did. We played really well.
Also, Otto is gaining back in on Mazumda again. That gap's 8 seconds.
Yes, Ryan will find a way to be 5th by the end of today.
Say, the thing is, if me and Josh drove, we wouldn't have binned it down there.
No, I would have been in turn 1.
me and Ryan as well. We had such a good chat during my stint at Bahrain last year. We spoke about everything. Like, genuinely, it was the first heart to heart around Ryan. It was great. We were having a great chat. And then he goes and then during his stint, he's about to pass the car back over the bit, and he decides to press.
We've got someone waiting to join us in the interview room.
Let's give it till after the race because we've only got 40 minutes left. If we spend 5 minutes interviewing someone now, it'll be anyway. Yes, so he clicks escape, and basically, if you click escape too early, you retire the car, and he pressed escape too early, and that was our Bahrain done at 4 in the morning. 2 seconds away from my driver spot.
I remember how angry you were actually thinking about that.
I wasn't. Because the thing is, I wasn't angry at him. I was angry at the fact that I had traded in my entire evening. And to be fair, I think I handled myself quite nicely to him. I just said, it's one of those things. It's okay. It's a mistake.
I think I got woke up by Ryan begging to get the car back in. So I was on my break for the 24.
Nothing you could do as well.
Mr.
I don't know why. I was in bed when he was messaging you. I'd already gone to sleep.
Hey, we've got a message here from a Mr. Ed. I'd rather go karting than commentate on my job, Hunter. And he says, hey everyone, go karting is just finished. We've also got a comment from Mr. Ed. I'm going to abandon Josh a week before the Berlin Prix and have to ask Jess to commentate Hunter. He says, I'm exhausted. It rained in Milton Keynes, leading to chaos on the track. And we have a message here from a Mr. Soaked Edward Hunter, who is going to never live this down, who says, going back to hotel, thank goodness my car is still in the race, but sad about no GT3 points.
Poor Ed, man. Like, what's he done to you?
We also have a comment from Mr. Ed, still leading the Grid Network grid ranking. He says, I get paid to do this, Joshua.
Bro, what's with the shade?
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't even know Milton and Daytona were paying bloody commentators. I mean, all of my races aren't commentated on. The only race, and when I do commentate, I'm doing it for voluntary for a bit, so
I hope Ed knows that I'm doing this with a massive laugh on my face. Just he can't see. Yeah, he'll be fine.
Anyway.
I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for the next message to come up.
You know what? Jeffrey gives a spectacular point. Why not add a drop round for the GT3 races?
Oh.
Is this a drop round?
No. It's in add a drop round, so you drop your worst round.
No, just get too complex.
We tried that a couple of years ago.
See, but the thing is, doesn't that then mean GT3s have technically in the calendar one less round?
No, it just means you drop your worst round. In this current
spin!
One of the hypercars. It's Sultan Toth. It's not one of the race leaders, but that is his chance at a race win. If it wasn't already rather slim, absolutely gone now.
But that was a great camera angle.
They go second.
Yeah, they go second as well. He was gaining.
Mr. Ed now gets paid for commentary. He says it's not a lot, but it's something. Honestly, Ed, I'm mega proud. Oh, that's Sultan off again.
What?
Has he got a problem?
Oh, yes.
Oh, don't reverse on the racing line. No.
And Chris has a heart attack and continues on for Sultan Toth in third position.
I've had 8 hours of heart attacks.
He just wants to play a game. Let him go.
Also, why is Corkmeyer's pitting now? 10 minutes to go.
Splash.
Because it doesn't really matter.
Oh, yeah. Lap, innit? Wants to see if he can beat the hype.
You don't get points for fastest lap, but people still pit for ego. I do anyway.
Glory.
I'll be honest, I usually pit 10 minutes before the end because I probably stuffed it in a wall, so...
To be fair, Chris, every time you're driving as well, if you're still in the race with Tommy's doing, you pit because you're surprised
Also,
the car's...
Road America 24, we were let back in the race in the last 10 minutes. I pit for fastest. Well, obviously, I pit for fastest lap, then had to pit again because I binned it. That was a lap attempt. It wasn't even
fair,
meant to be a race.
Sebring, I was driving towards the end and stopped it in turn 1 on the last lap.
This gap between
Mazumda
and Otto is actually coming down. The gap's 5.5 seconds now. About 10 minutes ago,
Please
well,
give
about
us a
5
race
minutes
to
ago,
the end.
5 minutes ago it was about 8.5. So it's come down by, well, it's coming down now to about 5 seconds. So we could see a possible battle, overtake, or crash between these two. We'll see what happens.
It's probably a crash, isn't it?
It's endurance race as well. GT3s.
You should watch your mouth, young man. Trying to get sacked from that broadcast.
Ed, you might remember, I think one of the greatest finishes we ever had in EERC, Mugello, a couple of years ago. Fight to the line for the
Also,
spots.
Arshad.
Spins, carnage, brilliant.
Gaining lots of time on CAD. You just gained a second in the past 10 seconds.
Yeah, the only concern you've got now is the fact that we've got, what, 8 minutes left in this race? 9 minutes left.
But look how hugely quick this gap's coming down. It's
Really?
10.9.
I think Paige might have an issue.
Because look, the gap's coming down stupidly quick. It's 10.6. About
Yeah, Ben's doing this with no practice, as somebody said earlier on, so he's coming to the race blind.
Yeah, I don't see him losing 10 seconds in the space of in the space of 8 minutes, though. I think it's just a little bit.
I'll
too
wait
much.
to prove you wrong.
no, but the gap was 12 seconds about half a minute ago. It's come down that
He's
quick.
lost half a second in that sentence, so.
Yes. Well,
I said before. Oh, that's Chris English.
Justin Van der Spissen says interviews are available. Yeah, we saw you in the interview room, Justin. Well, we're going to wait till the end of the race, just because if we interview you now, then there'll be like 2 minutes of the race to go. So we're just going to. We'll wait till the end of the race. We have seen you.
Oh, spin Zoltan again.
Oh, he's having a difficult day. That might be him.
Turn 12.
I was going to say that might be him out, but no, he's got
See,
the car back going again.
It's what I said earlier. It's the fact of once you make one mistake, you start to make loads.
Yes,
particularly
if the tyres start to.
And the gap now 9.7.
Oh, for crying out loud, Josh.
Colin Sanders going off.
Something really pick up.
That was an interesting interpretation of track limits there.
It was off, wasn't it?
It was technically on tarmac, just not the correct piece.
Danny H says traffic probably. To be fair, as much as I appreciate the fact, as much as I appreciate the fact, Dan, that you're trying to prove me, correct. That Ben has got no traffic at the moment, so it's in fact he's well and truly a clean air. But
8.5 seconds.
8.5 seconds. He's being chased. He's being chased a lot. The only thing I can think of here is that Ben is coming to the end of a double stint, and Arshad has put on a new set of tyres. Or at least he's on newer tyres in a Ligier as well. Now here's another thing. That Ligier has got much more durable tyres across the board than the EERC because they're still on the old tyre body.
But in return, they're not as grippy.
Well, yes, I suppose. But if you've got, extremely old end of the race EERC tyres, they're probably still significantly slower than soft Ligier tyres.
It is very true. Old Goodyears are probably going to be a lot worse than relatively fresh Michelin's.
Now this could be a problem for Arshad. Got one of the Ferraris ahead.
Those was it Michelin the Ligiers on that the EERC used to have? Because
yes.
Yeah, because they used to go forever. You could do. I mean, there were tracks where you could double stint softs. They would last forever and ever.
Yeah, the new tyre model really fits durability in that sense because it makes no sense.
Every time I talk about durability of tyres, I just think of Indianapolis 2005.
Oh God.
Jeffrey says the Goodyear tyres are awful. I take that. I take that completely. Wasn't the tyres just dying in like 10 laps?
Samir is on mediums.
Yes, so that would also make sense because those old mediums used to. They used to basically be unviable, but now they suddenly can be quite quick when you compare them to double-stinted Goodyear mediums.
Just to quickly pick up on what Richie said, it was all about why the F105 Indianapolis scandal with Michelin. It was basically the tyres that Michelin brought couldn't take the load on the banking through turn 13. and because of the load, it was dragging.
Was
the
it
tyre.
Diamond Cut track or something?
Yeah, it's a diamond cut track. So when you're on a banking, the tyre at the bottom sort of sloops down. So it's sort of like, imagine, grab your face if you're watching now, grab your face and pull it to one side. Yeah, that's the force that you would get. The tyres sort of get flattened and sort of sagged at the bottom. And it was cutting the tyres on the rear right.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got either on the banking, they would fail, like they happened with Schumacher, or it would fail the first time you hit a deceleration zone and turn in. So they couldn't run it. But Bridgestone was able to run because Bridgestone's American team is Firestone. And Firestone supplied the IndyCar. And they had the data from the Indy 500 on the new surface a month before. So they could adjust to make the tyres harder. Michelin couldn't. And in fact, even a year later, in 2006, they brought the normal tyre and then a conservative tyre, which was a lot harder, and they had to run that harder tyre because they were still having problems.
Here we go then. The podium battle is getting very, very close.
Yeah.
You're actually right. Kaj is really, really struggling on those tyres. There he is. They're in the same picture now. You will see.
Hey.
They're both Ligier, though. They're both Ligier. I didn't even think about that.
See, as well, obviously, the gap with 10 minutes was 12 seconds. With 4 minutes left, it's 4.4. So that's... And it's come down now nearly to the 3-second gap.
It might just be a final lap overtake.
This could be... Well, Abu Dhabi final laps. Oh no, the Hamilton fans don't enjoy this at all.
Please don't send it in turn 5. We'll never hear the end of it.
These guys they're going to be close.
And then also Otto as well, 2.2. He's gained a lot as well.
It's probably going to be. We're probably looking at a case of 2 laps left at the line, 3 laps left potentially. 3.5 minutes. Where is Luca Gray? Luca Gray is currently, right now, Luca Gray is heading through that first chicane. So
he's got about a minute left on this lap.
Yes, he'll cross the line with about 2.5 minutes to go. That would be 2 laps left at the line. So this plus 2 more for Kaj to try and hold on. He should do it. He should do it at this pace, particularly if traffic. But there isn't any traffic at the moment. He can always see him, Samir Arshad, at this stage.
To be fair,
if it is
a last
He
lap
needs to be within a second on the last lap, really.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter because Drive to Survive will just edit it and take Tom's commentary from earlier on in the race as the race winning overtake.
Who said earlier in the race? We'll take it from like Bahrain or something.
Yeah.
They'll actually take it from.
No, it's nearly at 2 settled, 3.3, so lost a bit of time there for Arshad.
It's going to be about when he crosses the line. There's
traffic. Oh, he's gone wide.
That's big. He's gone wide, and that as well, coupled with the Mercedes, is going to give him a bit of an advantage. So 2.7 as we cross the line. There are 2 laps to go in this race. We would expect they might squeeze a third in. It's very much dependent on Luca Gray, who is just a little bit ahead of these guys. They are right behind them. So this is going to be close. It's going to be on the bubble between 2 laps. In fact, it
lost
will
half a second because of that Mercedes.
Definitely be 2 laps left. He has lost half a second. So that is now 3.3. So he's going to have to be, as Miel ever sets the fastest lap in the LMP2, 42.4. This is, I would assume, they're going to have to be within 1.5 seconds heading onto that final lap as Arshad gets overtaken by the LMH leader.
Also, 1.2 seconds for Otto.
If Gray can catch up, he can back them up effectively.
It's the point I was exactly going to make, Josh. This is going to be remarkably close as we head onto what is going to be the final lap of the Abu Dhabi 8 Hours. We think Luca Gray is going to quite comfortably win it in the 290 car for the LMH. But it's all about this podium for Aither Racing Team. This would be their first LMP2 podium in EERC. I believe it would be their first podium overall. I don't recall them getting a podium in their brief entrance last year. And what a moment this would be for this team, who, by the way, I mentioned earlier on the stream, the only ever team that I've won a sim race for.
Oh.
Right, calm down.
I didn't know that.
There we are. Now you can see Gray, Ross in the back going through.
2 seconds.
1.9 onto the final lap. This is going to be incredibly close.
0.3 for Otto. We should probably look at that.
We will in just a moment's time. We'll keep an eye on that battle then. Let's switch over to Lars Otto, who is pushing Ryan Mazumda practically all the way around this racetrack. He's got one more real opportunity on this lap. This is the Hunter Birch car of Ryan Mazumda. This is 4th position in class, and well, I was only 18 seconds down the road. It's P3, so if there's an incident on that final lap and LMP2 getting in between them,
Arshad.
turn into an incident. Arshad is so close, though. He really is, isn't he, gentlemen? Here he goes, up to the straight. There's probably going to be one more opportunity for him. Turn 5 won't be the opportunity. Going to have to get a good exit out of this corner. Here he goes, out of turn 5, puts the power down. Can he get his way through into the chicane? It's a blisteringly fast exit, but he's not going to do it down this straight. He's got to set himself up for a run down into turn 9. Here he goes, and that number 46 car is pushing all the way along, 7/10 of a second as they head down into the next braking zone. You can gain so much time through here. Keeps it nice and poised. A little bit of a slide for that 46 car, who makes a mistake on the exit as well. It looks at things, but he's not quite got the exit, has he? 0 minutes remaining. The checker flag is flying in Abu Dhabi. Luca Gray looks like he's not quite going to cross the line yet. We'll keep an eye on that as we switch back to this. Is there a move down into turn 9? Not quite yet, but he's practically pushing him through. It's 0.2 of a second between the two of them. There's one more opportunity left, and he's going to go to the outside. Having to go defensive is Kaj for P3 on the final lap. He's looking for the cut back to the inside, not able to find it. Kaj holds on for the time being. They make contact through this final sequence of corners, and it looks like Kaj is going to hold it on. Luca Gray coming around the final corner now. He is going to win for Aztec Racing their first win in the EERC Endurance Championship overall. What a performance from then as Otto gets past Mazumda. Kaj is going to drag race Arshad to the line. He's going to get that P3 I should say, just about. Otto has got past Mazumda, and Mazumda's back past him. They're still making contacts, and around the outside goes Ryan Mazumda. It's a little bit controversial. He probably is going to find himself in the steward's room for that one, but up into turn 9, Ryan Mazumda is able to get into 4th position.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
I saw Josh's reaction. He was screaming, jumping.
Chiba make it 2 from 2, by the way, in the meantime. And of course, we can't even fail to mention Aoife Cork Massa is going to find himself winning in the LMP2 category. The United Racing team, no relation to United Autosports, of course, through the final couple of corners goes. It's actually a fairly leisurely stroll compared to the other classes here, but he's able to find himself across the line, and he will win for United Racing team in LMP2. Let's switch back to Mazumda, who's still under a little bit of pressure. There's the reading game 72. Is he going to go up the inside? You should do, Massey. Do your teammates out of favour? Surely even. But no, Ryan holds on to that 4th position. And that is your race. We don't celebrate 4th, Josh. We
I do!
Oh, what is Sarika's pit?
That's a good question.
Could have just escaped out.
He definitely crossed the line. There was 18 seconds between it.
But still, that was actually a great ending, wasn't it?
That's great.
Completely.
3 hours. 3 hours have flown by with you three.
That was great. We've had many conversations. There we are, Luca. Great.
Nearly taking out the GT with Donut. Careful, Luca. You don't want a post-race penalty. Or you can just stop it in the wall.
Yes. Well, you don't want a post-race penalty at all. So. I should mention Aztec finished 3rd in Istanbul, so they will actually take the lead of the championship with the 137 crashing out of the race. The Racing Zone team number 1 is in 3rd, so yeah, they will just about take that.
You're meant to turn traction control off to do the donuts.
I just wait, they don't have a button for it anymore now, actually, too. I couldn't find it anyway.
It's like a toggle setting.
Right.
Up and down.
Shall we go through your race results then? And I think it's going to have to be the session results. We can do that. Okay, let's go through your race results. We'll start up with the LMH cars, and then we'll go through the rest. Here are your LMH results then. Luca Gray wins for Aztec, their first win in the EERC Endurance Championship in the overall classification. Anyway, Bradley Stellers it finishes in 2nd for team. Rookie Monster Zoltan Toff in 3rd for Racing Zone team, despite winning last time out, of course, and it's Giancarlo Costa in 4th for Neurotic Sim Racing. That is the 23, the last of the finishers in LMH, and they will just about be classified as well as for LMP2. It's Aoife Korkmeister in the lead and in the winning position. Chris English of Gravel Trap in the Ligier is 2nd in 88. Ben Cash just about holds onto the podium at the end ahead of Samir Arshad in Aita Racing Team. Will feel that they really should have got the podium today, but not to be in the end. Maxime Bilou finishes 5th for Optimal Esports, with Jordi Logis finishing 6th in a very strong position actually for Reading Game, given their troubles, trials and tribulations throughout the course of this race. Milan Evers finishes in 7th, the last of the finishers. McCoffervan, Shaska and Baskel, the DNFs, and that is actually only 13 LMP2 cars on this grid. As for GT3, 15 taking at the start, 13 actually, if you obviously with the McLarens having that issue earlier on. Tommaso wins the race for SD Shiba 2. They make it back-to-back. These won't go to championship points, though. Of course, Colin Sanders in second, with Stavros Sarkis in third. Ryan Mazumda, Lars Otto and Hugo Carrera are the last of the finishers, with Vanol, Evers, Janssen, Valentin Iliev and Max Petravki failing to finish. Well, let me go on to the other page. So, gentlemen, I think we've got some interviews ahead of us. Let's drove over to the Dragon. Whatever.
Maybe a bit of a meme, especially with the penalty. And I've had talks with Chris about that, and with all the other people involved in the AM and stuff. And to come back with my own team again, having a P2 in Istanbul and a P1 here.
We can now, Josh. Sorry, Justin. Josh was telling me you couldn't hear you on stream. What had happened was I turned down the Discord rather than the music, but we did catch most of that into. Sorry, Justin, carry on.
Yeah, no, just to come back so strong. That's just, we couldn't have hoped for a better start.
Yes, and now heading into the rest of the season, how do you sum up your chances there?
I won't say that we trying to win already, because the season is still long. There's still long races to go, with many competitive people trying to go for the win as well. And I think the most important part is just to try and minimize your mistakes and be as consistent as possible. To get into those upper positions for the championship.
Well, Justin, thank you very much for joining us, and very well done on today.
Yep, thank you guys.
That was Justin Van der Smissen, and I'm trying to drag him out of the channel, but I can't. It won't let me. There we go. We've got rid of him. Unfortunately, got rid of Justin. Now, Josh, we haven't got many interviews coming up, so we're ready to round out this stream. It's been a very, very successful Abu Dhabi 8 hours. I enjoyed it. Oh no! Wait! Just about Luca Gray.
Well, they're all coming now.
You know what? No. We'll speak to Ryan last, and then we'll speak to Luca and James at the same time. Luca, James. In fact, James, I'll start with you first. Very well done on the win, both of you. And James, I said to you at the very start of this race, about an hour in, I said, Zoltan looked like he had the pace today. That number 1 car was blisteringly fast. You're gonna have to hope for something to happen ahead of you, and nothing really happened ahead of you, but the pit stops just gave you the advantage.
Yeah. Well, Luca did a fantastic job. Of course, Sophie as well. Absolutely amazing job from the pair of them. So proud of the two of them. But yeah, no, I mean, race went our way. Pretty much everything went our way. Pushing it on track limit penalties. I think Luca will correct me. I think we're on 4.75. I think.
Yeah.
So right, pushing it with getting a drive through there at the end, but Yeah, fantastic job from the two of them.
Yes, absolutely. And Luca, adapting to this hypercar is not particularly easy. It's particularly from other cars that we may have driven in R Factor 2. But you seem to have got that adaptation pretty nicely, and the Toyota's looking very, very nice for you.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it handles like a boat, but I've always been good at sports cars, I guess, so it's just a bit easier to just get used to it and be quick in it.
Yes, and the victory here, how just did you hold off that, all of the other challenges, particularly from the Glickenhaus behind, but as well from that number 1 car that was always keeping you in arm's length?
Yeah, I don't know if you got it on the stream, but I think it was about an hour into the race. He probably looked like he spun on the stream, but he was overtaking a GT3, and what happened? So he broke. Yeah, he broke, and then I smashed into the back of him pretty much, and he spun round and lost a lot of time, I saw.
And I'll hand over to Josh. Josh, you got any questions for either of them?
Yes, can I drive? I saw your invitation.
No, you're already driving in my team. We agreed this.
Yeah, there's gonna be arguments here at this rate.
Yeah, hypercar, race winner. I mean, come on.
Well, I can set up a hypercar for you, Josh. I mean,
God, this is like you're like Eddie Jordan wanted me to drive as well. I'm Schumacher here. I'm Schumacher. I want to go to Benetton as well. Nah, I'm joking. I'd love to actually have a race with you guys once everything's set up as well. That'd be a lot of fun. I was mega impressed out there today. Got a bit touchy towards the end of the race though as well. Were you biting a couple of nails towards the end of the last 2 hours as well, because we had that little error, lost the lead, had to come into the pit lane, then got it back, and then got a 30-second advantage. But were you aware for the last hour or so, one mistake and it was gone? It was all gone.
Yeah.
I'll start with you first, Luke, and then we'll go with James.
Yeah, so throughout the whole race, we knew we had the strategy advantage from last race. It worked last race, so we did it again this race. It worked again. And we knew that we had that advantage, but we were just making a few too many mistakes. It just got a bit too close at the end, but luckily we got through.
Well, thank you for joining us. Oh, sorry, Josh.
I was going to say, it's only round 2, next up round 3 in Hockenheim. Is it a track you both have had experience at before?
Well, some people might be aware. I drove a GT3 here once. It didn't go well, to say the least.
It's alright, you're not driving a GT3 anymore, that's fine.
Just to put it into perspective, I lost an engine crashing, so that's all I'm going to say.
Hockenheim's going to be fun, Tom.
Still gives you nightmares. As I had mentioned. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you at Hockenheim maybe to make it 2 from 2.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. And right next up, we've got to drag him in. Pure comedy value, really. Ryan Mazumda. Ryan!
Hi.
I see you made a little bit of a hash of finishing 4th in my car, but you did it in the end, and at least you didn't retire at 4 in the morning.
Yes. I remember that.
In all seriousness, well done on today. You did drive very
you.
well. Even if we were a little bit taking the mick at you on the live stream. How did you find it out there?
Wait, what?
What?
Go on. How was it out there?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, oh my gosh. We only had 2 drivers this race, so we had to split it up. And my teammate, he drove until like the max time. I was like, he's crazy, and I can't do that. So I'm also a little ill today, so a bit sore, not the best. We could have went faster. And with the disconnect, not disconnect, but we had a monitor issue. My teammate's monitor turned off at 60. Yeah. So we got sent back because of that. It wasn't the best situation, but oh my gosh!
I got told that when Thomas was in the box.
Yeah,
I have to ask because Thomas obviously it's his first race on R Factor 2.
Yeah,
he did a fantastic job, didn't he?
Great job. great job. I cannot thank him enough. What a driver.
I agree. That's
Yeah,
just
he's-
not because of the team principal.
He's very impressive. The team principal is not even in the Discord chat. Oh no, he is. He's just. Has he ever sent a message in the Discord chat, Josh?
I think I've said something along the lines. I don't know. I'm a bit like
Last time you spoke was the 3rd of February.
Yeah, I'm just like Helmut Marko. I'll be around, and then if you really mess up, I'll turn up.
Anyway, we should.
If I'm in the Discord chat, one of you's getting fired. Basically.
Anyway, we're ending quite late. Thank you very much for joining us, Ryan, and
Thank you.
hopefully we'll speak to you after a
Cheers,
win in
Ryan.
Hockenheim.
All right, bye.
Bye. That was the driver of the reading game car, which is a reading game car if it's doing well, according to me, and a Hunter Birch car if it's not winning, according to me. Anyway,
So what was it today then? What was it today then?
today it's a reading game Hunter Birch car. You know, if it wins.
All right.
Yeah, they don't get, they don't get. I was telling Alex about this earlier. I always like to commemorate the drivers that have driven for us and keep track of it. So I have little cap numbers like they do in cricket and football for the national team. And the GT3 guys don't get a cap number because obviously they're not racing a car that is literally reading game cars. But they did get on the honours board when they got their podium last time. Oh no, they didn't. Oh no, they didn't. No, excuse me. No, I didn't put them on the honours board. So never mind.
That was in race 1, wasn't it, where we got a podium on our debut?
Yes, no, I congratulated them, but they didn't get on them. They didn't get on the honours.
I was buzzing when Ed told me.
Yes, no, my apologies. Okay, so never mind. I take it back. No, they didn't get on the my honours board. Well, there you go.
Right. I'll try harder then. Right, okay.
Yes, last reading game honours board was the 10 Hours of Road Atlanta 27, getting their third. But anyway, well, we should round it off. Josh, final thoughts.
We should run a podcast.
Yes, I think we should.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly go back to this broadcast screen. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I was going to try and get the schedule up, but anyway, we should think about wrapping
34 days away.
all of this up. Yeah, 34 days. Yeah. End of May. Hopefully, I have a wheel by then. But if not, then looks like it'll be another one on commentary with you lot. Well, I'll be on commentary anyway, but looks like most of it will be, all of it will go commentary as opposed to a little bit of driving as well. But thank you all very much for watching. Hopefully, Edward Hunter can return next time out to save my waffling. And, well, Josh, Nathan, Omi,
you've done
Alex,
really well.
and Ryan.
Well done.
Well, we'll all be back as well, I am sure. But thank you all very much for watching the ERC 8 Hours of Abu Dhabi. And we'll see you all later. Good night.